Chapter 1. Rebirth and Marriage Exchange. After 3 years of mourning, the Emperor of Dian, adhering to ancient customs, decided to hold a selection of candidates for the imperial harem. Every official in the court was required to send a suitable young woman to participate. The decree was delivered to the residence of the Yongding Duke, the Shen family. Lord Shen, both of your legitimate daughters are of suitable age. You may choose one to send to the palace, the eunuch proclaimed. Once the eunuch departed, Shen Shengfeng turned to his 2 daughters, his legitimate eldest daughter, Shen Nianxi, born of his first wife, and his legitimate second daughter, Shen Youwei, born of his second wife. You both heard the decree. Which of you wishes to volunteer for the selection? Shen Youwei shook her head in refusal. Father, you know my temperament. I am not suited for life in the harem. Should I inadvertently offend the emperor, it could bring ruin upon the entire Shen family. She turned to Shen Nianxi. In my opinion, sister, you are dignified and gracious. With a composed and meticulous nature, you are the one fit for selection as a consort. From Shen Youwei's reluctance to enter the palace and her insistence on pushing this matter onto her, Shen Nianxi realized that her younger sister had also been reborn. In their past life, Shen Youwei had coveted the opulence of the imperial palace and eagerly rushed to participate in the selection as soon as the decree was issued. At the time, the Shen family was negotiating a marriage with the Chu family, and Shen Nianxi had been betrothed to the eldest son, Chu Zhou. Everyone believed that Shen Youwei would ascend to great heights and win favor in the palace. But when Shen Nianxi later heard news of her sister, it was to learn that Shen Youwei had been cast into the cold palace. Before long, Shen Youwei perished in the cold palace. In contrast, Shen Nianxi married Chu Zhou, became the mistress of the Chu family, and gradually salvaged the family's fortunes, strategizing for Chu Zhou's rise to prominence, which culminated in a rare military victory that earned him the title of first-class general of state. Consequently, she became an object of envy in the capital, basking in her glory as the general's wife. Now, witnessing her younger sister's attempt to usurp the Chu family's marriage, Shen Nianxi smiled softly. Let her try. Once she succeeds, she will understand that without Shen Nianxi, there would be no future general. Shen Shengfeng looked at the quietly composed Shen Nianxi. Nianxi, Youwei believes you are suitable for the selection. Do you wish to go? Shen Nianxi bowed slightly. The decree states that each family must send a daughter for selection. Since my sister is unwilling, I must take her place. Seeing her compliance, Shen Shengfeng felt a pang of guilt for her. Nianxi, I apologize for putting you in this position. Father, there is no need for concern. I do not feel wronged. Wronged? Shen Nianxi truly did not feel so. If she was to enter the palace, she was determined to ascend, ideally becoming the sovereign of the harem. Shen Shengfeng felt guilty towards her. The palace will inevitably require funds. Take some silver from the household accounts to keep on your person. Life in the palace is precarious. Nianxi, I can only assist you to this extent. I understand, father. I will take my leave to prepare for my entry into the palace. After Shen Nianxi departed, Madame Shen pulled the secretly pleased Shen Youwei into her chamber, shutting the door to scold her. Youwei, becoming a consort would grant you wealth and honor. Why would you forsake a good life to endure hardships? I have inquired, and the Chu family has 5 sons. As the eldest, Chu Zhou has many younger brothers. Marrying into that family will surely bring you suffering, wealth, and honor. Shen Youwei recalled her 3 years in the palace, rarely seeing the emperor, devoid of his favor, suffering under the scrutiny of higher-ranking consorts, and ultimately falling victim to the ruthless schemes of the consort, which led to her tragic demise in the cold palace. Just before her death, she learned of Shen Nianxi becoming the general's wife, and the thought filled her with resentment. This time, she would first seize the marriage with the Chu family, leaving the bitter days of the palace for Shen Nianxi. Mother, you do not understand. Chu Zhou is destined to become a first-class general of state. When that time comes, I shall be the illustrious general's wife. How can you be so certain? Shen Youwei struggled to explain the concept of rebirth, ultimately presenting it as a mere dream to her mother. Mother, even entering the palace does not guarantee favor. Becoming the general's wife is the most glorious affair. Do you not desire a formidable general as your son-in-law? Seeing her unwavering stance, Madame Shen relented. Very well, Youwei. As long as you are happy, I shall say no more. Shen Youwei smiled slyly. Shen Nianxi, your promising marriage has been stolen by me, and you shall soon face the consort schemes without defense. Fudong, fetch 1 tael of lilac, 1 tael of sandalwood, half a tael of sweet pine, half a tael of lingling incense, half a tael of peony bark, and 2 foot of fennel. Grind these ingredients into powder and use this to create fragrant incense for the garments. Remember, all clothing must be scented 3 times. Lianxiu, also pack away the jewelry in the room, as well as the small silver pieces. One cannot navigate the palace without money. At the same time, Mama Chiu approached with a tray. Miss, it is time to apply the floral honey beauty balm. Thank you, Mama. Shen Nianxi sat poised before the mirror as Mama Chiu patiently applied the balm. Gazing at her fair and delicate complexion in the bronze mirror, Shen Nianxi smiled serenely. Since she had resolved to enter the palace, she must prepare thoroughly. Mama, please place a few silver needles in my trunk. Entering the palace necessitated silver needles. Yes, Miss, that in the brief 10 days since receiving the decree, Shen Nianxi had diligently applied the beauty balm and bathed in incense, all in preparation for the selection. The next day, early in the morning, a carriage from the Shen residence transported Shen Nianxi and Lianxiu to the palace. Upon disembarking, Shen Nianxi surveyed her surroundings, taking in the sight of numerous noble young ladies adorned in fine garments. Arriving late, she had barely stood for a moment when the palace eunuchs ushered them into the palace, leading them down a narrow corridor. The eunuch, holding a feather duster, called out in a sharp voice, "Ladies, please line up in the order I call your names. We will proceed to the Yaowang Hall in 15 minutes. From the Prime Minister's residence, by Wanin from the Liang Duke's residence, Liang Hanyan from Yangon Duke's residence, Shen Nianxi." Upon hearing her name, Shen Nianxi walked forward and stood in line. She looked ahead to see dozens of noble ladies standing before her, a clear indication of her family's status. The once prominent Yangon Duke's residence now paled in comparison to the genuine aristocracy. Once all the ladies were arranged, the eunuch tucked away the list and declared, "Ladies, please follow me." Outside the Yaowang Hall, the noble ladies stood in dignified order. The first 10 were led into the hall to participate in the selection, while the remaining ladies waited outside. When they emerged, some were elated, while others wore expressions of disappointment. After half an hour, Shen Nianxi's legs felt numb by the time it was her turn. The 10 noble ladies lined up, and Shen Nianxi felt a surge of joy. She stood in the central position, making her easily visible. The hierarchy of consorts is as follows. 1 Empress of the first rank, 1 Imperial Noble Consort of the first rank, 4 Noble Consorts of the second rank, 4 Consorts of the second rank, and various ranks of ladies of the palace, each with their own designations, from the esteemed to the humble. Chapter 2. A 7th rank talent having not yet been summoned, the young women could only lower their heads and gaze at the tips of their shoes. To steal a glance at the emperor's visage would undoubtedly breach the decorum of the court. Shen Nianxi felt a woman beside her step forward, and a rich, magnetic voice resonated above her. "Are you the daughter of Fu Qingze?" "Yes, your majesty," came a reply. "Fu Yaoqin, a name most melodious." Fu Yaoqin beamed with delight at the emperor's praise, sensing that her chances in the selection were promising. Indeed, the emperor continued, "I hereby appoint you as a 7th rank beauty." "Yes, I humbly thank your majesty for your grace." The eunuch announced loudly, "Fu Yaoqin, receive your plaque and fragrant sachet." Next, Shen Nianxi, daughter of the Duke of Yong'an. Steadying herself, Shen Nianxi took a step forward, only to hear that same voice once more. "Lift your head." As she did, she beheld the figure clad in a bright yellow dragon robe seated at the head of the hall, flanked by several elegantly dressed women, surely the imperial consorts. As she scrutinized the emperor, he, too, appraised her. Even having witnessed numerous beauties, Yu Qixian felt a twinge of astonishment. Shen Nianxi, adorned in a moon-white skirt, had eyes like autumn waters, deep and clear, seemingly capable of discerning the human soul. Her slightly upturned lips accentuated her delicate charm. "I ask you, what books have you read?" With a gentle bow, her voice rang clear and melodious within the hall. "I am unworthy, having only read Mingji Tongjian, Delin and Gang Yushi." Yu Qixian fell silent, leaving Shen Nianxi uncertain. Fortunately, he soon spoke again. "Since you possess talent, I shall appoint you as a 7th rank talent." A weight lifted from Shen Nianxi's heart. "I humbly thank your majesty for your bestowal." Upon exiting the Yaowang Hall, Shen Nianxi felt somewhat dazed as Lianxiu hurried over to shield her from the sun. "Miss, the sun is harsh. Let us find some shade. Lianxiu, from now on, we shall reside within the palace. We must always be cautious and prudent. Do you understand? Miss has been selected. Lianxiu exclaimed with joy. Yes, I shall keep this in mind and will not cause you any trouble. Let us go to the shade. As the selection was yet to conclude, their accommodations had not yet been arranged, leaving them with no option but to wait patiently. The corners of the palace were filled with a flurry of young women. As Shen Nianxi approached, she witnessed a commotion. A plainly dressed woman was quietly weeping while a woman in a purple dress berated her. You dare cry after soiling the ladyby's garments? Have you no shame? Can't you watch where you walk? The woman bowed her head in apology. Ladyby, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention to offend. A girl in a light green dress leisurely adjusted her ornate hairpin and said, Since your actions were unintentional, I shall not pursue the matter. However, in the future, should you see me, it is best to take your leave. Her tone was gentle, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. No one dared to defend the lowly woman against the powerful Bai Wanin of the Prime Minister's residence, and Shen Nianxi was no exception. Bai Wanin was known for her arrogance and oppression, with only Liang Hanyu of the Duke of Liang's household daring to disregard her. To offend Bai Wanin was merely unfortunate for that woman. Shen Nianxi's deep gaze concealed her emotions. The palace was indeed a battleground, with conflicts already unfolding unnoticed. After the selection concluded, a eunuch arrived to announce the decree, while several maidens escorted them to their respective quarters. Lianxiu held an umbrella for Shen Nianxi as they followed the maids to Chongqing Palace. Talented Lady Shen, this is Chongqing Palace. It comprises the main residence for the favored consorts in the Yulan Hall and the Eastern and Western Halls, Zhaoyang and Jiayue, where talents are assigned to the Eastern Hall. Do you know who the main consort of Chongqing Palace is? The maid whispered. Is consort Shen. Understood. Lianxiu, give her some silver to send her off. As Shen Nianxi entered Zhaoyang Hall, 10 maidens knelt before her in perfect formation. Your servant greets the talented lady. Rise. You shall serve me from now on. If you perform well, rewards will follow, but should you be deceitful or careless, I will not hesitate to send you to the Xianjiku. I will show no mercy. Yes. Shen Nianxi continued. Should there be any traitors, I will not be lenient. Before betraying me, ensure you know how many lives you can afford to lose. Even under the scorching sun, Shen Nianxi's countenance remained as cold as water. Her words were impossible to ignore. The 10 maidens began to grasp the temperament of their new mistress, and most of them temporarily quelled their restless thoughts. Lianxiu, reward them. Yes, my lady. Now that they had entered the palace, Lianxiu no longer addressed Shen Nianxi as Miss, opting instead for my lady. Lianxiu distributed generous rewards, and the maidens were overjoyed, realizing their new mistress was open-handed and sincere, affirming the truth in her earlier promises of reward. Having accepted my rewards, you are to fulfill your duties diligently. Yes. The 10 responded eagerly, but soon they sensed something amiss. Though the rewards were plentiful, the tasks at hand were rather numerous. Seated at her vanity, Shen Nianxi listened as Lianxiu entered with a report. My lady, Zhaoyang Hall has been cleaned thoroughly 3 times, and the belongings of the previous consort have been discarded. The maids' quarters have also been searched, revealing no anomalies. I have ordered the removal of the lilacs from the flower bed and replaced them with roses. I have also investigated the backgrounds of the maidens. They appear unremarkable. Xiangling is nimble-fingered and will be in charge of your future grooming, while Bifu is meticulous and will oversee daily inspections of every corner of Zhaoyang Hall. Only through daily inspections can we guard against anyone with ill intentions hiding things within Zhaoyang Hall. The eunuch, Xiao Quanzi, was resourceful and well-connected in the palace, and you may seek him for information. Xiao Zhongzi is honest and straightforward. I have assigned him the night watch, while the rest will perform menial tasks outside the hall. Shen Nianxi nodded slightly. Lianxiu, you have done well. Lianxiu puffed up her chest, elated by the praise. Having been at her mistress's side for so long, she had certainly learned a thing or two. Shen Nianxi arranged the silver needles she had brought from home. Lianxiu, you shall keep these needles for now. There are many places in the palace where poison must be tested. Yes, my lady. Lianxiu took the silver needles and returned to Shen Nianxi's side. My lady, I have prepared the bedding. It is late now, and you should retire for the night. Chapter 3. paying respects to the Empress Dowager, it as well. Shen Nianxi remembered that she must pay her respects to the Empress Dowager the following day. Thus it was prudent to retire early. Yet, as she lay in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find repose. It was her first day in the palace, and feelings of disorientation were to be expected. She recalled the fierce rivalries among the daughters-in-law of the Chu family in her past life. Their malice, though sharp, was primarily aimed at usurping family authority and did not extend to taking lives. However, now, ensconced in the inner palace, the competition among the concubines was far more ruthless, and a moment as carelessness could lead to death. She must exercise even greater caution than before. As news of Shen Nianxi's elevation reached the Yong'an Marquisate, the members of the Shen family displayed a variety of expressions. Shen Chengfeng remarked, "Nianxi has been selected as a talented individual. Truly, she lives up to her status as the eldest daughter of the Shen family, bringing glory to our household." However, Mrs. Shen felt a twinge of discomfort. For her own daughter, Shen Youwei might one day become a general's wife, which would be an even greater source of pride. Shen Youwei, secretly delighted, breathed a sigh of relief. Like her, Shen Nianxi was now merely a talented individual. Henceforth, she would remain stagnant for 3 years. The thought that Shen Nianxi might follow in her footsteps while she would soon rise to the status of a general's wife filled her with quiet joy. Mrs. Shen moved closer to Shen Chengfeng. "My lord, now that Nianxi has become a talented individual, our family's primary concern should be Youwei's marriage. Although our household is not as illustrious as it once was, and we can only negotiate marriages with fifth-rank officials, we must ensure that Youwei's dowry is not lacking, lest the Shen family be looked down upon." Shen Chengfeng found her reasoning sound and agreed, "Indeed, my dear, you shall oversee this matter." Mrs. Shen had awaited this affirmation, responding eagerly, "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure our Youwei makes a splendid marriage." When Shen Nianxi arrived at the Empress Dowager's Yanxi Palace, many concubines had already gathered, awaiting her arrival. She took her seat according to her rank, discreetly observing the ladies in front of her. To the right of the main seat sat a woman clad in a scarlet palace gown, adorned with a crown of layered clouds and jeweled greenery. Her every movement exuded elegance and opulence. If Shen Nianxi was not mistaken, that must be the current overseer of the 6 palaces, the Defei. The Defei had a son, the emperor's eldest child, thus solidifying her position. If she continued to perform admirably, she might soon be crowned empress. Yesterday, we selected new candidates, and this afternoon, I arranged accommodations for all the new sisters. Due to the haste of the matter, there may have been some oversights. If any sister finds her quarters uncomfortable, she may come to Baihe Palace to inform me in the coming days. I am here to alleviate your burdens regarding palace affairs," the Defei declared, subtly asserting her authority over the harem. The others nodded in agreement. Shen Nianxi acquiesced verbally, but she suspected that no one would genuinely approach the Defei. Doing so would imply her incompetence, which could surely offend her. Being new to the palace and lacking solid foundations, she could not afford to cultivate enmities. "Oh, all my sisters have arrived. It seems the younger sister has come late." The speaker was haughty, clad in a peach-colored silk gown, her alluring eyes and graceful demeanor captivating all. The Defei welcomed her. "Since Yun's sister has arrived, please take a seat. Today, Yanxi Palace is livelier than usual." Yun Fei surveyed the room, acknowledging the influx of new faces from yesterday's selection without needing prompting. The Defei's expression stiffened slightly. She was accustomed to Yun Fei's insolence. Given her favored status with the emperor, once all the palace women had gathered, the Empress Dowager, supported by attendants, took her seat at the head of the hall. As the emperor's biological mother, she shared a deep bond with him, often residing in Yanxi Palace to engage in scriptural recitation and meditation, seldom involving herself in palace affairs. Yet, today, with the arrival of newcomers, it was customary for them to pay their respects to her. The Empress Dowager scanned the assembly, delivering a brief admonition regarding their duties as palace women, urging them to adhere to decorum and to bear heirs for the imperial lineage. Having spoken, she did not press them further. "Defei, as the newcomers may not yet comprehend palace etiquette, please assign someone to instruct them," she instructed. "Yes, I understand," replied the Defei. Given the current dearth of imperial heirs, and with Ro Fei expecting, please be attentive. I would not wish to see any mishap befall the imperial offspring. The Defei maintained her placid smile, fully aware that the Empress Dowager's words were a cautionary reminder, concerned that she might harbor ill intent towards Ro Fei's child. Yet, would she refrain from action simply because the Empress Dowager forbade it? As the Empress Dowager concluded with, except for the 1st and 15th days of each month, there is no need to come to Yanxi Palace for greetings. She departed, followed in orderly fashion by the other concubines. Tonight would mark the Emperor's first summon of the newcomers to his bedchamber, and each woman eagerly anticipated being favored. However, with Liang Bai and 2 other favored ladies present, they understood the likelihood of such an honor was slim. Upon returning to Zhaoyang Palace, a servant approached Shen Nianxi. "My lady, I have inquired discreetly. The Emperor will visit Baihe Palace this afternoon to see the eldest prince. Perhaps you might wait along the route to catch his eye." He had hoped that this news would earn him her favor. However, Shen Nianxi gently admonished him. Inquiring about the Emperor's whereabouts is a grave offense. Do not engage in such actions again. The Emperor has his own intentions, and presuming to speculate could earn his disdain. Shen Nianxi shook her head slightly. While the servant was clever, he was perhaps overly so. The servant's smile faltered, and he retreated reluctantly. Lian Xiu fanned Shen Nianxi with a palm leaf, remarking, "My lady, do you not intend to punish him for his presumptuousness? He at least had the intention of competing for your favor." Shen Nianxi replied, "If I were to punish someone upon my arrival, it would only dishearten others. I shall not adopt his suggestion, and withholding reward is punishment enough. Thus, none will dare to imitate him. You are indeed thoughtful, my lady. Now, go fetch some silver and procure some chilled delicacies. The heat is quite oppressive." Typically, lower-ranked concubines lacked access to such luxuries, but Shen Nianxi, being sensitive to heat, was willing to spend her silver for a bit of relief. After all, if she were not to indulge in food and comfort, what purpose would her struggle serve? Chapter 4. The first night of service, Lian Xiu swiftly returned with chilled sour plums and chilled papayas. As Shen Nianxi savored the refreshing treats, she felt the oppressive heat dissipate. Not content to remain in the shadows of others, she pondered, "My lady, whom will the Emperor summon for the night?" Pausing in her actions, Shen Nianxi contemplated and deduced several potential candidates. In the early days of the Great Yin dynasty, the founding emperor had conferred titles upon his loyal subjects, establishing 2 dukes, 6 marquises, and 12 earls, a lineage that was to be hereditary and unbroken. Over generations, many noble families fell into decline, such as the House of Yong'an, while the 2 dukes retained their illustrious status and influence. When the emperor was still the crown prince, he wed the daughter of the Duke of Su. However, the duke, unwilling to remain a mere subject, revolted. Although the insurrection was quelled, it severely drained the resources of the Great Yin. The daughter of the Duke of Su received a white silk from the late emperor, which explained the current lack of heirs in the imperial harem. Presently, the Su family had become a taboo subject in the palace, and any mention of them was strictly forbidden. Although the current emperor's foundation was still fragile, he could not allow the Duke of Liang to dominate. He would inevitably seek to cultivate new powers to counterbalance the former dynasty and prevent the sole authority of consort Liang in the harem. In a matter of moments, Shen Nianxi grasped the entire situation. The emperor needed someone to counterbalance consort Liang and to share power. Perhaps she could be the individual the emperor sought, a sharp blade in his hand, which could provide her an opportunity for ascension. In the imperial study, eunuch's son, Conkai, entered, carrying a tray laden with wooden tablets, presenting them before Wei Qixuan. "Your Majesty, these are the wooden tablets for the new concubines summoned to serve you tonight, prepared by the Ministry of Internal Affairs with utmost urgency to avoid delaying your selection. Remove the tablets. I shall not look," the emperor declared. Startled, son Conkai heard Wei Qixuan continue, "Tonight, summon concubine Fu." "Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately." Among the newcomers who had just entered the palace, Bai Liangdi and Liang Liangdi held the highest ranks, and Sun Conkai had expected the emperor to choose from among them. To his surprise, the emperor selected concubine Fu, a choice seemingly disconnected from the others. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Concubine Fu was taken aback. Donning her finest jewelry and bathing thrice before adorning herself in the most resplendent attire, the sedan stopped before the gates of Changxin Palace, and she was escorted to Yangxin Hall. As she tidied her loose strands of hair, she suppressed her excitement and entered the hall. Through the screen, she caught a glimpse of the elusive figure. Circling around the screen, Concubine Fu knelt before Wei Qixuan. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Rise. There is no need for formalities. I remember your name, Fu Yaoqin. Is it?" "Indeed, your majesty. I am overwhelmed that you remember my name." The reason Wei Qixuan summoned Concubine Fu first, aside from not wishing to see individuals from the Liang and by families, was because Fu Yaoqin was the daughter of Fu Qingze, one of his capable ministers. Naturally, he could not neglect the daughter of a worthy official. After a night passed, Fu Yaoqin, weary from the previous day's exertions, sat up, preparing to attend to Wei Qixuan as he rose. "There is no need. You have worked hard, Concubine Fu. Rest well today." "Yes, thank you for your kindness, your majesty." Fu Yaoqin suppressed her inner joy, hoping for a reward for her service. Just as Wei Qixuan departed, Consort Liang sent a message, requesting Fu Yaoqin to accompany her in copying Buddhist scriptures for the Empress Dowager, as she was in need of assistance. The palace maid beside Fu Yaoqin expressed her indignation. "My lady, you have just received favor, and now the noble consort wishes to send you to accompany her in copying scriptures. Is this not blatant disrespect? Baoqi, do not speak out of turn. In the palace, one must not slander high-ranking consorts. I was the first among the newcomers to meet the emperor ahead of Liangdi, and it is only reasonable for consort Liang to protect her niece. But will you endure such humiliation?" Fu Yaoqin remained silent. Though she did not wish to swallow her pride, she was merely a concubine, and she could not refuse consort Liang's summons. Gritting her teeth against her discomfort, she tidied herself and made her way to the Lotus Palace, accompanying consort Liang in copying scriptures until noon. Consort Liang reviewed her work and smiled, though her smile did not reach her eyes. "Your calligraphy is indeed remarkable. Accompanying me in this task, I shall naturally show my appreciation. Bring forth the Zixia golden hairpin, the hibiscus dew hairpin, and 2 bolts of cloud-patterned silk, which were recently delivered to the Lotus Palace, and present them to Concubine Fu." This humble servant thanks the noble consort. Upon returning from court, Wei Qixuan inquired of Sun Conkai, "Is Concubine Fu still resting?" Sun Conkai quickly replied, "Your Majesty. After your departure, Consort Liang summoned Concubine Fu to the Lotus Palace to copy scriptures for the Empress Dowager. Concubine Fu dared not defy her orders. Thus she went." Upon hearing this, Wei Qixuan's expression remained unchanged, yet a glint of deeper meaning flickered in his eyes. Trembling, Sun Conkai asked, "Your Majesty, will you bestow a reward upon Concubine Fu for her first night of service?" "No need." "Understood." Fu Yaoqin stood at the entrance of the Bright Moon Hall, waiting in vain for the emperor's reward until night fell, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Had she fallen out of favor with the emperor so soon after her service? How could it be, when the morning's tone had been so gentle? Why, in an instant, had she become distasteful to him? As Fu Yaoqin wept quietly, Shen Nianxi was enjoying her evening meal. Lianxiu entered and spoke softly, "My lady, Concubine Fu has waited all afternoon without seeing anyone from the emperor's side come to reward her. It appears she has not caught the emperor's favor." Setting down her chopsticks, Shen Nianxi felt a pang of suspicion. Logically, a newcomer is usually rewarded the day following their service. In the absence of any reward for Concubine, Fu suggested she might have displeased the emperor. "Lianxiu, has Concubine Fu visited anywhere today?" "My lady, it is said that Consort Liang summoned Concubine Fu to the Lotus Palace early in the morning to assist her in copying scriptures until noon." "Ah, I see." Shen Nianxi understood the underlying reason. Since Liangdi had yet to gain favor, any newcomer who overshadowed her would likely become a target of Consort Liang's resentment, and Concubine Fu was a prime example. However, while Concubine Fu had prioritized obedience to Consort Liang's orders, she failed to recognize the deeper implications. In this palace, the emperor's word was law. He would not allow Consort Liang to dominate alone. He needed to elevate a new concubine capable of counterbalancing her influence. However, concubine Fu's timidity would naturally lead the emperor to overlook her. Yet, stepping ahead of Liangdi was indeed a precarious move, and Shen Nianxi secretly hoped that the individual summoned for the evening would be someone else entirely. Shun Kairan, the emperor commands you to serve him tonight. Chapter 5. To serve the emperor deep within her heart, Shen Nianxi lamented her misfortune. Why was she so unfortunate? At this moment, she had no desire to serve the emperor, yet fate seemed indifferent to her wishes. Despite her internal struggles, she maintained an outward facade of exuberance. Thank you, Your Excellency, she said. Chiu, please bring some silver for the esteemed eunuch. Given the sweltering heat, let this be considered a refreshment fee. The eunuch who delivered the decree chuckled joyfully. Ah, we are grateful to the talented lady. Your fortune is yet to unfold. With the silver in hand, he did not linger in Zhaoyang Palace for long. Shen Nianxi spent a quarter of an hour bathing before calling upon Xiangling to assist her in dressing. Adorned in fragrant garments, she was then carried towards Yangxin Palace in a palanquin. Wei Qixin casually flipped a wooden plaque, not expecting any visitor to please him. However, when he heard the commotion and looked up, he found himself momentarily entranced. The newcomer wore a delicate gown of pale yellow, her brows arched like crescent moons. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, exuding intelligence and vivacity. Her complexion was as fair as snow, with a subtle rosy hue on her cheeks, appearing even more gentle and playful in the night. Shen Nianxi approached gracefully, adhering to the ceremonial etiquette from her memory. This humble servant, Shen, greets your majesty. In her previous life, as the wife of a general, she had entered the palace to express her gratitude to the emperor. Now, as his concubine, she too had to pay her respects. Ah, I seem to recall you, Wei Qixin remarked. You are the one who claimed to have read a few books in the court. Am I correct? Indeed, your majesty, she replied. Reading is commendable. Besides that, what other skills do you possess? Shen Nianxi boldly responded, I possess all the skills expected of a head of a household. You are quite audacious, daring to assume the role of a matriarch despite being a newlywed. Such boldness is noteworthy. His interest was piqued by her straightforwardness. Shen Nianxi felt helpless. She was not being audacious, but speaking the truth, for she had genuinely managed a household before. One who could manage the inner chambers might also adeptly handle the affairs of the harem. Perhaps this seemingly gentle and obedient woman before him was precisely what he needed. A sudden waft of fragrance caught his attention. What is the scent you wear? Your majesty, it is the fragrance of the lotus flower, she replied. Ah, so you have an affinity for the lotus? Shen Nianxi nodded slightly. Indeed, every aspect of the lotus bears elegance. The flower is called Furong, the leaves the flower bud Handan, and the seed Podlimping. I have always cherished refined things, thus my fondness for the lotus. Well said. A woman as pure and serene as the moon. Hearing this, Shen Nianxi realized her assumptions were correct. As the emperor of Dian, he had witnessed countless luxurious treasures. Having seen so much, he naturally sought the elegance of the refined. She had taken a step in the right direction. Exhausted, Shen Nianxi wished to fall into a deep slumber, yet adhering to propriety, she rose to serve Wei Qixin. He gently supported her shoulder. You are utterly fatigued. Rest well. Yes, thank you for your kindness, your majesty. Once Wei Qixin departed, Liang Defei promptly employed her usual tactics, sending for Shen Nianxi to be summoned to Baihe Palace. With a hoarse voice, Shen Nianxi instructed Chiu, reply to Defei's messenger, stating that I have served His Majesty throughout the night and am unwell, unable to rise to greet Her Highness. She understood that to secure her place in Wei Qixin's heart, she must demonstrate her unwavering attitude. She was willing to be the favored concubine, a blade to balance the harem's power dynamics. Liang Defei was taken aback upon receiving this response. Regaining her composure, she sneered. A mere novice concubine dares defy my command. It seems I must teach her a lesson to ensure she understands her place. Liang Hanyun, who accompanied Liang Defei, remarked, Aunt, Shen's family has fallen. The Yeoman Duke's residence is but a name now. You need not worry about her lineage when you discipline her. Exactly so, Liang Defei agreed, summoning another servant. Convey my invitation to her for lunch at Baihe Palace. Liang Hanyan giggled. Indeed, Aunt, you're wise. Merely inviting her for a meal means no one can accuse you of making things difficult for her. Liang Defei smiled lightly. Hanyan, there is much for you to learn in the harem. This is merely the most superficial layer. Yes, I will study diligently under your guidance. Seeing her obedient demeanor, the shadows in Liang Defei's eyes dissipated somewhat. After all, they were of the same family. As long as Liang Hanyan complied with her wishes, she was willing to protect her. After a brief nap in Yangxin Palace, Shen Nianxi returned to Zhaoyang Palace. Liang Defei's people were once again searching for her. Clearly, she would not relent until Shen Nianxi was summoned to Baihe Palace. Struggling to her feet, Shen Nianxi ventured out. The eunuchs at Baihe Palace mocked her. Shen Nianxi, having just received His Majesty's favor, dares to disregard Defei. Such ignorance of rank deserves reprimand. If Shen Nianxi fails to appear today, we shall be remiss in our duties towards her. The implications of their words were clear. Shen Nianxi noticed the people nearby. If she refused to go, Defei's attendants would likely force her to comply. No one would speak against Defei's authority. At that moment, Sun Conkai hurriedly arrived with his entourage. What commotion is this? Though the eunuchs from Baihe Palace boasted, they dared not act arrogantly in the presence of a favored official. San Gonggong, Defei has commanded us to invite Shen Nianxi to Baihe Palace for lunch. How unfortunate! His Majesty has just sent us to deliver a decree stating that Shen Nianxi, having served His Majesty well last night, is to rest today and need not go anywhere. His words were clearly directed at the people from Baihe Palace. The attendants exchanged glances, realizing they could not take Shen Nianxi away this time. Sun Conkai smiled at Shen Nianxi. Shen Nianxi, His Majesty has declared. Please accept the decree. Yes. Shen Nianxi knelt with several attendants as Sun Conkai began to read the decree. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor's decree states, I govern the realm. Fortunate to be graced by beauties within palace. Today, there is Shun of the Yong'an Duke's residence, possessing beauty and gentle disposition, virtuous and composed. I am greatly pleased and hereby confer upon her the title of Urin. I hope she remains respectful, accepts grace within, and enhances her honor. Shen Youwei, please accept the decree. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Shen Nianxi accepted the decree, astonished to be the first newcomer in the palace to receive such an honor. Sun Conkai pointed to the attendants behind him, each bearing a tray. Shen Youwei, these are the gifts specially sent by His Majesty, including precious spices just presented by foreign nations and golden hairpins inlaid with round pearls. Chapter 6. Lady Shen Nianxi smiled and said, I am grateful to you for delivering the Emperor's gifts. Please convey my heartfelt thanks to His Majesty. Lady Shen, rest assured, we are well aware. In truth, Sun Conkai was also aware that the Emperor had not issued a decree initially. It was only when he heard that Lady Shen had declined the invitation from Consort that the Emperor revealed a hint of a smile and commanded him to hasten to convey his edict. After delivering the items, Sun Conkai returned to report to Wei Qixuan. Shen Nianxi instructed the palace attendants to inspect the imperial gifts, register them, and store them in the treasury. By the way, Lin Xiao, select a few exquisite items for me to review. Yes, my lady. Xiao Quan was overjoyed. As the master he served had swiftly garnered the Emperor's favor, he too hoped to bask in her glory in due time. However, as the rewards flowed like a stream into Zhaoyang Palace, Fu Yaoqin's expression grew increasingly despondent. Baoqi, the Emperor truly holds no regard for me. My lady, how could you think so? Lady Shen might just be fortunate for the moment. You mustn't lose heart. Fu Yaoqin calmed herself slightly. Realizing that she had only served the Emperor for one night and received some rewards, it was uncertain who would ultimately find joy in the end. Indeed, my lady, I have heard that the Emperor delights in fine art. You have always possessed remarkable painting skills. If your artwork captures His Majesty's admiration, he may very well regard you favorably. Fu Yaoqin stowed away her disappointment. Yes, fetch me my brushes and paper. I shall paint a portrait of the Emperor's illustrious and majestic form. Yes. As Fu Yaoqin began painting, Shen Nianxi held a scroll, engrossed in reading. Fu Dong entered with tea. My lady, please sip some tea before you continue. Shen Nianxi set down her book and took a few sips when Lin Xiu entered with some fine items. "My lady, I have selected these as per your instructions. Please have a look." Shen Nianxi inspected them one by one, nodding lightly. "Having been in the palace for several days, and after serving the emperor last night, I ought to pay my respects to consort Shen. Lin Xiu, bring these along. Let's make a visit." As Shen Nianxi led Lin Xiu towards the main hall of Changxin Palace, they passed a pavilion where a woman in a light blue palace gown was tossing fish food into the pond, causing the koi to rush towards the food, competing eagerly. Seeing this, consort Shen burst into laughter. "Look, those fish vying for food resemble the women of the harem, fighting fiercely. Yet, only those in high positions can feed them, and within Changxin Palace, that role belongs solely to me." Shen Nianxi paused, realizing that although consort Shen did not speak directly to her, she was keenly aware of her words, subtly reminding her that the principal consort of Changxin Palace was she. "Greetings, consort Shen." Consort Shen feigned just noticing her. "Ah, it is Sister Shen. Where are you headed?" "I have just received favor from His Majesty and should pay my respects to you. I have selected some items from the treasury to present to you." Consort Shen gestured for Su Tao to receive the offerings. "Sister Shen, you are very thoughtful. These are but my duties. I have nothing of value to offer you, except," Consort Shen said, removing a pair of golden hairpins adorned with hibiscus flowers from her hair. "This pin is crafted from pure gold, intricately engraved with lifelike flower patterns. If you wear it, you will undoubtedly appear even more graceful and captivating, ensuring the emperor cannot take his eyes off you." Su Tao added, "This pin has always been Our Lady's treasured possession, seldom shown to others." Consort Shen smiled. "Sister Shen, I bestow this pin upon you today. Take good care of it." "Thank you, Consort Shen." As Shen Nianxi accepted the pin, a deeper smile graced Consort Shen's lips. "All right, Sister Shen, I am aware of your intentions. You may depart now." "Yes, I take my leave." Once Shen Nianxi and Lin Xiu had walked away, Consort Shen tossed all the fish food into the pond. "Daughter, nothing but a bunch of enchanting vixens. I have not seen the emperor for quite some time. With their arrival, I am even less likely to see him." Su Tao whispered, "My lady, why not take this opportunity to befriend the newly entered consorts and select a few to place under your wing? Should they become pregnant and lack the status to keep their children close, you could raise them yourself. Thus, you might encounter the emperor when he comes to see the heir." However, Consort Shen suddenly slapped her. "Are you insinuating that I cannot bear children?" "No, not at all. My lady, please forgive me. I meant no such thing. I merely hoped you would plan ahead for yourself." Consort Shen sneered, "I rarely see the emperor. It is not that I cannot bear children. I have no desire to raise others' offspring." Yes, I misspoke. "Yet, I have no children. How could they give birth before me? What are your plans, my lady?" Consort Shen leaned closer to Su Tao and whispered instructions. Meanwhile, Shen Nianxi returned to Jiayang Palace and began to closely examine the hibiscus double-flower golden hairpin gifted by Consort Shen. The pin was inconspicuous atop Consort Shen and Appo's head. It was not easily noticeable unless one looked closely. Shen Nianxi was unclear about Consort Shen and Appo's intent in gifting her the pin, no matter how she examined it. The pin appeared to be nothing extraordinary. "Lin Xiu, take this pin to the imperial physician for inspection." "Yes." The following day, Lin Xiu returned with the pin. "My lady, the physician reports that the pin poses no issues. You can safely accept it." "Very well, then store the pin in the treasury." Nevertheless, Shen Nianxi remained vigilant. "By the way, my lady, the Internal Affairs Bureau has sent people to the Shen residence and brought both Fu Dong and Mama Qiu to the palace." "Really?" Shen Nianxi was overjoyed, for Fu Dong and Lin Xiu were her trusted aides. During the selection process, she had only brought Lin Xiu with her, and now that they were settled in the palace, their arrival was timely. As she pondered this, a familiar voice echoed, "Mississippi." Shen Nianxi looked at the tearful Fu Dong, smiling as she wiped away her tears. "You've seen me. Why are you crying? From now on, you will be with me in the palace. Yes, wherever the miss goes, I shall follow. I will always serve you." Lin Xiu tugged at Fu Dong and Appo's sleeve. "Fu Dong, in the palace, we mustn't call her miss anymore. We should say my lady." "All right, I understand." Shen Nianxi turned to Mama Qiu. "Mama, I'm glad you have come as well. She knew that Mama Chiu had some rudimentary medical skills, and with her presence, her path would be much smoother. Mama Chiu dropped her belongings and rushed to Shen Nianxi, examining her closely. Chapter 7. The Li Quan Palace, my lord. Before her passing, the lady instructed me to care for you diligently. Now that you have entered the palace, there is no one left in the Shen residence to concern myself with, so I shall follow you through life and death. The matron's kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain. Such sentiments need not be reiterated. Shen Nianxi summoned Lian Xiu, instructing her to promptly prepare the quarters for Matron Xiu and Fu Dong to settle in. In the depths of the palace, encountering familiar faces brought Shen Nianxi immense joy. Yet, amid her happiness, a hint of anxiety lingered. In the past, even as the matriarch of the Chu family, she would allow those who accompanied her to occasionally suffer grievances. The palace fraught with peril. She dared not ponder further, but silently vowed to protect the three of them with utmost diligence. Upon learning that the emperor not only shielded Shen Nianxi for being summoned to the Baihe Palace, but also conferred upon her the title of Guerin, Liang Defei's usually composed demeanor faltered, revealing a crack. And even Fu Meiren, who has served the emperor, received no reward. Yet this Shen Kaijin has been promoted to Guerin. Could it be that she has truly captured the emperor's favor? Liang Defei shook her head. No, I understand the emperor. He is not one to indulge in the pleasures of women. Such promotions are not uncommon. Let us observe whom the emperor summons to his bed tonight. However, the emperor's palanquin once again made its way to the Zhaoyang Palace, causing a stir throughout the harem, as it was unprecedented for a newcomer to be called to the emperor's bed consecutively. When Shen Nianxi received the imperial decree, she managed a strained smile. Having served the emperor for 2 consecutive nights felt rather unfavorable. With a whirlwind of emotions, Shen Nianxi returned to the Yangxin Palace, where she respectfully greeted Wei Qi-xian. Wei Qi-xian beckoned her closer. Come here. As Shen Nianxi approached, she noticed a painting on the low table, depicting a scene she had never encountered. Wei Qi-xian softly inquired, Do you recognize the scenery in this painting? She replied, truthfully, the concubine does not know. This is the Li Quan Palace. In half a month, I shall summon people to accompany me there. Would you like to go? Shen Nianxi understood this was a test. Various thoughts flashed through her mind, but she settled on the safest response. Your Majesty, the concubine shall obey your command. If you wish for me to accompany you, then I shall. She knew that Wei Qi-xian was not genuinely seeking her opinion, but rather gauging whether she would become complacent due to his favor. His satisfaction with her response was evident. Following that, for 3 consecutive days, Wei Qi-xian summoned Shen Nianxi to his bed, and Shen Gairen's prominence surged throughout the palace. Yet, this brought distress to Shen Nianxi as she returned to the Zhaoyang Palace daily to have ointment applied, especially to her waist and abdomen. My lord, do you think the emperor will summon you again tonight? I doubt it, Shen Nianxi replied. She understood that the emperor's previous summons were merely for testing. Having completed his inquiries, she believed she had been chosen by him. To appease the other courtiers, Wei Qi-xian would inevitably turn his attention to others. As expected, that night, he summoned Zhou De-ing to his bed. The following day, Zhou was conferred the title of Kai Nu. Subsequently, Wei Qi-xian also summoned Liang Di and by Liang Di to his bed. Due to the rule that one must achieve significant merit to be promoted to a higher rank, he merely rewarded them with gifts without further elevation. Shen Nianxi realized that without Wei Qi-xian's summons, Defei would hastily seek to trouble her. Thus, she feigned illness and remained secluded in the Zhaoyang Palace for several days. My lord, the list of concubines accompanying the emperor to the Li Quan Palace for the summer has been released, and you are included. Shen Nianxi waved her hand, acknowledging the news. It seemed her illness was indeed improving. If she continued to feign, she would lose her place in the unfolding drama. Before long, it was time to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Entering the Yanci Palace, Shen Nianxi keenly sensed several gazes directed at her. It was no surprise, as among the newcomers, she had spent the most nights at the emperor's side. Her striking presence could hardly go unnoticed. Liang Defei discreetly cast a glance her way. Though she had not scrutinized each newcomer before, this time she remembered Shen Nianxi's visage undeniably a rare beauty, worthy of the emperor's infatuation. Holding her high-ranking position with poise, Liang Defei refrained from confronting Shen Nianxi directly, yet Zhou Kai knew, being her subordinate, charged forward at her signal. Shen Guiren, previously, Lady Defei sent several inquiries regarding your health, yet you remained unwell. On the day of paying respects to the Empress Dowager, it appears you have recovered? Her words implied that Shen Nianxi had deliberately chosen to honor only the Empress Dowager while disregarding Lady Defei. My dear Sister Zhou, your statement is misguided. I harbor no disrespect towards Lady Defei. Rather, I have served the Emperor for 5 consecutive days, which has indeed proven exhausting. Such fatigue naturally led to my illness. Alas, my body is uncooperative. Had it been stronger, I could have served the Emperor longer. Upon uttering this, the hall fell silent. Though Shen Nianxi understood the reasons behind the Emperor's summons to other women, without his presence, she felt free to speak her mind. Her implication was clear. Had she not fallen ill, the opportunity to serve the Emperor would not have gone to anyone else. This statement incited discontent among the other newcomers, who could not help but feel slighted by Zhou Kai's challenge. After all, regardless of whether they had served or not, none could match Shen Guiren's 5 nights of favor. Zhou Kai, being Lady Defei's person, naturally prompted Liang Defei to intervene. The Empress Dowager is arriving, everyone. Please return to your seats and maintain the palace's decorum. Although Liang Defei did not address anyone specifically nor cast her gaze upon Shen Nianxi, the latter understood that her words were directed at her. Liang Defei was cautioning her not to take the Emperor's favor lightly and to remain respectful towards the high-ranking concubine. Regrettably, Shen Nianxi chose to disregard this advice. When the Empress Dowager entered the hall, she promptly sensed the subtle tension in the air, but refrained from commenting, proceeding with her usual admonitions before inquiring about various palace affairs. Lady Defei, I have heard that the Emperor has finalized the list of concubines accompanying him to the Li Quan Palace for the summer in half a month. Who shall be included? Your Majesty, I have been preoccupied with palace matters and cannot accompany the Emperor. However, Yun Fei, Wan Pin, and others are on the list, including Shen Guiren, Bai Yangdi, Fu Maiden, and Andaying. The reactions within the hall varied, with some expressing joy while others wore frowns. The Empress Dowager nodded. This list appears satisfactory. Ro Pin will remain in the palace to bear a child. Lady Defei, you must be more attentive. Chapter 8. A journey through time. This was the second time the Empress Dowager had subtly hinted to her. Liang Defei thought to herself. She meticulously replied, Yes, Your Majesty can rest assured. I shall ensure that nothing befalls Ro Pin. Upon leaving the Yanxi Palace, several concubines, including Shen Nianxi, traversed the path by Xuanji Lake. However, as they crossed the White Jade Bridge, a sudden uproar erupted, filled with chaotic sounds, intermingled with cries for help and splashes of water. Someone has fallen into the water. Quick, save them. Anyone who can swim, jump in and help. Amidst the turmoil, Shen Nianxi stood still, her curiosity piqued by the identity of the unfortunate soul. All around her were concubines who had just exited the Yanxi Palace. Undoubtedly, the one who fell was among them. Liang Defei, having heard the palace maids and Oppos reports, hastened over, fortunate that she had not strayed far. What has happened? She inquired in a deep voice, yet no one knew the details of the incident. Zhou Kai, a maid, suddenly knelt before Liang Defei. Your Grace, I just witnessed Shen Guiren push someone into the water. Shen Guiren, did you indeed push someone? Shen Nianxi was taken aback by Zhou Kai's unfounded accusation, but quickly devised her response. May I ask Zhou Kai a few questions, Your Grace? Liang Defei nodded, prompting her to continue. Zhou Kai, in the midst of the crowd, how did you see me push someone? I saw you next to her, and right after, she fell into the water. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Then, whom did I supposedly push? Zhou Kai began to panic. There were so many people, I couldn't clearly see who it was, but I did see you reach out and push someone. Your Grace, Shen Nianxi interjected, maintaining her composure. Zhou Kai and Oppos' statements are vague. She accuses me, but cannot specify the details of the act or the identity of the victim. Therefore, her words cannot hold weight. Why can it not hold weight? I saw you push her. Shen Nianxi stood her ground. Zhou Kai, are you unaware? The Ministry of Justice requires solid evidence and witnesses for conviction, not to mention the inconsistencies in your testimony. Where do you propose to find material evidence? Under such circumstances, even if I were taken to the Ministry of Justice for investigation, no conclusion could be reached. I am favored by His Majesty. He would not imprison me. Your grace has always been lenient. Without evidence, you would not trouble me. This was subtly directed at Liang de Fei, who might very well consider ordering her imprisonment in the Ministry of Justice, where they were known for their harsh methods. Even if she were wronged, she would emerge with a tarnished reputation. By preemptively invoking the emperor's favor and elevating Liang de Fei's status, she made it difficult for the latter to act rashly. Sure enough, Liang de Fei and Appo's gaze toward Shen Nianxi held a hint of contemplation. Can Zhou Kai and Appo's single word be taken as truth? If no one else witnessed it, let us set this matter aside for now. Saving the person is paramount. Song Xin, is there still hope for the one who fell? Your Grace, we have rescued her, but it seems she has lost consciousness. Who has fallen? It is Jiang Chongzai, residing in Jingxiang Palace, whose given name is Jiang Shuyuan. Although Liang de Fei could not recall her appearance, she remembered that Jiang Shuyuan was the daughter of the governor of Zhili. Her family background was unremarkable, and it was indeed a pity that she passed before her time. With Jiang Chongzai now gone, Liang de Fei would report to the emperor and arrange for her burial. However, the fact that she had drowned was a grave matter, and the one who pushed her would not be spared. Shang Xin summoned the officials from the Ministry of Justice to investigate. Yes, the others stood in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Who could have anticipated that in the brief span of a moment, a concubine would perish within the palace? Jiang Chongzai had been pushed into the water in broad daylight. Who could guarantee that they would not also meet a similar fate under the cover of night? Amidst their trepidation, they were met with an even more shocking revelation. This is bad, Your Grace. Jiang Chongzai, she is alive. What? Liang de Fei's lips turned pale. How could she suddenly come back to life? The servant does not know, but she has indeed awakened. Look, she is right there. Following the direction indicated by the young eunuch, they beheld Jiang Shuyuan, drenched but sitting at the water's edge. This situation was indeed perplexing, Your Grace. Could it be that we have encountered a ghost in broad daylight? Liang de Fei ditortiv. Nonsense. This is the emperor's domain. With His Majesty's presence, how could malevolent spirits dare to manifest? It must be that careless servants failed to conduct a proper investigation, resulting in this misunderstanding. This explanation was somewhat plausible, and the crowd chose to believe it, ultimately unwilling to accept that someone had returned from the dead before their eyes. Jiang Shuyuan, bewildered, glanced at her soaked palace dress. Where am I? Wasn't I lying in an air-conditioned room playing on my phone? Did I suddenly die and traverse into another realm? A flash of memory surged within her, and upon seeing the group of ladies nearby, she, having read countless time travel novels, quickly accepted this reality. If I have arrived, then so be it. What is there to fear? Surely I can carve out my own path here. Two palace maids approached, assisting her to her feet. Jiang Chongzai, have you lost your wits from your fall, that you do not know to pay your respects to the Empress Dowager? Jiang Shuyuan recognized the figure before her as Liang de Fei, the one in charge of the harem matters, and immediately bowed. This humble one pays respects to Your Grace. Do you know who pushed you into the water? Jiang Shuyuan shook her head honestly, admitting her ignorance of the situation. Liang de Fei placed her hand to her forehead. If Jiang Shuyuan did not know, the matter would be complicated. Just as she was at a loss, the eunuch announced, His Majesty has arrived, drawing everyone's attention back to the present as a figure clad in bright yellow approached, prompting them all to kneel in reverence. Jiang Shuyuan followed the example of those around her. As all knelt, Wei Qixin walked directly to Shen Nianxi, extending his hand toward her. Shen Nianxi was momentarily taken aback, but, after a moment of appropriate surprise, placed her hand in his, allowing him to assist her to her feet. Only then did Wei Qixin speak. Everyone else may rise. Once standing, all gazes turned toward Shen Nianxi, filled with profound meaning. They understood her favor. Yet none expected it to reach such heights. This honor was one even Liang de Fei had not received, as they had witnessed it clearly just moments ago. Wei Qixin regarded Liang Defei, saying, I have received reports that Jiang Changzai was pushed into the water and nearly drowned. Is there a conclusion to this matter? Your Majesty, there were too many people present. It is unlikely we will identify the perpetrator. Even Jiang Changzai herself does not know who pushed her. However, she hesitated before continuing. Earlier, Zhou Kai claimed she witnessed Shen Youwei push Jiang Changzai, but her word alone is insufficient for proof. This matter remains for your Majesty to decide. Chapter 9. Conclusion. Shen Nianxi slightly raised her head. Realizing that Liang Defei and Oppo's words were merely an attempt to shift suspicion onto her. Fortunately, she had her own means of counteraction. Your Majesty, I am unaware of what grievance I have caused Lady Zhou Kai, leading her to besmirch my reputation. I was standing right beside her and did not miss the expression on her face. When the eunuch reported that Jiang Changzai had revived, Shen noticed her pallor, as if she were gripped by fear. Lady Zhou Kai, if you were not guilty, why would you be afraid? One who is innocent has nothing to fear. Zhou Kai hurriedly retorted, seeking the Emperor and Oppo's judgment. Your Majesty, it is indeed terrifying when someone is said to have come back from the dead. Bai Wanyin suddenly interjected. Your Majesty, Lady Fu was also beside Zhou Kai just now. Surely, she can testify on behalf of Lady Shen. Fu Yaoqin was taken aback. She had indeed seen it. But if she spoke the truth to defend Shen Nianxi, would that not allow Shen to escape this predicament? In reply to your Majesty, and to the esteemed Lady Defei, I was too fearful to pay attention to Lady Zhou Kai's expression. Her words were indeed carefully crafted. Yu Qixin observed that without conclusive evidence, no one could be punished today. Jiang Changzai would merely have to endure some injustice. Since no one has died, let's offer some comfort. Very well. As Lady Zhou Kai and Lady Shen each have their own accounts and no other witnesses, we shall set this matter aside for now, awaiting the findings of the Dali Temple. Jiang Changzai. Jiang Suqian quickly bowed her head. I am here. You have been frightened. I will send someone to reward you as a gesture of comfort. Take care of your health and do not let this incident affect you. Yes, I shall abide by your orders. Though she had just arrived and was somewhat bewildered, this unfortunate event had unexpectedly brought her into Yu Qixin's sight, which was not without its advantages. Enough. You may disperse. Once the others had departed, Shen Nianxi seized the moment to express her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust in me. From where do you discern that I trust you? If Your Majesty did not trust me, you would not have granted me the opportunity to defend myself. You are a clever woman. Come, accompany me to the Yangxin Palace. Yes. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Suqian, Shen Nianxi harbored her own thoughts and silently followed Yu Qixin. In the Baihe Palace, Songxin, having received Liang Defei's orders, struck Zhou Kai across the face. Zhou Kai, clutching her cheek, teared up. Your Highness, you foolish girl. How dare you act so brazenly in public? If others see, it could implicate me. Your Highness, I am wronged. I did not push Jiang Changzai. I merely sought to cast dirt on Lady Shen. Liang Defei paused. If it was not you, then who could it be? I do not know. Liang Defei did not believe Zhou Kai would have the audacity to deceive her, so she pondered who else could be involved. Then why did you display such suspicious behavior? Your Highness, I was truly frightened. Enough. If it was not you, then rise. I do not believe you would be foolish enough to act in such a manner. Indeed, Your Highness, I would never dare implicate you. Good, you understand. Liang Defei rubbed her temples, deciding to set aside the matter of Jiang Changzai for now, as there were more pressing issues at hand. Rong Giji approached and helped Zhou Kai to her feet, casually inquiring, Are you referring to Ruo Pin? Indeed, her belly has been growing day by day. Ruo Pin is typically cautious. I have attempted to place people in the Xian'e Palace several times, but have failed, let alone delivering medicine. There is only one pawn left to play. Rong Giji smiled softly. Congratulations, Your Highness. Ruo Pin and Oppo's caution is indeed a blessing. What good is that? Liang Defei's eyes glimmered as if struck by a thought. I understand now. You are right. Her excessive caution may not be a bad thing. If I recall correctly, the previous emperor had planted several oleanders in Xian'e Palace. Are they still thriving? Yes, Your Highness. Liang Defei covered her mouth and smiled. That is excellent. Su Tao knelt before Chun Pin. Your Highness, I have added musk powder to the bracelet as you instructed. However, I believe it would be wiser to gift it solely to Lady Fu. Oh, Your Highness, I have observed the activities in Zhaoyang Palace and Jiyue Palace these days. Lady Shen is quite indulgent, frequently spending money on chilled delicacies. If this continues, she may not conceive without your intervention. Moreover, should anything happen to both Lady Fu and Lady Shen in Chongqing Palace, you would not be able to explain yourself. Chun Pin glanced at the bracelet, realizing the potential risk. Indeed, if both were to suffer misfortune, I could not bear the consequences. But must I simply let Lady Shen go unpunished? Lady Shen has recently risen in prominence, with the Emperor summoning her repeatedly. I am more concerned about her than Lady Fu. Su Tao whispered, Today, Your Highness witnessed that Lady Fu refused to testify for Lady Shen, indicating her jealousy. It may be better to utilize her later to eliminate Lady Shen. Chun Pin toyed with her nails, finding merit in Su Tao and Oppo's reasoning. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Yes. Su Tao placed the bracelet in a brocade box and took two people toward Jiyue Palace. Upon hearing that Su Tao had arrived, Lady Fu quickly instructed her attendants to let her in. Why has Miss Su come so late? Does the princess have any orders? Su Tao slightly bowed and presented the brocade box. While sorting through old items, the princess came across this silver bracelet, reminiscent of your past beauty. She has sent me to present it to you, hoping you will accept it graciously. Lady Fu accepted the bracelet. Since it is the princess and Oppo's, as kindness I cannot refuse. Please convey my gratitude to the princess. Yes, the bracelet has been delivered. I take my leave. After Su Tao departed, Baoqi looked at Lady Fu with concern. My lady, are you not worried that the bracelet from the princess might carry ill intent? Lady Fu shook her head. Not at all. I had no intention of wearing it. She casually tossed the brocade box to Baoqi. Take it to the storeroom. Only then did Baoqi feel relieved. Yes, my lady. Jiang Suqian had made her appearance before Yuqi Xian, and with the Emperor and Oppo's intent to comfort her, he summoned her to share his bed. My lady, the Emperor has decreed that tonight you shall serve him. I will assist you in changing and preparing. Jiang Suqian caressed her face. I knew it. With such beauty, the Emperor could not possibly overlook me. Let's go. Chapter 10. Jiang Xuyuan's favor in her previous life. Jiang Xuyuan did not appear in such a manner. However, upon gazing into the mirror, she found herself astonished by the beauty of the original owner. Were it not for the stunning appearances of the ladies in the palace, the original and Oppo's allure would undoubtedly rank among the finest. Upon arriving at the Yangxing Palace, Jiang Xuyuan knelt before Wei Qi Xian to pay her respects. Rise, he commanded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Qi Xian gazed at the exquisite woman before him, feeling a stir in his heart. What is your name? Replying to Your Majesty. I am called Jiang Xuyuan. A splendid name. By the way, what does your maid carry? Noticing that Wei Qi Xian had indeed taken note of her maid, she responded with a smile. Your Majesty, while I lack the skills to compare in the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I excel in the creation of pastries. I thought that Your Majesty might be hungry at this hour, so I personally prepared a fruitcake for Your Majesty to sample. A fruitcake? Indeed, Your Majesty. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Jiang Xuyuan's eyes. She was determined that these delicacies could surely win the Emperor's heart. This is the first time I have heard such a name. Bring it to me, so that I may see. Jiang Xuyuan respectfully presented the cake, and after tasting a few bites, Wei Qi Xian found it delightful. It is both sweet and not overly rich, with a fragrant fruit essence, soft and chewy. Well done. The pastries are excellent. If Your Majesty enjoys it, I will be delighted to remain by Your Majesty's side and prepare delectable treats for you. Very well, you are thoughtful. Wei Qi Xian was genuinely pleased. After a night had passed, he elevated Jiang Xuyuan's status, promoting her from a regular concubine to a talent. For several consecutive days, Wei Qi Xian summoned only Jiang Xuyuan, which drew murmurs of discontent from the newcomers. With Shen Guiran preceding and Jiang Kaijin following, they wondered when it would be their turn. My lord, I have heard that Jiang Kaijin is skilled and that her pastries have earned the Emperor's endless praise. It is no wonder she has been favored for several days. Shen Nianxi put down her book her expression revealing understanding. So it is, my lord. The emperor has not summoned you these days. Could it be due to the incident when Jiang Kaijin fell into the water, creating a rift between you? Not all. In matters without evidence, the emperor will not pursue them. His repeated summons of her are not only due to her skill, but also a means to placate her. Shen Nianxi and Appo's fingers lightly traced the pages of her book. The emperor of Dian was most adept at balancing affairs. Shall the incident of Jiang Kaijin falling into the water simply be forgotten? Shen Nianxi shook her head. Certainly not. Even before receiving the emperor's favor, someone sought to bring her to ruin. Now that she is the emperor's favored one, those who wish her harm will only grow more impatient. Lianxiu, what do you think will happen? Lianxiu understood. The assailant would undoubtedly make another attempt against Jiang Kaijin, and at that point, her true intentions would be revealed. Precisely. Now, let's set aside this talk. Have the preparations for our journey to the Liqian Palace been completed? Rest assured, my lord, everything is in order, and we shall not delay tomorrow's itinerary. Good. Originally, Jiang Kaijin was not on the list of concubines traveling to the Liqian Palace to escape the summer heat. But due to her recent favor, Wei Qi Xian had ordered her inclusion. Jiang Xiyuan's carriage followed closely behind Wei Qi Xian's, a stark contrast to her rank. My lord, according to rank, Jiang Caijin's carriage should be behind. However, she is now ahead. Shen Nianxi restrained Fu Dong's hand. Rank cannot surpass the emperor's favor. If the emperor values her, then the breach of hierarchy is inconsequential. Understanding this clearly, Shen Nianxi desired only the finest. After a half-day journey, everyone arrived at the Liqian Palace. As they approached the steps, Lianxiu remarked, "Indeed, it is a pleasant summer retreat. Even I can feel the refreshing breeze. Indeed, the gentle wind is soothing. My lord, let us enter swiftly." Lianxiu and Fu Dong assisted Shen Nianxi into the Liqian Palace, following a leading eunuch to their quarters. Your Highness, this is the water viewing pavilion, which houses the qin left by the late Emperor Wei Taifei. All other furnishings have been newly replaced at the behest of Eunuch Sunday. Thank you, eunuch. Please convey my gratitude. Lianxiu offered a silver ingot to dismiss the eunuch and return to Shen Nianxi's side. Your Highness, Eunuch Sun's intentions reflect the emperor's. Even with a new favorite by his side, the emperor has not forgotten you. With her head bowed in silence, Shen Nianxi understood that the emperor had yet to fully utilize her, and thus would not abandon her as a mere pawn. After several days in the water viewing pavilion without interruption, Shen Nianxi felt particularly at ease. Yet, she was not one to remain idle. She called for Lianxiu and ventured out for a stroll. My lord, the scenery within the Liqian Palace is truly exquisite. It is no wonder that the concubines are eager to accompany the emperor. In truth, should they wish to come, the emperor would not deny them. He would ensure they are permitted. If entry to the Liqian Palace were limited, those concubines would indeed fight fiercely for a spot. As they walked, Shen Nianxi's gaze was drawn to a small girl nearby, who was crying bitterly, and there seemed to be no one around. My lord, let us go check. As Shen Nianxi approached the girl, noting her fine attire, she surmised that her identity must be significant. Dear child, please do not cry. Tell me, what is your name? The girl ignored her, crying inconsolably, evoking sympathy in all who beheld her. Lianxiu whispered, My lord, I have heard that Wan Pin and the second princess have also come to the Liqian Palace. Perhaps this girl is the second princess. Is that so? Where does Wan Pin reside? Wan Pin resides in Xianhua Hall. Gently, Shen Nianxi used a handkerchief to wipe away the girl and Appo's tears. Do not cry anymore. I will help you find your mother. Though the girl remained silent, she was willing to nestle into Shen Nianxi's embrace. With tender affection, Shen Nianxi patted her back and carried the child towards Xianhua Hall. As they approached the entrance, she heard a commotion inside, and upon listening closely, recognized a woman's angry voice. Truly a calamity, you incompetent fools. I entrusted you with the princess. How could you let her wander off? Hurry and find her. If anything happens to the princess, I shall not spare you. Wan Pin, do not be angry. The princess is safe. Seeing Shen Nianxi holding Lianyi, Wan Pin's heart relaxed. She rushed over and took Lianyi from Shen Nianxi and Appo's arms, overcome with joy and tears. Lianyi, my dear Lianyi, where have you been? You have made your mother so anxious. Mother, Liani planted a kiss on Wan Pin's cheek, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother. I am here now." Yu. Wan Pin's heart melted. Yet she regained her composure in front of the palace attendants who had nearly lost the princess. Chapter 11. The poisoning of the princess. You shall each receive 20 lashes and a half-month and oppos, as salary and penalty. Yes, thank you, your highness, for your mercy. They expressed their gratitude as they departed, knowing that had it not been for Princess Liani and Oppos' well-being, they would surely have faced death today. Accepting their punishment, they reminded themselves to be more cautious in the future. Lady Wan turned to Shen Nianxi, "Sister Shen, we owe you a great debt this time. Those palace servants were derelict in their duties. Had it not been for you, my Liani might have encountered grave danger." "Lady Wan, you are too kind. I merely returned her to Shen Youwei residence after seeing her in distress. I played a minimal role." "Sister, do not speak so modestly. I am genuinely grateful to you. No need to address me as your highness. It feels rather distant. I am but a few years your senior, so simply call me sister." Shen Nianxi nodded slightly. "Very well. Sister Wan." "Liani, greet your sister Shen." Liani chirped, "Sister Shen." Shen Nianxi gently caressed Liani's cheek. "Sister Wan is indeed fortunate. Princess Liani is so adorable." Lady Wan's smile towards Shen Nianxi grew more sincere. "Not at all. If you do not mind, please come in for a cup of tea. Since Sister Wan has invited me, I shall not refuse." As they sat facing each other, their tea gathering was indeed a true exchange of pleasantries, which drew them closer. As dusk approached, Shen Nianxi finally departed Shen Youwei residence. The following afternoon, Shen Nianxi was lazily perusing books as usual when she was informed of a visitor. "Your Grace, I have come to see you." "Master Sun, please rise. Has the Emperor summoned me?" "Yes, Lady Jiang has prepared afternoon tea, and His Majesty has specifically sent me to invite you to Lake Heart Island." Shen Nianxi tossed her book onto the table. "Very well. Chio, assist me in changing." Of course. Dressed in a pale blue cloud-patterned silk skirt, Shen Nianxi made her way to Lake Heart Island. From a distance, she spotted Wei Qi Xian and Lady Jiang, accompanied by 2 other concubines. Upon closer inspection, one of them was Lady Wan, whom she had met just the day before. "Lady Shen has arrived. Please take a seat." Wei Qi Xian did not require Shen Nianxi to bow and instead pushed a plate of pastries towards her. "These are the grape cookies made by Lady Jiang. They are crispy and fragrant. Do try them." Shen Nianxi took a bite of the delightful cookie, praising its exquisite taste. Lady Jiang certainly possesses remarkable culinary skills. "These cookies are indeed delightful, and the name is quite intriguing." Lady Jiang replied, "These are a local delicacy from my hometown, rarely known to others." "I see." Shen Nianxi noticed Lady Wan wearing a crimson palace dress, cradling 3-year-old Liani. Upon seeing Shen Nianxi, Lady Wan nodded in greeting and promptly fed Liani a cookie. In addition to Lady Wan, there was also Lady N, who was typically reserved and quiet, seldom engaging in conversation. With gentle breezes, fine tea, and lovely company, this day is truly delightful. Just as Wei Qi Xian finished speaking, Lady Wan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, Your Majesty! Liani has unexpectedly vomited up the cookies she ate." In a moment of panic, Lady Wan turned her ire towards Lady Jiang. "Did you not say that Liani could eat the cookies? Why is she now vomiting uncontrollably?" Wei Qi Xian hastily instructed Sun Kong to summon the royal physician. Lady Jiang was immediately flustered. How could Liani vomit? There was nothing wrong with the cookies. Soon, Physician Liu arrived, and after examining Liani, he spoke with a grave demeanor. "Your Majesty, may I examine the food on the table?" "Proceed." Physician Liu meticulously inspected the cookies before his expression grew increasingly somber. "Your Majesty, these cookies are laced with aconitum." "Aconitum? What is that?" Not only Wei Qi Xian, but the others were also perplexed. "Your Majesty, aconitum is a medicinal herb. It can relieve coughs and asthma in adults. However, if ingested by a child, it can cause severe gastrointestinal distress and uncontrollable vomiting." "Indeed." Lady Wan wept, "Your Majesty. Liani is still so young and has fallen victim to a malicious scheme. How can she endure such torment? I implore you to find the true culprit and not to spare those who poison the princess. First, take Liani back for treatment by the physician. I will uncover the truth and restore justice." "Yes, I shall take my leave." Lady Wan sobbed as she cradled Liani and departed. Wei Qixin turned a cold gaze towards Lady Jiang. Lady Jiang, did you alone prepare these cookies? Yes, I'm solely responsible for the cookies, as no one else knows how to make them. However, Your Majesty, I truly did not add aconitum. I never intended to harm Princess Liani. Wei Qixin pointed at the cookies on the table. If what you say is true, then who else could have added aconitum? I do not know. This was the first time Lady Jiang faced such a situation, and she could not withstand the Emperor and Appo's wrath. Although she had seen many palace dramas, no one had taught her how to clear her name in this moment. Even she could not fathom how the cookies she had made could possibly contain aconitum. Since you cannot explain, I shall not be lenient. I beseech your Majesty for mercy. Please consider my diligent service to you in recent days and spare me. You have poisoned the princess. I cannot be lenient. Guards, demote Lady Jiang to a maid and cast her into the cold palace. Your Majesty. Lady Jiang was stunned. She had just arrived in Dian for such a short time, and now faced emotion. Yet, she could not prove her innocence, and could only plead for mercy as she was dragged away by the guards. Shen Nianxi silently observed this scene, her heart racing. To accompany the Emperor is akin to walking with a tiger. Indeed, he is cold-hearted. Fortunately, she only desires power and has never sought the Emperor's affection. Your Majesty, with the sudden incident concerning Princess Liani, Lady Wan must be in great distress. I wish to visit her. At that moment, Wei Qixin was also unwilling to remain any longer and waved his hand to permit her. After walking a few steps, Qiu whispered, Master, how grand Lady Jiang was before. Now she is cast into the cold palace with a mere command from the Emperor. Do you see? Surviving in the palace is fraught with peril. Every step is like walking on the edge of a blade. One misstep can lead to utter ruin. Remember today's lesson and be ever cautious. Yes, Master. Upon reaching Shen Youwei residence, Shen Nianxi coincidentally encountered Physician Liu. Physician Liu, how is Princess Liani? Greetings, Your Grace. Rest assured, Princess Liani has only eaten a small amount of the cookies, and she is now out of danger. That is good to hear. After sending a message, Yu Xia, by Lady Wan's side, invited Shen Nianxi inside. Shen Nianxi bowed to Lady Wan, who helped her rise. There is no need for such formalities, sister. Today in Appo's events must have startled you as well. Chapter 12. Doubts arise, Sister Wan. You are indeed the one who has been deeply frightened. Fortunately, the princess is safe and sound. Indeed, I have only one princess, Liani, and I cannot allow any harm to come to her. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that Jiang Kairan be demoted to a palace maid and cast into the cold palace, which serves to uphold justice for the princess. Wan Pin glanced around, dismissed everyone, and invited Shen Nianxi to sit down. Sister, there are a few words I wish to share with you. Please, Sister Wan, go ahead. Wan Pin spoke softly. While on Huaxian Island, my thoughts were solely on Liani, fixated on punishing the poisoner. Now that Liani has recovered, my thoughts have inevitably deepened. Shen Nianxi understood Wan Pin and Appo's implication. Her sister wished to suggest that this matter harbors deeper mysteries. Indeed, conversing with you is refreshing. You are remarkably astute. Upon reflection, I cannot help but feel that Jiang Shuyuan cannot be so foolish. I share your sentiment. Jiang Shuyuan has recently gained the Emperor's favor, and before this, she likely hadn't even laid eyes on the princess. There is no reason for her to gamble her future by harming Princess Liani. Moreover, if she truly intended to harm the princess, she would not allow herself to become a suspect. Wan Pin nodded, affirming that there is only one possibility. Someone seeks to harm the princess and frame Jiang Shuyuan for it. No, in that case, I cannot simply watch her languish in the cold palace. Sister, you are righteous, but without evidence, the Emperor would not believe it. Additionally, I have contemplated another possibility. What possibility? Your Highness, do you recall the incident a few days ago when Jiang Shuyuan fell into the water? Perhaps someone intends to eliminate her. When they failed previously, they might have hastened their actions now, using the pretense of harming the princess to ensure Jiang Shuyuan cannot recover. Shen Nianxi had anticipated that there would be further attempts on Jiang Shuyuan's life, yet she did not expect the second attempt to occur so swiftly. You speak wisely. I cannot allow the true perpetrator who harmed the princess to escape. nor do I wish for an innocent person to be imprisoned. Sister, what do you propose we do? If you trust me, I have a plan in mind. Pray, share it with me. Buy a palace. Your Highness. News has arrived from the palace. Jiang Shuyuan has been sent to the cold palace. Oh, Song Xin relayed the information to concubine Liang, who set aside her Buddhist scriptures. Such a turn of events. However, since it is the Emperor and Appo's decree, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Thus, she resolved not to involve herself further. Your Highness, Master Chao has sent word that the table requested by Xianhe Palace has been completed. When shall it be delivered? Let it be sent tomorrow. Remember, my belongings must be included as well. Rest assured, Your Highness. The following day, at Xianhe Palace, Wang Yue stood beside Ro Pin, her expression filled with worry. Your Highness, you are with child. While plum soup is delightful, it should not be consumed too cold. Understand. Ro Pin dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. I heard that Jiang Changzai was pushed into the water a few days ago. Yes, the palace is fraught with dangers. Fortunately, Your Highness did not visit Yinxi Palace to pay respects. Ro Pin caressed her belly. Indeed, I remain oblivious to outside affairs, solely focused on ensuring the safe arrival of my child, and that is my greatest comfort. There is no need for concern, for the pregnancy medicine is prepared daily under my watchful eye. You have closed the doors to visitors, neither leaving Xianhe Palace nor allowing others to enter. Thus, should anyone harbor ill intentions, they would find no opportunity. Quite so. Just then, another palace maid entered. Your Highness, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has sent something over. What have they sent? The table in your chamber was damaged beyond use. Thus, Master Chao has dispatched a new one. As she spoke, the servants indeed carried in a new table. Wang Yue assisted Ro Pin in examining it. The red lacquer was evenly applied, and the table was crafted from fragrant sandalwood. At first glance, Ro Pin was utterly enamored. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has executed this task exceptionally well. As Your Highness carries the dragon air, it is clear they would not dare disregard your words. The maid continued, Your Highness, besides the table, concubine has also sent a lightweight silk quilt. Ro Pin scoffed coldly. What good could concubine possibly send? It is likely that the quilt conceals something that could endanger my child. Remove it and do not allow it within Xianhe Palace. Understood, Your Highness. Since Jiang Shuyuan was sent to the cold palace, Shen Nianxi became the foremost companion to Yuqi Xian, attending to him at night and accompanying him during the day. Yuqi Xian led Shen Nianxi through the gardens, followed by a retinue of palace servants. The emperor remarked on the vibrant lotus flowers blooming nearby. Indeed, it is said that fresh lotus seeds can dispel internal heat. It stands to reason that fresh ones would be even more refreshing. I recall you mentioning your fondness for lotus flowers, extolling their elegance. Why do you now express a desire for lotus seeds? Shen Nianxi remained unfazed. Liking something does not preclude her from enjoying it. Yuqi Xian chuckled, finding it rare to encounter such genuine disposition among the women of the palace. If you desire them, I shall have someone gather lotus seeds and deliver them to your pavilion by the water. Shen Nianxi lowered her gaze. If it is merely having someone pick them, it lacks the novelty. What do you suggest? I wish to row a boat to the lake myself to gather lotus seeds. I wonder if the emperor would accompany me? Considering that I have finished reviewing today's memorials, a boat ride would indeed be a delightful diversion. Yuqi Xian agreed. Very well, son Conkai. Your servant is here. Prepare a boat. Yes, your servant will not delay such an important task. Sun Conkai hastily arranged for a boat to be prepared. Yuqi Xian stepped onto the boat, extending his hand to Shen Nianxi, who allowed him to assist her aboard. Once seated, the palace servants began to row, gradually moving toward the center of the lake. Upon reaching the depths of the lotus flowers, Shen Nianxi reached out to gather lotus seeds, while Yuqi Xian watched, feeling at ease only when he was in her company. Look, Emperor, few venture to gather lotus seeds here. These seeds are plentiful and ripe. Today, we are fortunate. You have worked hard. Not at all. It is my pleasure. Speaking of which, I used to gather lotus seeds in my youth, but it has been ages since I have rowed a boat on the lake. Her back was turned to Yuqi Xian, thus concealing the depth of her emotions and the gravity that belied her youth. After marrying, she had shouldered the responsibilities of the Chu family matriarch, prioritizing the family above all else, seldom indulging in personal whims, and laboring tirelessly, leaving little room for leisure. If you truly enjoy it, there are plenty of lakes within the palace grounds. Should you wish, you may row whenever you please. Chapter 13. Clearing Innocence. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the gentle breeze caressed the surface of the lake, Shen Nianxi gathered fresh lotus seeds and plucked the enchanting lotus flowers, indulging in a moment of exquisite elegance and grace, accompanied by the emperor. On the shore, a woman clad in a resplendent crimson palace gown stood, gazing intently at the heart of the lake. Lu Ji, is that the emperor? Lu Ji tiptoed for a better view, confirming, indeed, it was the esteemed Shen Youwei accompanying the emperor on his boat. Yin Fei and Appo's eyes narrowed with disdain. How easily one can capture the emperor's heart while drifting upon the lake. My lady, the emperor has summoned Shen Youwei for several consecutive days, without the presence of anyone else. If this continues, might you risk losing his favor? What nonsense! Yin Fei shot a glare at Lu Ji. I have shared a bond with the emperor for many years, and I was among the first to enter the royal palace. How could he ever turn away from me? Yes, it was merely a slip of the tongue. I beg your forgiveness for my thoughtless words. Next time, I shall send you to the laundry department. Lu Ji lowered her head in submission. The emperor is merely captivated by her fleeting novelty. How long can his affection last? The days in the palace are long, and I shall watch as Shen Youwei navigates this. With a sharp flick of her skirt, Yin Fei turned and left. Lu Ji hesitated for a moment before hastening to follow her, concealing the turmoil in her eyes. Although Wei Qixin's decree was to confine Jiang Shuoyuan to the Cold Palace, she now resided in Liquan Palace, where she was merely kept under soft confinement. Let me out. I am innocent. I did not poison Princess Lian Yi. I did not add any purple aster powder. Why? Why does no one believe me? From the initial hysteria to an overwhelming despair, these days felt unbearable for Jiang Shuoyuan. She truly had not harmed Princess Lian Yi. Yet, why was there purple aster powder in the biscuits? The question haunted her. The door creaked open, and a palace maid rudely tossed a bowl of leftover rice before her. This is your lunch. Eat quickly. During her confinement, the food had deteriorated day by day, and this bowl of leftovers was both filthy and foul-smelling. However, her empty stomach allowed no room for pride. After enduring a whipping without medicine, her wounds had festered, and even eating was a struggle. Jiang Shuoyuan, suppressing her pain, crawled over, grasped the leftover rice, and stuffed it into her mouth. As she ate, her throat tightened with emotion. She had never endured such suffering. Previously, her worst days consisted of instant noodles. But now, even instant noodles felt like a distant luxury. She was finished. After hastily consuming a few bites, Jiang Shuoyuan could eat no more. She clasped her hands together in prayer. If I can escape this place, I will no longer seek the emperor and Appo's as favor. I only wish for good food, restful sleep, and to live each day well. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a well-dressed woman entered. Do you wish to leave? Such is your folly, Jiang Shuoyuan. How do you feel about your current predicament? Who are you? I have made arrangements with those outside. Here, it is just you and me. I shall tell you plainly, Jiang Shuoyuan, it was I who had the purple aster powder added to the biscuits. Who are you? I have never seen you before. I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish to frame me? Jiang Shuoyuan seethed with hatred at the sight of the glamorous woman. This palace truly was a den of schemes. Undying grasped Jiang Shuoyuan's chin and coldly stated, How can you not remember who I am? I'm in one. If it were not for your father, my father would not have been exiled, and I would not have lived as a guest under another's roof. I loathe the Jiang family, I loathe your father, and I loathe you. I never anticipated that you would enter the palace on the same day as me. It was sheer luck that you did not drown last time. But now, you shall never rise again. Jiang Shuoyuan strained to lift her head. It was you who pushed me into the water last time. Of course. The deranged woman before her was indeed the one responsible for the original's demise. I will expose your crimes. Undying laughed mockingly. You are confined here, so do not think of escaping. You cannot leave, but I can enter. Instinctively, Undying released her grip. Who's there? The door swung open again, and Wan Pin entered alongside Shen Nianxi. Undying, How venomous your heart, daring to poison and harm my daughter. And Wan's face turned pale with fright. She had just confirmed that there was no one around. How could Wan Pin and Shen Youwei be present? This was troublesome. My lady, it is Jiang Shuayuan, that vile woman who conspired against Princess Lian. We have heard every word you said, Wan. With this single statement, Wan ceased to argue. Seasoned Daying and Jiang Shuayuan. I must see the emperor. Soon, all four stood before Wei Qixuan. Your Majesty, it was indeed Dai Ying who poisoned and framed me. She has just confessed, and Shen Youwei can attest to this. I can testify for Wan Pin. Every word she speaks is true. Wei Qixuan was perplexed. Jiang Shuayuan admitted to making the biscuits herself. What in dying? Shen Nianxi stepped forward. Your Majesty, allow me to explain. After I returned that day, I sensed something was amiss. Jiang Shuayuan had no need to set such a trap for herself to harm the princess. Coincidentally, Wan Pin and I shared the same suspicions, and she dispatched someone to closely observe Jiang Shuayuan's confinement. I sent someone to investigate and learned that a palace maid claimed to have seen Jiang Shuayuan setting down a food box and adjusting her attire, and she witnessed Jiang Shuayuan and Oppos, S-maid swiftly sprinkling something into the food box. I also discovered that Jiang Shuayuan and Oppos, S personal maid had been bribed by Dai Ying. Today, when Wan Pin's people saw Dai Ying approaching the confinement room, we hurried here, only to overhear Dai Ying confessing that it was her doing. Wei Qixuan slammed the table, startling Wan into trembling. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Innocent? Then explain your innocence. She found herself at a loss for words, regretting her hasty decision to inform Jiang Shuayuan of the matter. Shen Nianxi interjected, Your Majesty, it was Dai Ying who pushed Jiang Shuayuan into the water last time. She stood behind her, and upon seeing no one paying attention, she acted. This too. She confessed. Wei Qixuan was deeply disappointed. How could my harem harbor such a malicious consort? Proclaim my decree. And Dai Ying is of ill repute, and shall be given white silk to end her life. Wan Pin reminded, Your Majesty, Jiang Shuayuan has suffered greatly. You must compensate her well. Sun Conkai. Chapter 14. Fortunate times the servant bowed and conveyed the emperor's decree to restore Jiang Shuyuan's title of talent and grant her additional rewards as a gesture of consolation. Yes, Wang Pin personally assisted Jiang Shuyuan to her feet, and the three of them exited together. As Jiang Shuyuan stepped into the sunlight, a sense of disbelief washed over her. Had she truly cleared her name? With a hint of regret, Wang Pin said, Sister Jiang, the Empress was deeply concerned for her daughter that day, which inadvertently led to your unjust suffering. I hope you can forgive me. This matter is not of your doing. Your Highness, there is no need for such concern, Jiang Shuyuan replied, fully aware that if both Shen Youwei and Wang Pin could uncover the truth, then Emperor Wei Qixuan certainly could as well. This was merely a matter of his will to investigate. Thus, her disdain was directed solely at the emperor, not at others. Shen Nianxi, sharp-eyed, noticed the wounds on Jiang Shuyuan's body. Sister, you are injured. We must tend to your wounds immediately. Wang Pin quickly agreed. Indeed, I was careless. Let's go to my residence, Xianwei Pavilion. Once inside Xianwei Pavilion, Wang Pin instructed Youwei to apply medicine to Jiang Shuyuan's injuries. Sister, this ointment is a fine snow lotus balm. After 2 days of application, your wounds will heal. Please take this medicine with you. Jiang Shuyuan was too distracted by the pain to pay attention to Wang Pin and Oppos' words, gasping as she endured the discomfort. After a considerable time, Youwei returned to Wang Pin's side. Shen Nianxi seated herself by the bed and remarked, A servant who betrays her master cannot be trusted. It would be prudent for you to handle this matter swiftly, sister. Jiang Shuyuan nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Had it not been for Wang Pin and Shen Youwei, Jiang Shuyuan was not ungrateful. The two sisters had saved her life today, and she vowed to repay their kindness in the future. Wang Pin turned her head away, feeling uneasy. Who desires your gratitude? I simply admire your skills. After all, Lian enjoys sweets. Jiang Shuyuan's eyes brightened. Then I shall prepare more delicacies for Princess Lian, and of course, for both sisters as well. For reasons unknown, She felt a sense of familiarity with Wang Pin and Shen Nianxi. Associating with these two, surely she would not find herself in the cold palace again? I shall first express my gratitude on behalf of Liani, Wang Pin said. Shen Nianxi smiled in return. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Clutching the snow lotus bomb, Jiang Shuyuan returned to her previous quarters, only to find Fuping hastily packing her belongings, preparing to leave. Fuping was the maid who had betrayed her. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Fuping knelt in panic. Mistress, it was my error. I was blinded by greed and committed a grave mistake. I beg for your forgiveness. If it were not for someone's kindness rescuing me, how could I escape the cold palace? You have harmed me. I shall not spare you. Just then, Sun Kong arrived with a eunuch, and Jiang Shuyuan stepped out to receive the decree. Master Sun, the maid has betrayed her mistress. I hope you will send someone to drag Fuping to the Justice Department for severe punishment. Indeed, what Jiang Kairen says is correct. Proceed. Fuping cried out in despair, begging for mercy, but Jiang Shuyuan turned a deaf ear, entering her quarters with the rewards, allowing her to be taken away. Gazing at the exquisite rewards, Jiang Shuyuan felt no joy, only trepidation. Rather than live in constant fear, she deemed it wiser to cling to the support of others. She resolved that Wang Pin and Shen Youwei were her best options. The news of Jiang Shuyuan's cleared name quickly spread back to the inner palace. Aunt Jiang Kai-run is indeed fortunate. Having narrowly escaped drowning last time, she was sent to the cold palace, only to have her title restored before even reaching the true cold palace. Liang Defei and Amp Appo's expression remained impassive. There must be someone assisting her from behind. Otherwise, such fortune would not befall her. Aunt, your insight is remarkable. The ones aiding her are Wang Pin and Shen Youwei. Wang Pin has always been low-key, maintaining a stable life for Liani, and the Emperor holds her in high regard. As for Shen Youwei, she is not one to abide by rules. Since Aunt has been lenient towards her before, she has now embarrassed you. I believe Aunt should teach her a lesson. Liang Defei raised a hand to silence her. There is no need for such words. If she can be drawn into the Liang family's fold, she would pose no threat. Rather, she could become a useful tool in our hands. But has she not repeatedly rejected you, Aunt? Must I require her consent? Han Yun, you go. A glint of intelligence flashed in Liang Han Yun and Appo's eyes. Yes, Aunt. At the Li Quan Palace on the terrace. Chun Xiao, how does this outfit look on me? Bai Wanin adjusted her attire, her expression brimming with anticipation. It looks splendid. With this outfit, you appear even more captivating, and the Emperor will surely be unable to look away. Bai Wanin was pleased. Very well. When the Emperor descends from his distant gaze, he shall see me. She and Chun Xiao continued to wait. On the terrace, the scenery was extraordinary. Wei Qi Xian gazed out at the vast landscape, his heart filled with contentment. If I recall correctly, you have a sister? Shen Nianxi bowed in response. In addition to my biological sister born of my stepmother, I have 2 half-sisters. Then who is to be wed to the Chu family soon? Your Majesty, it is indeed my biological sister, known as Youwei. Wei Qi Xian turned to look at Shen Nianxi. Do you wish to leave the palace, to see her off? Once entering the palace, one must not dwell on the past. I do not dare. Her words implied reluctance rather than unwillingness. Wei Qi Xian understood her unspoken thoughts. I grant you permission. What is there to fear? If you wish to go, I shall have someone issue a palace token for you, allowing you to leave the palace for a day. Shen Nianxi was secretly astonished. She had not seen Shen Youwei receive such a fortune in her previous life. Yes, your Majesty's kindness overwhelms me. I dare not refuse. Her words indicated her consent to leave the palace for a day. Wei Qi Xian extended his hand towards her. Let's go. As Wei Qi Xian and Shen Nianxi descended the stone steps side by side, they encountered Bai Wanin, elegantly adorned. I have seen the Emperor. Who are you? Though he knew she was a concubine, Wei Qi Xian could not recall her identity. Bai Wanin's smile faltered slightly. Wei Qi Xian had only summoned her for one night, and that had been over half a month ago. It was not surprising that he did not remember her. I am a noble consort, Bai Wanin. In the sweltering summer, Bai Wanin donned a light green garment, simple yet elegant, refreshing to behold. Ah, it is my noble consort. Sun Kong, attend to it. At your service. Tonight, let my noble consort serve the Emperor. Yes. Bai Wanyin was overjoyed. Her strategy for favor had proven successful. Wei Qixin turned to Shen Nianxi. You may return for now. I shall visit you another day. Your servant obeys. Lian Xiu approached and assisted Shen Nianxi towards the water viewing pavilion, while Wei Qixin allowed Bai Wanyin to accompany him as they continued to admire the scenery. Chapter 15. A Change of Heart, my lord. Bai Liangdi has audaciously taken the emperor before your very eyes. Why are you not furious? Lian Xiu, she replied, one must understand that within the palace, such occurrences are all too common. If one were to become agitated by every single incident, it would be unwise to jeopardize one's health over trivial matters. Were it not for the necessity of relying on Wei Qixin for advancement, Shen Nianxi would rather not serve him at all. At this moment, it would be more prudent for her to devise strategies for making contributions to achieve promotion. My second sister's wedding is in a month. Please assist me in preparing some congratulatory gifts. Yes, my lord. Half a month passed, and those who had sought refuge from the summer heat returned to the palace. Lian Xiu's face beamed with joy. While the water pavilion was delightful, nothing could compare to the anticipation of the Jiayan Palace. Fu Dong gently patted her shoulder. Enough. My lord has just returned and needs rest. Speak softly. Understood. I was merely momentarily elated. Sister Lian Xiu, the lord is calling for you. Upon hearing Bai Fu's voice, Lian Xiu entered the room. My lord, what is your command? Shen Nianxi reached for the dressing table and noticed a fine layer of dust, her expression immediately turning displeased. I have only been away from Jiayan Palace for a little over half a month, yet these servants have become so negligent. It is evident they lack diligence in their duties. My lord's chamber is always kept clean by Shuangyi. I shall summon her to inquire. Lian Xiu quickly returned with a palace maid, Shuangyi, whose eyes were red, clearly having cried recently. Have you been weeping? What has transpired? It is merely a personal matter. I do not wish to burden my lord. I must ask you, have you not been maintaining cleanliness these past few days? Shuangyi nodded. Why is that? Shen Nianxi remained gentle, and seeing her calm demeanor, Shuangyi found the courage to confess. My lord, I assure you I did not slack off in your absence. It is simply that my sister has fallen ill and has no one to care for her. So I went to attend to her. If that is the case, you could have easily asked someone else to take over your duties. My lord, only a few can enter your inner chambers. With Sister Lian Xiu and Sister Fu Dong absent, Xiang Ling has injured her leg, and Bai Fu refused to assist. I truly had no alternative. Shen Nianxi exchanged a glance with Lian Xiu, who promptly went to summon Bai Fu. Pay respects to my lord. Why would you not assist Shuangyi with her tasks for a few days? In response to my lord, I have been preoccupied with my own duties and could not spare the time to help Shuangyi. Bai Fu lowered her head, unaware that Shen Nianxi had already discerned her true intentions. Very well, you may leave for now. Lian Xiu, provide Shuangyi with a tael of silver. Shuangyi was taken aback. My lord, I have failed in my duties. Why do you still reward me? This is not a reward. Your sister is ill. This silver is for purchasing medicine. You shall return to care for her, and I will assign someone else to cover your responsibilities until your return. Gratefully, Shuangyi bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Given the circumstances, I shall not hold you accountable for this oversight. Now you may go. Yes. As Shuangyi took a few steps away, she noticed that Bai Fu had not yet departed. Bai Fu scoffed. Shuangyi, you truly are fortunate. Failing to fulfill your duties has not resulted in punishment, but rather a reward from the Lord. She had only heard Shen Nianxi instruct Lian Xiu to give Shuangyi silver, not realizing it was for purchasing medicine. In her haste to care for her sister, Shuangyi left without further comment. Lian Xiu began tidying the room, not forgetting to ask, My lord, why do you not punish Bai Fu for her laziness? Since she has not faltered in her own tasks, it is not her responsibility to undertake another's. She has committed no offense, thus no punishment is warranted. Shen Nianxi understood that Bai Fu's act of kindness in helping Shuangyi was commendable, yet not assisting could hardly be deemed a fault. You are indeed thoughtful, my lord. Fu Dong, take the others and conduct a thorough search of the palace. Bring any suspicious items directly to me. Understood. The following early morning, Fu Dong returned with an object to present to Shen Nianxi. I have searched as commanded, and today I discovered this beneath 2 stones in the southeast corner. Shen Nianxi examined the item, revealing it to be a handkerchief. Fu Dong unfolded the handkerchief to reveal it contained various fragments of medicinal herbs. My lord, this matter need not be publicized. Lian Xiao summoned a trustworthy physician to examine these herbs. A deep voice interjected, My lord, there is no need to summon a physician. Upon hearing Mama Qiu's voice, Shen Nianxi felt relief. Mama Qiu had learned some medical skills in her youth, although she was not a master. She recognized many herbs and could offer a more reliable opinion. Mama, you have arrived just in time. Please identify these herbs. Mama Qiu picked up a few herbs and brought them close to her nose to sniff. My lord, this herb is cinnamon twig, the dried tender branch of the cinnamon tree. It poses no harm. You need not worry. As long as it is harmless, that is sufficient. Yet, I wonder who would conceal cinnamon twig. It appears that there is indeed someone in the Zhaoyang Palace harboring ulterior motives. Mama Qiu added, My lord, the only place aside from the imperial garden where cinnamon trees are planted is in the Jingxiang Palace of concubine Yin. It could either be a common occurrence or the doing of someone from Jingxiang Palace. Shen Nianxi remained composed, regardless of who was responsible. The urgent matter at hand was to dispose of these cinnamon twigs to prevent being framed or slandered. She methodically instructed Fu Dong, quietly dispose of these cinnamon twigs. Lian Xiao, keep a close watch on everyone. Bring any suspicious individuals before me. Yes, my lord. In the depths of night, Ruo Pin dreamt of a blood-soaked infant lunging towards her, crying out in anguish. Mother, mother, save your son. Quickly, save your son. Ruo Pin was startled awake. Gasping for breath, Bianyu, who was standing by her bedside, hurriedly lifted the bed curtains. My lady, what is the matter? Blood. I dreamt of so much blood. My child. She lifted the covers, her gaze suddenly freezing, her eyes widening in shock. Bianyu quickly glanced and exclaimed, My lady, there is much blood beneath you. I shall summon the physician at once. My child. Hurry, go. Ruo Pin was filled with dread, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen, forcing her to clutch her belly. My child must not come to harm. The physician soon arrived, and the commotion stirred Wei, Qi Xian, and the inhabitants of the rear palace. Though the night was deep, the Xin'a palace was ablaze with light. Wei Qi Xian frowned, visibly displeased. His offspring were exceedingly rare, and to have an incident occur after finally having a child was infuriating. What has happened? The physician, trembling, took Ruo Pin's pulse before kneeling down. Chapter 16. The miscarriage of consort Ro returning to the emperor. The report came, Your Majesty. Consort Ro's child, it seems it cannot be saved. Preposterous. Yu Qixin kicked the physician, exclaiming, I command you to do everything in your power to save the child. Your Majesty, the Empress has lost too much blood. We truly cannot do anything more, the physician replied solemnly. Hearing this, the feeble consort rose stirred with agitation, pleading, My child, Your Majesty, please save our child, save the child. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her sorrow overwhelming. Your Majesty, we have done our utmost, the physician reiterated, implying that despite their efforts, consort Ro and Damp, Oppo's child was beyond saving. Yu Qixin demanded, Investigate. I wish to know who is responsible for the harm done to my heir. Understood. Sun Conkai responded promptly. The physician then added quietly, Your Majesty, during the reign of the late emperor, several oleander plants were cultivated in the Xin'a Palace. However, those oleanders are located in a secluded area of the back courtyard, far from where consort Ro usually resides. So she should not have been poisoned unless what? Yu Qixin pressed. Unless there is also cinnamon twig present in Xin'a Palace. Only cinnamon twig mixed with oleander can invigorate the blood and dispel stasis, causing consort Ro to lose her child without any direct contact with the oleander, the physician explained. Sun Conkai, lead a search in Xin'a Palace. We must find the cinnamon twig, Yu Qixin commanded. Yes, I shall do so immediately. At the mention of cinnamon twig, Shen Nianxi suddenly realized that the mastermind had hidden the cinnamon twig in Zhaoyang Hall to frame her. Fortunately, she had already instructed Fu Dong to dispose of the cinnamon twig. Otherwise, she too would be implicated today. Consort Liang poured a cup of tea for Yu Qixin, saying, Your Majesty, please sit and have some tea. With eunuch Sun here, it is only a matter of time before the cinnamon twig is found. Yuqi Xian and several high-ranking consorts sat around the table, while the other consorts stood to the side. Consort Liang sighed softly. The oleander was planted at the behest of the late emperor, and no one dares to uproot it. I had previously feared that Consort Ro might be poisoned by the oleander, so I ordered a silk quilt infused with mugwort to be sent to her, as it can counteract the poison, yet I did not expect that she would still suffer misfortune. She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, feigning genuine sorrow. Yuqi Xian remained silent. Consort Ro cried, gasping for breath, yet she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known this would happen, she would have accepted Consort Liang's goodwill and used the quilt. Before long, Sun Conkai returned. Your Majesty, a thorough search of Shiana Palace has yielded no cinnamon twig. Did you truly search meticulously? Yuqi Xian queried. Yes, Your Majesty. It was indeed strange that the cinnamon twig could not be found in Shiana Palace, unnoticed by others. A glint of cunning flashed in Consort Liang's eyes. The cinnamon twig is far yet near. Shen Nianxi stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, if one wishes for Consort Ro to be poisoned, it would be most prudent to hide the cinnamon twig in her own chamber. Eunuch Sun has only searched elsewhere and neglected this place. Her words awakened the others. Sun Conkai replied, Indeed, what concubine Shen says is reasonable. With Yuqi Xian's tacit approval, Sun Conkai led a few individuals to search the chamber again. However, despite their efforts, they could not uncover the cinnamon twig. Seeing this, Consort Liang felt a surge of triumph. Today, they would not find the cinnamon twig. Shen Nianxi maintained her dignified posture, but could not help pondering where the perpetrator might have concealed the cinnamon twig. Her gaze fell upon the sandalwood round table surrounded by the consorts, and she seemed to have an epiphany. Your Majesty, I believe I have surmised the location of the cinnamon twig. Yuqi Xian looked at her. Where? From beginning to end. Only the round table where Your Majesty and the esteemed consorts are seated has not been searched. If we are to conduct a thorough investigation, no spot must be overlooked. I implore you, Your Majesty, to have Eunuch Sun search that round table as well. Bai Wanyin could not restrain herself, exclaiming, How absurd! Could a round table conceal a cinnamon twig? Concubine Shun, why are you so intent on seeking attention at this moment? Ignoring Bai Wanyin's remarks, Shen Nianxi stood by her deduction. Yuqi Xian rose and instructed Sun Conkai to search the round table, signaling his intent. The other consorts also stood aside to clear the way. Consort Liang clenched her hand tightly beneath her sleeve. Sun Conkai soon reported, Your Majesty, there is indeed a hidden compartment beneath this round table, containing various medicinal herbs. The physician stepped forward to identify them and confirmed that those herbs were indeed cinnamon twig. Where did this table come from? Wan Yu quickly knelt and replied, Over a month ago, the table in the Empress's chamber was damaged, and this one was delivered to her by the Internal Affairs Court. Sun Conkai, summon the supervising eunuch from the Internal Affairs Court to me, Yuqi Xian commanded. Yes. Once it was known that the table contained cinnamon twig, the consorts instinctively distanced themselves. In no time, Chao Wei arrived at Shiana Palace. I, Chao Wei, pay my respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty enjoy everlasting prosperity and health. I ask you, was the table in Shiana Palace replaced over a month ago? Yes, Your Majesty. A little over a month ago, Miss Wan Yu, who was close to Consort Ro, came to me personally, stating that the table in the chamber was no longer usable and requested a new round table be delivered to Consort Ro as soon as possible. Yuqi Xian continued. Who handled this round table? Oh, Your Majesty, that question is rather difficult for me to answer. Not to mention the many carpenters involved in its manufacture. Even during its delivery to the Internal Affairs Court, many individuals handled it. Once it arrived at the Internal Affairs Court, it was taken to the storeroom by others. And now it has been delivered to Consort Ro's Shiana Palace. The number of people who have handled it is simply too great for me to specify. Chao Wei counted on his fingers, unable to keep track of all those who had been involved, making it impossible to discern who might have hidden the cinnamon twig. In that moment, Yuqi Xian felt a surge of frustration. Consort Ro, feeling despondent, thought, Is it possible that the one who harmed my child can remain unscathed? Consort Liang felt a sense of triumph. She had anticipated this very scene and knew that no one would uncover the identity of the one who had concealed the cinnamon twig. This matter was naturally unrelated to her. In fact, she had cleared her own suspicions when she sent the silk quilt to Consort Row. Yu Qixian's gaze swept over everyone, but quickly shifted away. Think carefully, all of you, if there is any way to uncover the identity of the one who concealed the cinnamon twig. Fearing that the consorts might not apply themselves, he added, if anyone can devise a solution, all palace personnel will be rewarded, and the consorts will be elevated by 1 rank. Such elevation of rank was truly enticing, and now everyone was racking their brains. Consort Liang felt somewhat helpless, were it not for her involvement in this matter. She could have proposed something to secure the rank of imperial noble consort. Alas, after a long silence, when no one spoke, Yu Qixian slapped the table. Is there truly not a single wise individual in my harem? Shen Nianxi felt a spark of inspiration and said, Your Majesty, I have something to say. Speak. Having received Yu Qixian's consent, Shen Nianxi stepped forward to address him. Chapter 17. The promotion of a noble consort in the midst of the round table. The presence of cassia branches had caused harm to the gentle consort. It was imperative that the Xianhe Palace must indeed replace the table with a new one. If the identity of the person who had mingled cassia branches into the new round table could not be discovered, it would be wiser to investigate the reason behind the damage to the old table in Xianhe Palace. Yi Qixian's eyes were shrouded in darkness. As he knelt, One you spoke, Your Majesty. The words of noble consort Shen have reminded me. The previous round table had barely been in use for 3 months and should not have been damaged. However, one day, the Empress suddenly noticed that the lacquer on the table's surface had entirely worn away, prompting the desire for a replacement. Shen Nianxi added, if someone harbored malicious intent to damage the lacquer of the round table, it would not be difficult at all. Yi Qixian responded, if that is the case, only those who regularly enter this chamber could accomplish such a feat. Sun Conkai, summon all the attendants who serve the gentle consort to me. Yes. A dozen attendants stood orderly outside the room. Yi Qixian instructed the imperial physician to take good care of the gentle consort before leading the group out. Sun Conkai, with a sharp voice, called forward those who could enter the chamber to serve the gentle consort. 3 palace maids and 2 eunuchs stepped forward. Yi Qixian coldly commanded, take them to the Department of Punishment for rigorous interrogation. One maid suddenly knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, spare me. I will confess everything. Seeing the maid, Shen Nianxi felt a pang of unease. Speak. Your Majesty, it was noble consort Shen who instructed me to do this. I was merely tempted by greed. She ordered me to damage the lacquer of the old round table and to hide cassia branches within the new table. I beg Your Majesty for mercy. I shall never dare to do so again. Bai Wanyin smirked, a hint of schadenfreude on her lips. Noble consort Shen, it appears this matter was indeed orchestrated by you. No wonder you seem so knowledgeable just now. Yi Qixian's gaze towards Shen Nianxi deepened with scrutiny. Shen Nianxi took a deep breath and knelt, replying, Your Majesty, I do not recognize this maid's nonsensical claims. She is merely slandering me. Jiang Shuyuan could not help but feel a chill of anxiety for Shen Nianxi. Wuan consort hesitated before stepping forward. Your Majesty, please see clearly. On that day, Sister Shen defended Sister Jiang against injustice, showcasing her kind heart. She would never commit an act that jeopardizes the gentle consort's offspring. Bai Wanyin scoffed. Kindness is merely a word on the lips. Can it truly be taken at face value? You, Wuan consort, remained composed. If this deed were truly committed by Sister Shen, why would she rush to defend herself? Would that not be inviting disaster? Jiang Shuyuan boldly added, regardless, I believe in Sister Shen. Seeing Wuan consort and Jiang Shuyuan step forward to defend her. Despite knowing she would emerge unscathed, Shen Nianxi felt a weight of gratitude. The maid continued to shout, Noble consort Shen, at this point, do not deny it any longer. You hid the cassia branches beneath the southeastern corner of the Zhaoyang Hall. The Emperor need only send someone to search, and the truth will be uncovered. Noble consort Shen, what do you have to say? Shen Nianxi straightened her back, unwavering. As I have committed no wrongdoing, I am guiltless in heart. I request Your Majesty to send someone to investigate, to prove my innocence. Very well. With a glance from Yi Qixian, Sun Conkai led the group away. After a quarter of an hour, Sun Conkai hurried back. Your Majesty, there are no cassia branches in Zhaoyang Hall. Impossible. The maid was left speechless in shock. Shen Nianxi and Appo's icy gaze bore down on the maid. You are surprised that no cassia branches were found? I find it curious how you were so certain they were there. Did I bribe you, or were you conspiring with your master to frame me? You must have destroyed the cassia branches beforehand. Noble consort Shen, you are quite cunning. You claim I bribed you? Then pray tell, who did I send to communicate with you? Pointing to Lianxiu, the maid replied, Your Majesty. Noble consort Shen dispatched her to relay messages to me. So, it was Fudong who conveyed my orders to you and also provided you with a bribe. Is that correct? The maid affirmed, Indeed, that is correct. Several consorts exchanged bewildered glances, and Yi Qixin noted the anomaly. He could discern Shen Nianxi's close attendant. Yi Qixin kicked the maid. Nonsense. This maid is clearly Lianxiu. How could you not recognize the maid beside noble consort Shen? The maid and Appo's face went pale. I was in a moment of panic and misheard noble consort Shen's words. It was Lianxiu, indeed Lianxiu. Your Majesty, this maid is audacious and reckless, intent on slandering me. I implore your Majesty to uphold justice. Yi Qixin personally helped Shen Nianxi to her feet. You have been wronged. I shall seek justice for you. Sun Conkai, take her away for severe interrogation. I demand to know who is behind her. At this point, the maid realized she could no longer contend with Shen Nianxi. She cast a distant glance at one of the consorts, then bit down on a concealed poison, taking her own life. Even as Sun Conkai reacted, it was too late. Your Majesty, she has drawn her last breath. Infuriating, Yi Qixin was filled with rage, having been so close to uncovering the true perpetrator behind the gentle consort and Appo's harm. Now, the trail was completely severed. Sun Conkai, send people to continue the investigation. Yes, your Majesty. Noble consort Shen is not the one who harmed the gentle consort. Furthermore, my words still stand. Convey my decree, promoting noble consort Shen to the rank of Giji. Shen Nianxi expressed her gratitude for the emperor's favor. Henceforth, she would be known as Giji Shen. As her status rose, the expressions of the other consorts varied. Liang Defei clenched her hands tightly, hidden within her sleeves, only to relax them again. Yi Qixin gently patted Shen Nianxi's hand. I have elevated your rank. You may return to rest. The gentle consort has just suffered a miscarriage, and I must remain by her side. Yes, I take my leave. With this matter temporarily resolved, everyone returned to their respective quarters. Yi Qixin sat at the edge of the bed, his expression complex. The gentle consort wept, her eyes swollen, lamenting, Your Majesty, my child is gone. You are still young. Take care of your health, and in the future, we shall have children together. Your Majesty, have those responsible for my child and Appo's death been found? Not yet, but I have sent Sun Conkai to continue the pursuit. One day, we shall capture the one who harmed you. The gentle consort expressed her gratitude. She continued to sob, and Yi Qixin, after a while of comforting her, excused himself to attend court. Upon returning to Zhaoyang Hall, Shen Nianxi and Appo's heart raced incessantly. Lianxiu, by her side, also felt a chill of fear. My lady, I cannot fathom who could be so malicious, not only harming the gentle consort as child, but nearly bringing ruin upon you as well. Such cruelty in the inner palace has always been thus. Chapter 18. Diminished Status Master. Who do you believe is behind this matter? The palace made suicide by poison has left us with little hope of uncovering the truth. Shen Nianxi sighed softly, harboring a twinge of pity for Rupin. The child is lost, yet the perpetrator remains elusive. However, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Defei was well aware that there were oleanders in Xinhe Palace, and she even gifted Rupin a feather quilt laced with mugwort. Did she know all along that Rupin would not use that quilt? Lianxiu nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, master. Furthermore, Defei has the first prince, while Rong Giji also has the third prince. However, Giji is favored by Defei. She likely does not wish for any other children to be born, as it poses a threat to the first prince. Indeed, the only one capable of wielding such power in the harem is she alone. You should rest for a while, master. But Shen Nianxi shook her head. No, dawn is approaching. Today, I must visit the Empress Dowager in Yinci Palace and have Xiangling prepare my makeup. Dressed and adorned, Shen Nianxi made her way to Yinci Palace, a night filled with turmoil. Upon entering, she noticed that the Empress Dowager had yet to arrive, and most of the other consorts appeared listless. Defei, with her unyielding demeanor, admonished, "Why does everyone look like wilted eggplants this early in the morning? We must compose ourselves. We cannot allow the Empress Dowager to see us in such disarray." Yunfei retorted, "Defei truly lacks empathy. The sisters in the palace hardly slept last night. How can we possibly muster our spirits? Last night's events must have exhausted you all," Defei acknowledged. "Not at all. It is our duty as consorts." Yunfei's gaze swept across the others before fixing on Rongiji. "Rongiji, you have borne the third prince, yet you remain merely a Giji. Meanwhile, Shen Giji, who has not produced an heir, is already a Giji. Do you not feel a sense of injustice? If I were in your position, I would have long since thrown myself against the wall in despair." Rongiji smiled serenely. If everyone received their desires, the harem would not be as it is now. Shen Nianxi sat quietly, unaware that calamity was looming. At first glance, Yunfei and Appo's words appeared aimed at Rongiji, yet they stirred animosity among the others towards her. "Your words are misguided, Yunfei. If we were to assess grievances, you have enjoyed a childhood friendship with the emperor. You are indeed fortunate." Yunfei interjected, "Do you need to remind me of that?" Shen Nianxi quietly remarked, "Yet the authority over the palace rests with Defei. Shouldn't you feel ashamed, Yunfei, and seek to end your own life in indignation?" Defei cast a fleeting glance at Shen Nianxi, halting Yunfei's impending tirade. "Yunfei, in the Empress Dowager's palace, one must not be disrespectful." Yunfei huffed in annoyance, adjusting her sleeves to conceal her fury. "The Empress Dowager is here." All the consorts rose to pay their respects, yet today, the Empress Dowager appeared unusually cold and forbidding, neglecting to bid them to rise. "This morning, I learned of Rupin's loss. Among you, those with malicious hearts are unworthy to greet me." The Empress Dowager's fury was palpable. With the emperor's lineage thin, the Empress Dowager had long worried for the child within Rupin. Now that the child was lost, how could she refrain from her wrath? Defei was the first to bear the brunt of the Empress Dowager's ire, kneeling before her. "Please, my Empress Dowager, it is my fault. I failed to care for Sister Rupin and have disappointed both you and the emperor. You are indeed at fault. I cautioned you repeatedly, yet Rupin's child is still gone." Rongiji, Zhou Kai, and Liang Hanyun all knelt to plead on Defei's behalf, but Defei signaled Liang Hanyun to remain silent, who, oblivious, continued to speak. "Empress Dowager, Defei alone manages the affairs of the harem. It is inevitable that she sometimes overlooks matters. This cannot entirely fall upon her." To her surprise, the Empress Dowager's anger intensified, and she hurled a teacup at Liang Hanyun. Liang Hanyun grasped her forehead, gasping at the pain. "She is bleeding," Rongiji exclaimed. Yet Liang Hanyun did not dare to rise, enduring the ache. The Empress Dowager pointed at her. "You are Defei's own niece. It is customary to defend your aunt. But at this moment, you should have exercised caution. Do not blame me for punishing you. I decree that Defei's niece shall be demoted to Guiran." Liang Hanyun collapsed to the ground, shocked to find herself demoted 2 ranks, though she had done nothing wrong. Déficilente Juset had foolish Nieje. She had just gestured for her to refrain from drawing attention. Yet Liang Hanyun chose to provoke the Empress Dowager's wrath, proving to be utterly useless. Among the onlookers, including Shen Nianxi, several perceptive individuals grasped the situation. Though the identity of Rupin's assailant remained unknown, it was evident that the Empress Dowager held grievances against Defei, who had long governed the harem. Yet, this incident could not be definitively blamed on her. Thus, the Empress Dowager resorted to punishing Defei's niece to vent her frustrations and serve as a warning to Defei. Seeing Liang Hanyun still in shock, Defei spoke up. "I thank the Empress Dowager for your leniency. Henceforth, I shall be more cautious and diligent in managing the harem, ensuring the Emperor and Appo's heirs face no further mishaps." Only then did the Empress Dowager raise her hand. "Very well. This is not entirely your fault. You simply cannot oversee everything alone. Perhaps it would be wise for me to appoint someone to assist you in harem affairs, sparing you from such burdens." Defei was taken aback. How can that be permitted? No one can usurp the authority of the harem. "Empress Dowager, I have managed the harem for many years. The other consorts are unfamiliar with governance. If they were to assist me rashly, it could lead to more errors. The Empress Dowager merely intended to intimidate her, not genuinely seeking to strip Defei of her power. Fine. Since you insist, I shall trust you once more to manage the harem affairs diligently. Yes, I shall heed the Empress Dowager's advice. The Empress Dowager sighed. I am weary. You may all disperse. Relieved, Liang Hanyun hastily sought the aid of her personal maid to rise and rushed off to find a physician. Seeing Defei's misfortune, Yunfei approached with a smirk. Defei, you are not so formidable after all. As Yunfei reveled in her triumph, Defei secretly bore a grudge. If not for the Emperor and Appo's fondness for Yunfei from their childhood, she would not dare to act so brazenly before her. Upon returning to Baihe Palace, Liang Hanyun stormed in, fuming. Aunt, Defei did not even glance at her. Do you realize your mistake today, Aunt? Liang Hanyun was bewildered. How could I be at fault for pleading on your behalf? I even injured my forehead because of you. Seeing she remained oblivious to her wrongdoing, Defei pointed to Songxin. You explain it to her. Chapter 19. What wrong shall it be? The esteemed Lady Liang, even if you refrain from pleading, the Empress Dowager would not punish her highness. She would still be able to extricate herself unscathed. However, by seeking her favor, you have inadvertently provided the Dowager with an outlet for her wrath, allowing her to vent her displeasure upon you. This act serves as a warning to others. Lady Liang Hanyun was still somewhat incredulous. Aunt, is what she said truly the case? The Defei nodded, affirming, indeed, it is as she stated. I had signaled to you previously, yet you remained oblivious. Kneeling was one thing, but approaching the Dowager to speak was another, giving her the opportunity to punish you as a lesson for me. Aunt, if my rank is lowered, when might I be restored? Indeed, among the newcomers, you are the only one who has suffered a demotion. I cannot guarantee when you will be reinstated. At that moment, the Defei felt a pang of disappointment. Very well, focus on your recovery for now. Do not allow the wound on your forehead to scar. Once you are healed, I shall arrange for you to serve the Emperor again. I understand, Aunt. The Defei sighed again, lamenting that her disposition was ill-suited for survival in the palace. She could be schemed against without even realizing it. Aunt, I was wrong. I shall heed your counsel from now on. Return now. Lady Liang Hanyun departed. Glancing back repeatedly, feeling somewhat troubled after experiencing an undeserved calamity. Upon returning to Zhaoyang Palace from Yanxi Palace, Shen Nianxi found herself in a state of malaise, utterly exhausted after the previous night and Appo's tribulations. But the thought of matters still requiring her attention compelled her to muster her spirits. Lian Xiao, summoned Bai Fu for me. Bai Fu soon left her tasks and approached Shen Nianxi. This servant greets the mistress. Bai Fu, have you discovered anything inappropriate within Zhaoyang Palace recently? Bai Fu shook her head, replying, no, mistress. Very well, continue with your duties. After Bai Fu left, Lian Xiao inquired, Mistress, do you suspect Bai Fu of hiding Guizhi? There is a possibility. She is the one with the greatest opportunity to conceal it. However, it could also be someone else who has failed to notice it. What does the mistress intend to do? Remain patient. We shall turn the tables on them. Shen Nianxi sat up straight, convinced that the fox would eventually reveal its tail. Fatigued to the core, she had a light lunch before resting briefly. Though her slumber was anything but peaceful, she awoke to find it was already dusk. Mistress, you have finally awakened. Jiang Kai Run brought a box of pastries. Wishing to see her. How long has she been waiting? About half an hour. Shen Nianxi rose, quickly grooming herself before meeting Jiang Su Yuan. Did you wait long, Sister Jiang? Shen sister, I made these egg tarts for you. Please enjoy them while they are damp. Appo's rewarm. Shen Nianxi eyed the unfamiliar pastry skeptically, noticing her hesitation. Jiang Su Yuan took a bite first. Only then did Shen Nianxi feel at ease. The moment the tart touched her lips, her eyes sparkled with delight. This sweet treat truly captivated her heart. Your skills are indeed remarkable, even surpassing those of the imperial kitchen. You're too kind, sister. If you like them, I shall send you pastries regularly. Speaking of which, I owe you for your words on my behalf last night. In truth, I am merely repaying your kindness. Were it not for you, I would have had no chance to leave the cold palace. It is only right to show gratitude. As they conversed, Sun Kong entered Zhao Yang Palace with others. Greetings to Lady Shen. Oh, Jiang Kairen is also here. Quickly rise, Lord Sunday. Does His Majesty have any instructions? We congratulate Lady Shen. The Emperor has summoned you to his chambers tonight. Shen Nianxi nodded, I understand. Lian Xiu, see Lord Sun out. Observing the situation, Jiang Su Yuan gracefully excused herself. Since Sister Shen must attend to the Emperor, I shall take my leave. That is fine. Shen Nianxi instructed Fu Dong to escort Jiang Su Yuan out and called for Xiang Ling to prepare her for the evening. Xiang Ling worked diligently, her chatter flowing like honey. Among the newcomers, only by Liang Di and you take turns serving the Emperor, leaving the others envious beyond measure. Such words should not be spoken again. If they were to spread, it would be most unfortunate. Xiang Ling quickly nodded. Yes, this servant will remember. Shen Nianxi gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her lips were rosy, her cheeks flushed like cherry blossoms. She adorned her hair with 2 delicate hairpins, appearing understated yet elegant. Just the simplicity needed for Wei Qi Xian to remember her. Upon arriving at Yang Exine Palace, Shen Nianxi suddenly heard the sound of a teacup shattering from within, yet she feigned ignorance. Sun Kong hurriedly approached. Lady Shen, His Majesty has just lost a child. With political matters stalled, he may be feeling burdened. You must attend to him with care tonight. I shall certainly keep your words in mind. Shen Nianxi entered Yang Exine Palace, navigating past the familiar screen to find Wei Qi Xian leaning against the bed with a somber expression. Your servant pays her respects to His Majesty. Wei Qi Xian remained silent, and she did not rise either. After a long pause, he extended his hand. Nianxi, come here. Is Your Majesty grieving for Sister Ro Pin's child? Indeed, I have faced many losses. Yet I did not expect that several heirs would depart before seeing the light of day. Naturally, I am heartbroken. Shen Nianxi spoke softly. Sister Ro Pin has just lost her child. She must be devastated. Why does Your Majesty not go to comfort her? I cannot bear to see her sorrow. Whether it is genuine compassion or reluctance, only Wei Qi Xian knows the truth. When she has healed, I will visit her. Shen Nianxi felt it was futile to press further. The pain of losing a child had not elicited even a hint of sympathy from the Emperor, which left her feeling unsettled. That night, Shen Nianxi and Wei Qi Xian slept in their garments. The following morning, Shen Nianxi awoke to find him already gone, startling her. Where is the Emperor? A servant entered upon hearing the commotion. Lady, His Majesty has gone to court. He instructed us not to disturb you. I understand. Shen Nianxi rose, tidied herself, and returned to Zhao Yang Palace. Upon entering, she found Fu Yaoqin leaning against the door, gazing longingly, yet finding no one she sought. Upon seeing Shen Nianxi, her expression shifted, as if she had encountered ill fortune. What brings you here? Lady Fu, what do you mean by that? If it is not me, who else could it be? Fu Yaoqin snorted disdainfully and turned to enter, slamming the door shut behind her. Bao Qi approached with tea, but was roughly shoved aside by Fu Yaoqin, causing the cup to shatter on the ground, spilling scalding tea all over her. Chapter 20. Shen Youwei's marriage, yet she dared not express her pain, hastily kneeling in place. The maid, unaware of what offense she had committed against her mistress, humbly sought forgiveness. The sight of her filled me with disdain, and I could not fathom why the Emperor would favor such a woman. Fu Yaoqin scoffed quietly, her palms itching to crush something. Mistress, even you, Fei, once favored by the Emperor, has not been summoned for quite some time. Shen Giji is merely enjoying fleeting favor. How can she expect it to last? Time is on our side. There is no need for you to fret over temporary gains and losses. So it seemed. In the blink of an eye, the day of Shen Youwei and Appo's marriage had arrived. Early in the morning, Shen Nianxi took Lian Xiu and left the palace. Though the procession was modest, it did not lack dignity or grace. She lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing up at the familiar plaque, feeling as if she had traversed through time. Shen Chengfeng and Madame Shen had already received word and were waiting here in anticipation. We, your humble servants, pay our respects to Shen Giji and wish her endless blessings. Supported by Lian Xiu, she descended from the carriage and performed a respectful bow. Father, mother, Upon seeing their daughter once more, Shen Chengfeng's eyes brimmed with tears. He had thought he would never see Shen Nianxi again, yet here she was. Observing Shen Nianxi adorned in jewels and finery, Madame Shen felt both envy and heartache. The opulence of the palace was indeed enviable. She could not comprehend why Shen Youwei would willingly forsake such splendor to marry into the Chu family. Worry for her daughter began to creep into her heart. "Where's my sister?" Hearing Shen Nianxi and Appo's inquiry, Shen Chengfeng hurriedly replied, "She is still in her boudoir, preparing herself. Yiji, you should go and see her off. Of course, it is only fitting that I, as her elder sister, express my sentiments as she embarks on this new journey." Under Madame Shen and Appo's guidance, Shen Nianxi entered Shen Youwei and Appo's chamber. "Mother?" Shen Youwei, catching sight of a familiar figure in the bronze mirror, was taken aback and stood to look. "It is you?" Shen Nianxi smiled. "How is it that after only a few months apart, you have forgotten your elder sister?" "Of course, I have not forgotten." Shen Youwei was genuinely surprised. She had heard her mother mention that Shen Nianxi would attend her wedding, yet she had scoffed at the notion. How could Shen Nianxi possibly come? But seeing her sister before her, her certainty began to wane. "Sister, how could you come out of the palace?" "This is all thanks to the Emperor and Appo's grace. There is no need for you to be astonished." How could Shen Youwei not be astonished? In her past life, she had scarcely glimpsed the Emperor. Yet Shen Nianxi had managed to secure his permission to leave the palace. Moreover, she had even become a Giji. "I'm delighted you came to see me off, sister. How have you fared in the palace?" She hoped to glean from Shen Nianxi's words that her life had been less than pleasant. Regrettably, Shen Nianxi raised her hand to adjust her hairpin. "You may be unaware, but from my attire alone, it is evident that I have thrived in the palace. You need not worry." "That is good, that is good," she replied, though her hand was nearly wringing the handkerchief to shreds. Shen Nianxi observed her sister and Appo's agitation, but remained impassive. "It is nearly time. You must depart, sister. By the way, this phoenix-shaped hairpin is my wedding gift to you. You must graciously accept it." Lianxiu presented a brocade box. "Thank you, sister." Shen Youwei, initially dismissive, peered inside the box and was taken aback by the exquisite beauty of the hairpin, far surpassing any jewelry she had previously encountered. She changed her mind and instructed someone to carefully store it. Though she accepted the gift, her heart burned with jealousy. How could Shen Nianxi, who was supposed to struggle in the palace, not only rise in status, but also possess such extravagant treasures? The red veil obscured her vision. Yet she felt as if she had caught a glimpse of Shen Nianxi's mocking expression. But she dismissed the thought. It was impossible for Shen Nianxi to be a reincarnated soul. Madame Shen assisted Shen Youwei as they made their way outside, with Shen Nianxi walking alongside them. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Zhou awaited them. Seeing her former husband, Shen Nianxi felt a pang of emotion. Such a good man was indeed fortunate to be wed to Shen Youwei. Chu Zhou casually glanced at Shen Nianxi's stunning visage before quickly lowering his gaze, his heart filled with astonishment. He had heard of Shen family's eldest daughter's beauty, but alas, she was now a consort of the Emperor, unattainable for any suitor. Madame Shen placed Shen Youwei's hand into Chu Zhou's palm, unable to resist offering a few words of advice. "Chu Zhou, Youwei has been pampered since childhood and has never faced hardship. As her husband, you must treat her well. Understand?" Chu Zhou held Shen Youwei's hand firmly. "Rest assured, Aunt, I will care for Youwei well, ensuring she suffers no hardship. The Chu family will honor her as our matriarch." "Very well." Shen Chengfeng added a few words before allowing Chu Zhou to take Shen Youwei. Madame Shen reluctantly released Shen Youwei's hand, watching her ascend the bridal sedan while the wedding procession returned to its original path, filled with music and merriment. Madame Shen wept bitterly, while Shen Chengfeng comforted her. "My dear, do not worry too much. Youwei is fortunate and will surely be as blessed as Nianxi." Hearing this, Madame Shen felt a twinge of discomfort. If Shen Nianxi was fortunate, then surely her Youwei ought to be even more so. Shen Nianxi also caught the words, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "As fortunate as her? That is utterly impossible. Father, mother, it is already a blessing from the Emperor that I may see my sister married. I must not linger in the Shen household, lest I miss the time to return to the palace." Shen Chengfeng nodded. Indeed, it is the emperor's intention. Nianxi, you should return to the palace now. Take care, father. Mother, please take care. Her words felt rather bland. Madame Shen and Appo's expression stiffened, awkwardly replying, very well. Shen Nianxi returned to the palace, and on the way back, she found the idea of Shen Youwei facing what lay ahead in the Chu family rather amusing. Shen Youwei was filled with joy as she and Chu Zhou exchanged vows. If he became a great general as he had in her past life, she would be the envy of all the capital as the general's wife. After the ceremony, she was ushered into the bridal chamber. After several rounds of wine, a tipsy Chu Zhou entered the room, lifting Shen Youwei and Appo's veil. Shen Youwei shyly gazed at him. Chu Lang. Chu Zhou caressed her face. Wei from now on, we are husband and wife, sharing honor and disgrace, life and death together. Sharing honor and disgrace, life and death together. Shen Youwei and Appo's heart was solely focused on and Appo's honor and Appo's, completely oblivious to the and Appo's disgrace and Appo's. After a night passed, while Shen Youwei was still in deep slumber, a maid called out to her, Madam, I am Baoyin, a maidservant assigned to you by the mistress. I have come to remind you that as the new mistress of the Chu family, you must not indulge in laziness or neglect decorum on your first day. You must promptly pay your respects to the mistress. Chapter 21. A formidable entrance reluctantly. Shen Youwei rose to her feet. After tidying herself up, she was met once again by Bao Qin, who began to point out her appearance. Moreover, my lady, the matron prefers simplicity. If you adorn yourself in gold and silver to meet her, she will not be pleased. But this is how I have always dressed. She replied with a blank expression. The matron does not approve. With no choice, Shen Youwei reluctantly removed some of her beloved jewelry and dressed simply to visit the wife of General Ding Yuan. As Chu Zhou was nowhere to be found, Shen Youwei ventured alone to pay her respects. Upon entering the main hall, she caught sight of a woman seated in the principal position, donned in resplendent red garments. Her makeup striking, and her hair adorned with numerous hairpins. How amusing it was that one who favored opulence would demand others to dress plainly. You may greet your mother, Shen Youwei said. Su Danfeng cast a discreet glance at her, her words sharp and biting. What is this? Has the Earl of Yong and Appo's estate fallen so low that you lack even decent adornments? Shen Youwei was taken aback. A maid just informed me that you prefer simplicity, mother. Indeed, as you have entered the Ding Yuan general's household, you must be frugal and manage the domestic affairs well. A sense of unease crept into Shen Youwei's heart as she listened to the wife of General Ding Yuan finish her speech. What was the meaning of this? Yes, she understood. As long as you comprehend, Su Danfeng continued. A man seated not far from Su Danfeng cast several furtive glances at her, prompting Su Danfeng to caution him not to be impatient. You must unite with the Chu family now that you are married, and you understand this well, do you not? Of course, these gentlemen are your younger brothers. They are yet to take wives, though they have already found suitable candidates. However, they still lack the funds for their marriages. My intention is that, as you just wed, your dowry is not immediately needed. Why not assist your younger brothers financially? The long-standing unease materialized into reality. And even Shen Youwei, though not the brightest, understood that they were eyeing her dowry. Mother, if my younger brothers wish to marry, they can use the Chu family's resources. If they rely on their sister-in-law's finances, what will become of the Chu family's reputation? This statement struck a nerve with Su Danfeng, who abruptly rose, pointing at Shen Youwei in anger. How could you, a lady of the Earl of Yong'an's house, lack such decorum and dare to oppose me? It is a privilege to assist your younger brothers, yet you are reluctant to part with your wealth? Su Danfeng and Appo's fury was palpable. Today, I shall teach you the rules of the Chu household. You will kneel outside for an hour to reflect on your behavior. Shen Youwei hesitated, but considering her recent arrival, she did not wish to offend Su Danfeng too greatly. Thus, she straightened her back and knelt outside. While kneeling, she caught sight of a familiar figure, and, lifting her head, joy surged within her. Chu Lang, you have come? Chu Zhou regarded Shen Youwei with a cryptic expression. You have just married into the Chu family. Why have you already provoked my mother? Shen Youwei, feeling wronged, recounted the events to Chu Zhou, hoping he would advocate for her. To her dismay, Chu Zhou began to reproach her. Wei, her mother speaks the truth. You are now a part of the Chu family. Assisting with your dowry is but a temporary measure. Once the Chu family flourishes, you shall want for nothing. Why quarrel with mother over this? Yet, Shen Youwei soon realized the gravity of the matter. Chu Zhou was destined to become a distinguished general. By aiding the Chu family now, he would remember her kindness in the future. Chulang, I have come to understand. I shall comply with Mother's wishes. Chu Zhou tenderly helped her to her feet. That's it. Come, let us apologize to Mother. She will not hold your defiance against you. With patience, Shen Youwei approached Su Danfeng, and upon learning she was willing to part with her dowry, Su Danfeng's demeanor softened considerably. This is better. Had you done so earlier, you could have avoided kneeling. Su Danfeng summoned the keys to the treasury. Here, I entrust you with the management of the household. Should there be any errors, I shall hold you accountable. I shall never disappoint you, Mother. After all, she had become the matriarch of the Chu family. Everything would improve from here on. As Shen Youwei accepted the keyring, she thought to herself. The summer had waned, and autumn was upon them. During this time, the grieving Ro Pin was inconsolable over the loss of her child, while Wei Xian had not visited her since. Cough, cough. In the Xina Palace, Ro Pin was bedridden with illness and refused to take her medicine. I'm deeply concerned. Your Highness, you must take your medicine. How can you recover without it? My child is gone. What use is medicine? It would be better for me to depart this world and join my unfortunate child in the afterlife. Your Highness. Nearby, Pan Xiao seized the medicine from Wan Yu's hands. Give it to me. I will feed your Highness. Very well, devise a plan. Wan Yu retreated, leaving Pan Xiao to serve. Pan Xiao spoke plainly. Your Highness wishes for death, but must your child suffer in vain as well? The mention of her child visibly agitated Ro Pin, provoking another fit of coughing. It was evident that only Yun Fei had easy access to Guiji. Though she had intended to frame Shen Giji, her efforts had failed, and the Emperor no longer pursued the matter. Your Highness, do you not desire revenge for your child? Ro Pin's eyes darkened with resentment. I certainly harbor hatred. I wish to avenge my child. Duan Miaoyan, do not think that your childhood friendship with the Emperor will spare you. If the Emperor is unwilling to avenge my child, I shall take matters into my own hands. In her eyes, the Emperor was deliberately shielding Duan Miaoyan. Therefore, she must survive to avenge her child. Ro Pin seized the medicine bowl and drank it all in one go. Pan Xiao, witnessing this, smiled knowingly. With this, she could return and report back. That night, Pan Xiao tiptoed through the dimly lit corridors to other palaces, gently knocking twice on a door, which was promptly opened. It's you? Have you successfully completed what the Empress instructed? Pan Xiao replied respectfully. Sister, you may inform the Empress that everything is in order. Ro Pin believes it to be true. In the future, she will surely act against Yun Fei to avenge her lost child. Excellent. Take this silver as a reward for your diligent service to the Empress. There will be more benefits in store. Of course, but I wonder when I shall be summoned to serve in the Empress's palace? The tone was evasive. We shall see. The Empress has her plans. It is late now. Hurry back to avoid arousing Ro Pin's suspicions. Understood. Wei Xian concluded his court duties and made his way to Baihe Palace without prior notice, startling Liang de Fei, who hurriedly welcomed him. I was unaware of your Majesty's sudden arrival and hastily prepared to receive you. I beseech your forgiveness. Chapter 22. The Poetic Names of Beauties Rise. For I wish to inquire about the Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. Moreover, it has been a considerable time since I last beheld you in Oppos. So I thought to pay a visit. Liang de Fei hastily called for Song Xian, instructing her to fetch you into Oppos. She took a seat beside Wei Xian and poured him a cup of tea. Your Majesty, please indulge. As Wei Xian sipped his tea, Liang de Fei began discussing the arrangements for the Mid-Autumn Banquet. I believe this year's celebration could benefit from a touch of novelty. Let each palace sister craft mooncakes, and I shall invite your Majesty to taste them later. That is a splendid idea. 5-year-old Wei Huayu was brought before Wei Xian, timidly gazing at his father. Yuer, greet your father. Father. Wei Xian lifted Yuer into his arms, but soon his thoughts turned to Ro Pin. How has Ro Pin been of late? Liang de Fei's smile dimmed slightly. I have sent someone to check on her several times. She remains as sorrowful as ever. At this rate, I fear for her health. I had thought her to be more understanding. Wei Qixin shook his head. No matter. Let's not speak of her. I entrust you with the arrangements for this mid-autumn banquet. Can you manage? I can oversee everything, Your Majesty, rest assured. Even if she must neglect Ro Pin, she would not give Wei Qixin grounds for discontent within her harem. After a brief while, Wei Qixin departed from Baya Palace. Passing through the imperial garden, he was captivated by the melodious strains of a guqin, stirring his heart. Sun Conkai, go and find out who is playing. Yes. Sun Conkai returned shortly, reporting, Your Majesty. It is Lady Fu. Fu Yaoqin? Wei Qixin recalled her. Though she lacked remarkable talents, he felt a sense of obligation toward her father, Fu Qingze. I shall go and see her. As he approached, he indeed found a woman in simple attire, engrossed in her playing. Her music, while enchanting, carried an air of melancholy. Are you lamenting my absence? The music abruptly ceased. Fu Yaoqin seemed to have just noticed Wei Qixin, hurriedly kneeling. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Rise. The affections of the emperor are his own affair. She dared not covet or speculate, nor complain. Your playing is commendable. Fu Yaoqin felt a surge of joy. Her choice to play here had proven fortuitous. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Conkai, I recall there's a jade guqin in the storeroom. Have someone bring it to Lady Fu. With praise and a gift, Fu Yaoqin was overjoyed, confident that she would indeed share the emperor and Appo's bed that night. The following day, in an effort to appease loyal subjects, Wei Qixin elevated Fu Yaoqin and Appo's status to that of a noble. Gifts flowed like water into the Jiaoyu Palace, and Fu Yaoqin could hardly contain her delight. Over the next fortnight, Wei Qixin summoned either Fu Yaoqin or Bai Wanyin, neglecting Shen Nianxi. Rumors circulated in the palace, suggesting that Shen Nianxi had fallen out of favor with the emperor, no longer basking in his affection. This state of affairs persisted until the mid-autumn banquet. As the moon rose at dusk, melodious strings filled the air, and dancers gracefully performed. The women of the harem gathered at Zhuhua Terrace to celebrate the festival. All gazing up at the full moon, Liang de Fei raised her cup. Your Majesty, I first toast to you, wishing that you may find joy as we do today. Year after year, I am indeed pleased. After downing his drink, Wei Qixin sought Ro Pin and Appo's as presents. Where is Ro Pin? Has she still not arrived? She is unwell. Your Majesty, I have instructed her to remain in Xinhe Palace to recuperate. Wei Qixin fell silent, savoring the dishes and wine, appearing quite content. Rongiji glanced around before handing her infant son to a palace maid. Rising, she proposed, Your Majesty, if we merely drink osmanthus wine and admire the moon, the festivities may seem rather dull. Why not engage in a drinking game to enliven the atmosphere? Intrigued, Wei Qixin asked, what sort of game do you suggest? All the talented sisters present can surely partake in a game titled in Appo's, the names of beauties in poetry, and Appo's, each sister in Appo's name will be written on slips of paper, drawn at random to select a beauty. Subsequently, all must take turns reciting poetry that includes the name of the chosen beauty. Should one fail to do so, a penalty must be accepted. Finding the concept amusing, Wei Qixin allowed Rongiji to oversee the proceedings. She had slips prepared and drew one, announcing Your Majesty. The selected beauty is Lady Yun. The newcomers exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with Lady Yun's name. Liang de Fei kindly explained, the new sisters may not know. Lady Yun's name is Miao Yun. With a flourish, she began, in the depths of the forest, a chance meeting is missed, drawing distant guests from 1,000 mountains. Lady Yun, not skilled in poetry, managed to utter a line, a cluster of clouds, delicate and scattered like drifting petals. Life's beauty fades like flowers, as idle clouds bring rain. When it was Shen Nianxi and Appo's turn, she responded confidently. In dreams of peach blossoms, shy visitors appear, while unspoken words resonate in the song. Though not extraordinary, it was far from poor. Jiang Shuyuan, unfamiliar with the task, tugged at Shen Nianxi's sleeve and was fortunate to utter, as clouds lower and the moon ascends. Let's share this moment. After speaking, she patted her chest, relieved. As the round concluded, Wei Qixin watched with great interest. Indeed, my beloved consorts are all exceptionally talented. Rong Giji chimed in, indeed. It is remarkable that none of the sisters struggled. A testament to your majesty's wisdom that inspires such brilliance among the harem. Well said. This mooncake is yours as a reward. To be presented with a mooncake in front of Wei Qixuan was an immense honor, and Rong Giji gratefully accepted it, feeling as though she had acquired a treasure. Upon returning to her seat, she caught Liang de Fei's approving glance. Liang de Fei then announced, I've already sent word to the various palaces, and I believe each sister has prepared mooncakes for your majesty. Let us present them in turn. Wei Qixuan sat back, eager to discover the flavors crafted by his consorts. Shen Nianxi leaned closer to Jiang Shuyuan. Sister Jiang, have you brought your mooncakes? Rest assured, Sister Shen, all is well. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jiang Shuyuan discreetly placed a food box at Shen Nianxi's feet, who nodded in gratitude. She was reluctant to prepare dishes for the emperor herself, so she entrusted Jiang Shuyuan with her portion as well. When it was her turn, she naturally approached with the food box in hand. Chapter 23. The incident with Ro Pin. This is the mooncake I personally made for your majesty. I hope you will enjoy it. Previously, Wei Qixuan had shown little interest in the other mooncakes, but at this moment, he lifted the lid and took a piece to savor. To his surprise, not only did you exude the aroma of literature, but your culinary skills are also remarkable. Excellent. I truly appreciate it. I am glad to hear that, your majesty. A hint of panic surged within Shen Nianxi. If Wei Qixuan were to taste Jiang Suqian's mooncakes later, he would surely notice the identical flavor. Jiang Suqian approached with her mooncakes, offering a few perfunctory remarks. Wei Qixuan seemed disinclined to sample further and was about to signal for the next person, allowing Shen Nianxi to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Liang de Fei suddenly spoke, startling Shen Nianxi. Your Majesty, I have heard that Sister Jiang's skills are exceptional, and her various pastries have always garnered your Majesty's admiration. I must admit, I am quite curious. The other concubines chimed in, expressing their own curiosity about Jiang's mooncakes. You're all curious? Indeed. Shen Nianxi felt a sense of foreboding. Then, let us allow you to taste them. Wei Qixuan ordered the box of mooncakes to be distributed, yet he did not partake further, which eased Shen Nianxi's heart once again. Liang de Fei took a mooncake, but her expression was somewhat peculiar, a sentiment echoed by the others. Yun Fei, known for her boldness, frowned and tossed her mooncake aside. This mooncake is inferior to that made by my own cook. Sister Jiang's skills are likely exaggerated. With Yun Fei's remark, others began to voice similar opinions, declaring the mooncake nothing extraordinary. Wei Qixuan found this strange as he picked up a piece himself. Shen Nianxi's heart raced again as she focused intently on his actions, watching as he chewed thoughtfully, fearing the worst. Yet, she anticipated a reprimand that did not materialize as Wei Qixuan furrowed his brow. Jiang Kalin, why does your skill differ so greatly from usual? Shen Nianxi cast a doubtful glance at Jiang Suqian, who rose calmly to respond. Your Majesty, I excel at making pastries, but I am not adept at crafting mooncakes. If my mooncakes have sullied your Majesty's palate and that of the esteemed sisters, it is my fault, and I am prepared to accept punishment. Wei Qixuan waved his hand, stating that there must be a reason for such occurrences and punishment was unwarranted, especially on this mid-autumn festival. Please take a seat. Thank you, your Majesty. Jiang Suqian casually resumed her seat, as if nothing had transpired. Shen Nianxi leaned closer and whispered, Sister Jiang, how could you create two distinct flavors in your mooncakes? That is impossible. As Shen Nianxi expressed her astonishment, Jiang Suqian added, the mooncakes I brought were made by the palace maids. Sister Jiang, what do you mean? Had I known this, I would not have asked you for help, thus burdening you instead. Sister Shen, there is no need for such words. I had no intention of personally making mooncakes for him either. To create mooncakes for Wei Qixuan, he does not deserve it. Shen Nianxi was taken aback. She found herself aligned in thought with Jiang Suqian. But sister, in the end, I still cause you to make a mooncake for him. Jiang Suqian gazed steadily at Shen Nianxi, clarifying that making mooncakes for him equated to giving them to her. However, through Sister Shen's hands, it became a gift to her, which was acceptable. What Sister Shen chose to do with it thereafter was not her concern. Shen Nianxi smiled gently, expressing her gratitude. She understood. Jiang Suqian meant that the mooncake was intended solely for her. Ultimately, the mooncake found its way into Wei Qi Xian and Appo's hands. It was not Jiang Suqian's original intention to present it to him. As others immersed themselves in the entertainment, the music drowned out their quiet exchange. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise captured everyone's attention as Duan Miaoyun abruptly stood, pushing a nearby palace maid aside. "How careless! Step aside at once." Wei Qi inquired. "What is the matter?" Duan Miaoyun approached him, exclaiming that the maid had spilled osmanthus wine on her clothing and requested permission to change. "Go ahead." It was not an urgent matter. Yet before leaving the Zhuhua terrace, Duan Miaoyun shot a furious glance at the negligent maid. After changing, she vented her frustrations to Lu Ji, expressing indignation over the maid's lack of diligence, promising to reprimand her after the banquet. As she and Lu Ji made their way back to the Zhuhua terrace, a palace maid intercepted them. "Greetings to the esteemed Yun Fei. I.M. Banqiao. Serving Ro Pin." "Ro Pin? ISN Tishi unwell. Why do you block my path?" "Madam, Ro Pin requests your presence at the Qingya Pavilion behind the Zhuhua terrace for discussion." Duan Miaoyun scoffed, pushing Pan Xiao aside. "I will not go. You think you can stop me?" Seeing Duan Miaoyun continue forward, Pan Xiao called out, "If you do not go, you may never learn where Ningyu is buried." Duan Miaoyun halted. "What did you say?" "Fang Xinro knows Ningyu's whereabouts." "Indeed, madam." In that moment, Duan Miaoyun disregarded all caution and rushed toward the Qingya Pavilion. She ascended the stairs and indeed found a graceful figure leaning against the railing. "Fang Xinro, tell me, where's my Ningyu buried?" Fang Xinro smiled enigmatically. "Please allow Lu Ji to step aside. Such a significant secret is not suitable for outsiders." After a brief hesitation, Duan Miaoyun, overwhelmed by urgency, ordered Lu Ji to leave. Lu Ji concealed her unease and exited the Qingya Pavilion. Fang Xinro beckoned Duan Miaoyun closer. "Sister Yun Fei, come a little nearer. Only then can I share this with you." Duan Miaoyun approached, but Fang Xinro suddenly grinned mischievously. In an instant, she turned and collided with the railing, which broke easily, sending her plummeting like a butterfly with severed wings. The entire event unfolded so swiftly that Duan Miaoyun barely had time to react. Meanwhile, after Pan Xiao led Duan Miaoyun to the Qingya Pavilion, she hurried back to the Zhuhua terrace, exclaiming that Yun Fei was furiously seeking Ro Pin and feared for her safety, urging the emperor to take a look. Wei Qi Xian could no longer remain seated and, accompanied by a throng of concubines, made his way to the Qingya Pavilion. Just as they approached, they witnessed Fang Xinro fall. The more timid concubines gasped in horror. Fang Xinro, weak and breathless, pointed upward, her voice barely a whisper. Yun Fei, Your Majesty, it was Yun Fei who." With that, she fainted. Liang de Fei barked, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry," and summoned the imperial physician. Chapter 24. Life imprisonment. Duan Miaoyun hurriedly descended from the Qingya Pavilion, kneeling before Wei Qi Xian without uttering a word. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I did not push concubine Ro." Wei Qi Xian gazed at her with disappointment. "After all these years of acquaintance, I never imagined you to be so ruthless. You actually pushed concubine Ro down the stairs. How could you be so cruel?" "I did not. I truly did not push her. She jumped on her own. Your Majesty, you must believe me." At this point, how could she still be unaware that Fang Xinro had deliberately used Ningyu to ensnare her, setting a trap? Duan Miaoyun hadn't anticipated that Fang Xinro would go to such lengths to frame her. "Bring concubine Ro to the nearest palace chamber," commanded Wei Qi Xian. Shen Nianxi stepped forward, advising, "Your Majesty, concubine Ro's injuries are uncertain. It will be prudent not to move her hastily. If further harm comes to her, the situation may worsen." Her words calmed Wei Qi Xian somewhat, and he ordered that Fang Xinro remain undisturbed. Soon, the imperial physician arrived in haste to examine Fang Xinro, shaking his head as he assessed her condition. "Your Majesty, concubine Ro has been frail since her childhood. Her heart is troubled, and her condition is dire. Falling from such a height, her injuries are grave. I fear." "What do you fear?" The physician sighed. "Concubine Ro may be paralyzed, confined to bed rest for the foreseeable future, with little chance of walking again." "What? Wei Qixin felt darkness envelop him. On this mid-autumn festival, he had lost a concubine in such a manner. I command you to use the finest medicine from the Imperial Medical Institute and treat concubine Ro with all your might. Yes. With the physician present, the maidservants cautiously carried concubine Ro to the nearest chamber under his supervision. Liang Defei looked at the unconscious concubine Ro. Her eyes filled with hidden satisfaction. She turned to the panicked Duan Miaoyan. Yun Fei, you have always been willful. How dare you push concubine Ro from the Qingyao Pavilion? This is utterly outrageous. Wei Qixin regained his composure, regarding Duan Miaoyan coldly. What do you have to say for yourself? Your Majesty, I grew up alongside you. You should know my character well. I once thought you to be straightforward and passionate, yet you have transformed into someone I scarcely recognize. Duan Miaoyan, how venomous your heart has become. Duan Miaoyan was momentarily speechless, unable to refute his words. She had not expected Wei Qixin to appear so foreign, uttering such cold and cutting remarks. His disbelief was what truly pierced her heart. Proclaim my decree. Concubine Ro has been harmed by others, and my heart aches deeply. I hereby promote concubine Ro to the status of Ro Gui Fei as a token of my consolation. Wei Qixin cast a disdainful glance at Duan Miaoyan, his words dripping with cruelty. Proclaim my decree. Yun Fei lacks virtue, harbors malicious intentions, and has caused concubine Ro to be half paralyzed. From this day forth, her title is revoked, demoted to a mere consort, and she shall be imprisoned in the main hall of Jingxiang Palace, forbidden to leave for life without my decree. No one is permitted to visit her without my command. Liang Defei concealed her triumph, saying, Duan consort, do not delay in expressing your gratitude. Duan Miaoyan bowed deeply. Consort, I thank you. Once regarded as the emperor's childhood companion, Duan Miaoyan now faced a fate akin to that of a discarded consort, eliciting murmurs of sympathy from all present. She was led away, her eyes vacant, her heart extinguished in an instant. With such an incident, the mid-autumn banquet concluded abruptly, and all the concubines returned to their quarters. On the way back, Jiang Shuyuan clung tightly to Shen Nianxi, trembling in fear, clearly shaken by the events. The affairs of the harem were indeed volatile. One moment, a person was well, and the next, they could be left incapacitated. Sister Shen, the harem is truly a battleground without bloodshed. Shen Nianxi reflected on the night's events. Indeed, it is uncertain what enmity exists between Duan consort and concubine Ro that it would escalate to such a life-and-death struggle. Duan consort has a bold heart. To push concubine Ro from the Qingyao Pavilion under so many watchful eyes is reckless. She cannot deny it. Did Duan Miaoyan truly push Fang Xinro? Perhaps not. Shen Nianxi mused, her gaze deepening. If concubine Ro were to frame Duan Miaoyan for her own misfortune, the latter would find herself without a chance of redemption. Although risky, this strategy could yield significant dividends. Beside her, Jiang Shuyuan continued to tremble, prompting Shen Nianxi to drape a cloak over her shoulders and urge her to return home swiftly. Sister Shen, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, rest early upon your return, and do not dwell on this matter. Very well. Jiang Shuyuan dared not think further, a wave of dread washing over her. Thankfully, she had resolved to lead a quiet life in the harem, avoiding the emperor's favor. Otherwise, she might also meet a grim fate. Upon returning to Baihe Palace, Liang Defei dismissed the maidservants, leaving only Song Xin by her side. This time, I have indeed achieved what I desired. Congratulations, Your Highness. With Duan consort now unable to step outside Jingxiang Palace, she will no longer pose a threat to you. You can rest easy. Liang Defei lifted her teacup. Indeed, I did not expect Fang Xinro to be so ruthless, willing to harm herself to frame Duan Miaoyan. But this works well for me. I relish the sight of them both suffering. Song Xin smiled. Concubine Ro would never suspect that her loss was orchestrated by you. That is precisely my intent. Whether it tarnishes Shen Nianxi or Duan Miaoyan, I am pleased. In due time, Fang Xinro will handle them. Your Highness, you are truly adept at using others as tools, ensuring no one can implicate you. That is indeed the case. Liang Defei delicately wiped her lips with a handkerchief. Bring in the informant from Xina Palace. When Pan Xiao was brought before Liang Defei, she appeared quite pleased. Your Highness, Have you finally decided to transfer me to serve you in Baihe Palace? Inciting concubine Ro to believe that Yun Fei has harmed her child was well executed. Pan Xiao beamed with delight. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. However, Liang Dafei's tone shifted, her gaze growing colder. But a traitor like you is not someone I can trust. Besides, knowing my secret means I cannot keep you. A single glance was enough for Songxin to understand Liang Dafei and Appo's intent. Yes, Your Highness. Remember to keep your hands clean. Do not let anyone uncover the truth. Pan Xiao understood the implication, her heart racing. Your Highness, I am utterly devoted to you and will do my utmost. Please, have mercy and spare me. I swear to keep my lips sealed. Chapter 25. Resentment. Only the deceased remains silent. It is only the dead that I trust. Songxin, do not delay any further. Songxin summoned 2 palace maids, who then muffled Pankio's mouth with a cloth and dragged her away. With the disturbance quelled, Liang Dafei felt satisfied. In the afternoon, Shen Nianxi was watering a pot of hydrangeas when she heard Lianxio's voice. Your Highness, the Emperor has just dispatched Eunuch Sun with a box of ice pear honey fragrance. Ice pear honey fragrance? Shen Nianxi was unaware of its value, but upon opening the box, she was greeted by an enchanting aroma. Indeed, delightful. Madame Xiao explained, Your Highness, this ice pear honey fragrance is crafted from the finest pears, buried last year in pure snowmelt and sweet honey. Not only does it possess a wonderful scent, but when applied to the cheeks, it also smooths and softens the skin, preserving beauty. This is a tribute from the outer provinces. Each year, no more than 10 boxes are presented to the palace. The Emperor's gift to Your Highness illustrates your esteemed position in his heart. Is that so? This truly is a remarkable item. Shen Nianxi found herself quite enamored with the ice pear honey fragrance. Madame Xiao, please investigate to whom this fragrance has been given. Madame Xiao replied, There is no need for inquiry. I already know. This year, only 4 boxes of ice pear honey fragrance have arrived, with the other 3 distributed to Dafei, Li Jiaoyi, and Wan Pin, given to Fei's high rank in the presence of the first prince. And although Li Jiaoyi has no offspring, her position is also considerable. While Wan Pin has 2 daughters, it appears Your Highness is indeed favored exceptionally. The news of the 4 recipients of the ice pear honey fragrance quickly spread throughout the palace, and among them, only Shen Nianxi was the subject of contention. Chun Pin eagerly awaited Su Tao to present her own ice pear honey fragrance, but upon noticing her unusual demeanor, she inquired, What troubles you? Where is my ice pear honey fragrance? Your Highness, the ice pear honey fragrance was indeed sent to Chongqing Palace, but it was delivered to Xiaoyang Hall. What? Chun Pin accidentally knocked over a box of rouge in her agitation. Are you saying that only Shen Guijie possesses it in Chongqing Palace, while I do not? Indeed. Chun Pin's expression darkened. In previous years, she had always received her share of the ice pear honey fragrance. How could this year be different? It is said that this year, only 4 boxes were offered as tribute, down from the usual 7 or 8, with the Emperor favoring Fei, Li Jiaoyi, Wan Pin, and of course that one in our palace. How can this be? The ice pear honey fragrance may be scarce, yet I, as the principal consort, should not be without it while a mere Guijie surpasses me. The outside world must be laughing at my expense. The more Chun Pin contemplated, the angrier she became. If I do not teach her a lesson, she may soon rise above me. Summoning Fu Yaoqin, she quickly appeared before Chun Pin, bowing submissively. Fu sister, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. It is my fault for not visiting sooner, Your Highness. Chun Pin extended her hand. It is of no consequence. Do you find living in Chongqing Palace to your liking? All is well. Thank you for your concern. Chun Pin's gaze lingered on Fu Yaoqin's fair wrist, scrutinizing it intently. Sister, do you not appreciate the silver-braided double-clasp bracelet I previously gifted you? Why is it that I have not seen you wear it? What Your Highness has given is cherished. I simply wish to store it safely in a brocade box. Chun Pin saw through Fu Yaoqin's pretense of disinterest, but it was not the time to press further. By the way, you and Shen Guijie both enjoy the Emperor's favor now. It is indeed a credit to Chongqing Palace, and I too share in the glory. Fu Yaoqin humbly replied, I am not as favored as Sister Shen. I am merely fortunate to not be forgotten by the Emperor. This sentiment held some truth. You must be aware, this year only 4 boxes of ice pear honey fragrance were tribute, while neither you nor I have received any, and yet Sister Shen possesses it. This matter had spread throughout the palace. To assert that there was no jealousy towards Shen Nianxi would be disingenuous. In recent days, she and Bai Wanyin had alternated in serving the emperor, yet he still held Shen Nianxi in his thoughts. It is a good thing that the emperor remembers Sister Shen. I have never been fond of fragrances. Ice pear honey fragrance is of little consequence to me. Fu Yaoqin stood up. Your Highness, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. As she watched Fu Yaoqin depart, Chen pinned to master smile. Your Highness, it seems that Fu Guiran does not take your words to heart. Whether she takes them to heart is of little importance. As long as there is resentment within her, it will fester over time, becoming a thorn in her heart. Eventually, I do not believe she will spare Shen Nianxi. Upon returning, Fu Yaoqin could not shake Chen Pin's word from her mind. Baoqi, do you believe I truly cannot compare to Shen Nianxi? Why would you say that, Your Highness? Recently, it has only been I and Bai Liangdi who have enjoyed the emperor's favor, yet he seems to have forgotten us entirely, granting such gifts solely to Shen Nianxi. The more she pondered, the more she felt that as long as Shen Nianxi remained, she would never possess the emperor's true affection. Do not dwell on this, Your Highness. Even if Shen Youwei is favored now, it cannot last forever. Even the emperor's childhood sweetheart, Duan, will not always hold her rank, let alone you, a mere Youwei. This assertion bore weight. Clenching her fists, she resolved to wait until the day Shen Nianxi fell out of favor with the emperor. Your Highness, there is trouble. Xiao Quan rushed to Shen Nianxi in a flurry, startling her. Lianxiu admonished softly, what is with this panic? Startling the mistress is a grave offense. Speak quickly. What has happened? Your Highness, the maid Pankio, serving Ro Guiran, has drowned herself in the lake. Shen Nianxi was taken aback, setting down her book. What could have driven her to such despair? It is said that Pankio was ever loyal to Ro Guiran and could not bear to witness her present misfortune. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she took her life. This explanation, though tragic, seemed somewhat understandable. Xiao Quan took a deep breath. However, Your Highness, I secretly visited Huilan Pool this morning and discovered drag marks on the nearby grass. If Pankio had truly jumped in, the grass would not be bent. I suspect she was knocked unconscious and then thrown into the pool. Shen Nianxi exchanged a glance with Lianxiu, both expressing identical astonishment. Is that truly the case? I would not misjudge. Shen Nianxi quickly gathered her thoughts. Pankio must have known a secret that warranted silencing. Chapter 26. Outwitted by her, what else have you discovered? Xiao Quanzi, suddenly enlightened, began to rummage through his belongings, eventually producing an item. Master, I found this hairpin next to a stone. Shen Nianxi took a look at it. It was a plum blossom hairpin. Lianxiu added, this hairpin is rather common. Many palace maids were such adornments. Shen Nianxi ran her fingers over the hairpin and remarked, indeed, it is an ordinary design. However, typically, a plum blossom hairpin would begin with a double knot. But this one is not. Can you deduce which palace this hairpin belongs to? Shen Nianxi shook her head, unable to surmise, and instructed, let's find a place to keep it safe. She further cautioned Xiao Quanzi, do not let today's event be spoken of outside. Yes, I will heed your words, master. After dismissing Xiao Quanzi, Shen Nianxi summoned Fu Dong. Has Bai Fu exhibited any peculiar behavior lately? Fu Dong replied, Master, I have been observing her for quite some time and have not noticed any unusual actions. Are you certain your suspicions are not misplaced? Perhaps someone else is hiding Guiji, whether it is excessive caution or unwavering loyalty. Tonight's investigation will reveal the truth. Shen Nianxi shared her plan with Lianxiu and Fu Dong, and they committed it to memory. Not long after, they encountered Bai Fu and deliberately called her over. Bai Fu, I find the situation with Duan Dannying rather suspicious. I plan to stealthily visit Jingxiang Palace tonight, and Fu Dong will impersonate me to remain inside the hall. You must guard the entrance and ensure no one discovers my absence. Do you understand? Yes, Sister Lianxiu, I will remember. After dinner, Shen Nianxi had Fu Dong change into one of her own outfits, instructing her to remain vigilant in her position before departing with Lianxiu. They headed to Jingxiang Palace. Making their way directly to the East Hall, Jinxing Pavilion. Jiang Su Yuan greeted them with delight. Sister Shen, what brings you here? I thought to visit, as I have never been to your Jinxing Pavilion. Please come in. Jiang Su Yuan was elated to see Shen Nianxi. She had confided in no one but her and Wan Pin during these days. The two settled down, engaging in light conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. Before long, a commotion arose outside. Song Fangyi glared at the palace maid blocking her path. I come at the behest of concubine to conduct a search. It has come to my attention that someone dared to visit Duan Danying, and I am to ensure the transgressor is apprehended to uphold palace decorum. Lady Fangyi, there is no one in the main hall of Jingxiang Palace. If it is empty, why do you impede my way? Are you perhaps feeling guilty? You misunderstand. I implore you to reconsider. With a sharp command, Song Fangyi ordered, clear the way. Greetings to Lady Fangyi, a melodious voice interrupted. Catching Song Fangyi off guard as she turned to see Shen Nianxi and Jiang Su Yuan approaching together. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of shock. You. How are you here? Lady Fangyi jests. I merely came to speak with Jiang Changzai. Where else would I be but her Jinxing Pavilion? Shen Nianxi raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Could it be that you suspect I would defy the emperor's decree and visit Duan Danying? This is your scheme. Shen Giji, you truly are remarkable. Shen Nianxi offered a slight bow. Lady Fangyi jests. I'm unaware of what you speak. Very well, I have noted this. Depart. With a glare at Shen Nianxi, Song Fangyi left with her entourage. Jiang Su Yuan looked at Song Fangyi's hasty departure with suspicion. What is going on with her? Who knows? Shen Nianxi replied vaguely, exchanging a few hurried words with Jiang Su Yuan before returning to Jiayang Palace. Upon her arrival, Bai Fu appeared shocked, visibly trembling. How could? You went to visit Duan Danying, and yet you returned unscathed? Shen Nianxi cast her a cold glance. Are you surprised to see me return unharmed? She entered, first instructing Fu Dong to change back in her own garments, then sending for Bai Fu. Bai Fu's mind wandered, still unable to grasp the situation. Bai Fu, I did not expect you to be the first I caught. Feigning ignorance, Bai Fu replied, What are you saying, master? I do not understand. Do you not understand? Last time you concealed Gui Ji, and now you have informed others. You truly are an exemplary maid in Jiayang Palace, assisting outsiders. Bifu Uriedliknit, panic evident on her face. How could she have been so careful, yet still have her actions exposed? I genuinely do not understand. My failure to find Gui Ji is my fault, but I swear I did not inform anyone. Still trying to defend yourself? The only ones who knew of my visit to Jingxiang Palace today are Lin Xiu, Fu Dong, and you. The two of them have been like sisters to me since childhood, leaving only you as the source of information for Song Fangyi to come and apprehend me. Shen Nianxi leaned closer to Bai Fu, inhaling the scent of ice pear honey lingering on her. This fragrance is only found here at Baihe Palace, Shuxiu Palace, and Chonghua Palace. Since I ceased allowing you here after the ice pear honey was delivered, and given that Li Jiaoyi is known for her reclusiveness, the only one with motive is concubine. Bai Fu's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing Shen Nianxi had long seen through her disloyalty. Today had been a trap devised by Shen Nianxi to draw out the traitor. In a state of panic, Bai Fu confessed, No, I am not a person of concubine. Your denial is futile. Bai Fu's face turned pale. Her fate was sealed. Even if she managed to escape Jiayang Palace today, Liang Defei would not let her go. I suspect the fragrance came from Baihe Palace, especially since Song Fangyi has always been a loyal follower of concubine. Bai Fu could no longer find words to defend herself. Lin Xiu, take her to the Ministry of Justice and have them administer severe punishment. Yes, the Ministry of Justice was a place where one could emerge severely battered if they survived at all. However, knowing Liang Defei would not spare her, Bai Fu steeled herself, ceasing her resistance as Lin Xiu escorted her away. Fu Dong smiled. Congratulations, master, on removing concubine to spy. Jiayang Palace is rife with other spies. But now that she is gone, it serves as a warning to deter any rash actions from the rest. Concubine's network may not consist solely of her. Fu Dong, you must remain vigilant regarding others in the coming days. Fu Dong nodded. I will remember. Chapter 27. The arrival at Baihe Palace. Song Fangyi returned to Baihe Palace with a dejected demeanor. Noticing her pallor, Liang de Fei surmised the situation. Shen Nianxi had not visited Duan Yaoyan. The clever Empress realized that this was a trap set by Shen Nianxi. She had gone to Jingxiang Palace to converse with Jiang Changzai, thus deceiving both the Empress and her attendants into taking such drastic measures. Liang de Fei remained noncommittal, having already perceived the oddity of the situation. Shen Nianxi was not foolish enough to undertake such audacious actions unless it was a ploy. It was late, and Liang de Fei felt fatigued. Song Fangyi, you may return now. Understood, Your Majesty. Please rest well. I take my leave. With Song Fangyi gone, Liang de Fei rubbed her temples, vexed that her plans had been discerned by Shen Nianxi before they could take effect. The next day, when Song Xian attended to Liang de Fei's hair, she remarked, Your Majesty, Shen Giji has sent by food to the Shenxing Sea. I anticipated as much, Liang de Fei replied, inserting a red gold begonia hairpin into her coif and dispatching someone to summon Shen Giji. Yes, Your Majesty. Knowing that Liang de Fei had summoned her, Lin Xiu felt a twinge of anxiety. Mistress, will de Fei be difficult with you regarding last night's events? She shall not, Shen Nianxi asserted confidently. Bai Fu is in my service. She will not expose her allegiance. Besides, I wish to speak with de Fei. So let us visit Baihe Palace. Dressed in a smoky purple palace gown, the hem of Shen Nianxi's attire flowed like mist upon the ground. A delicate lavender ribbon accentuated her slender waist. The gold hairpins in her hair chimed softly as she moved, and her lotus petal earrings swayed gently, enhancing her radiant beauty. I pay my respects to de Fei. As she beheld the charming woman before her, Liang de Fei scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Rise and take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Nianxi gracefully withdrew a silk handkerchief from her sleeve and seated herself. At Liang de Fei's subtle cue, Song Xian poured a cup of tea for Shen Nianxi. Shen Giji, please enjoy the tea. Without hesitation, Shen Nianxi lifted the cup and took a sip. Liang de Fei paused momentarily before remarking, This is the osmanthus snow plum tea I adore. It is sweet and refreshing, possessing a unique flavor. However, your generosity surprises me. Shen's sister, Your Majesty jested. This tea is undeniably exquisite. No one would dare taint it, especially under your watchful gaze. Her implication was clear. In Baihe Palace, the tea would remain unblemished. Indeed, Your Majesty has a fondness for osmanthus. I assume you frequently visit the imperial garden to admire its blossoms? Liang de Fei deftly sidestepped the inquiry. With the osmanthus in full bloom, it would be wise for you to stroll through the imperial garden often. Thank you for your guidance. By the way, I heard that last night, Song Fangyi mistakenly believed you had visited Duan Deying, and she hurried to Jingxiang Palace, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. Indeed, that was the case. I wonder how Fangyi came by such hearsay. It is astonishing that she would act so boldly without any evidence. Fortunately, the incident did not alarm many. Otherwise, the emperor would have surely been angered. Liang de Fei smiled faintly, revealing her reason for not addressing the matter herself and sending Song Fangyi instead, in the event of any fallout. She would take the brunt of it. I also heard that you sent one of your maidservants to the Shenxing Sea last night. Your Majesty is well informed. It was merely a maidservant who betrayed her duties. Her dismissal is of no consequence. Liang de Fei avertit hergaze. Then I shall request the Naiwafu to assign you another maidservant. Your Majesty is too kind. I cannot refuse. However, I do have a small request. Speak freely, sister. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Shen Nianxi's eyes. I find a maidservant of Baihe Palace quite suitable. Rather than trouble the Naiwafu to select a new maid, it would be better if Your Majesty granted me one of the maidservants directly. Surely, Your Majesty would not be stingy over such a trivial matter. With her words elevating her status, Liang de Fei could not refuse. Very well, Song Xian, please fetch a clever and capable maidservant for her. Yes, Song Xian soon returned with a maidservant of decent appearance and bright eyes. Sister, this is Yin Ruo, who has served alongside me for many years. She is adept and astute. Let her accompany you back. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Shen Nianxi departed, Liang de Fei furrowed her brow. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions for Yin Ruo? She waved her hand dismissively. No need. letting Ruo heed Shen Nianxi's commands. By the way, Your Majesty, Song Fangyi and Liang Guiran are outside. Shall I let them in? Han Yun is my niece, so she may enter, but why does Song Yinji persistently come to seek me? She rubbed her temples in frustration. Very well, let them in. Upon returning from Baihe Palace, Shen Nianxi was accompanied by a new maidservant, leaving Fu Dong astonished. What tasks did you perform while serving at Baihe Palace? In response, Giji, I was responsible for cleaning the courtyard and tending to the flowers. Shen Nianxi's mind sparked with an idea. Then you shall continue with the same duties here at Zhaoyang Palace. Understood. Shen Nianxi instructed Yin Ruo to take her leave, but suddenly recalled something. If I remember correctly, the maidservant responsible for cleaning was named Shuangyi. Master's memory is exceptional. Shuangyi was unable to fulfill her duties properly, and upon learning the circumstances, he not only refrained from punishing her, but also provided her with silver to care for her sister. Is that so? Then let Yin Ruo take over her responsibilities, and Shuangyi can replace Bai Fu's duties. You two should have a good discussion later. Yes, Master. Fu Dong, still curious, inquired Master. Since Yin Ruo is affiliated with the Fei, how can you trust her to remain by your side? Shen Nianxi chuckled lightly. The inner court's arrangements are ambiguous, and I cannot ascertain her origins. However, as Yin Ruo has come from Baihe Palace, should she ever harbor ill intentions against me, she would likely be acting on Fei's orders. Lian Xiao suddenly understood. Everyone knew she had previously been a servant of Fei. Thus Fei would probably hesitate to command Yin Ruo against me. Precisely, I will only assign her menial tasks, leaving her no opportunity to act against me. Having another person in Zhaoyang Palace is of no detriment. Fu Dong admired her astuteness. You truly have thought this through, Master. Please inform the kitchen staff that I desire bird's nest soup with ham, goji berry and barley congee, and red date snow frog soup for lunch. The other dishes can be left to their discretion. Chapter 28. A blessing or a curse, the maidservant promptly responded. This humble one shall attend to it. At noon, the dishes that Shen Nianxi craved were all laid out on the table. The aroma alone stirred her senses, and she could not resist picking up her chopsticks to partake in the meal, just as she had taken a couple of bites. The figure of Wei Qi Xian appeared before her. It is quite fortuitous that I arrive just in time for the midday meal at Zhaoyang Palace, he remarked. The consort pays her respects to your majesty. Rise, he commanded. Shen Nianxi quickly instructed Lian Xiao, go fetch another set of chopsticks and a bowl. Wei Qi Xian lifted the hem of his dragon robe and seated himself across from Shen Nianxi, surveying the array of dishes before him. Are these the dishes you usually enjoy? Not necessarily what I love, but they are certainly palatable, she replied. Wei Qi Xian ceased his inquiries as Shen Nianxi ladled a bowl of red date and snow frog soup before him. Red dates are excellent for nourishing one's vitality and blood. Your Majesty is often preoccupied with state affairs. It would benefit you to consume more nourishing foods. Wei Qi Xian sipped the soup and casually offered a few compliments. I have sent someone to deliver honeyed ice pears to you. Are they to your liking? The gifts from your Majesty are, of course, splendid. I am most fond of them. That is good to hear. I shall have someone select more items from the storeroom for you later. Shen Nianxi understood that Wei Qi Xian was intentionally testing her, curious as to how she would navigate the challenges of the harem, where she was now the target of scrutiny. Ultimately, Wei Qi Xian had yet to dispel his reservations and fully place his trust in her. Thank you, your Majesty. Once Wei Qi Xian departed, Shen Nianxi exhaled a sigh of relief. Lian Xiao chuckled joyfully, remarking how consistently kind the emperor was to his consort, always considering her needs. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The empress' favor is both a blessing and a curse. Why do you say that, my lady? With a bitter smile, Shen Nianxi reflected on Duan Yaoyin's current predicament, which made her understand the gravity of her words. Let's not dwell on that. As autumn approaches, the weather grows increasingly chilly. Lian Xiao, please urge the Ministry of Internal Affairs to expedite the creation of winter garments. I understand. Shen Nianxi was acutely aware that enduring the long winter without proper clothing and coal would be a formidable challenge. For half a month, Fang Xinro had relied on the imperial physician's prescriptions to sustain her life. After such a prolonged unconsciousness, she finally awakened. Van Igreku, Ban Chiao. She instinctively searched for her two closest maidservants, only to be met by the presence of Wan Yu. Your Highness, I am here. I have been by your side. You have finally awakened. Fang Xinro struggled to speak. Duan Miaoyun, has she died? Wan Yu wiped her tears. Your Highness. She has been demoted to Duan de Ying and is confined in Jingxiang Palace. The Emperor has forbidden anyone from visiting her. She's not dead. She actually lives. Fang Xinro coughed heavily. I have brought myself to this state, yet the Emperor has not granted her death. She clenched the edge of her blanket, then released her grip. Very well, Duan Miaoyun has always been proud. Losing her favor and freedom is enough to make her wish she were dead. At least I have avenged my child. Your Highness, please take your medicine and live well. In this wretched state, lying in bed all day serves no purpose. I might as well seek out the child that has yet to be born. Wan Yu sobbed inconsolably. Your Highness, Pan Xiao has already drowned herself in the lake. If you were to leave as well, how would I manage alone? You say Pan Xiao has died? Yes. She could not bear to see you like this, so she went out to jump into the lake. Seeing Wan Yu and Appo's pitiful expression, Fang Xinro felt a pang of compassion. I will cling to life. Each day is a gift. At the residence of General Ding Yuan, joyous occasions abound, especially with 2 consecutive celebrations. The second and third sons of the Chu family each wed the daughters of the Minister of Rights and the Counselor of the Ministry of Personnel, with the festivities occurring on the same day. Let me out. I am truly the legitimate wife of the eldest son. How can you prevent me from leaving? The coarse maidservant firmly refused. Mistress, it is not that we wish to trouble you, but it is Madame's command. We are merely following orders. Please understand our position. Mistress, do not make it difficult for us. Shen Youwei, furious, retorted, Fine. Once I am out of here, you shall see how I deal with you all. Insolent wretches who do not understand your place. She sulkily returned to her vanity, her head throbbing from the commotion outside, filled with pent-up frustration. Why does Mother insist on keeping me confined? This joyous occasion is largely thanks to my efforts. If I had not contributed financially, would they have been able to find brides? As she paced the room, her words reached the ears of Baoqin outside. With a sudden realization, Baoqin turned and promptly relayed the information to Su Danfeng. Did she truly say that? Yes, madam, I would not miss here. Su Danfeng, having been drinking celebratory wine, suddenly became alert. Oh no, I must see her. I cannot allow her to speak carelessly. This matter must not be mentioned outside. The matter in question pertained to the Chu family relying on the dowries of the brides to secure wives for their sons, a rather disgraceful situation. Su Danfeng rushed into Shen Youwei's chamber. Mother, what brings you here? I was just about to ask why you would not allow me to leave the house on such a momentous day. You are now the daughter-in-law of the Chu family. It is inappropriate for you to show yourself publicly. I am thinking of your best interests. Shen Youwei, brimming with suppressed anger, sought other outlets for her frustration. Mother, you once said I would manage the storeroom keys, and once my second and third brothers married, you would hand over the household accounts to me. Now that they are wed, when do you plan to pass the accounts to me? Su Danfeng's expression faltered. She grasped Shen Youwei's hand and gently patted it. My dear, I have reconsidered. I am still in good health and shall manage household affairs for a while longer. I can handle the matters of the household for another 2 years. You have never managed household affairs. If you were to suddenly entrust such responsibilities to me, I would not be able to bear the weight. It would be better for me to learn from you for these 2 years, and once I am capable, you can then entrust everything to me. Shen Youwei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Hadn't Mother promised her? Why was she now retracting her words? Upon hearing this, Su Danfeng became displeased. Youth, how can you speak in such a manner? We are family. There is no question of turning against one another. Besides, you have just married into the Chu family. It is time to focus on living well with Zhou heir and to quickly bear a healthy child. Only then will the Chu family's kindness towards you be truly repaid. Chapter 29. The Betrayal of Lu Ji Mother? Shen Youwei exclaimed in astonishment. I have only just married into the Chu family a few days ago, and you're already urging me to have children? She recalled that in her past life, even after becoming a general in Appo's wife, Shen Nianxi had yet to bear any offspring. You have married into the Chu family. It is inevitable that you will give birth eventually. I am eagerly awaiting grandchildren, so you must act swiftly. I suggest you conceive a child at once. Once the child grows, You will have the means to manage the affairs of the Chu family seamlessly. Su Danfeng issued another warning. Do not even think about presiding over the household matters before that. She strode out with an air of authority, leaving Shen Youwei seething with indignation. The maid Yusi, who had accompanied her to the Chu residence, hurriedly poured her a glass of water. Madam, please have some water to calm your nerves. How can I not be angry? Shen Youwei retorted. She deceived me into relinquishing my dowry to marry off her own son, and now she reneges on her promises. This is nothing short of shameless. Madam, if the mistress were to learn of your grievances in the Chu family, she would surely feel heartbroken, Yusi remarked, stirring a mix of emotions within Shen Youwei as she thought of her mother. However, she quickly resolved to compose herself. It is futile. I will be living in the Chu family from now on, and I must endure. After all, I will encounter them daily. What do you plan to do, madam? Yusi inquired. Shen Youwei twirled her eyes thoughtfully. For now, I shall align with the Chu family and damp, oppose, as wishes. Once I am established in Chu Zhou, they will not treat me poorly. Furthermore, having a child will ensure that they regard me more favorably. With this determination, Shen Youwei resolved to have a child. In the main hall of Jingxiang Palace, Chilwan Hall, Huishu fanned herself while grumbling about the poor quality of the charcoal being sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Suddenly, she began to cough violently, ignoring her own discomfort. She hurried to check on Duan Yaoyan. Madam, how are you? Is the charcoal bothering you? Duan Yaoyan coughed a few times but said nothing further. Huishu complained. The palace attendants are adept at flattering the powerful while trampling the weak. The mistress is merely experiencing a temporary setback, yet they dare to take advantage of her misfortune, failing to consider that she may one day rise again. Help me sit up, Duan Yaoyan requested. Huishu quickly assisted her, propping her up with pillows to ensure her comfort. Liuji, quickly fetch a glass of water for the mistress. Huishu called out. After what felt like an eternity, Liuji reluctantly brought over a glass of murky water. Here, she said. Huishu glared at the water, infuriated. How could the mistress drink such filthy water? Liuji languidly replied. The Chilwan Hall is not what it once was. Be grateful that we have any water at all, rather than being picky. Liuji? Huishu stared at her in disbelief. We have served the mistress since childhood. While other palace attendants may act high and mighty, how can you demean the mistress? Duan Yaoyun, though frail, looked at her maid with shock. Liuji scoffed. Oh, I am well aware of what I am saying. Duan, in light of our past service, I shall be frank. I have long been in the service of consort, and for years I have monitored your every move, reporting back to her without fail. It was you. Duan Yaoyan coughed violently. I wonder how Fang Xinro knew about an amp. Oppose. Ningyue and amp. Oppose. It turns out it was you who divulged the information. Indeed, it was I, Liuji admitted, dropping the facade. I will soon be at consort's side, and I can inform you that your child was not a stillbirth as you believed. She was alive. But I cast her out into the East Palace during the bitter winter, and she perished from the cold. My Ningyue, my daughter, confronted with Liuji and amp. Oppose. As betrayal. While Duan Yaoyan felt a surge of rage, she could hardly contain her anguish at the mention of Ningyue. After all I did for you, this is how you repay me? You have caused my daughter's death, Liuji. I will see you dead. See me dead? Liuji retorted. Alas, you lack the power to make such threats now. You may languish in this opulent palace and await your demise. Liuji turned her back on Duan Yaoyun and exited without a second glance. Upon learning the truth, Duan Yaoyan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Madam, madam, Huishu cried in horror. Despite her cries, Duan Yaoyan could no longer hear her, having fainted and lost consciousness. Though furious at Liuji and amp, oppose, as treachery, Huishu knew the priority was to save Duan Yaoyan. She rushed outside, shouting, Guard, open the door. Madam has fainted. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. Tears streamed down her face. But the guards outside paid her no mind. Open the door. The emperor only forbade the madam from leaving, not the maids. Let me out. I must fetch the physician for her. In the frigid air, Huishu, clad in thin garments, knelt before the door, pleading with those outside. Jiang Xin, hearing the commotion, donned a cloak and stepped out. Who is making such a racket? The guard bowed and replied, It is Duan's maid, claiming that Duan has fallen ill and requires a physician. Jiang Xian scolded. Then why do you not open the door at once? The emperor has only forbidden Duan from leaving Chilwan Hall, not from receiving medical attention. Moreover, the one fetching the physician is merely her maid. We beg for your pardon, but we are following orders. We cannot allow anyone to exit, the guard replied, implying that they were still unwilling to let her go. What utter stubbornness, Jiang Xian thought to herself. It was evident that such a command did not originate from the emperor, but rather from another party wishing to see Duan Miaoyun perish in Chilwan Hall. Who could be so cruel as to wish for her demise? Mu Ye quickly summoned the physician. Yes, Huishu was both anxious and furious, but soon she awaited the arrival of the physician. Upon seeing him, she felt a wave of relief and joy. Physician, please come and see Duan. I was sent by Jiang to fetch you. Ah, yes, the physician replied, somewhat incredulous, as Huishu rushed him into Chilwan Hall. Though it was daylight, the hall felt oppressively dark and eerie. Physician, he furrowed his brow slightly as he placed a handkerchief on Duan Miaoyun and Appo's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand with a heavy sigh. Alas, the madam and Appo's condition is quite grave. Physician, what is wrong with my mistress? Huishu implored. Chapter 30. A grand game of chess in recent days. I have been overwhelmed by sorrow, consumed by melancholy, and suddenly startled into agitation. At this juncture, I can only prescribe a few potent remedies, and whether she can recover depends on fate. Please, esteemed physician, hasten to provide a prescription, I urged. Physician, he hesitated, acknowledging the scarcity of medicinal herbs in the Chilwan Palace. Drawing tears, Huishu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the situation is dire. I implore you, physician he, to save my master. Do not fret, young lady. I have also received kindness from Lord Duan, and I shall do my utmost to treat her. In a couple of days, I will return to take her pulse and bring additional herbs, he reassured. Thank you, esteemed physician, I replied gratefully. After physician, he departed with his medicine box. He was summoned to the Jinxing Pavilion by Mu Ge. I pay my respects to Lady Jiang, he greeted. Physician, please dispense with formalities. Tell me, what is the current state of Chilwan Palace? Physician, he recounted all he had witnessed, leaving Jiang Shuyuan astounded. Such torment inflicted upon a living soul, she exclaimed. Indeed, even though I send her medicinal herbs, if she is deprived of food and warmth, burdened by despair, how can she possibly recover? He lamented. Jiang Shuyuan paused. You deliver herbs daily? Not daily, but every other day, he clarified. Then, before you enter Chilwan Palace, please visit me first. I will discreetly provide you with some pastries to bring to her. Though her circumstances are far from ideal, perhaps a taste of sweetness might offer her some solace. Thank you, kind lady. Your benevolence is admirable, he responded. After arranging for Mu Ge to escort physician he out, Jiang Shuyuan made her way to Shen Nianxi's Jiayang Palace. The weather has turned cold, yet my sister is not inside keeping warm, but has come here, she mused. Truly, Sister Shen enjoys great favor. Her chambers are undoubtedly warmer than mine. Since you find it warm, please have a seat, Shen Nianxi invited. As Jiang Shuyuan recounted the day's events, Shen Nianxi, already aware that Duan Miaoyun would inevitably face trials, was unprepared for the extent of her suffering. Her fists clenched tighter, should one fall from favor in the palace. Duan Miaoyun serves as a cautionary tale. I suspected something was amiss, and now I learn that someone has deliberately orchestrated difficulties for Duan Miaoyun. My suspicions appear to be well-founded. What has crossed your mind, sister? I suspect that rogue Guipin has orchestrated this misfortune to frame Duan. But rogue Guipin herself suffered severe injuries. Indeed, there must be a profound animosity driving her to harm Duan Miaoyun to the point of injuring herself. Jiang Shuyuan nodded, finding some truth in that. There must be a third party involved, for only they could instigate such troubles for Duan Miaoyun. Rogue Guipin recently lost her child. This motive could explain her actions against Duan. Child, Shen Nianxi realized. Rogue Guipin must suspect that Gui Ji is connected to Duan Miaoyun. The only places in the palace with osmanthus trees are the Imperial Garden and Jingxiang Palace. Naturally, she would suspect Jingxiang Palace over the more crowded areas. Thus, someone has led Rogue Guipin to suspect Duan Miaoyun. As these revelations intertwined, Shen Nianxi felt a chill of realization. That day, the osmanthus appeared to be an accusation against her, but in truth, it was a diversion. The orchestrator cares not who ultimately bears the blame. Any target of Rogue Guipin's wrath would serve their purpose. Oh, what a grand game of chess. Jiang Shuyuan, entangled in the discussion, inquired sister, what do you mean? Why does Rogue Guipin solely suspect Duan? Who is his third party? Do not dwell on what you cannot comprehend. Jiang's sister, return home for now. I shall visit you at Jinxing Pavilion another day. Leaving with her heart full of questions, Jiang Shuyuan pondered as she walked, struggling to grasp the complexities until she ultimately surrendered to confusion. Yet, she felt a surge of relief for having relinquished the pursuit of favor. Otherwise, her mind would have surely been overwhelmed. As Shen Nianxi donned her cloak, Fudong inquired, "My lady, it is quite cold outside. Do you intend to venture out?" "Yes. I shall make a trip to Qingyij. I shall accompany you, my lady." "Very well." Although unaware of Shen Nianxi's sudden impulse to visit Qingyij, Fudong followed closely. "My lady, be cautious. Qingyij has fallen into disrepair and seldom sees visitors. Take care not to fall." "Disrepair?" "Indeed, that is what I heard from Xiao Quan." Shen Nianxi grew increasingly convinced of her suspicions. Upon reaching the highest point of Qingyij, where one could gaze afar, she approached the railing cautiously, noting the gap where Rogue Guipin had fallen, still unaddressed. "My lady, be careful," Fudong urged, gripping Shen Nianxi's hand in fear of her falling. Shen Nianxi gently tested the railing beside the gap, only to have it suddenly break off, startling both women. "Now I understand." The depths of meaning in Shen Nianxi's eyes were unfathomable. Her thoughts were indeed correct. "My lady, the wind is strong here. We should descend quickly. This railing is far too fragile, making this place quite perilous." Having confirmed her suspicions, Shen Nianxi chose not to linger and returned with Fudong the way they had come. Yet, throughout the journey, she remained silent. As they approached Zhaoyang Palace, a palace maid nearly collided with Shen Nianxi, promptly kneeling to beg for forgiveness. Fudong reprimanded, "Watch where you are going. Do you not know you nearly bumped into Lady Shen?" "It was my oversight. I beg Lady Shen for mercy this time," the maid pleaded. Shen Nianxi pulled Fudong aside. "It was an unintentional mistake. I shall not hold it against you. Rise." "Thank you, Lady Shen." As the maid stood, Shen Nianxi's gaze fixed upon the ornamental plum blossom garland at her waist. As the maid prepared to leave, Shen Nianxi called out, "Wait. Show me that plum blossom garland you wear." "Of course." Though puzzled, the maid handed over the garland. As Shen Nianxi examined it closely, she recalled the garland Xiao Quan had brought back. The two were identical. "In which palace do you serve, and what is your name?" "I am Cui Lu from the Shuxiu Palace." "Is this garland common among the palace servants of Shuxiu?" Cui Lu shook her head. "No. This garland was handcrafted by my close friend who entered the palace with me. It was a gift from her. Only we two possess such a garland." "Then she is also from Shuxiu?" Cui Lu shook her head again. "No, she serves beside consort de. Consort de." Everything began to connect in Shen Nianxi and Appo's mind, and she felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability as she looked at the simple-minded Cui Lu. Chapter 31. By Yang Diese Prenyansi Kuilu. Unaware that her so-called good friend had betrayed her, perceived that the maid from Baihe Palace was scheming to implicate her should the truth come to light. This was the reason she presented such a unique plum blossom adornment to Cui Lu. "All right, I understand. You may leave," Shen Nianxi said, tossing the plum blossom adornment back to Cui Lu before continuing forward with Fudong. Upon returning to Zhaoyang Palace, Lian Xiu found Shen Nianxi to be rather peculiar. Fudong explained that the mistress had recently been startled and was now deep in thought. It was normal for her not to speak. Lian Xiu quickly returned with a bowl of ginger soup, suggesting that the mistress must have caught a chill during her outing and should drink the soup to warm herself. Shen Nianxi accepted the ginger soup and sipped it slowly. Fudong took the cloak Shen Nianxi had removed outside, only to encounter Sun Conkai at the door. "Greetings, Master Sunday." "Ah, Fudong, is the esteemed concubine inside?" "Yes, Master Sun, please enter." "Thank you." Sun Conkai entered respectfully and saluted Shen Nianxi. "Esteemed concubine Shen, the weather grows colder by the day. The Emperor, fearing you might catch a chill, has commanded me to present you with 5 bolts of fire scarlet brocade. Garments fashioned from this fabric will indeed keep you exceedingly warm. Shen Nianxi was pleasantly surprised as she caressed the fine material on the tray. This brocade was indeed of exceptional quality. Indeed, Sun Concai remarked, there are only 20 bolts of this fire scarlet brocade in the entire palace. 10 bolts are with Bai Palace, 5 with Li Jiaowei, and the remaining 5 are in your possession, esteemed concubine Shen. This demonstrates how much the emperor values you. Shen Nianxi smiled, asking Sun Concai to convey her gratitude to the emperor. Of course, with the fabric delivered, I shall take my leave. Very well, Master Sun, walk carefully. Shen Nianxi was truly enamored with the fire scarlet brocade and called for someone to arrange for it to be made into garments. Lian Xiu was genuinely happy for Shen Nianxi. Since her entry into the palace over half a year ago, the emperor had showered her with affection, a most fortunate circumstance. To rely solely on beauty is fleeting. One cannot guarantee love will endure when beauty fades. Why must the mistress be so worried? I am not being overly concerned. Rather, this could genuinely be my path forward. The immediate priority is to swiftly seek power. Days later, Shen Nianxi's new garments were completed, and she donned them to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager in Yanxi Palace. The fiery hue of her attire accentuated her porcelain complexion beautifully. As she entered, the expressions of the others varied. Liang Hanyun was the first to confront her. The attire worn by esteemed concubine Shen is made from fire scarlet brocade, of which there are only 20 bolts in the palace. Baihe Palace possesses 10, Li Jiaowei 5, and the remaining 5 are with you. Shen Nianxi cast a calm glance at Liang Hanyun. I had thought this brocade was available to all. It is no wonder Liang Guiren is so envious. You, who told you I was envious? No one needed to inform me. Just be cautious not to grind your back teeth to dust while you sleep tonight. Liang Hanyun glared at Shen Nianxi, wishing she could strip her of her garments. Others regarded Shen Nianxi with a mix of envy and jealousy. At that moment, Liang Defei leisurely spoke up. Hanyun, if you desire that fire scarlet brocade, I shall have those 10 bolts sent to you. You are my niece. What is mine is yours to ask for. Your words are kind, but I thought such a rare treasure should not be requested lightly. No need for concern. I have plenty. In just a few exchanges, Liang Defei subtly flaunted her power, indicating that as long as she wished, she would always possess fine treasures. The others envied Liang Hanyun, for she basked in the privileges bestowed by her aunt, able to command respect and influence within the palace. As the Empress Dowager was about to arrive, they settled down somewhat. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Defei, Bai Liangdi has yet to arrive. Liang Defei looked over to see Bai Wanin's seat conspicuously empty. Songxin, send someone to find Bai Liangdi. Yes. To everyone's surprise, Bai Wanin arrived only after the Empress Dowager had already come. Bai Liangdi, your tardiness warrants punishment. Bai Wanin did not bow, but gently placed her hand on her abdomen, saying, I beg your pardon, your majesty. I have been with child for over a month now, and I have felt quite weary each morning, which is why I arrived late. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in whispers, each person harboring their own thoughts. The Empress Dowager, who should have reprimanded her, found her words stifled. She joyfully inquired, Is this true? Has a physician examined you? Yes, your majesty. It was physician Lu who checked my pulse. I only learned of it 2 days ago, and have yet to inform the emperor or yourself. Very well, very well. As long as the matter is true, it matters not when you share it. Indeed, that is how I feel as well. Nothing brings greater joy than a concubine's pregnancy. And the Empress Dowager regarded Bai Wanin with newfound warmth, offering her more words of care. Bai Liangdi, you must take good care of yourself. I do not wish to see any misfortune befall my grandchild. I shall certainly protect the child within me. Defei, I am here. The Empress Dowager looked sternly at her again. Last time, you failed to safeguard Rogue Fei's child, which was a dereliction of duty. This time, I entrust Bai Liangdi's child to you. You must take good care of it, for if anything happens to her child, I shall appoint someone else to oversee the inner palace affairs. Yes, I will dutifully obey your command. However, Liang Defei's expression darkened. This was a clear warning from the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, being tasked with protecting Bai Liangdi's child meant she could no longer act against her. She felt overwhelmed with frustration. Bai Wanin received numerous rewards from the Empress Dowager and basked in her most glorious moment, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. By the way, since Bai Liangdi is with child, I believe it would be a good opportunity to elevate her status. Defei, what do you think? Liang Defei tactfully replied. Elevating her rank requires a formal ceremony, and given Bai Liangdi's condition, it would be ill-advised to proceed with such rites now. In my opinion, it would be best to postpone her promotion until after she has given birth. With just a few words, she successfully delayed Bai Wanin's elevation, stirring a sudden discontent within her. Your Majesty, But the Empress Dowager interrupted her, stating, I believe Defei makes a valid point. We shall wait until Bai Liangdi's child is born before considering her promotion. Chapter 32. She is avoiding conception. Bai Wanin widened her eyes, her heart brimming with indignation. Well, that'll be all for today. Everyone disperse. Once the Empress Dowager departed, those with lively thoughts could no longer contain themselves. Liang Defei could not speak, but her entourage could. Zhou Kai knew, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, Bai Liangdi truly is a marvel. She has swiftly conceived a child. With her pregnancy, the previously arrogant Bai Wanin became even more haughty. Unlike some, who have seen the emperor numerous times, yet shown no signs of pregnancy. What a waste of the emperor's favor. As she spoke, her gaze pointedly fell upon Shen Nianxi. Liang Defei interjected. Shen Youwei, you are indeed the favored newcomer of the emperor, yet without a pregnancy. You must strive harder. Perhaps your offspring's fate is lacking, which has hindered your conception. Fear not. I shall have the imperial physician prepare some nourishing remedies for you. With proper care, children will surely come in due time. Noticing that everyone was focused on Liang Defei and Shen Nianxi, Bai Wanin's displeasure grew. Defei Niang, I am the one with child. Why is it that you show no concern for me, but instead engage in pointless chatter with someone so unrelated? Do you think my words are pointless? Bai Wanin retorted. Certainly not. Your brief comments have prompted the Empress Dowager to reconsider granting me the title of concubine. How could I deem your words useless? However, her tone was laced with veiled barbs. Very well, considering your current condition, I shall overlook your insolence. I shall take my leave now. You may do as you please, sisters. With that, Liang Defei departed, her followers trailing behind. Bai Wanin glared at Liang Defei's retreating figure, her heart seething with resentment. She was on the brink of attaining the title of concubine. Yet Liang Defei and Appo's interference meant she would have to wait at least another year. Upon returning to the Wangshan Pavilion in the Chonghua Palace, Bai Wanin soon learned that the Emperor Yuqi Xian had rushed to see her upon hearing of her pregnancy. Your Majesty, you are with child. Simply rest and take care of yourself. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Yuqi Xian gently patted her hand. Now that you are pregnant, feel free to send someone to the inner ministry for whatever you desire. No one will dare to trouble you. I understand, Your Majesty. Yet Bai Wanin's thoughts shifted. Although she was not Liang Defei's match at present, she could still employ subtle tactics. Your Majesty, what if a high-ranking concubine were to make things difficult for me? Is someone troubling you? He inquired, his demeanor growing serious. It is not that. It is simply that the Empress Dowager intended to elevate my status, but Defei Niang obstructed her for no apparent reason. Does she not wish to see me honored as concubine? Yuqi Xian and Appo's smile faded, his expression becoming more neutral. Defei has always managed the harem without error. If she believes it inappropriate to elevate you at this moment, there must be some validity to her concerns. Focus on your health. I must return to my duties and will visit you again soon. Bai Wanin pouted. Your Majesty, why must you leave so soon? She remained oblivious to the fact that her words prompted Yuqi Xian and Appo's desire to depart hastily. I am often consumed by state affairs. Had you not become pregnant, I would not have made this visit. Bai Wanin refrained from further pestering him. Very well, Your Majesty. As you attend to your responsibilities, I shall ensure a peaceful pregnancy. Good. After Yuqi Xian exited, his expression turned grave. Bai Wanin appeared anything but tranquil. He feared her reckless actions could jeopardize his heir. After some contemplation, he decided to have someone keep a close watch. Sun Kong, assign someone to monitor Wangshan Pavilion day and night. Should anything unusual occur, report it to me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty, I will obey your command. Upon returning to Zhaoyang Palace, Shen Nianxi found Mama Qiu presenting a bowl of dark herbal concoction. Mistress, you have returned just in time. This medicine has just cooled down, making it the perfect moment to drink it. Lian Xiu cast a worried glance at Shen Nianxi. Mistress, will you continue taking this contraceptive potion? Of course, Shen Nianxi replied, downing the concoction in one go. In the palace, she felt as if walking on thin ice. It was not the right moment for her to bear a child. If she were to conceive now, she could neither protect the child nor advance her plans. Lian Xiu sighed. Those concubines believe you are unfortunate, unaware that you are deliberately avoiding conception. Mama Qiu added, Mistress, although the herbs I use are relatively mild, excessive consumption could still harm your health. Rest assured, I only take this medicine occasionally. When I desire a child, I will cease its use. You need not worry. Regarding whether she wished for a child, Lian Xiu refrained from interjecting but cautioned, Mistress, you must prioritize your health. It would bring comfort to those who have passed. I understand, Mama Qiu and Lian Xiu. Be cautious and ensure no one discovers this contraceptive potion. Lian Xiu nodded. Mistress, do not worry. We are always careful and will not let anyone find out. That is good. Just as Shen Nianxi settled down, a thought struck her. Lian Xiu. Both Wanping Jie and Bai Liangdi reside in Chonghua Palace. This afternoon, please visit Wanping Jie and advise her to remain vigilant in all matters. Yes, I shall go this afternoon. With Bai Liangdi pregnant, jealousy within the palace was inevitable. Shen Nianxi feared that should anyone target Bai Liangdi's unborn child, it might inadvertently implicate Wanping Jie. Fortunately, Wanping Jie did not disappoint Shen Nianxi and Appos as concerns. She promptly instructed Lian Xiu to convey her intention to continue guarding Lian Yi, remaining within the confines of her quarters, thus denying others any opportunity to scheme against her. This news allowed Shen Nianxi to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiangsu Yuan and Appos' intention to send pastries to Duan Miao Yun was not mere talk. She arranged for He Tai Yi to deliver snacks daily to Qi Luan Palace. The bitter medicine He Tai Yi brought was challenging to swallow, but Duan Miao Yun managed to consume it only with the aid of Jiangsu Yuan and Appos' sweet treats. Though the medicine was bitter, her heart felt even heavier. Observing her former neglect of Hui Shu, Duan Miao Yun felt a pang of regret. I once treated you harshly, believing you to be restless. Yet it turns out I misjudged you entirely. Hui Shu understood that Duan Miao Yun was referring to Lu Ji. That day, Lu Ji and Appos' revelation had struck Duan Miao Yun profoundly. Master, I have served you since childhood, hoping only for your well-being. As long as you are unharmed, I am content with any role I play. You and Lu Ji both shared this sentiment, yet she has transformed into a callous betrayer. I did not comprehend. I have never treated her poorly. Why must she act in this manner? Chapter 33. Her child, my lady, some matters cannot be comprehended merely through thought. She has harmed the master's child, revealing her treacherous intentions. Duan Miaoyun began to cough again, lamenting, my Ninga, how innocent you are, yet you have been so cruelly taken from this world. At the mention of her child, tears flowed anew. The entire palace believed she had no offspring, unaware that during her time in the Eastern Palace, she had given birth to a daughter. However, before she could even glimpse the child, those around her insisted that the baby was a stillborn, an ill omen that ought to be disposed of immediately, even in death. She could not bear to let anyone take her child away, yet in her postnatal weakness, how could she protect her own? In a daze, she recalled someone lamenting that the child had a red birthmark on her palm, but the rest was a blur. Ultimately, through her own favor, she managed to persuade Wei Qixin to grant her child the title, Ningyue, but Wei Qixin was also reluctant to let the ominous event be known, and thus it was shrouded in secrecy. Apart from those who had been with her in the Eastern Palace, no one else was privy to this occurrence. Hui Shu offered a piece of cake to Duan Miaoyun, saying, My lady, eat something sweet. It will ease your troubled heart. Duan Miaoyun accepted the treat, for her current sustenance was even less than that of the palace servants. Only the kindness of Jiang Caning allowed her to endure. I shall repay Jiang Caning and Appos as kindness one day, she vowed, clenching her fists. Liang Yuzhen bribed Lu Ji to orchestrate the demise of my child, while Feng Xinro slandered me. ensnaring me in a web of despair. These grievances I shall repay in due time. Compared to Feng Xinro, she harbored a deeper hatred for Liang Yuzhen. She could not comprehend why Liang Defei, who already had a son, would wish to harm her daughter. Hui Shu, assist me in a few matters. Your command shall be executed, my lady, came the reply. Send a message to my father, urging him to investigate whether a baby girl was abandoned near the Eastern Palace back then. I must know if my Ning Yue truly perished. In the frigid winds and snow, a helpless infant in swaddling would seem unlikely to survive. Yet Duan Miaoyun clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for divine mercy, wishing her child still lived. By a palace, Liang Yuzhen appeared as dignified as ever, yet the furrow in her brow betrayed her true state of mind. Listening to the cries echoing in her ears, her irritation only deepened. Crying, always crying. If you cannot assist me, at least do not add to my torment. Rong Giji hastily knelt with her son, pleading for forgiveness. Your Highness, Feng and Amp, oppose, is only 2 years old. He does not understand. Please do not hold it against him. Take your child outside, soothe him, and return once he is calm. Yes. Rong Giji exited Baihe Palace, cradling the wailing Wei Shichang Feng, while the others remained seated. The Empress Dowager forbade any harm to Bai Liangdi's child, yet how could Liang Yuzhen sit idly by as her rival's offspring was born? Indeed, Aunt, Bai Wanyin is already so haughty before giving birth. Once her child arrives, she will surely regard no one with respect. Liang Yuzhen rubbed her temples, contemplating that Bai Wanyin and Amp, oppose, as connections to the Chancellor and Amp, oppose, as household could pose a threat should she bear a son. He might compete with her own Yuer for the position of Crown Prince. No, I cannot permit such an occurrence. Zhou Kainu suddenly interjected, Your Highness, Bai Liangdi resides in Chonghua Palace, where the principal consort is Wan Pin. If you were to manipulate the situation to frame Wan Pin, it could work to your advantage. I had considered that. Yet this must be handled with utmost caution. Any misstep could lead to the relinquishment of my power in the harem. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Yuzhen summoned Rong Giji back into the chamber. Rong Zi, how do you suggest I proceed? If your Highness seeks to cast blame upon Wan Pin, it may appear as if you are shifting responsibility. I believe a more decisive approach is warranted, ensuring that the entire Chonghua Palace is ensnared. Liang Yuzhen was taken aback by Rong Zi's ruthless suggestion. Do you propose to eliminate Wan Pin altogether? Your Highness, I would never dream of plotting against Wan Pin. What I suggest is that a catastrophic fire could engulf Chonghua Palace, tragically claiming Wan Pin, Princess Liani, Bai Liangdi, and her unborn child. Liang Yuzhen fell silent, contemplating the feasibility of this plan. After a brief pause, she resolved, Very well, I shall devise a detailed strategy. You may all leave for now. Yes, my lady. Wanchun Pavilion. Bai Wanyin indulged in an abundance of delicacies, growing increasingly rotund within just over a month. She caressed her belly, filled with joy. Chun Xiao, have the kitchen prepare more bird's nest chicken soup, abalone with pearl vegetables, fish maw with ham, and scallops. My lady, consuming so much may not be beneficial for your health. What do you know? Bai Wanyin scolded. This is for replenishing my child and Appo's nourishment. It is their honor to serve me and my child. Do hurry and make the arrangements. Chun Xiao could only acquiesce. Yes, I shall do so immediately. As Bai Wanyin continued to grow plump and prosperous, Chun Xiao hesitated to offer her concerns, fearing rebuke. My lady, this is a bellyband sent by Wan Pin, intended for your unborn child, wishing for a safe delivery. Bai Wanyin glanced at the bellyband with disdain. Keep it away. Who knows if her intentions are genuine or ulterior? Understood, my lady. Especially since Wan Pin resided in the same Chonghua Palace, it was even more convenient for her to scheme against Bai Wanyin. From now on, any gifts from her shall be sent to the storeroom. Do not let me see them. Winter quickly approached, and Bai Wanyin and Appo's, as pregnancy reached 3 months, she indulged further, believing her pregnancy was stable. Watching the delicate snowflakes fall outside, Shen Nianxi inquired about the date. Upon receiving an answer, she paused. Lian Xiao, come here. I need you to venture outside the palace. Please, my lady, speak. Go to the city gate. If you spot a little girl around 4 or 5 years old with a red birthmark on her palm, bring her back. Yes, I shall go at once. As the snowstorm intensified, Shen Nianxi worried for the child's safety against the cold. On this day, in her past life, she had ventured to a temple on the outskirts of the capital and encountered that starving girl by the city gate on her return. Chapter 34. Ling the little girl. Named Ling although merely 4 years of age, possessed an understanding and obedience that tugged at one's heartstrings. Out of compassion, she took the child back to the General Ding Yuan's residence, adopting her as a ward. In this life, even though she could no longer acknowledge Ling and Oppose, as her daughter, she was willing to keep her close. As night fell, Fudong came to persuade Shen Nianxi to rest, but she refused. I shall wait a little longer, and when I see Lianxiu, I will sleep. Unable to convince her, Fudong covered her with a blanket and sat beside her, waiting together. Half an hour later, a sound emanated from outside. Shen Nianxi lifted the blanket and descended to the floor, walking straight to the door, where she beheld Lianxiu and the little girl, whose cheeks were reddened from the cold. Quick, the room is warm. Come inside. The little girl hesitated, but Shen Nianxi approached, took her hand, and gently pulled her in. Upon sensing the warmth of the room, the child appeared astonished, having never imagined that a dwelling could be so cozy. Lianxiu entered, shedding her snow-drenched cloak and warming her hands by the fire, exhaling misty breaths. My lady, it is dreadfully cold outside. I do not know whose child she is, standing there at the city gate in such thin clothing. Fortunately, you instructed me to bring her back. Otherwise, she surely would not have survived the harsh winter. Noticing the child's bare feet, Shen Nianxi hurried to fetch a blanket to cover them, ensuring she could warm up. Fudong, prepare a bowl of ginger soup for this child to fend off the cold. As the child sensed the kindness of those around her, her tense expression softened considerably. She looked up and inquired, "Where is this place?" "This is the palace. I am Shen Nianxi, a consort of the emperor. From now on, you shall stay here with me. You will no longer endure hunger and hardship, and you will live a good life. Do you agree?" The little girl lowered her head, replying, "But I am an unwanted child." These words pierced Shen Nianxi and Oppo's heart deeply. She knelt down and gently caressed the girl's cheek. This child was her ward in her past life, and regardless of the circumstances, she would never abandon her. "With me, you will never be an unwanted child. Tell me, what is your name?" "Ling and Oppose, Ling and Oppose, a beautiful name. From this moment forth, this shall be your home." Shen Nianxi refrained from probing deeper into the child and Oppo's past, for she already knew the entirety of it from her previous life. She was aware that Ling and Oppose had been abandoned since infancy, taken in by a family in the countryside. But their fortunes waned, and they could no longer care for her, leading to her abandonment at the city gate. Linger was not their biological daughter, and they had their own unspeakable difficulties. Shen Nianxi would not hold them accountable for their cruelty. In her previous life, she had given that family some silver for treatment, and they had visited Linger a few times, seeing her thrive as a lady of the general's residence, and thus they no longer wished to reclaim her. "Fudong, the child is tired. My room is the warmest. Please fetch some quilts to lay on the floor so she can make do for the night. Tomorrow, we will prepare a room for her." Yes, indeed, the room was quite warm, and Linger soon fell asleep. The following morning, Shen Nianxi called for Lianxiu and handed her a pouch of silver. "Lianxiu, when you return, send someone to deliver this silver to a family named Su in the countryside, and inform them of Ling and Oppose, as current situation, so they need not worry." "My lady, how do you know this?" "Ling and Oppose, told me last night." In truth, she had not asked Ling and Oppose, Lianxiu, without suspicion, accepted the silver and departed. The Zhaoyang Palace had ample vacant rooms, and Shen Nianxi arranged for one to be prepared for Linger, ensuring that many fine items were placed within. The palace attendants noticed the mysterious little girl and Shen Nianxi's unusual affection toward her, leading to a flurry of gossip. Anticipating this, Shen Nianxi summoned everyone for a lecture, forbidding any ill treatment toward Ling and Oppose. Once these matters were settled, she proceeded to the imperial study. Having never visited the imperial study before, Shen Nianxi surprised Sun Conkai, who greeted her with astonishment. "Lady Shen, what brings you to the imperial study so suddenly. Please inform His Majesty that I have something to report. Of course, please wait. Sun Conkai entered the study and shortly returned. Lady, the Emperor requests your presence. Upon entering, she found Yu Qixian equally surprised by her appearance. You seek me? What urgent matter do you have? Your Majesty, I wish to take in a little girl to reside in Zhaoyang Palace. From whence does this girl come? Is her background clear? Shen Nianxi softly replied. The child was abandoned, taken in by a family in the countryside, but they are now impoverished and cannot continue to care for her, leading to her abandonment once more. I find her pitiable and wish to keep her by my side, for Zhaoyang Palace lacks for nothing. Seeing Yu Qixian silent, Shen Nianxi continued to persuade gently. The people of Dian are subjects of the Emperor. Your benevolence and compassion would not allow you to witness your subjects suffer. Allowing this child to remain in the palace would showcase your kindness, garnering admiration from all. Only you can speak so eloquently. Very well. If you wish to keep a child in the palace, then let it be. Thank you, Your Majesty. You are a wise ruler, destined to be remembered throughout the ages. Yu Qixian relished her flattery, but feigned seriousness. Enough, enough. I do not enjoy such flattering words. I have documents to attend to. You may return now. I shall dine in Zhaoyang Palace tonight. Feigning joy, Shen Nianxi replied, I shall return to instruct the kitchen staff to prepare more of your favorite dishes. Very well, go. After taking a few steps, she turned back, adding with concern, Your Majesty, you must come. My words are as solid as a promise. Once she departed, Yu Qixian resumed his paperwork, yet he could not help but wonder what sort of child Shen Nianxi was so intent on adopting. At dinner, Yu Qixian indeed made his way to Zhaoyang Palace. Shen Nianxi had been waiting for quite some time. Your servant greets the Emperor. Yu Qixian took her hand, saying rise. Entering the room together, they beheld a table laden with dishes, particularly those he favored, which brought him immense satisfaction. What pleased him most was that his consorts took the time to consider his tastes. You truly remember all my preferences, as the Emperor bears the burden of state affairs. I cannot assist, but I can certainly remember your likes. Please sit down, lest the dishes grow cold. Chapter 35. If my daughter were still here, Yu Qixian nodded in appreciation. Very well. Shen Nianxi poured him a cup of wine. Your Majesty should drink this first to warm your stomach before indulging in the feast. Indeed, you are thoughtful, Yu Qixian replied, accepting Shen Nianxi and Oppos as kindness. After downing the wine, he felt a significant sense of relief. By the way, where is that little girl? I am quite eager to meet her. Very well, Your Majesty. Please enjoy your meal, and I shall summon her immediately. Soon, Lian Xiu entered, leading a young girl by the hand. Linger was dressed in fine silks, no longer resembling her former ragged self. Having learned a modicum of etiquette in recent days, she shyly curtsied to Yu Qixian under Lian Xiu's guidance. Yu Qixian gazed at the girl before him. Although she was frail and thin, her appearance was endearing, evoking a sense of tender affection. This child is remarkably lovely. It is no wonder you wish to keep her in Zhaoyang Palace. Shen Nianxi smiled gently. Linger has endured great hardship. If I do not keep her, she would surely suffer much more. Yu Qixian's thoughts began to drift. If only my second princess were still alive, she would surely be like her. This statement sent a shiver down Shen Nianxi's spine, raising goosebumps along her skin. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Is not the princess Lian well? Yu Qixian shook his head. She is merely the princess you believe her to be. In truth, I have another daughter who passed away, named Ningyue. Shen Nianxi was taken aback, rendered speechless. In both her past and present lives, she had never known that Yu Qixian had a daughter named in Oppos, Ningyue and Oppos. Your Majesty, who is Ningyue's mother? It is Miaoyan. In that instant, Yu Qixian's thoughts turned to Duan Miaoyan, who resided in Jingxiang Palace. They had grown up together, innocent and carefree. Had it not been for the pressures from the Su and Liang noble families, Duan Miaoyan would surely have been his legitimate consort. How had their fates diverged so drastically? Shen Nianxi was utterly astonished, while Yu Qixian became lost in his memories. Ningyue was a stillborn, a harbinger of ill fortune, and should not have been given a title. Yet, Miaoyan pleaded with me tearfully, and I, unable to refuse, granted her a title, though he never spoke of it publicly. It is no wonder that I and the newly entered sisters were unaware of this matter. I simply did not expect Miaoyan to transform into such a cruel person. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Nianxi softly shared her observations. Your Majesty, you are unwilling to believe that Duan is ruthless, and I too do not wish to believe it. However, I must confess, I visited Qingyij not long ago. I cautiously approached the railing there and discovered that it would give way with the slightest touch. It is entirely possible that Ruo Guipin jumped off herself that day. Yuqi Xian was taken aback. Is such a thing truly possible? Yes, Your Majesty. I dare not conceal anything from you. Moreover, if you were to dispatch someone to investigate, the truth would come alight. You are simply reluctant to accept the harsh reality of Duan's cruelty, fearing that the revelations might worsen the situation. But what motive would Ruo Guipin have to frame Duan? Your Majesty, do you not recall that Ruo Guipin lost her child due to the presence of cinnamon twigs hidden within her chamber? The only places in the palace with osmanthus trees are the Imperial Garden and Jingxiang Palace. Naturally, Ruo Guipin would be inclined to believe that Duan could orchestrate such a deed discreetly. Yuqi Xian furrowed his brow. But I recall that the maid from Xian'e Palace also identified cinnamon twigs in your Zhaoyang Palace. Precisely. Which leads me to contemplate that Duan may not have harmed Ruo Guipin's child at all. Instead, someone may have deliberately set her up, implicating either me or Duan, thus clearing my name of suspicion. Yet, someone may wish for Ruo Guipin to believe that Duan was responsible for her child's demise, further leading her to think that Your Majesty deliberately spared Duan from punishment, inciting her desire for revenge. After hearing Shen Nianxi's words, Yuqi Xian fell into a long silence. However, all of this remains mere speculation on your part, lacking solid evidence. Indeed, these are merely my conjectures. But I do have a discovery if you seek proof. What is it? Pray tell. Shen Nianxi leaned closer and whispered a few words into his ear. After a moment's hesitation, Yuqi Xian acquiesced to her plan. Very well, let be as you suggest. Shen Nianxi and Yuqi Xian resumed their meal as if nothing had happened, while Linger sat quietly beside them, diligently eating from a small bowl. Once the meal was finished, Shen Nianxi instructed Lian Xiao and Fu Dong to take care of Linger before she and Yuqi Xian made their way to Xian'e Palace's Zongquixuan. Upon learning that the emperor had come to visit her, Fang Xinro, who had been looking haggard for days, instantly regained some of her vitality. Overjoyed, she saw Yuqi Xian enter alongside Shen Nianxi. Although she was unsure why Shen Nianxi was present, she felt a surge of happiness at Yuqi Xian and Appo's arrival. Your Majesty, please forgive me for not rising to greet you. Do not concern yourself. Yuqi Xian sat beside her bed, taking her hand. Seeing you in such a state truly pains me. With Your Majesty's concern, I am content regardless of my appearance. I have come today to inform you that I have uncovered the identity of the person who harmed your child. Fang Xinro was instantly overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Is it truly Duan Miaoyan? Yuqi Xian slowly shook his head. It is not her, it is Defei. Defei. Fang Xinro was momentarily stunned, and then she was filled with disbelief. How could it be her? Shen Nianxi interjected. The only person capable of executing such a covert act without arousing suspicion is Defei, especially since she has the first prince under her care. Naturally, she would fear that you might bear an heir, threatening her position. Is that truly the case? Fang Xinro found it hard to believe, but upon seeing Yuqi Xian nod slightly, she had no choice but to accept it. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out, not caring for Yuqi Xian and Shen Nianxi and Appo's as presence beside her. Heaven above, I have wronged the wrong person and harmed the wrong person. Chapter 36. She was wrong. Shen Nianxi exchanged a glance with Wei Qi Xian. What does the esteemed concubine mean by this? Fang Xinro wept for a long while before finally ceasing her tears. Your Majesty, Duan Miaoyan has been wronged, although she had prepared herself. Hearing this sudden revelation still surprised Wei Qi Xian. Are you saying that on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you leapt from the Qingya Pavilion of your own accord? Yes. Fang Xinro confirmed. I mistakenly believed that Duan Miaoyan was responsible for the loss of my child, which birthed my resentment. I was driven by vengeance. willing to jump from the Qingyao pavilion and falsely claim that she had pushed me. Foolishness. Wei Qixian was a loss for words. If it were indeed Duan Miaoyun who harmed your unborn child, I would ensure she faces severe punishment. I would never be lenient. Fang Xinrou's eyes were swollen from crying, yet she believed that your majesty was deeply fond of Duan Miaoyun, which is why you would hesitate to punish her. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianxi astutely noticed that Wei Qixian's expression darkened significantly. Fang Xinrou's words were hardly wise. How could he allow others to perceive him as unjust? Realizing her mistake, she quickly added, Your Majesty, I spoke in haste out of desperation. I beg your Majesty to forgive my indiscretion. You have wrongfully accused Duan Miaoyun. Your intentions are impure, yet I sympathize with your loss, and seeing you in such a state, I shall not impose further punishment. Reflect on your actions in solitude. Fang Xinrou nodded tearfully. Yes, I shall obey. As Wei Qixian reached the door, he added, I have yet to ascertain who harmed the royal heir. But if I discover the truth, rest assured, no one shall escape unscathed. His parting words left Fang Xinrou stunned. She was too shocked to continue crying. The emperor was merely toying with her. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Shen Nianxi kindly moved closer to the bedside, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. Dear concubine Rou, just because the emperor has not found the culprit does not imply that he never will. You are being overly anxious. Fang Xinrou swatted Shen Nianxi's hand away. Who are you to instruct me? I do not dare to instruct you, my lady. I merely wish to share a few thoughts. The maid Pan Xiao was harmed by Defei's people. She did not commit suicide. As for why Defei would target a mere maid, you being so astute, should be able to deduce the reasoning. Please rest well. I shall not disturb you further. Fang Xinrou coughed harshly. Of course, she had considered the implications. Defei's attack on her maid was undoubtedly to silence her. Pan Xiao must have known something. Though lacking concrete evidence, the threads began to intertwine, leading Fang Xinrou to suspect that Defei had orchestrated a scheme to harm both her and Duan Miaoyun, while she reaped the benefits. Liang Yuzhen, you are truly ruthless. She clenched her fists, biting her lip, filled with rage. My lady, it is dire news. The emperor has dispatched more men to investigate the harm done to concubine Rou's child. What? In her panic, Liang Yuzhen accidentally knocked over a teacup. My lady, it is true. You must think of a way to respond swiftly. She quickly steadied her nerves. The maid who had hidden the cinnamon branch was already dead. Without evidence, no one could link the incident to her. However, Songxin, find a scapegoat to take the blame. Only then can this matter be resolved. Songxin hurriedly agreed, yes. My lady. As soon as Songxin left, Jianji rushed in, equally flustered. My lady, the emperor has just decreed that concubine Rou has admitted to framing Duan Danying and has reinstated her position. So, she has once again become Yunfei? Jianji nodded fearfully. Yes, her status in Qiuwan Palace remains as it was before. Outrageous. Liang Yuzhen felt a headache coming on. It had taken her considerable effort to bring down Duan Miaoyun, and now she was back unscathed. What of Fang Xinrou? Did she not loathe Duan Miaoyun for harming her child? Why would she confess to framing her? My lady, it is said that last night the emperor visited concubine Shen in Xina Palace to see concubine Rou. No one knows what they discussed, but in any case, concubine Rou revealed everything. Shen Nianxi. Liang Yuzhen's mind conjured Shen Nianxi's image, and she seethed. I have underestimated her. She has thwarted my plans. After plotting for so long, everything has now crumbled. Once I settle this matter, I shall deal with her. A mere noble consort is as easily crushed as an ant in my grasp. Liang Yuzhen's people were swift. Within days, an unknown maid emerged to take the blame. She hanged herself, leaving behind a letter written in blood. In that letter, she confessed to harboring resentment against concubine Rou, collaborating with another maid to harm her. She claimed responsibility for procuring the cinnamon branch, while the maid from Xinha Palace was tasked with hiding it. In the imperial study, Wei Qixian flung the documents before him aside in frustration. Another suicide, just like that maid from Xinha Palace. How could he not realize that this maid had been pushed forward to take the fall? Ever since Shen Nianxi had shared those fragmented clues with him, Wei Qixian had dispatched shadow guards to investigate, confirming Shen Nianxi and Appos as claims. The so-called suicide of Pan Xiao had been orchestrated by the Fei and Apos, people, who had knocked her unconscious and thrown her into the lake. The carpenter who made the table admitted he had been instructed to secretly hide the cinnamon branch, yet he did not know who had given him those orders. As these fragmented clues came to light, Wei Qixin understood that this was all the doing of Liang Yuzhen. However, Liang Yuzhen was too clever, having erased the most direct evidence. Moreover, the Liang Duke and Apos' residence still stood. He could not act against the Fei. Sun Conkai, bring forth concubine Shen. Yes. Sun Conkai cautiously made his way to Zhaoyang Palace and invited Shen Nianxi to the imperial study. Your Majesty. Shen Nianxi noticed the documents scattered on the floor, bent down to gather them, and neatly placed them on the table. The Fei is cruel, yet I cannot act against her. Shen Nianxi's expression remained calm. She had long suspected that the preceding court was intricately linked to the inner palace. As long as the Liang Duke and Apos' residence existed, Liang Yuzhen would continue to wield power as the Fei. There is no need for your Majesty to worry. If the Fei were to cease her actions now, it would be well. However, should she persist in her folly, what concern do you have about the day when her schemes are unveiled? I ask you at this moment, what should I do? I believe it would be prudent to entrust the authority to manage the inner palace to Yun Fei. This would not only demonstrate your Majesty's intent to soothe tensions, but also rectify the grievances suffered by Yun Fei, while simultaneously preventing the Fei from monopolizing power. Wei Qixin nodded slightly, yet remained puzzled. I had previously intended for you to assist in managing the inner palace. Why did you not advocate for yourself? Chapter 37. The return of consort Yun. As I possess only a shallow foundation, it is truly unwise for me to assume the responsibilities of managing the inner palace affairs. I believe it would be prudent for me to gain further experience before the emperor entrusts these matters to me. In such a case, both the former court and the inner palace would surely acknowledge my authority. Your foresight is commendable. Let it be as you have advised. Yu Qixin commanded Sun Conkai to convey the edict, granting consort Yun the authority to assist in the management of the 6 palaces and to inform them accordingly. In the Baihe Palace, Liang Yuzhen, upon receiving Sun Conkai and Apos' message, was momentarily stunned. Is the emperor and Apos' decree truly so? She inquired. How could I dare to misrepresent the emperor's will? Sun Conkai replied, Your Highness, why not open the decree for yourself? I must proceed to the Jingxiang Palace to deliver the edict. After Sun Conkai departed, Liang Yuzhen carefully unfolded the decree, and indeed, the emperor intended to strip her of her authority within the inner palace. Why must the emperor relinquish my power to Duan Miaoyun? Of all the possible choices, why her? A thorn pricked her heart, for she knew that Yu Qixin had favored Duan Miaoyun as the crown princess. And had it not been for the interference of the Su and Liang noble houses, Duan Miaoyun would have rightfully held the title of empress. She dreaded the day when the emperor might elevate Duan Miaoyun to empress, fueling her resentment further. Su Exan leaned closer to Liang Yuzhen and whispered, My lady, I heard that Shun Giji was summoned to the emperor's study early this morning. After her departure, the emperor issued this decree. Surely you see the connection? Shen Nianxi? Is she again? Not only has she released consort Yun, but with a few words, she has also conferred my authority upon her. It is especially troubling that the emperor has chosen to heed her counsel. My lady, how could she have persuaded the emperor? This must surely be the emperor's own decree. No, Liang Yuzhen shook her head. I would prefer to believe she has sown discord. That would be preferable to the notion that the emperor has callously stripped me of my power. However, having served the emperor for so many years, I have never witnessed him treat anyone with such favoritism. Shen Nianxi, she cannot be allowed to remain. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Shen Nianxi suddenly sneezed. Lian Xiao quickly draped a cloak over her shoulders, advising her to be cautious and avoid catching a chill. I am not susceptible to the cold. It is evident that someone is cursing me from behind. Shen Nianxi jested, eliciting laughter from Lian Xiao. It must be the Fei lamenting her misfortune, she mused. Indeed, having lost her power, she cannot blame the emperor, so naturally, she places the blame upon me. Shen Nianxi felt unperturbed. After all, her entrance into the palace had been aimed at attaining the position of empress, and it was only a matter of time before she and a Fei became adversaries. However, my lady must exercise caution. She may very well plot against you next. I am aware. You two must remain vigilant and deny others the opportunity to ensnare us. Of course. But where is Linger? Where has she gone? Lian Xiu chuckled. Linger is frolicking with several maidens outside, engaged in a snowball fight. A snowball fight sounds delightful. However, do keep an eye on her. Ensure she does not encounter any mishaps. Understood. Receiving the decree, Duan Miaoyun, like Liang Yuzhen, found herself incredulous. Yet amidst her joy, she did not neglect to express her gratitude. It is again Consort Yun, she remarked with an air of indifference, as if the title no longer held significance for her. Indeed, my lady, this is a momentous occasion. Duan Miaoyun stroked the decree thoughtfully before speaking. In the past, I believed myself to be the favored one, cherished by the emperor due to our childhood bond, setting me apart from the other consorts. I had thought there lingered some genuine affection from him. Yet now, my heart has grown cold, for I have come to realize that I am no different from the others. Duan Miaoyun spoke with an air of detachment, as if these were merely the affairs of others. Do you remember, Huishu? The emperor once intended for me to become the crown princess. Had it not been for the machinations of the Su and Liang families, the throne would have been mine. Huishu cautiously replied, my lady. With the future of the crown vacant, there is still hope for you to ascend to the empress's position. Not at all. Duan Miaoyun shook her head. What I could not attain in the past is not meant for me. I no longer wish to live in pursuit of what is unattainable. At this juncture, her sole desire was for Ningyue's safety. She hoped to find her and live peacefully together. The unattainable dreams of her youth had faded, and she had found peace with it. Do not fret, my lady. The Grand Tutor has dispatched someone to search for Princess Ningyue. As long as she is alive, you will surely find her. Duan Miaoyun gently caressed Huishu's head. I appreciate your loyalty during these trying times. In the future, I shall ensure you do not suffer. As long as I can remain by your side, my lady, I desire nothing more. Duan Miaoyun's lips curled into a sincere smile. By the way, I have heard that it was Shen Nianxi who spoke on my behalf before the emperor, leading to my appointment as the assistant in managing the 6 palaces? Yes, I have also heard this. I'm not one to forget a kindness, since it is thanks to her that I've been able to clear my name and inadvertently receive this authority. I shall be sure to express my gratitude. Huishu hurriedly arranged for a palanquin for Duan Miaoyun. Upon arriving at the Chongqing Palace's Zhaoyang Hall, Duan Miaoyun was greeted by the sounds of laughter. Approaching closer, she beheld a young girl clad in a rose-pink snow fox cloak, hurling snowballs at the nearby maidens, her cheeks flushed with joy. The child was charming, her laughter infectious, rendering Duan Miaoyun unable to tear her gaze away. She stared at the girl for an extended period, prompting Huishu to gently remind her, my lady, you have been standing here for quite some time. It is time to seek out Shen Nianxi. I understand. Duan Miaoyun reluctantly averted her gaze, her thoughts lingering on the delightful little girl. Chapter 38. The desire to frame her the concubine paid her respects to Lady Yun. Please rise. Duan Miaoyun seated herself, surveying the furnishings of the room. I have never visited Zhaoyang Palace before. This is indeed my first time here. Your Highness, it is truly an honor for me. You have only just departed from Jingxiang Palace to come here. I am quite taken aback. There is no need for such surprise. I come here solely because you assisted me. Had it not been for your intervention, I might still be confined within Jingxiang Palace for an indeterminate period. Shen Nianxi maintained an unruffled demeanor. Your Highness, you yist. Had it not been for your unjust plight, no matter my capabilities, I would have been powerless to assist. Duan Miaoyun had never been fond of such roundabout conversation. After exchanging a few words with Shen Nianxi, she found it difficult to remain seated. However, the thought of the little girl outside compelled her to linger a moment longer. Shen Nianxi, may I inquire about the child playing with the palace maids outside? That is Linger. I took pity on her and brought her to Zhaoyang Palace. Are you aware of her origins? I know a little, though not in great detail. Shen Nianxi observed Duan Miaoyun, sensing her keen interest in the matter. Yet, she was reminded of her own daughter. Duan Miaoyun was astonished. The emperor spoke of this to you? Yes, the emperor shared some thoughts with me. That day, he was particularly reminiscing about you, which prompted me to persuade him to investigate the matter further. At that time, the emperor must have seen the girl named Linger, correct? Indeed. Duan Miaoyan smiled wryly. I knew it. Had my Ning Yue still been alive, she would have been just as delightful as that girl. Regrettably, my Ning Yue was subjected to the cruel machinations of others and cast into the icy wilderness at such a tender age. Shen Nianxi was taken aback. What a coincidence. Linger was also abandoned in the snow. Is it truly so? It seems she shares a connection with my Ning Yue. If your highness takes a liking to her, you may visit often. Perhaps it would alleviate some of your sorrow over your daughter. Very well. Duan Miaoyan did not refuse this kind offer. As she stepped outside, she saw Ling Er still playing with the palace maids and paused for a moment to watch before turning to leave. Liang Yuzhen had been secluding herself for some time, claiming to give Lady Yun the opportunity to manage affairs. But in truth, she was contemplating how to deal with Bai Wanyin. Your Highness, please have some pastries. You must take care of yourself. I am pondering the words of Rong Giji. Indeed, a great fire would be the most effective way to eliminate both Bai Wanyin and her child. However, it is winter, and such calamities are not easily believed. Songxin was perplexed. Your Highness means, I still require someone to bear the blame. Wan Pin is indeed the best scapegoat. If a great fire were to occur, she and Liani would perish without witnesses. If she survives, the charges of plotting against Bai Liangdi and her unborn child will be firmly established against her. Songxin was astonished. But your Highness, if both Wan Pin and Bai Liangdi were to perish, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager would surely be enraged, and you would be implicated as well. Liang Yuzhen lowered her gaze in contemplation. You make a valid point. Then let Bai Wanyin and her child face their demise. At that time, Wan Pin will also find it difficult to escape involvement. Your Highness speaks wisely. Send someone outside the palace to procure a batch of rosin mixed with realgar. Remember, do not let anyone uncover our intentions. I understand. Shen Nianxi wrapped herself in a warm cloak and stepped outside. It had been some time since she had seen Wan Pin, and given that Wan Pin had sent someone to summon her a few days prior, it was indeed time for her to visit the Chonghua Palace. Upon entering Huaxi Pavilion, Shen Nianxi caught a faint scent that she could not quite place, instantly heightening her vigilance. Sister Wan, what fragrance are you using in your room? You've arrived. Please take a seat. The personnel from the Internal Affairs Bureau informed me that due to the severe winter cold, with the windows tightly shut, other fragrances might be overpowering. They recommended rosin, which I find quite agreeable. Rosin? Might I see this incense? Of course. Wan Pin called for Youwei to fetch the unused rosin powder. Youwei soon returned with an ornate box and presented it to Shen Nianxi. She opened the box, dipped her finger into the powder, brought it closer to her nose, and her expression changed dramatically. Wan Pin observed her with concern. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with this rosin? Sister Wan, you must dispose of this rosin immediately. Rosin is highly flammable, and this powder is mixed with a significant quantity of realgar, which is an accelerant. If ignited, the consequences would be dire. Wan Bin Ga Pet? How could this be? Someone has malicious intent, compelling you to switch your incense. In winter, every room has a heating stove. It appears that the person scheming against you wishes to incite a fire, intending to harm you without leaving a trace. Wan Pin trembled at the thought. Is there truly someone so vicious, wishing to harm me? If a fire were to break out in the dead of night, I would perish in my sleep, and Liani would also meet the same fate. Who is it that seeks to harm both of us? Shen Nianxi comforted her. Sister, do not be afraid. Fortunately, we discovered this plot in advance, preventing it from becoming a reality. Wan Pin turned to Youwei. Quickly, dispose of all the rosin powder. From now on, rosin must never again be used in Huaxi Pavilion. Sister, wait. Keep this box of rosin powder. Youwei, go and dispose of the other rosin powders. Wan Pin instantly understood Shen Nianxi's intent. You wish to keep this as evidence. Precisely, sister. I believe you have been wronged. Wan Pin eagerly pressed, how so? Bai Liangdi resides in the Chonghua Palace alongside you. She is currently residing in the side hall. It is evident that someone is envious of her having an heir and wishes to harm her, while artfully casting suspicion upon you. To outsiders, the proximity of her chambers might suggest that you deliberately sought to harm her. Wan Pin was stunned. So, the person behind this scheme harbors such intentions. How despicable! Even if I escaped the fire, the charges of plotting against the imperial consort and her heir would still be laid upon me. Such machinations I cannot abide. Wan Pin trembled with rage, longing to expose the one who conspired against her. Sister, do not be hasty. Since we have unraveled this plot, let us turn the tables and ensnare our adversary, allowing you to discover who is behind this treachery. Chapter 39. The suspicious rosin powder. Very well. If you have a plan, I shall trust you, Wan Pin remarked, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Shen Nianxi. What should I do next? Sister Wan, let's first see if Wangshan Pavilion has any rosin, Shen Nianxi suggested. Anzai, Wan Pin Ziplit. Youwei informed them that Bai Wanin was currently embroidering tiger head shoes, prompting the two of them to head to Wangshan Pavilion. Upon learning that Shen Nianxi and Wan Pin had arrived, Bai Wanin hesitated to decline their visit, ultimately allowing them to enter. Bai Mei, are you embroidering shoes for the child? Wan Pin in Guit. Bai Wanin remained seated without rising. Indeed, Sister Wan. I'm unwell and unable to stand to greet you. I hope you can forgive me. Though her words conveyed a semblance of respect, her demeanor lacked any genuine reverence, a fact that Wan Pin chose to overlook. She sat down comfortably, observing the shoes Bai Wanin was crafting. Your embroidery skills are remarkable, Bai Mei. Thank you, Sister Wan, Bai Wanin replied, engaging in casual conversation with Wan Pin, while Shen Nianxi focused intently on the fragrant aroma permeating the room. Just as she had surmised, the incense burner was indeed filled with rosin. Shen Nianxi smiled and remarked, "By sister, the fragrance in your room is delightful. I imagine it calms the mind and is beneficial for nurturing the child. Indeed, Dr. Chun has advised that rosin is good for both me and my unborn child, urging me to burn it within my quarters." Dr. Chun? Shen Nianxi noted this name with keen interest. I recall that the physician who previously examined you was Dr. Liu. Why has there been a change to Dr. Chen? Bai Wanin's impatience was palpable. Doctor, Liu is exceptionally skilled, but is quite busy and cannot devote his attention solely to me. Thus, the Imperial Medical Bureau has sent Dr. Chun to attend to my needs. The Empress Dowager is known for her leniency. Sister Bai, take good care of yourself, and we shall not disturb you further, Wan Pin said, observing Bai Wanin's expression fall as they departed. Once they were alone, Bai Wanin's demeanor shifted, filled with unease. I wonder what those two peculiar individuals were doing at Wangshan Pavilion. I hope they haven't brought anything unwelcome. With that thought, Bai Wanin could no longer remain seated. Chun Xiao, quickly summon Dr. Chun and have him assess whether there is anything amiss in the room. Yes. Upon hearing the summons, Dr. Chen's heart raced, fearing that Bai Wanin had detected the rosin. When he arrived at Wangshan Pavilion, he soon realized his apprehensions were unfounded. Dr. Chun, is there anything in this room that could harm my unborn child? Bai Wanin asked anxiously. Rest assured, there is nothing harmful here. Everything is as it should be, Doctor. Chun assured her. That is a relief. Bai Wanin sighed, finally relaxing. Chun Xiao, please give Dr. Chen some silver and see him out. Thank you, Bai Liangdi, Doctor. Chen responded gratefully. There is no need for thanks, Dr. Chun. If you take good care of my child, there will be ample rewards, Bai Wanin stated, and Dr. Chen could only acquiesce, promising to devote himself diligently. While Bai Wanin was consulting Dr. Chun, Shen Nianxi and Wan Pin had already returned to Huanxi Pavilion. Sister Wan, the Dr. Chen mentioned by Bai Wanin seems quite suspicious. As a physician, he should understand the dangers of rosin and would certainly not be oblivious to the highly flammable yellow lead contained within it. On the contrary, he not only failed to mention it, but initially encouraged Bai Wanin to burn the rosin. Wan Pin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the individual who instructed Dr. Chun and orchestrated today's affair is undoubtedly the same person. Everything has been under that person's control. We must act swiftly. Let's take this rosin powder to the Emperor. Only then can we ensure that Sister Wan will not be wrongfully implicated in the future. Agreed. Shen Nianxi and Wan Pin departed Huanxi Pavilion with the box of rosin powder and, having received permission, entered the imperial study together. Upon their entrance, Yu Qixian looked up in surprise. Why have you both come to the imperial study together? Sun Conkai has just informed me that you have something of utmost importance to report. Yes, Your Majesty. I must inform you that someone intends to set fire to the Chonghua Palace, plotting to harm the imperial consort and the crown prince. How audacious! Who would dare act so recklessly? Yu Qixian's expression turned grave. This matter is of great consequence. Shen Giji, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? At that moment, Wan Pin presented a brocade box. Shen Nianxi continued, Your Majesty, I have had an interest in fragrances since childhood, and in my leisure, I create simple incense. Today, upon visiting Huanxi Pavilion, I detected an unusual scent emanating from the incense. After acquiring some of the powder, I discovered it to be highly flammable rosin powder, which is further tainted with yellow lead. If ignited carelessly, Huanxi Pavilion could swiftly be engulfed in flames. Yuqi Xian opened the brocade box, inspecting its contents before handing it to Sun Kangkai. Go, find someone to examine this incense powder and verify Shen Giji's claims. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Sun Kangkai departed with the box, but Shen Nianxi was not finished. Your Majesty, I am concerned that this individual intends to harm Bai Liangdi, seeking to frame Sister Wan in the process. Thus, I accompanied Sister Wan to Bai Liangdi's residence at Wangshan Pavilion, where I also detected the scent of this powder. You mean to say that the incense powder in Wangshan Pavilion is also rosin, mixed with yellow lead? Yuqi Xian asked, his voice rising with indignation. Indeed, Shen Nianxi affirmed. Yuqi Xian slammed his palm on the table in outrage. How can this be? To think someone would commit such an atrocious act right under my nose. If I uncover the perpetrator, they shall not escape unpunished. Moments later, Sun Kangkai hurried back, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, every word spoken by Shen Giji is true. I have verified the incense powder, and it is undoubtedly rosin, with the yellow lead content exceeding normal levels by several times. Yuqi Xian's eyes turned icy. Fortunately, you discovered this in time. Otherwise, my crown prince could have been harmed without reason. I shall issue an order to investigate this matter thoroughly, he declared. Suddenly, Shen Nianxi knelt. Your Majesty, while investigating now may prevent this single act of malice, I have a plan that might help us capture the mastermind behind it, thereby safeguarding the crown prince from further harm. What is your plan? Speak. Without hesitation, Yuqi Xian nodded. Very well, we shall proceed as you advise. He immediately dispatched shadow guards to monitor every corner of the Chonghua Palace day and night, vigilant against any nefarious intentions to ignite a fire. Days later, late one night, a eunuch stealthily entered the palace, carrying a fire stick. Just as he was about to ignite it and toss it into the furnace filled with rosin powder, the door was abruptly kicked open. Startled, he dropped the fire stick. As he gazed in terror at the masked figures who rushed in, he stammered, Who are you? We are here to apprehend you. Take him away, the figures declared, seizing him and escorting him out. This incident soon reached Yuqi Xian's ears, prompting him to summon all the concubines from the harem. Chapter 40. A firm assertion by Wanyin emerged, rubbing her drowsy eyes. On such a frigid day, having to rise from the warmth of her bed was indeed a hardship. Your Majesty, what urgent matter compels you to summon us at this late hour? Yuqi Xian gazed at the carefree Bai Wanyin with a mixture of frustration and concern. If I had not called you here, you and your unborn child might have perished in your sleep, unaware of the impending danger. What? Bai Wanyin gasped, her drowsiness completely vanishing. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Your Majesty, is this truly the case? Yuqi Xian chose to disregard her alarm, while Sun Kangkai pointed towards the bound eunuch. Bai Liangdi, this eunuch had just attempted to set fire to your residence. He has been apprehended. Had it not been for the vigilance of the emperor and the ladies Wan and Shen, your Wangshan Pavilion would have surely succumbed to flames tonight. Bai Wanyin instinctively clutched her belly, filled with dread. Your Majesty, how could someone harbor such malicious intent against me and my child? You must seek justice on our behalf. I am aware, he replied, which is precisely why I summoned you all. Otherwise, I would not have felt the need to do so. One by one, the other concubines arrived at the Chonghua Palace. Upon entering, Shen Nianxi exchanged a knowing glance with Wan Pin, reassured that her suspicions were indeed correct. Liang Yuzhen felt a growing unease as she entered Chonghua Palace. Her anxiety intensified upon seeing the arsonist she had dispatched now captured. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? She feigned ignorance, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. The intent to commit arson against Bai Liangdi and her unborn child was evident, and the evidence was irrefutable. Liang Yuzhen mentally cursed the fool who had been so easily caught. You dare threaten the life of a royal consort and her offspring? This is a grave crime that endangers your entire family. Do you not understand? The eunuch kept his head lowered, but his eyes flickered at the mention of endangering the family, though he ensured no one noticed. Liang Yuzhen continued, Your Majesty. Such audacity indicates that he is surely acting under the direction of another. It is imperative that we interrogate him to uncover who orchestrated this treachery against Bai Liangdi and her child. I share your sentiments, Yueqi Xian agreed. As the eunuch announced the arrival of Yun Fei, Duan Mian walked in gracefully, adorned in a deep red cotton palace gown. With her posture upright and her brows slightly arched, her demeanor could only be described as brazen. After 2 months apart, many concubines were once again in the presence of Duan Miaoyan. We pay our respects to the emperor. When it was time to greet to Fei, Yun Fei merely waved dismissively, rolling her eyes in the process. Liang Yuzhen felt perplexed. Sister Yun, after 2 months of confinement, how have you forgotten the palace etiquette? I have not forgotten the palace rules, but not everyone is worthy of the courtesy I extend, Duan Miaoyan retorted, cutting her off. The matter of those who conspire to harm the royal consort and her offspring is of utmost importance. I suggest we do not delay further. With that, she bypassed Liang Yuzhen, not sparing her a glance. Liang Yuzhen stood astonished, recalling that even though Duan Miaoyan had previously been haughty, she had never before disregarded her so openly. What had changed? Sun Conkai had already begun interrogating the would-be arsonist. Speak. Who ordered you to commit this act? The eunuch remained silent. Yueqi Xian scoffed, a tough nut to crack. Take him to the Shunqing division and employ every method of interrogation until he reveals something useful. Just as they were about to drag him away, the eunuch suddenly cried out, I will confess. I will confess. He turned to Wan Pin. Madam, I beg your forgiveness. I had not even lit the incense before being captured. I can only serve you in my next life. Unfa, Wan Pin Ziplit. Are you certain it was I who instructed you to commit arson? Yes. At this point, do not deny it. Your Huanqi pavilion contains a significant amount of incense powder. Your Majesty, this wretched eunuch is adamant that I ordered him to set the fire. Liang Yuzhen's heart raced. Why was Wan Pin so composed? Why did Yueqi Xian show no signs of anger? You audacious servant! How dare you slander Wan Pin? Yueqi Xian commanded. Sun Conkai, take him away for a thorough investigation. Yes. Liang Yuzhen exchanged a glance with Rong Zi, who stepped forward to voice the unasked question on everyone's mind. Your Majesty, why do you place such trust in Wan Pin and dismiss this eunuch's claims? Shengiji, you explain. Shen Nianxi stepped forward. This matter dates back a few days. When I visited Huanqi Pavilion, I detected the scent of burning incense. Upon inspecting the powder, I discovered it was mixed with a significant quantity of flammable yellow powder. I suspected someone intended to harm the royal consort and her child, so I went to Bai Liangdi's Wangshan Pavilion with Sister Wan, where I found the same incense burning. Had it ignited, it would have caused a catastrophic fire. Yueqi Xian added, Shun Giji and Wan Pin had already reported this to me. If Wan Pin were behind this, she would have had no reason to inform me. Liang Yuzhen's hands clenched in a fist within her sleeves as she shot a glance at Shen Nianxi. Once again, Shen Nianxi had thwarted her plans. Liang Yuzhen grew increasingly convinced that as long as Shen Nianxi remained in the palace, she would pose the greatest threat to her ambitions. Bai Wanin was still in shock, realizing that Shen Nianxi and Wan Pin had come to her Wangshan Pavilion that day to save her. She cast a complex glance at Shen Nianxi and Wan Pin. Meanwhile, Yueqi Xian had begun issuing decrees. Thanks to Shen Giji and Wan Pin, the royal heir has been spared from harm. By my command, Wan Pin shall be elevated to the rank of Gui Fei, and Shen Giji shall be promoted to the rank of Pin with the title Jin. Liang Yuzhen felt a surge of panic, though she maintained her composure. Your Majesty, granting Shen Giji 2 ranks at once is unprecedented. Unprecedented? Then it shall be a new precedent. Yueqi Xian seemed displeased with Liang Yuzhen's remarks. Duan Miaoyan, who had remained silent, now turned her ire towards Liang Yuzhen. De Fei, Wan Gui Fei is not the arsonist. Her Huanqi Pavilion is in close proximity to Wangshan Pavilion, and if a fire were to break out, both Wan Gui Fei and Liani Princess would be at risk. You must acknowledge that Jean Pin saved both Wang Guifei and Liani, as well as by Liang Di and her child. 4 lives in total. Such a significant contribution surely merits an exceptional promotion. Chapter 41. In theft, as Jean Pin Wei Qi Xian was acutely aware that he had wronged Duan Miao Yun, and as she spoke, he naturally nodded in agreement. What the Yun Fei says is indeed correct. Entrusting you with the authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces was undoubtedly the right decision. Liang Defei also perceived Wei Qi Xian's dissatisfaction and recognized that there was no stopping this matter. I am but a foolish servant. Given that Sister Shen has achieved such merit, it is only fitting for her to be granted an exceptional promotion. This should certainly gain the respect of both the former dynasty and the harem. It was my recent slip of the tongue. I beg your majesty not to hold it against me. Wei Qi Xian ignored her and turned his gaze to Duan Miao Yun. Yun Fei, now that you hold the authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces, I entrust Bai Liang Di and her unborn child to your care. I shall obey, and I assure you that I will ensure the safety of Bai Liang Di and her child, she replied earnestly. Good. Wei Qi Xian waved his hand, signaling that this matter should conclude for now. Everyone may return. Bai Wanyin approached Wei Qi Xian. Your Majesty, both I and my unborn child have been startled. Might you remain with me in Wang Chunge for the night? Wei Qi Xian hesitated briefly before agreeing. Bai Liang Di had indeed suffered fright, and he felt it necessary to provide her with comfort. As Wei Qi Xian and Bai Liang Di entered Wang Chunge, the others dispersed in small groups. Liang Yu Zhen stood frozen, stunned that Wei Qi Xian had entrusted the matter of safeguarding Bai Liang Di's pregnancy to Yun Fei, indicating that the emperor had begun to harbor doubts about her and no longer trusted her. Duan Miao Yun sidled up to Liang Yu Zhen, mocking her. Some individuals expend great effort only to end up with nothing to show for it. Yun Fei, while the emperor has granted you authority over the 6 palaces, a mere concubine remains a mere concubine, and a Defei remains a Defei. Should you overstep your bounds, I could still hold you accountable for disrespect. I'm truly fearful, Defei. Do continue to be arrogant for a while longer, Duan Miao Yun whispered conspiratorially. I shall take my revenge for Ningyu. Just you wait. With that, she forcefully shoved Liang Yuzhen aside and strutted away with her entourage. Rong Ji Yi and Liang Han Yun hurried to Liang Yuzhen's side. Aunt, how dare Yun Fei offend you like this? Liang Yuzhen ignored Liang Han Yun, her shock undiminished. Duan Miao Yun, she knows everything? It dawned on her why Duan Miao Yun had suddenly changed her demeanor. Liang Yuzhen felt a sense of panic. Duan Miao Yun had chosen to completely sever ties with her. Let us return to Baihe Palace. Upon their return, Liang Yuzhen summoned Lu Ji. Lu Ji knelt before her, trembling with fear. I ask you, were you the one who informed Yun Fei about Ningyu? She hesitated to respond, and Suo Xian scolded her. When the lady inquires, you must answer. Stop standing there like a blockhead. Lu Ji stammered. Why yes, it was I who spoke of it. How dare you? Without my command, how could you divulge such secrets? Lu Ji hurriedly bowed in supplication. Forgive me, my lady. I only thought Yun Fei had no chance of comeback, which is why I spoke out. I never imagined she would recover so swiftly. Liang Yuzhen scolded Lu Ji furiously. You foolish girl, you abandoned Yun Fei's daughter in the freezing cold. She will not spare you. Lu Ji became even more frightened. My lady, I implore you to save me. I only acted under your orders. Enough, rise. After all, her daughter is dead. You may stay in Baihe Palace for now. Lu Ji was overjoyed. Thank you, my lady, for your protection. Suo Xian, assign her a task, Liang Yuzhen commanded. Yes, Suo Xian nodded. Leaning back in her soft chair, Liang Yuzhen felt a lingering frustration. The plan to incite chaos had failed, and Bai Liang Di was temporarily out of reach. In that case, it would be wise to eliminate Shen Nianxi first. As she toyed with her rouge, a scheme began to take shape in her mind. Wang Chunge, Bai Wanyin, was applying her makeup when she heard a commotion outside, furrowing her brow. What is all this noise? What has happened? Chun Xiao replied in a hushed tone. What else could it be but the enfeoffment ceremony of Jean Pin and Wan Gui Pin? Has the master forgotten? The enfeoffment ceremony? Bai Wanyin threw her comb onto the table. I have not yet been enfeoffed as a concubine despite being with child. Yet Shen Nianxi has had the fortune to become a concubine so swiftly. My lady, once your child is born, you too will be elevated to a concubine. Are you worried that you will be less legitimate than Jean Pin? That is true. Bai Wanyin felt somewhat reassured. Once my royal son is born, I will have ample opportunities for advancement, unlike Shen Nianxi, who will remain a mere concubine her entire life without a child. Indeed, why should you compete with her? I have no intention of engaging with her. It merely irks me that she gained her promotion by saving me. Bai Wanyin was aware of her conflicting emotions. She felt grateful to Shen Nianxi and Wan Guipin for saving her, yet could not help but resent their ascendance. Chun Xiao, the emperor is considerate of my condition and has granted me exemption from attending such lively events. However, since it is their enfeoffment ceremony, I must show my respect. Please take the 2 glass flower vases from a storeroom and present them to them. Yes. Cao Young Palace. Lian Xiao presented a box of jewelry on the table, unable to resist complimenting herself in the bronze mirror. Your beauty is unparalleled, my lady. Today's enfeoffment ceremony will surely captivate all present. You flatter me. I speak only the truth. By the way, my lady, today is your enfeoffment ceremony. Gifts have been sent from all the palaces, and I have arranged for them to be stored after inspection. Shen Nianxi praised. You have done well. Xiangling was assisting Shen Nianxi with her makeup, her smile rivaling Lian Xiao's. At that moment, Fu Dong entered the room. My lady, Chun Pin has arrived. Shen Nianxi was taken aback. Why is Chun Pin here at this hour? Nevertheless, she stood up and instructed Fu Dong, please invite her in. As she finished speaking, Chun Pin entered, accompanied by her maid, Su Tao. Jean Pin, you are truly a flower-like beauty, a delight to behold. Thank you, Sister Chun Pin, for your kind words. You are the first among the newcomers to be elevated to a concubine. Your rapid rise is indeed astonishing. You emerged from my Chong Exine Palace, which brings me much pride. Shen Nianxi offered a few evasive remarks, yet maintained a vigilant mind, uncertain of Chun Pin's true intentions. By the way, sister, you will be moving to Yi Qing Palace soon. Has it been renovated? Everything is in order. Then I shall rest easy. Shen Nianxi Kolosi. Chapter 42. The accursed object. I noticed that the adornments upon my sister's head appear rather sparse. Perhaps she would prefer to wear the exquisite double-flower gold hairpin I once gifted her. Sister Chumpin wishes for me to don that hairpin. She speaks candidly. Indeed, that pin would enhance my sister's delicate beauty. I, too, wish for her to wear such a significant token of the imperial bestowal. Although I am uncertain of Sister Chuanpin's intentions behind this request, a slight smile graces Shen Nianxi's lips as she consents to Sister Chuanpin's desire. Lian Xiao, please fetch the double-flower gold hairpin. Lian Xiao discerned the deeper meaning in Shen Nianxi's gaze and swiftly retrieved a brocade box, revealing meticulously crafted double-flower gold hairpin nestled within. Since it is Sister Chuanpin's good intention, I shall comply. Lian Xiao understood immediately, carefully placing the hairpin into Shen Nianxi's hairstyle. Shen Nianxi approached the bronze mirror for a glance, offering a few casual compliments. Sister Chuanpin's praises seemed never-ending. Once assured that Shen Nianxi wore the hairpin, she departed swiftly with Su Tao. As they left, Lian Xiao, filled with concern, inquired, Your Highness, shall we remove the hairpin? No need, Shen Nianxi replied, admiring her reflection. This hairpin is too beautiful. It must remain as Sister Chuanpin desires. Besides, I am curious to see what Sister Chuanpin intends. With an auspicious moment approaching, Shen Nianxi, accompanied by Lian Xiao, proceeded to the Yaowang Hall for the imperial ceremony. Today, she was adorned in a vibrant red ceremonial robe, her hair styled high, adorned with shimmering pearls and jade, a subtle smile gracing her lips that exuded nobility and grace. As she ascended the steps into the familiar hall, a wave of emotions washed over her. It was within these very walls that she had been selected as a palace concubine, and now she was to be formally enshrined as Jean Pin. Wei Qixin's gaze remained fixed, watching the graceful entrance of Wan Guipin alongside Shen Nianxi. Liang Yuzhen wore a knowing smile, while Duan Yaoyun cast a glance at the two before her gaze fell upon the golden hairpin in Shen Nianxi's hair, rendering her momentarily speechless. The hairpin, Sun Kankai stood before the assembly, reading the decree of enshrinement once more, as the two women performed their ceremonial bows of gratitude. Subsequently, Liang Yuzhen approached them, offering a few symbolic remarks. Thus, the ceremony reached its conclusion. At that moment, an exclamation caused a stir among the attendees. The dowager concubine has returned to the palace. Wei Qi Xian, gripping a string of jade beads, lost his hold, scattering the beads across the floor. Liang Yuzhen nearly lost her composure, but quickly regained her poise, returning to Wei Qi Xian's side, her mind racing with questions about the dowager concubine's unexpected return. Only sister Chunpin displayed delight, her eyes shining as she watched the figure entering slowly. I pay my respects to your majesty, and may the concubine be well. Rise, the emperor replied. I was aware of your return to the palace by year-end, yet I did not expect you to choose this day. Years ago, I represented your majesty in guarding the late emperor's tomb. Now that 4 years have elapsed, it is time for my return. Indeed, you have endured much during these years. A smile graced the dowager concubine's lips. It has been my honor to assist your majesty in alleviating burdens. It has not felt like toil. Liang Yuzhen feigned a smile towards the unchanging visage of the dowager concubine. Even in guarding the tomb, your beauty has remained untouched, as if you never left the palace 4 years ago. Her words subtly insinuated that the dowager concubine had not properly fulfilled her duty, hence her unchanged appearance. However, the dowager concubine did not take the bait, instead striking at Liang Yuzhen's vulnerabilities. After 4 years apart, it seems that a concubine has been preoccupied with palace affairs, and your appearance has evidently waned. Quite a contrast for what I remember before I left. Liang Yuzhen responded with a forced smile. Indeed, the rigors of managing the inner palace are burdensome, something you may not have experienced, dear sister. The dowager concubine ceased her words, taking in the unfamiliar faces surrounding her. You may not know, but many here are new faces that entered the palace during the emperor's selection earlier this year. The person beside Wan Guipin is the newly enshrined Jin Pin. Speaking of which, Liang Yuzhen continued. Jin Pin is the first among the newcomers to attain the rank of Pin. Her future is truly bright. Is that so? The dowager concubine turned her gaze upon Shen Nianxi, then smiled warmly. Jin Pin, come here so I may take a closer look at you. Uncertain of the dowager concubine's intentions, Shen Nianxi complied, stepping to her side. The dowager concubine scrutinized her for a considerable time before speaking meaningfully. Jin Pin, the double-flower gold hairpin you wear appears quite familiar to me. Wan Guipin turned her gaze as well, her complexion draining of color. Shen Nianxi's expression shifted. She had anticipated that the hairpin gifted by sister Chunpin bore significance. Liang Yuzhen added, that double-flower gold hairpin belongs to Su Ning. Jin Pin, you possess a boldness to harbor the possessions of a traitor. According to the laws of Dian, such an act is punishable by death. Su Ning. Shen Nianxi's eyes flickered. Before the rebellion, Su Gugong had been the crown prince's consort. To harbor a traitor's possession was indeed a grave offense. It seemed sister Chunpin had gone to great lengths to ensnare her. Duan Miaoyun, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Jin Pin was merely a child of 11 or 12 when Su Ning was executed. She has never met Su Ning. So how could she be accused of harboring her possessions? Wankik Swanesig Gazidarkind. Bring me the hairpin. Shen Nianxi removed the double-flower gold hairpin and handed it to Wei Qi Xian, who examined it closely, his expression inscrutable. If I recall correctly, Su Ning did indeed possess such a hairpin. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Yuzhen eagerly proclaimed, Jin Pin has concealed this object. Her intentions are treacherous. Seize her, strip her of her rank, and take appropriate measures. Wait! Shen Nianxi's sudden interjection stunned the assembly. Could she truly defy the concubine's command? Your Majesty, I have not concealed Su Ning's hairpin. Rather, I commissioned its creation 2 months ago. Sister Chunpin gasped, but at this moment, she would not dare to refute Shen Nianxi's words, lest she implicate herself. Do you have a witness? I do, Shen Nianxi replied with confidence. The exquisite hairpin was crafted by master from the north of the city. I had instructed someone to commission this particular piece. Sun Kankai, summon him. Sun Kankai departed with a retinue, leaving the others anxiously awaiting news, while Shen Nianxi maintained her calm demeanor, as though the matter were of no concern to her. Sister Chuanping's suspicions deepened. Why did Shen Nianxi appear so unfazed and detached? Was it possible that her schemes had been discerned from the very outset? Chapter 43. The return of the Duchess to the palace suddenly. Duan Miaoyan spoke up, Your Majesty. I recall that Su Ning's golden hairpin was a precious gift from the late emperor. This item is of great value and should bear the unique royal insignia. Why not take a closer look? Upon hearing her words, Shen Nianxi straightened her back even more. At first, Wei Qixuan had harbored doubts about Shen Nianxi, but as he observed her unwavering composure, he chose to place his trust in her. If she could be easily outmaneuvered, it would imply her ineptitude. Thus, upon hearing Duan Miaoyan's suggestion, Wei Qixuan scrutinized the double lotus flower golden hairpin once more. After examining it from every angle for a considerable time, he burst into laughter. This hairpin did not belong to the traitor Su Ning. Chun Pin was so astonished that she nearly stood up. This was impossible. She had personally handed the hairpin to Shen Nianxi. How could it not be Su Ning's? Duan Miaoyan's eyes also reflected surprise as she turned to Chun Pin, realizing that she shared the same bewilderment. In an instant, she deduced that Shen Nianxi had seen through everything and had swapped the hairpin long ago. Before long, Master Bai was brought to Yawang Hall. Wei Qixuan tossed the hairpin to him for identification. After a careful examination, Master Bai confirmed, Your Majesty. This hairpin indeed originates from a commoner. Approximately 2 months ago, a palace maid approached me, stating that a certain lady in the palace desired a hairpin adorned with 2 lotus flowers and offered me generous payment. Fearing the lady's displeasure, I meticulously crafted this hairpin. Hence I remember it vividly. Wei Qixuan nodded slightly. I understand. You may leave. At this moment, Shen Nianxi knelt and said, Your Majesty, do you still recall what I once told you? I expressed my fondness for the lotus, which is also known as the hibiscus. It is only natural for me to desire a hibiscus hairpin. Others might be unaware, but Wei Qixuan was well aware. I remember. The fragrance of hibiscus was indeed present in your attire that day. You adore the lotus, and I know it. He personally stepped down to assist Shen Nianxi to her feet. You have been wronged in this matter. This hairpin shall be returned to you. In the presence of all, Wei Qixuan reinserted the double lotus flower hairpin into Shen Nianxi's hair. Your Majesty, since I have been wronged, it is only fitting that you compensate me. What form of compensation do you seek? Shen Nianxi's eyes sparkled. Your Majesty is aware of my fondness for the lotus. Surely you understand what I desire. Wei Qixuan immediately comprehended. Very well. I shall order the excavation of a pond at Yiqing Palace to cultivate some lotus flowers. When they bloom, you will be able to enjoy their beauty without leaving the palace. I'm deeply grateful, Your Majesty. Witnessing Shen Nianxi not only remain unharmed, but also gain a reward. Chun Pin's frustration led her to pinch her palm until it reddened. Wei Qixuan turned to Duan Miaoyan. This hairpin does not belong to Su Ning. How did you mistake it? Perhaps I have been away from the palace for so long that I am unfamiliar with the common sight of such hibiscus hairpins. Furthermore, my time guarding the tomb has likely dulled my perception, leading to this misunderstanding and inadvertently misjudging Jean Pin. Duan Miaoyan's words aimed to subtly remind Wei Qixuan of her contributions, hoping to avoid any difficulties. As expected, Wei Qixuan's frown softened somewhat. However, Shen Nianxi interjected, Duchess, your keen recognition of this hairpin as belonging to a traitor suggests you are rather familiar with such items. One wonders why you are so concerned with the possessions of a traitor. Her pointed remarks caused Duan Miaoyan's expression to change dramatically, losing her earlier composure as she hastily knelt. Your Majesty, I only have a profound impression of this hairpin. I do not dare to covet any items belonging to a traitor. Wei Qixuan hesitated momentarily before replying. Duchess, you have been away from the palace for some time and may need to readjust to palace life. For now, take your time to acclimate. There is no need to see me. Yes, I shall obey. Seizing the moment when Wei Qixuan was distracted, Duan Miaoyan shot a glare at Shen Nianxi. Though Wei Qixuan had not truly punished her, he had avoided her under the guise of concern, which equated to a loss of favor upon her return to the palace. No, she had endured humiliation and plotted for 4 years. It was not for her to fade into obscurity or remain in the shadows. As Shen Nianxi departed Yaowang Hall alongside Wan Guipin, she continued to inquire about the Duchess. Sister Wan, could you share with me the history of the Duchess? During the Ascension, the two concubines were the current Dai Fei and Yun Fei. At that time, the Duchess, like myself, was merely a lady. She lacked the Emperor's favor and had no children, so logically, upon the Emperor's ascension, she would have been on par with me as a concubine. Perhaps her pride and ambition led her to feel dissatisfied with her status, prompting her to leave the palace to guard the late Emperor's tomb in a show of filial piety. As a result of this clever maneuver, she was indeed conferred the title of Duchess upon the Emperor's ascension, with the promise of being recalled to the palace after 4 years. And now, she has truly returned. Shen Nianxi suddenly grasped the situation. Including herself, there were only 3 concubines in the palace. Dai Fei relied on her son, and Yun Fei depended on her past relationship with the Emperor. Only the Duchess had ascended to her position through such a wise strategy, truly carving out a unique path. Indeed, with such merit at her side, she had no reason to fear not being able to command respect within the palace like Dai Fei. The palace was indeed a place of hidden talents, Shen Nianxi mused. As Wan Guipin noticed the familiar plaque, she waved goodbye to Shen Nianxi. I have arrived at Chonghua Palace. Do take care, sister. All right. Upon returning to the familiar Zhaoyang Hall, soon to be vacated, Shen Nianxi gazed around with lingering attachment. Fudong approached her. Your Highness, I have arranged for the items in the storeroom to be moved to Yiqing Palace. The remaining belongings are also being packed and will be relocated in the next couple of days. That is good. By the way, do not forget to prepare a room for Ling Er in Yiqing Palace. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take care of it. Just as Shen Nianxi settled down, she received word that Fu Yaoqin had arrived. Puzzled, she wondered why Fu Yaoqin, with whom she had little interaction, would suddenly seek her out. Fu Yaoqin entered wearing a light blue palace gown and respectfully greeted Shen Nianxi. Jin Pin, we reside in Chongqing Palace together, and now that you're moving to Yiqing Palace, I felt a tinge of reluctance, which is why I came to bid you farewell. Yiqing Palace is not far from Chongqing Palace. If you ever think of me, feel free to visit. Indeed, I shall. Just do not mind if I intrude. How could I? Your visits will bring me joy. Chapter 44. The Return of Belongings Despite the Words Spoken. Shen Nianxi had little faith that Fu Yaoqin would seek her out. Fu Yaoqin had never set foot in Zhaoyang Palace, so how could she possibly visit Yiqing Palace? Fu Yaoqin produced a brocade box, saying, Your Highness, this is a talisman I specially sought for you. Carry it with you, and it will ensure your safety and well-being. Shen Nianxi regarded the talisman with confusion. Why would Fu Yaoqin suddenly gift her a talisman? It was truly baffling. Thank you, Lady Fu. In return, I shall present you with a jade-inlaid fan as a token of my appreciation. Shen Nianxi signaled to Lianxiu to fetch the item. Fu Yaoqin did not decline, accepted the gift, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then departed. Lianxiu was quite displeased. A mere talisman had exchanged for a valuable painted fan. Lady Fu truly had a knack for business. Is there really a need to mention this? Can a mere consort reside in Yulan Palace? Your Highness, she has not yet returned. Valuable items should naturally be returned to their rightful owners. Lianxiu, bury the double-flower gold hairpin that Chun Consort gifted me beneath the plum tree outside her courtyard. Lianxiu's eyes lit up. Yes, I shall do so immediately. After all, she dared to harm your Highness. She ought to face the consequences. Indeed, it was inappropriate for Shen Nianxi to allow that genuine double-flower gold hairpin to remain in her possession. She had no intention of granting anyone the opportunity to scheme against her. Upon returning to the palace, Duen Fei was assigned to reside in Lekong Palace, the closest to Yinxi Palace. Not long after exiting Yaowang Hall, someone followed her. Sister, wait for me. Duen Fei turned to see Chun Consort, brushing the snowflakes from her shoulder. It has been a long time, Chun'er. Sister, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly these past years. I have returned unscathed. From now on, it is they who will have headaches, not us. Indeed, sister is correct. Duen Fei smiled. I hurried back because I received your letter. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Speaking of which, Chun Consort expressed her grievances, ensuring that no one was around before speaking candidly. I thought that with the possession of the trader's belongings, Shen Nianxi would lose her newly acquired title of Jean Consort. perhaps even be relegated to the cold palace. To my surprise, she was so cautious and had already replaced the double flower hairpin I had sent her. You only mentioned that I should claim her hairpin belonged to Su Ning, but you did not inform me that it was you who sent it. Indeed, the hairpin was given her by me. Du Fei patted Chun Consort's hand. I wonder why you are so defensive against a newcomer. Sister, how can one not be wary of her rapid ascent? I have always had a keen eye for people. She will undoubtedly be a stumbling block in your path. With her around, you may find it difficult to achieve your desires. Just based on her? Du Fei was somewhat dismissive, noting that Du Fei and Yun Fei were on equal footing with her and held the power over the affairs of the six palaces. They were her true rivals, not a mere Jin consort. Chun Consort nodded, acknowledging the challenges posed by Du Fei and Yun Fei. However, anyone who dares to obstruct my rise to Empress shall not be spared my mercy. As they conversed, they arrived at Lacan Palace. Chunea, do visit me often in Lacan Palace. Of course, I rely solely on you in the palace. Du Fei and Chun Consort bid farewell, and Chun Consort returned to Changxing Palace, where she unexpectedly encountered Shen Nianxi. Ah, is Sister Jin Consort? Are you leaving Changxing Palace? Yes, I appreciate your care these days, and I shall repay you in the future. She deliberately emphasized the word care. Chun Consort and Appo's eyes deepened with understanding. In that case, I shall await your return. Before departing, Shen Nianxi added, I must remind you, harming others will ultimately harm oneself. I hope you take care. With that, she walked past Chun Consort and headed towards Yiqing Palace. Looking up at the plaque, Shen Nianxi smiled. Ling and Amp, Appo's, her pointed inside and asked, will we live here from now on? Yes, Ling and Amp, Appo's, we shall be the only ones in Yiqing Palace. Are you happy? Very happy. Ling and Appo's, clapped her hands in excitement. Shen Nianxi understood her joy. During their time in Changxing Palace, Fu Yaoqin had often treated Ling and Appo's, coldly. Lianxiu led Shen Nianxi to the main hall of Yiqing Palace. Your Highness, this will be your residence from now on. The Pixiang Hall is indeed much more spacious and brighter than Zhaoyang Palace. Naturally, your Highness is now the master of a palace, residing in the main hall, which is incomparable to the previous side halls. As Shen Nianxi wandered through Pixiang Hall, she was thoroughly pleased. By the way, your Highness, the Internal Affairs Bureau has inquired whether, due to the heavy snow and frost, it is an appropriate time to excavate ponds and plant lotus flowers. They seek your permission to postpone this until after the snow melts in spring. Agreed. Amidst the howling cold wind and falling snow, Shen Nianxi had not anticipated they would be able to dig ponds. Fudong directed the palace staff to store the items in the storeroom. Remembering the talisman Fu Yaoqin had given her, she called for Mama Qiu to examine it. Your Highness, this talisman appears to be like any ordinary talisman. I have not detected anything unusual. Very well. Lianxiu, remember to store the talisman in the storeroom later. Even without any anomalies, Shen Nianxi remained vigilant. She would never use items gifted by others, especially those so close to her. After a brief rest, Jiang Suqian arrived at Pixiang Hall. Sister Shen, what brings you here on such a cold day, Sister Jiang? Jiang Suqian removed her cloak and warmed her hands by the fire. I wanted to see your new residence. And Linger has been thinking about the apple bread I made last time, so I brought some for her. You are truly skilled. Liang Q, go fetch Linger. Upon hearing there was something delicious, Ling and Appo's, rushed in and dashed to Jiang Suqian and Appo's side. Jiang Yang, what delicious treats have you brought? I have brought you the apple bread you wish for. Mugu opened a food box, and Linger eagerly took 2 pieces of bread. Thank you, Jiang Yang. You are so well behaved. Jiang Suqian gently ruffled Linger's hair. Sister Shen, would you like to try some? Shen Nianxi politely declined. No, thank you. Sister Shen, did you have a falling out with Chun Consort while at Changxing Palace? There is no grievance between us. This revelation surprised Jiang Suqian immensely. Chapter 45. All the same with no grievances or enmities. Why would she go to such lengths to scheme against you? If this morning had transpired as she wished, my sister would likely have been cast into the cold palace. I am uncertain why she has chosen to target me, but in the imperial harem, plots often arise without cause. Jiang Sujuan once again lamented the horrors of the harem. Sister Jiang, in the future, Do not easily use items gifted to you by others. If you must use them, have the imperial physician inspect them first. All right, I will remember that. Jiang Sujuan contemplated that if she were to adopt some of Shen Nianxi's cautiousness in the future, perhaps she would not fall victim to schemes again. At the General Ding Yuan's residence, Yuxi had finished styling Shen Youwei's hair, and Shen Youwei proceeded to the front hall. Upon entering, she was confronted by the two individuals she least wished to see. The second wife of the Chu family, Yang Mingyan, daughter of the Minister of Rights, and the third wife of the Chu family, Meng Ruxian, daughter of a counselor. Seeing her, Yang Mingyan immediately shifted her seat to sit beside Su Danfeng. Mother, the elder sister has arrived so late. You ought to punish her properly. Shen Youwei retorted. Wasn't it already the hour of the sea? Meng Ruxian giggled. What sea hour? It was clearly the hour of the Chun. You arrived an hour late. Elder sister, do you not regard mother at all? Yang Mingyan joined in deriding Shen Youwei. Indeed, elder sister, you are rather audacious. The Chu family is not under your sole command. Shen Youwei understood immediately that the maid who had reported the time to her last night had been instructed by someone, and without a doubt, she knew who the instigator was. Ever since Yang Mingyan and Meng Ruxian married into the Chu family, they had been at odds with her, which had long left Shen Youwei feeling disgruntled. Su Danfeng glared at Shen Youwei. I had thought you were sensible and well-behaved, yet you delight in this childishness. You and your sister are truly worlds apart. Yang Mingyan suddenly piped up. After all, elder sister has a commendable sister. She has even become the noble consort gene in the palace. Indeed, it is enviable. Such good fortune is not bestowed upon everyone. I have a half-sister in the imperial palace as well, but she remains merely a beauty without any prospects. Shen Youwei was taken aback to hear news regarding Shen Nianxi. You mean, she has become consort gene? Is there any doubt? Are you not her sister? How could you be unaware that she was just conferred the title of consort gene a few days ago? Shen Youwei was overwhelmed with shock. How could this be? In her past life, she had died as merely Lady Shen, never rising in rank. And now Shen Nianxi had achieved a promotion that left her astounded. And now she had become consort gene. Shen Youwei still struggled to accept this. Only Yang Mingyan, familiar with the nuances, observed. It seems that the relationship between elder sister and her sister is not particularly close. Her words sparked curiosity among the others. Su Danfeng had previously held some respect for consort Jean, but if consort Jean disregarded her own sister, then she could treat Shen Youwei however she pleased. Enough. The reason I called you here today is to discuss a matter. Shen Youwei asked, somewhat dazed, what is it? I have considered it thoroughly. You are about to have a child with Zhou, making it inconvenient for you to manage the household. Mingyan has learned a great deal from her mother while at home, so I plan to let her try managing the household duties first. Mother? Shen Youwei exclaimed in disbelief. Yang Mingyan had only recently married into the Chu family, and Su Danfeng wanted her to take charge. This felt exceedingly biased. Su Danfeng waved her hand, silencing Shen Youwei. This matter is not up for discussion. I am merely informing you of my decision. Mother, how can you show favoritism towards the second sister-in-law? I was the one who married into the Chu family first, and there is an order of seniority. You cannot be unaware of this. Su Danfeng was indeed aware, but she favored Yang Mingyan as she was a distant relative. And moreover, Yang Mingyan and Meng Ruxian were more to her liking. Favoritism? Nonsense. You are preoccupied with having a child with Zhou and should not be overburdened. I'm doing this for your own good. Such twisted reasoning left Shen Youwei at a loss for words. It was clear that Su Danfeng was the one unwilling to grant her the authority to manage the household, forcing her to agree to have a child first. Su Danfeng, feeling uncomfortable sitting there, declared, I must go visit the old lady. You all continue your conversation. Remember, we are family. Do not create discord and sow seeds of animosity. With that, she hastily departed, leaving the three of them in the front hall. As soon as Su Danfeng left, Yang Mingyan exclaimed, Oh, how I envy elder sister for enjoying such leisure, unlike us who only toil away. Shen Youwei was immediately incensed. Stop pretending to be innocent. Yang Mingyan retorted. What do you do about it? Elder sister, I advise you to be mindful. From now on, the management of the household will be in my hands. If you make me uncomfortable, I shall ensure you are equally uncomforted. Meng Ruxian evidently stood firmly with Yang Mingyan. Elder sister, it would be wise to be tactful. You will have to live under the second sister-in-law's thumb from now on, so do not provoke her. Yang Mingyan was pleased. See, the third sister-in-law is the most sensible. Watching their banter, Shen Youwei was seething with rage, yet she found herself at a loss for words, unable to retort. Enraged, she stood up and stormed out of the front hall. Even as she walked some distance away, she could still hear the mocking voices of Yang Mingyan and Meng Ruxian. Throughout the day, Shen Youwei remained dejected, not only for her failure to attain authority over the household, but also because Shen Nianxi had unexpectedly become consort Jean. When Chu Zhou returned that evening and saw her frowning, he approached and inquired, "What troubles you? Why do you wear such a sorrowful expression?" "My sorrowful expression is all due to your mother." Chu Zhou, confused, asked, "What has my mother done?" "I am clearly the eldest daughter-in-law of the Chu family, having married in first, yet she has bestowed the authority of the household upon Yang Mingyan. Don't you see? This is nothing but trampling on my dignity. Your mother and Appo's arrangements might have her reasons. What reasons could there be for stepping on me to achieve them?" Chu Zhou fell silent for a moment before managing to say, "Perhaps the second sister-in-law is indeed skilled in managing affairs, and your mother is simply good at recognizing talent." Shen Youwei stared at Chu Zhou in disbelief, exclaiming, "Do you even hear what you are saying? She is skilled, yet I am not. I will have you know, I only married into the Chu family with the intention of becoming the matriarch. Regardless of whether you become the matriarch, you are still the eldest daughter-in-law of the Chu family and my wife. That will never change. Do not think of seeking discomfort with a second sister-in-law. We are all family, and creating discord would only invite ridicule from outsiders." Chapter 46. Lady Li is pregnant in an instant. Shen Youwei found herself a loss for words as she gazed upon Chu Zhou and Appo's fairly handsome visage. For the first time, she perceived him as somewhat inept. She couldn't help but question whether such a person could truly ascend to the esteemed position of a renowned general. Aware of Shen Youwei and Appo's discontent, Chu Zhou stepped forward to embrace her shoulder. "Stop overthinking," he urged. "Life is long, and if you remain unhappy every day, how shall we navigate the future?" Nestled against Chu Zhou's shoulder, Shen Youwei replied, "Then you must promise me to earn the title of a general's wife. All right?" Chu Zhou, considering it a mere attempt to placate her, readily agreed. "Of course, if I become a celebrated general, you shall undoubtedly be my one and only wife." With that reassurance, Shen Youwei felt a sense of relief. After all, how crucial could it be to wield the authority of a household? Becoming a general and Appo's wife was of utmost importance. Once Chu Zhou attained the rank of a great general, she would no longer fear a lack of control over her household. At that time, she would surely trample on Yang Mingyan and Meng Ruxian beneath her feet. As the festive season approached, the inner court sent auspicious garments to the various concubines. Lian Xiu admired the splendid attire, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this garment is truly beautiful. When you don it during the festivities, it will surely captivate everyone." Shen Nianxi glanced at it briefly and replied, "All right, let us set it aside for now." As the festive day arrived, the concubines of the palace were to gather at the Chengqing Hall for a banquet, each determined to outshine the others. Shen Nianxi, naturally, was no exception. Although she had recently garnered some favor, securing that favor was even more essential. "Lian Xiu, please visit Huanqi Pavilion and convey my thoughts to Sister Wan. She should be willing to assist me." "Understood." Lian Xiu leaned in to carefully memorize Shen Nianxi and Appo's words. Before long, the festive day had arrived. Early in the morning, Shen Nianxi had Xianling style her hair in a celebratory updo, adorned with several golden and jade hairpieces. Upon her arrival at Chengqing Hall, many concubines had already gathered. Shen Nianxi took her seat according to her rank, with Chun Pin and Wan Pin on either side. Just as she settled in, Yun Fei also arrived. Many turned their gazes toward her, noting her in a light red palace gown, draped in a pale white fox fur coat, her hair elegantly coiled high, exuding an air of haughtiness, dismissing those present entirely. Duan Fei sat beside Yun Fei. "Sister Yun, it has been years since we last spoke. Seeing you again now feels quite familiar. What does my sister enjoy these days?" Duan Fei and Appo's S expression stiffened. Sister Yin, why you treat me with such disdain? Duan Fei. Before long, the Empress Dowager and Wei Qixin arrived, taking their places at the head table, with De Fei seated beside Wei Qixin. Today is a festive occasion. Everyone should eat and drink well. Without restraint, Wei Qixin announced, surveying the attendees before inquiring, "Is there anyone who has yet to arrive?" Sun Conkai replied, "Your Majesty, Lady Li from the Shushou Palace has not yet arrived." Just then, Lady Li entered, donned in a crimson palace gown, her presence eliciting astonished gazes from the others, particularly directed at her slightly rounded belly. Liang Yuzhen widened her eyes, nearly doubting her own sight. "Sister Li, what is this?" Lady Li anticipated the reaction, responding, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I am 5 months pregnant." The Empress Dowager was overjoyed. This is indeed the most gratifying news for me this festive season." Liang Yuzhen wore a half-smile, noting that while Lady Li had concealed her pregnancy, it was clear she had been pregnant longer than her own 3-month-old child, though no one had been aware. She pinched her palm, surprised that Lady Li, who generally kept to herself, could produce such great news upon her arrival. It seemed her usual discretion, combined with the heavy winter garments everyone wore, had concealed her condition. "I have always preferred to remain withdrawn, not announcing it too early out of concern for the heir's safety. I waited until the child was stable before speaking of it, and I hope for your forgiveness, Your Majesty and Empress Dowager. You have been very considerate, protecting the heir well." "Excellent," the Empress Dowager remarked, knowing she would not truly blame her, not only because Lady Li bore the heir, but also due to their familial connection. At that moment, no one thought to reproach Lady Li for her tardiness. From Lady Li and Appo's intent concealment of her pregnancy, Shen Nianxi understood that she was no ordinary figure. Wei Qixin personally approached and took Lady Li and Appo's hand, saying, "Shu and Appo's, come." Lady Li smiled gracefully. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager interjected, "Your Majesty, now that there are only 3 consorts in the palace, it would be best to wait until Shu gives birth before promoting her to consort." "That is agreeable." Wei Qixin consented, though the expressions of the others varied greatly. Liang Yuzhen and Appo's smile faltered. With the Empress Dowager and Appo's protection, it was already difficult to contend with Lady Li. If Lady Li and Appo's child were to be born and she were promoted to consort, what standing would Liang Yuzhen have left in the palace? Shen Nianxi knew little of Lady Li and quietly inquired of Wan Pin beside her, "Sister Wan, who is Lady Li? Why does the Empress Dowager treat her with such favor?" Lady Li is a distant niece of the Empress Dowager. Although their bond is tenuous, it is better than none. And naturally, the Empress Dowager would look out for her, Wan Pin explained. "I see." Shen Nianxi observed Lady Li more closely. This woman was strikingly beautiful, rivaling Duan Fei. To maintain her position as Lady Li without relying on offspring, it seemed that apart from the Empress Dowager and Appo's patronage, her own abilities were not to be underestimated. As music filled the air and cups clinked, laughter and chatter resonated among the attendees, concealing the varying degrees of sincerity in their mirth. Liang Yuzhen suddenly raised her cup, declaring, "Your Majesty, on this rare occasion, I toast to you." Cheers. Others followed suit, rising to offer their congratulations. Palace maids filed in, presenting a lavish array of dishes. Upon spotting the pork tenderloin before him, Wei Qixin instructed the maid to serve it to Shen Nianxi. "This dish should be sent to Jean Pin. She enjoys lotus roots and will surely appreciate this." Many witnessed the maid delivering the dish to Shen Nianxi, instantly casting envious glances in her direction. Though she felt quite helpless, Shen Nianxi mustered the courage to stand and thank Wei Qixin. Liang Yuzhen seized the opportunity, suggesting that rather than the usual verbal gratitude, Jean Pin ought to express her thanks to the emperor in a different manner today. Chapter 47. The Crown Prince and Appo's poisoning. I am in the dark regarding this matter, and I humbly request the esteemed Fei to enlighten me. It is said that Jean Pin is adept at playing the piano. Why not perform a piece? This would serve both as a token of gratitude to His Majesty and as entertainment for the esteemed guests. "Jean Pin, what is your opinion?" Shen Nianxi replied, "Your Highness, I'm uncertain of the rumors that have reached you, but I am not skilled in playing the piano. What about the zheng? Alas, I am not proficient in that either. Even if she were adept at playing the piano or the zheng, she would not choose to do so. Who knows if Liang Yuzhen had tampered with the instruments? Liang Yuzhen's smile turned subtle. Then, Jean Pin, what are you skilled at? Replying to your highness. I excel in dance. In an instant, Wei Qixin interjected, Dance well, Jean Pin. Please perform a piece. As it was the emperor's command, she dared not refuse and requested permission to change her attire. Go ahead. Shen Nianxi made her way to the side hall, where Wan Pin had already prepared her dance attire. She needed only to change. However, as she stepped into the side hall, Lian Xiu leaned close and whispered, Your Highness, Fu Dong has sent word that Frost Leaf discovered a bundle in an abandoned water tank. Upon opening it, there were some grass leaves. Grass leaves? Shen Nianxi immediately understood that someone was attempting to harm her again. She instructed Fu Dong not to alarm anyone and to dispose of the bundle at the Yulan Hall. Lian Xiu smiled silently. Yulan Hall was the residence of Chun Pin, and her mistress was settling a previous score. After changing into her dance attire, Shen Nianxi returned to the Chongqing Hall. Dressed in the light and graceful garments, she danced elegantly to the lilting music, her steps nimble, now spinning, now swaying. The spectators were entranced, unable to avert their gazes, especially Wei Qixin, whose eyes remained fixed upon her throughout. Among the few whose expression soured was Liang Yuzhen. Her carefully laid trap had been evaded by Shen Nianxi, who now dazzled with her performance. Yet, she smirked slightly, believing that even if Shen Nianxi had escaped this, she would not evade the trials to come. As the dance concluded, even the Empress Dowager could not contain her delight, removing the double lotus hairpin from her own hair and bestowing it upon Shen Nianxi. This pin was gifted to me by the late emperor. Today, I present it to you, Jean Pin. Take good care of it. Yes, thank you, your majesty. Dun Fei watched the pin with a glimmer in her eyes. As Shen Nianxi captivated the audience, other concubines could not hold themselves back, eager to showcase their talents to win Wei Qixin's favor. Fu Yaoqing stepped forward eagerly. I wish to play a piece for the emperor. May his majesty enjoy longevity and prosperity. Very well. A palace attendant brought forth a qin, and Fu Yaoqing sat down to pluck the strings, testing a few notes. The music was delightful, and she began to play with ease, but soon, she accidentally snapped a string. Fu Yaoqing gasped, watching blood drip from her fingers. She hastily knelt, pleading for the emperor and Empress Dowager to forgive her. Claiming ignorance of the reason for the mishap, the Empress Dowager, visibly displeased, remarked, A broken string is an ominous sign, especially at a time like this when blood has been shed. It is indeed ill-fated. Tears fell from Fu Yaoqing's eyes. Her musical talent had always been commendable. So why this time Wei Qixin turned his face away in distaste? Liang Yuzhen commented, Perhaps Fu Garen has not practiced for a long time, causing her to falter. While it is understandable, it remains inappropriate. I propose a punishment of house arrest for half a month, a salary cut for 3 months, and a demotion to Marin. What do you think, your majesty and Empress Dowager? Wei Qixin hesitated before agreeing. Aside from the demotion, let it be as you say. After all, he chose to show leniency for Fu Qing's sake. Fu Yaoqing, pale-faced, had to express her gratitude before returning to her seat, relieved that she was not demoted. Otherwise, her nearly year-long stay in the palace would have been rendered futile. Shen Nianxi pondered, surmising that Liang Yuzhen was behind Fu Yaoqing's misfortune. Had she truly played the qin earlier, it would have been her in distress, not Fu Yaoqing. After witnessing Fu Yaoqing's predicament, others realized that simply stepping forward did not guarantee the spotlight. They became increasingly cautious, yet some still believed themselves to be different from Fu Yaoqing. Among the newcomers, Meng Marin stood up to announce her desire to play the zheng. At this moment, Liang Yuzhen frowned slightly. If Meng Marin encountered trouble, the previous incident could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. Fortunately, Wei Qixin seemed tired of the same instruments. All this talk of qin and zheng, I have no desire to hear it any longer. Let's change to something new. Disappointed, Meng Marin sat down, and Liang Yuzhen exhaled in relief. Dun Fei, however, was quick-witted. Your Majesty, during my years outside the palace, I have been solitary and desolate, which has honed my skill in playing the xiao. If your majesty wishes to hear the sound of the xiao, I would be glad to oblige. Duan Nianyun scoffed coldly, Dun Fei, having spent so long outside the palace. To play the xiao amidst such merriment is truly a dampener. Wei Qixin frowned. The sound of the xiao is bleak and dreary. It need not be played today. Yes, everyone contemplated how to win Wei Qixin and Oppos as favor. Liang Yuzhen, however, was unconcerned with such matters. Her gaze was fixed upon the dishes before her, landing on the fragrant fish slices. She picked up a piece and placed it in Wei Qi Huayu and Amp, Oppos, bowl. Here, my child, the palace servants have removed the bones. Eat boldly, for your mother knows you adore fish. Wei Qi Huayu and Oppos, eyes lit up. Thank you, mother. Clumsily, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Liang Yuzhen's expression was complex, filled with resentment, pity, and reluctance. Moments later, she suddenly stood and cried out, Your Majesty, something is amiss. Yuer has been poisoned. All sounds ceased abruptly, leaving only Liang Yuzhen and Oppos' sobs and Wei Qi Huayu and Oppos' cries of pain, accompanied by Wei Qixin and Oppos' urgent inquiry. What happened? How could Yuer suddenly be poisoned? I knew Yuer loved fish, so I served him the fragrant fish slices. Little did I know, after only a few bites, he was seized by severe abdominal pain. Liang Yuzhen wiped her tears with her handkerchief. Sun Conkai summoned the imperial physician. Everyone was startled, but Duan Nianyun remained composed, unaffected. She even remarked, Two tasted the fragrant fish slices. How is it that only the dish from Defei has poison? Shen Nianxi echoed, asserting that her dish bore no ill effects. Imperial physician Liu and several others quickly arrived, hastily checking Wei Qi Huayu's pulse. Your Majesty, the crown prince has been poisoned by the herb fu. Quickly, administer the antidote and treatment. Yes, Liang Yuzhen ordered that Wei Qi Huayu be carried to the side hall, instructing Song Xin to care for him, before collapsing in tears before Wei Qixin. Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I should have tasted the dish first. Chapter 48. A pawn in the scheme of betrayal. If I consumed it first, you and Amp, Oppos, or would not have had to suffer, and thus he would not have been poisoned. Why? Why is it that the one poisoned is not me, but you and Oppos? She wept inconsolably, her heart torn with anguish, as Wei Qixin extended his hand to assist her to her feet. Yuzhen, do not cry just yet. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure justice for you and Oppos. It had been a long time since he had addressed her by name. For years, he had referred to her solely as a virtuous consort, leaving Liang Yuzhen momentarily disoriented. Yes, your Majesty must uncover the perpetrator behind Yuer's harm. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in my heart. I understand. He instructed physician Liu to examine the fragrant fish slices recently consumed by Yuzhen, confirming their toxicity. Your Majesty, I have discovered that the fish slices were laced with powdered aconitum leaves, which would certainly cause poisoning in the crown prince. We must check the other dishes for the same poison. Physician Liu proceeded to inspect the fish slices at the tables of the other consorts, ultimately concluding that only Liang Yuzhen's dish was tainted. Overcome with despair, she cried, Your Majesty, someone has indeed plotted to poison me, and Yuer has merely borne the brunt of my misfortune. At this moment, nearly everyone surmised that the fish slices were intended for the virtuous consort, leaving the innocent crown prince to suffer the consequences. Bring forth the suspects. I demand to see who bears the aconitum leaves. The palace maids began searching the consorts, yet found nothing of significance. In that instant, Shen Nianxi recalled the matter reported by Lin Xiu and surmised that the leaves in question were indeed aconitum. Fortunately, she had instructed Fu Dong to handle the situation. Wei Qixin's expression darkened. If the poison was not found on their persons, they would search the other palaces. Liang Yuzhen continued to weep, though a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Once the aconitum leaves were discovered in Yiqing Palace, she would relish the opportunity to see how Shen Nianxi might escape this predicament. Before long, Sun Kong approached Wei Qixin. Your Majesty, there is a palace maid trembling in fear over there. Bring her forth. The maid knelt before Wei Xian, quaking with dread. Your Majesty, I know nothing. Speak, what do you know? The maid hesitated, casting a furtive glance towards Shen Nianxi, a glance laden with implications. I dare not speak. With the emperor present. What do you have to fear? Sun Kong lightly prodded her with his feather duster. Quickly, tell us everything you know. After bowing repeatedly, the maid implored the emperor for mercy. It was consort Jean who threatened me, insisting I do her bidding. I truly would never conspire against the virtuous consort, nor would I harm a crown prince. Liang Yuzhen feigned surprise as she turned to Shen Nianxi. Consort Jean, I bear you no grudge. Why would you wish harm upon me or my Yuer? Shen Nianxi rose effortlessly. Your Majesty, this maid and oppose. As testimony alone is insufficient to prove my alleged orchestration of the crown prince and oppose. As poisoning, evidence is paramount. Consort Jean, she insists you are behind this. What more evidence do you require? Shen Nianxi fixed her gaze upon Liang Yuzhen. If mere words can serve as proof, I could just as easily claim that it is you who instructed me to poison. How absurd! Why would I poison my own child? If that is the case, then how can mere words serve as proof? Liang Yuzhen found herself at a loss, encountering someone so obstinate for the first time. She chose to remain silent, believing that soon enough, both witness and evidence would reveal Shen Nianxi and Oppo's guilt. Half an hour later, the search team returned, carrying a bundle. Your Majesty, we have located the aconitum leaves, and we also found a golden hairpin beneath a tree. The excitement surged within Chunpin. This is splendid news. Shen Nianxi cannot escape this time. Overwhelmed with elation, she exclaimed, that hairpin is undoubtedly Su Ning's double-flower gold hairpin, a possession of a convicted traitor. This is a grave offense. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at Chunpin, who remained oblivious to their scrutiny. Liang Yuzhen too felt exhilarated. Shen Nianxi and Oppo's downfall was imminent. Wei Xian pressed on. Where was this discovered? Your Majesty, it was found in the Yulan Hall of Chong Xian Palace. What? Both Chunpin and Liang Yuzhen were taken aback. Shouldn't the aconitum leaves have originated from Yiqing Palace? How could they be found in Chunpin and Oppo's quarters? She shot a glance at Shen Nianxi, who maintained a demeanor of calm indifference throughout. Liang Yuzhen grasped the situation. Shen Nianxi had anticipated her schemes and expertly shifted the blame onto Chunpin. Chunpin knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, I did not conspire against the crown prince, nor would I ever conceal a traitor and Oppo's hairpin in the Yulan Hall. I implore Your Majesty to see the truth. Wei Xian was already aware of this hairpin and Oppo's significance, having previously witnessed Shen Nianxi nearly being ensnared by it. He commanded the hairpin to be presented, scrutinizing it closely before erupting in fury. This hairpin bears the royal insignia. It is indeed a traitor's possession. Yi Chun, you shall reveal everything you know at once. Chunpin and Oppo's face paled in terror. Instinctively, she glanced at Shen Nianxi. Shen Nianxi regarded her with keen interest. Why do you look at me so? Chunpin had surmised that Shen Nianxi had secretly returned the hairpin to the Yulan Hall, but the mystery of the aconitum leaves remained. Your Majesty, I do not know why the aconitum and this hairpin were found in my Yulan Hall. She could only repeat this phrase in a daze. Observing her bewilderment, Dun Fei sought to defend her. Your Majesty, the maid clearly implicated consort Jean, yet the aconitum is now found in Chunpin's quarters. The inconsistencies warrant further investigation. Despite not understanding why Chunpin was entangled in this affair, Liang Yuzhen seized the opportunity to ensnare another in their web of deceit. In a moment of distraction, she covertly signaled to the maid, who immediately capitulated. Your Majesty, I confess, it was consort Chun who directed me. She insisted I frame consort Jean when interrogated. Dun Fei gasped, realizing the implications of the maid's betrayal. Chunpin, inflamed with anger, kicked the maid. You lie. I never instructed you to poison anyone. Your Majesty, I had no choice but to reveal the truth. I will end your life for this insolence. Wei Xian could no longer bear the scene. Yi Chun, Chunpin froze, rushing to kneel before Wei Xian, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, please believe me, I am truly innocent. I beg you to investigate thoroughly and clear my name. Chapter 49. Cast into the cold palace, the maidservant continued to embellish the tale, saying, Your Highness, you instructed me to find a serving vessel for the noble consort during the festive celebrations and mix the juice of the aconitum leaves into her dishes. While her words were not without merit, the serving vessels indeed varied according to rank, and, as the highest-ranking consort in the harem, consort and Apos' vessel was the most easily identifiable. With a swift kick, Wei Qi confronted Chen Pin. The evidence is irrefutable. What further excuses can you muster? Not only are you implicated in the plot against the crown prince, but you're also guilty of harboring contraband from a treasonous minister. Yi Chun had fallen victim to a silent injustice. She could not reveal that it was Shen Nianxi who had hidden the golden hairpin back in the Yulan Palace, for that would be tantamount to confessing her own guilt. Yet, whether she spoke or remained silent, her fate was sealed. Proclaim my decree. Yi Chun has poisoned the crown prince and harbored the possessions of a traitor. She is to be stripped of her title and cast into the cold palace, Wei Qi declared. No. Yi Chun could scarcely accept her fate and pleaded for mercy. Your Majesty, I have served in the harem for so long. Please spare me for the sake of my cousin, Chen Pin. Without rules, the harem cannot maintain peace. I have shown you leniency by sparing your life, Dun Fei. Do not plead further on her behalf. Wei Qi and Apos' eyes concealed a tempest of emotions. He despised those who sought to exploit kindness for their own gain. Once or twice might be excusable, but if Dun Fei persisted, he would not hesitate to sever ties. Dun Fei, realizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further intercession. Annoyed by Yi Chun's incessant pleas, Wei Qi gestured for Sun Conkai to have her removed to the cold palace. Finally, Liang Yuzhen ceased her weeping and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the maid who administered the poison? Wei Qi replied coldly, Grant her death. Sun Conkai ordered the maid to be taken away. As she left, a look of relief washed over her. At least her own death would secure her family and Apos' safety. Liang Yuzhen bowed respectfully. Your Majesty has avenged you and Apos'. I thank you on his behalf. Enough. I shall visit you and Apos' now. I shall accompany you. As Wei Qi and Liang Yuzhen departed, the Empress Dowager exchanged a few casual words before retreating to Yanxi Palace. Dun Fei approached Shen Nianxi and whispered, Jin Pin, you are truly remarkable. What do you mean, Your Highness? I do not comprehend, Shen Nianxi replied, feigning ignorance. Dun Fei shot her a glance before leaving, while Wan Pin stepped closer. What ails her? Nothing. Perhaps she believes I should have been the one to be schemed against today, rather than her cousin. Wan Pin was taken aback. Fortuitously, today's events unfolded without calamity. I was on edge, fearing someone might frame you. Someone indeed sought to frame me. Wan Pin Baoset then comprehended that the aconitum leaves found in Yulan Palace were the work of Shen Nianxi. Upon returning to the Pixiang Palace, Shen Nianxi instructed Lin Xiu to summon everyone. When she saw him, the eunuch Xiao Zhongzi appeared visibly startled, forgetting to conceal his expression, which Shen Nianxi noted entirely. Xiao Zhongzi, at your service. For whom do you serve? Xiao Zhongzi was taken aback. Your Highness, I am a servant of Pixiang Palace, naturally devoted to you. Do you believe I would trust such claims? Your Highness. Xiao Zhongzi realized that Shen Nianxi was aware of everything. At this moment, Fu Dong added, Your Highness, you previously instructed me to keep a close watch on everyone and Apos' movements. I witnessed Xiao Zhongzi speaking furtively with Yin Ruo 2 days ago. Shen Nianxi turned to Yin Ruo. It was you, consort? Inform her that I shall not forget her kindness. Yin Ruo hurriedly knelt. I do not understand what Your Highness means. Since leaving Baihe Palace, I have remained steadfastly loyal. You know precisely what I am referring to. She then turned to Xiao Zhongzi. A traitor to me shall no longer be of service. Xiao Quan escorted him to the Xinqing division. Xiao Zhongzi pleaded for mercy. I beg Your Highness to spare me. Take him away at once. Though Xiao Quan was unaware of the situation, he complied with Shen Nianxi and Apos' command and transported Xiao Zhongzi to the Xinqing division. Lin Xiu inquired, Your Highness, what shall be done about Yin Ruo? Shen Nianxi adjusted her cloak. Let her kneel here for 2 hours in this frigid weather before she may rise. As for the others, Shen Nianxi waved her hand, signaling them to disperse. She then entered the warmth of her chamber, indifferent to Yin Ruo's pleas for forgiveness outside. Old Madame Xiao entered with a bowl of ginseng soup. "Your Highness, it is cold outside. Please drink this warm soup to fend off the chill." After sipping the soup, old Madame Xiao exited with the empty bowl, leaving Lian Xiao to attend to Shen Nianxi. I truly did not anticipate that Liang de Fei could be so ruthless. Shen Nianxi mused. "Your Highness, was it de Fei who instructed Xiao Zhongzi to conceal the aconitum leaves in Pixiang Palace?" Indeed, had Fu Dong not seen Xiao Zhongzi in secret conversation with Yin Ruo, I would have doubted it was de Fei's doing. Long before this, Shen Nianxi had suspected the involvement of Liang de Fei. If she wished to poison the dish, it would be least suspicious for her to do it herself. Yet Shen Nianxi had not anticipated that Liang de Fei would go so far as to harm her own son to eliminate her. "Your Highness, given de Fei and Oppo's machinations against you, will you retaliate?" Naturally, one cannot simply allow themselves to be schemed against. Moreover, with de Fei in power, I shall never ascend to a higher rank. With Yi Chun's schemes against her, Shen Nianxi resolved to leverage today's events to topple her. However, dismantling the firmly entrenched Liang de Fei would not be an easy endeavor. What are your plans? Both Dun Fei and Li Jiaoyi are formidable adversaries. Thus, let them engage in a battle that leaves them mutually weakened. In Baihe Palace, everyone had departed. Liang Yuzhen sat alone at the edge of the bed, gazing at the slumbering Wei Qi Huayu, her heart heavy with guilt. She reached out to touch his forehead. "Yuer, I am sorry. I have wronged you today, and yet I have not achieved my goals. Shen Nianxi is far more astute than I had presumed. You and Oppo's, I shall never harm you again, nor will I allow anyone else to do so." Liang Yuzhen lifted her hand to examine her crimson nails. Today, she had concealed the powdered aconitum leaves within the crevices of her nails and, when unobserved, had sprinkled them over the fish dish. With a sigh, she resigned to the notion that bringing down Yi Chun would not be in vain for the suffering Wei Qi Huayu endured. At this very moment, Yi Chun was stripped of her opulent palace garments and donned in thin, coarse cloth. It was the coldest time of the year, and she found herself shivering in the darkness, curled in a corner, her heart filled with despair. She had not closed her eyes all night. Chapter 50. Yi Chuan falls ill at long last. Dawn broke, and she desperately pounded on the door, yearning for the outside world to hear her cries. "Let me out. I am truly wronged. I must see the emperor." The only response was the howling of the biting wind. After what felt like an eternity, the door finally creaked open, and Yi Chuan rushed forward in delight. The noble Dun Fei entered, covering her nose in disdain as she surveyed the surroundings. "Chuan, are you well? Sister, save me. I cannot bear to remain here any longer. Please help me find the emperor." Seeking the emperor now would be utterly futile. It would only serve to increase his disdain for you, causing the situation to backfire. Yi Chuan was taken aback. "Sister, will you not assist me? I do not refuse to help you. But even if I could extricate you from the matter of the poisonous herb, what of the golden hairpin? How will you explain that?" Yi Chuan realized she could not articulate her thoughts. If the investigation were to continue, it would inevitably lead to the revelation of how she had acquired the exquisite golden hairpin adorned with twin lotus blossoms. Dun Fei, exasperated, remarked, "You truly lack attention to detail," allowing Jean Pin to seize the opportunity to hide the hairpin back in the Yulan Palace. "This matter requires careful deliberation. I have sent you some cotton clothing and blankets. You may remain here in peace for a time. Sister, can you truly rescue me?" Dun Fei nodded, and Yi Chuan believed her. After Dun Fei departed, Yi Chuan sat clutching the blanket, her hatred for Shen Nianxi growing with each passing thought. If it weren't for her, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Before dawn had fully arrived, a figure hastily departed from the Yiqing Palace. Half an hour later, she returned, just as Shen Nianxi was rising. Fu Dong rushed into the Pixiang Hall, eager to relay her findings. "Your Highness, I have examined the zither that was to be used at the banquet yesterday. One of its strings has been severed by a blade. Should someone attempt to play it, the string will snap almost immediately. It seems the breaking of the string while Fu Yaoqin played was no mere coincidence. My suspicions were indeed correct. Liang Yuzhen intended to create an opportunity for her to play the zither or guzheng, ultimately leading to her punishment. Fu Dong concurred. Indeed, fortunately, I arrived early enough that they had not yet managed to dispose of the zither. Liang Defei is meticulous in her actions. She would ensure all traces are removed before any outcry could be made. After a moment and oppose, as contemplation, Shen Nianxi instructed Fu Dong to summon Mama Qiu. Mama, I ask you, are there any herbs that counteract the effects of the poisonous herb? In response to your highness, the poisonous herb is incompatible with Baimu, Baiji, Banksia, Balian, and Xianghua. Encountering any of these herbs would amplify its toxicity. I understand. Once Mama Qiu departed, Shen Nianxi pondered. If her memory served her right, Xianghua was a remedy for wind cold. She beckoned to Lian Qiu. You must go to the cold palace. Lian Qiu, brimming with excitement, replied, Yes, I shall go at once. Rubbing her hands together, she took a pouch and proceeded to the cold palace. Upon recognizing her as a maidservant of Jean Pin, the matron overseeing the cold palace treated her with utmost courtesy. In such frigid weather, it is a bother for you to come personally. Is there a message from Jean Pin? Lian Qiu produced a silver ingot from her pouch, causing the matron and Oppo's eyes to widen with greed. In this bitter cold, my mistress decrees that no comforts should be afforded to the idle. You are to fetch several buckets of cold water and douse her, so she learns who is deserving of respect and who is not. Complete this task, and this silver shall be yours. Of course, I shall follow Jean Pin's instructions. The matron, disregarding the source of the command, was eager to comply as long as there was silver involved. She summoned 2 girls, each carrying a bucket of cold water, and without hesitation, they kicked open Yichuan and Oppo's door, dousing her with the icy water before her astonished gaze. What are you doing? Get away, you vile servants. I will not let you escape unpunished. Yichuan, soaked and shivering, found her once warm blanket now rendered useless. The door was locked once more, leaving only her cries echoing in the silence. The matron, reveling in her perceived triumph, approached Lian Qiu, who handed her the silver. I must ask again, has anyone visited her today? Indeed, earlier today, Duanfei came to see her, bringing some blankets and clothing. Given Duanfei and Oppo's authoritative demeanor, she provided no silver for us. So we naturally paid little attention to the person she instructed us to care for. Lian Qiu produced another silver ingot. If she falls ill with wind cold, ensure that the news reaches Duanfei and Oppo's ears. Remember, this matter must not be spoken of to anyone. Understood. Overjoyed at receiving 2 ingots, the matron grinned widely. However, Lian Qiu presented a 3rd ingot. Furthermore, if Duanfei's people bring her medicine, ensure that it does not reach her, while also informing Duanfei that this is all at the behest of Defei. The matron was ecstatic. Yes, from now on, should Jean Pin have any further instructions, she may rely on me. I shall serve her dutifully. If you execute this task well, the mistress will reward you. But should you fail, or if this matter comes to light, the mistress will not show you mercy. That is understood. Clutching the silver tightly, the matron realized that money could indeed persuade even the most stubborn of wills. Jean Pin was indeed generous. That afternoon, Yichuan fell ill with wind cold, suffering in the cold palace without any medicine or attendants to care for her as her coughs and groans echoed. The matron hurried to relay the news to the Lekong Palace. Upon learning of Yichuan's illness, Duanfei could no longer remain seated. She ordered a selection of remedies for wind cold to be gathered from the Imperial Medical Institute. Pei Wen voiced her concerns, Your Highness. Without means to brew the medicine in the cold palace, even if the herbs are sent there, she will not be able to consume them. Duanfei made a decisive choice. From now on, let the medicine be brewed in Lekong Palace and sent daily to Chuaner. Understood. Shen Nianxi regarded the kneeling Yiru before her. I know that Liang Defei will not allow you to harm me, yet she has tasked you with monitoring my every move. To follow the wrong master will only lead to dire consequences. Your life now lies in my hands. Yiru, defiant, replied, Since your highness is so aware, do as you will. I have investigated. Defei is threatening your family's lives, and you cannot afford to die. Your family's livelihood depends on your monthly allowance, and your younger sister is too young to bear the burden. If you perish, your family will not survive. Iru's expression flickered. Why does your highness share this with me? Chapter 51. The Dowager Consort Done and Oppose. Miscalculation, I merely extend an opportunity, a chance for you to pledge allegiance to me. Should you choose to become one of my confidants, I shall augment your monthly stipend and dispatch individuals to attend to your family, I stated. With a subtle scoff, Enruo responded, Your Majesty, the fate of my family remains within the grasp of the consort. Therefore, I simply request that you become my clandestine informant. Ostensibly, you shall continue to apprise the consort of my movements, I clarified. Enruo appeared taken aback. Indeed, the consort would unlikely direct her ire toward her in such an arrangement. However, she struggled to comprehend my intentions. I proceeded with gentle persuasion. Should an occasion arise wherein I can safeguard your family, I shall endeavor to do so. One threatened her, while another sought to acquire her through incentives. In a fleeting moment, Enruo discerned her inclinations. She found it arduous to reject considerations beneficial to her family. Your Majesty desires for this servant to become your eyes and ears within the Baihe Palace. Precisely. Whatever the consort directs you to do, you shall relate to me. Maintain your facade to avert suspicion. However, bear in mind to discern what utterances are permissible and what are not. Enruo kowtowed deeply twice. This servant expresses her gratitude for your Majesty and Oppose benevolence. Her words signified her acquiescence. I retrieved a diminutive sachet from my sleeve. Take this. The initial task I entrust to you is to infuse all the Pinellia Tornata powder herein into the consort and Oppose incense burner. Understood. Enruo accepted the sachet and sought an opportune moment to venture to the Baihe Palace. Liang Yuzhen, having heard only a few sentences, grew impatient. Very well. Such trivial matters need not be recounted to me in such detail. You may withdraw. The cries of Yuqi Huayu echoed from within the chamber, causing Liang Yuzhen further agitation. She turned and entered the inner sanctum to console Yuqi Huayu. When she met Enruo, Liang Yuzhen did not allow other palace maids to be present. Her departure presented the opportune moment Enruo awaited. She swiftly poured the white powder from the sachet into the incense burner. The Pinellia Tornata powder mingled with the incense powder, rendering any anomaly imperceptible. Having completed her task, Enruo promptly departed from the Baihe Palace. Liang Yuzhen gazed upon Yuqi Huayu with profound distress, regretting her actions. Had she known, she would have devised alternative stratagems to contend with me. Suddenly, Songxin approached Liang Yuzhen's side. Your Majesty, the Dowager Consort Done has arrived. What does she seek? Your Majesty, it appears the Dowager Consort Done has come on behalf of the deposed consort in the Cold Palace. Liang Yuzhen, though vexed, nonetheless emerged to meet the Dowager Consort Done. Delicate fragrance wafted from the incense burner, yet no one detected anything amiss. The Dowager Consort Done entered and paid her respects to Liang Yuzhen. His concubine greets the consort. Pei Wu, who stood behind her, carried the medicine prepared for Yichun. Dowager Consort Done, if you have aught to say to me, speak quickly. I must attend to you and have no time to tarry with you. This concubine does not desire to disturb your Majesty. However, when this concubine personally attempted to deliver medicine to Chun and Oppose, in the Cold Palace, the denizens of the Cold Palace refused to permit this concubine to deliver the medicine, claiming it was your Majesty and Oppose's decree. This concubine has come to inquire of your Majesty, now that Yi Chun has been relegated to the Cold Palace, why your Majesty continues to persecute her. Why does your Majesty forbid this concubine's attendants from delivering medicine to her? His Majesty merely issued a decree to depose her, not to take her life. Liang Yuzhen appeared bewildered. Dowager Consort Done, what nonsense do you speak? I never issued such an order. However, the denizens of the Cold Palace claimed that your Majesty. Liang Yuzhen interrupted her. I say I did not, and I did not. I never made things difficult for a deposed consort. She possessed little patience to begin with, and now she was even more exasperated. She suspected the Dowager Consort Done was deliberately attempting to provoke a dispute. Otherwise, why would she come before her and utter such falsehoods? The Dowager Consort Done also found it peculiar, Yet she believed Liang Yuzhen had undoubtedly issued the order, but merely refused to acknowledge it. Each harbored their own thoughts. At that moment, a palace maid in the inner chamber suddenly cried out. "It's dire. The first prince's abdomen pains him again." Liang Yuzhen cast a malevolent glance at the dowager consort Dun. "How is it that as soon as you arrive, my Yuer takes a turn for the worse? Dowager consort Dun, you would do well to remain in my Baihe palace. Songxin, summon the imperial physician at once. Furthermore, dispatch someone to invite his majesty. Jinji, the incense in the burner has been exhausted. Quickly replenish it with incense powder." Having issued several orders, she hastily entered the inner chamber, where she discovered Yuqi Huayu and Apos. As condition had indeed deteriorated. The dowager consort Dun found herself in an unenviable position. She felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Imperial physician Lu arrived swiftly. Upon entering, he covered his nose. "Your Majesty, consort Da, why does this hall reek of medicine?" "It is she. She brought medicine with her." Imperial physician, quickly attend to you and Apos. Very well. Imperial physician Lu proceeded to examine Yuqi Huayu and Apos. Pulse, his expression growing grave. He emerged once more. "Your Majesty, consort Da, the first prince has been poisoned with aconite and requires rest. Moreover, he must not be exposed to any irritants. The first prince and Apos, as current state must be due to stimulation from some source." Liang Yuzhen immediately pointed to the dowager consort Dun. "The problem must lie with the medicine she brought. I implore the imperial physician to examine the dowager consort Dun's medicine." Imperial physician Lu approached the dowager consort Dun. "Your Majesty, dowager consort Dun, I must beg your pardon." The dowager consort Dun reluctantly allowed Pei Wu to present the medicine to imperial physician Lu. Upon approaching the medicine, imperial physician Lu suddenly realized the truth. "Your Majesty, consort Da, the medicine brought by the dowager consort Dun contains a significant amount of notopterygium incisum. Notopterygium incisum antagonizes aconite. If there are no other foreign objects within this hall, then the first prince's condition must have worsened due to inhaling the scent of notopterygium incisum." Liang Yuzhen glared at the dowager consort Dun several times. "So it was you. You actually plotted against my Yu and Apos. His concubine did not." The dowager consort Dun also appeared flustered. "Imperial physician Lu, the notopterygium incisum has already been decocted into medicine. In principle, it should not exacerbate the first prince and Apos. As condition." Imperial physician Lu stroked his beard. "Indeed, in principle it should not." The dowager consort Dun breathed a sigh of relief. However, imperial physician Lu then questioned Liang Yuzhen. "May I inquire, Your Majesty, has anyone else visited this hall today? Or rather, has anything that should not be present appeared within this hall?" Liang Yuzhen vehemently denied it. "Of course not. She alone visited my Baihe palace today. Before she arrived, my Yuer was perfectly well. As soon as she arrived, Yuer's condition deteriorated. Moreover, she brought this medicine with her. She is the one who harmed my Yuer." At that moment, Yuqi Xian arrived at the scene, accompanied by me. He had just summoned me to the imperial study to attend to him. When he learned of the incident at the Baihe palace, I followed him here. I could not miss the good show that I orchestrated. Yuqi Xian immediately inquired, "What has transpired?" Liang Yuzhen recounted the events in detail, concluding with, "Your Majesty, the dowager consort Dun is deliberately scheming. She falsely accused this concubine of preventing her from delivering medicine to the Cold Palace, and then brought medicine to the Baihe Palace. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for this concubine and you and Apos. Chapter 52. Confinement for 3 months. Wei Qi Xian turned to Dun Fei. "Dun Fei, please speak." "Your Majesty, Pei Wen can testify that I intended to deliver medicine to Chun, the deposed consort. However, the people from the Cold Palace obstructed me at every turn, claiming it was the will of the Defei, and they dared not defy her. I had no choice but to come to Baihe Palace, only to find that the eldest prince had fallen gravely ill. I truly did not intend to harm him." Wei Qixin felt a headache coming on as both parties presented their arguments. "Dr. Lu, tell me, could the medicine brought by Dun Fei indeed exacerbate you and Apos? As condition?" "Your Majesty, under normal circumstances, it should not. yet we cannot entirely rule out such a possibility. Moreover, as no other foreign substances have appeared in Baihe Palace, it appears that only the medicine brought by Dun Fei has caused the eldest prince's condition to worsen. Dun Fei, to conspire against the heir, you possess great audacity. Dun Fei pleaded earnestly, Your Majesty, I truly had no malice in my heart. The people from the cold palace indeed hinder my efforts to deliver the medicine. Shen Nianxi interjected suddenly. Your Majesty, Dun Fei claims that the cold palace people forbade her from delivering medicine. Why not summon them for questioning to ascertain the truth? Very well. Wei Qixin instructed Sun Kongkai to bring the palace attendants guarding the cold palace. A matron was soon brought forth. Your servant pays her respects to the emperor. Sun Kongkai introduced several consorts, and the matron once again paid her respects to the 3 consorts. Wang Xuan inquired, Are you the one in charge of guarding the cold palace? Yes. Your servant's surname is Chui. Dun Fei looked at the matron with anticipation. It was now certain that the medicine she brought had harmed the eldest prince. The only question remained whether it was intentional or not. If it were an unintentional mistake, the punishment would surely be lighter. Matron Chui, was it not you and 2 palace maids who previously blocked me from delivering medicine to the cold palace? Claiming it was the Fei's order, Liang Yuzhen stood nearby, and the matron dared not offend the powerful, finding it far more prudent to displease Dun Fei instead. Furthermore, Lian Xiu had instructed her on how to respond. Matron Chui looked at Dun Fei with suspicion. Your Majesty, I have not seen you today, let alone obstructed you from delivering medicine to the cold palace. Dun Fei was taken aback. You lie. It was you who led others to stop me, insisting it was the Fei's command. You must understand the gravity of deceiving the emperor. Matron Chui remained steadfast. Deceiving the emperor is indeed a grave crime, which is why I would not dare to lie. Liang Yuzhen remarked, Dun Fei, you deliberately brought the medicine to Baihe Palace. My Yuer is still so young. How could you possess such a cruel heart? Dun Fei turned to Wei Qixin. Your Majesty, I truly did not intend to harm the eldest prince. You must believe me. At this point, what more is there to say? Wei Qixin looked at Dun Fei with disappointment. I once believed you to be a kind-hearted person, but it seems I was mistaken. Does your Majesty truly not believe me? Let it be known, Dun Fei has intentionally harmed the eldest prince. She is to be confined for 3 months and have her salary suspended for 6 months. Liang Yuzhen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this punishment. However, since Wei Qixin had made his decision, she could not risk angering him by further persuasion. She would have to devise her own means to deal with Dun Fei later. Dun Fei continued to plead for mercy, but Wei Qixin, growing impatient, commanded that she be taken back to Lukong Palace. Having witnessed the drama unfold, Shen Nianxi prepared to take her leave. Your Majesty, you should go see the eldest prince. I shall take my leave now. Go. As Shen Nianxi turned to leave, her gaze swept past the incense burner, which emitted a fragrant aroma. The scent was unremarkable, the bansha powder having long since burned away. Wei Qixin and Liang Yuzhen proceeded to visit Wei Qihua, finding him in distress. Liang Yuzhen felt as though her heart was being sliced by a knife, wishing she could exact 1,000 cuts upon Dun Fei. After sitting in Baihe Palace for half an hour, Wei Qixin instructed the attendants to take good care of Wei Qihua before rising to depart. Liang Yuzhen, focused on her child, paid little mind to Wei Qixin's comings and goings. Song Xin approached Liang Yuzhen with medicine in hand. Your Majesty, the medicine is ready. Hand it to me. I shall administer it. She took the spoon and personally fed Wei Qihua the medicine. With a grimace, Wei Qihua complained, Mother, the medicine is so bitter. Can I not drink it? You must drink the medicine to recover. Be good. Liang Yuzhen then called for Song Xin to fetch some candied fruits. After much coaxing, Liang Yuzhen finally managed to get Wei Qihua to finish the medicine, letting out a sigh of relief as she instructed the palace maids to take good care of him before turning to leave. Jianji, your servant is here. What are your commands, Your Majesty? Dun Fei has harmed my Yuan amp. Yet the emperor has only confined her for 3 months without touching her position. How can I endure this? Very well. She believes her past contributions grant her immunity? A fierce glint flashed in Liang Yuzhen's eyes. I shall transform her perceived blessings into her death knell. You go. As Dun Fei faced her confinement, Yi Chun in the cold palace was forgotten and neglected, lacking medicine and care. With the harsh winter upon her, it was less than a week before Yi Chun succumbed to a mere cold. Upon receiving the news, Dun Fei was overwhelmed with grief, wailing in Lekong Palace, "Chun'er, I failed to protect you. It is all my fault." "No, it is the Fei's fault, all her doing." Mentioning Liang Yuzhen filled Dun Fei with hatred. To her, the one most capable of poisoning during the festival was Liang Yuzhen. If she could harm her own son once, how could she not do so again? Liang Yuzhen had bribed the people of the Cold Palace to set a trap, and Dun Fei had momentarily let her guard down, falling into Liang Yuzhen and Appo's scheme. "Liang Yuzhen, I had not anticipated your heart to be so cruel towards your own child. Were it not for your plotting against me this time, I would have remained blissfully unaware." Dun Fei held Liang Yuzhen responsible for both Yi Chun's death and this latest scheme, eagerly awaiting her confinement to be lifted so she could exact her revenge. Both Dun Fei and Liang de Fei believed the other was behind this scheme, entirely unaware that it was Shen Nianxi who had been stirring the pot from the shadows. Humbly hidden away, she frolicked in the garden with Linger. "Lady Shen, you cannot catch Ling." "Who says? I have caught you now. This doesn't count. Lady Shen is cheating. You clearly cannot cross that branch." Shen Nianxi smiled as she pinched Ling's cheek. Just then, Lin Xiu approached her side. "Your Majesty, Jiang Caning has arrived. Quickly, invite her in." Linger joyfully looked up. "Jiang Mama is here. Then I shall have delicious snacks again. You, just this morning, had 2 wufu cakes and a bowl of almond porridge. And for lunch, you had pocket fish and silk sheep. After lunch, you devoured. It is still not time for dinner, yet you're already longing for snacks." Chapter 53. The Cloud Concubine seeks her daughter. Everyone present Kuden and Amp. Appo's T helped but chuckle at the remark, and even Jiang Shuyan, who had just approached, was in fits of laughter. Let's not speak in such a manner. The ability to eat is indeed a blessing, and Linger is a person of great fortune. Linger clung to Jiang Shuyan's leg. "You're right, Lady Jiang. What delicious treat have you brought for me today? Can you guess?" Jiang Shuyan replied, lifting Linger's hand, "But first, we must properly wash our hands before eating." She took a handkerchief to wipe Linger's hands, and upon noticing the red birthmark in the center of Linger's palm, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It is quite rare to see someone with a red birthmark in their palm." Shen Nianxi chimed in, "Indeed, but it is precisely because of that mark that she is easily recognized." Jiang Shuyan paid little heed to this comment and led Ling and Amp, Appo's away to enjoy some snacks. Fudong approached Shen Nianxi's side. "Your Highness, Yi Chun from the Cold Palace has passed away." "Passed away?" Shen Nianxi plucked a branch of plum blossoms. "I had thought she would make a comeback. How could she have perished so swiftly?" The Dun concubine has been confined to the Lekong Palace, and the Dun concubine, seeking revenge, ordered that no medicine be sent to her. Thus, Yi Chun met her demise due to illness. "I understand." Shen Nianxi waved Fudong away. Just as Fudong departed, she spotted Inru lingering in the corner not far off and called her over. "What are you doing?" "Your Highness, will the concubine discover what I have done?" "No. The colors of the Bansha powder and the Xiang powder are similar, and once burned, nothing remains. Even if the concubine suspects, she will have no evidence. Besides, the Dun concubine is still shielding us. Liang Yuzhen would never suspect you." Inru sighed in relief and knelt before Shen Nianxi. "I thank your Highness for sending 10 taels of silver to my family. Rise, serve me well, and I shall not treat you poorly," Shen Nianxi replied. "Yes." She then inquired, "There is one matter I have yet to ask you. How many people has the concubine placed around me?" Inru reported truthfully. "Every new concubine in the palace has spies planted by the concubine, and there are 2 by your side, Bai Fu and Xiao Zhongzi. Is that all?" "That is all I know." "Good, you may leave." Just as Inru took a few steps, she seemed to recall something and turned back to Shen Nianxi. "Oh, your Highness, I have one more matter to report. In recent days, the concubine has instructed her spies at Lekong Palace to procure personal items belonging to the Dun concubine." "Personal items of the Dun concubine? What does Liang Yuzhen intend to do?" A bold suspicion began to form in Shen Nianxi and Amp, Appo's mind. "In that case, keep an eye on her these days, and report any unusual occurrences to me. When necessary, she may be able to assist Liang Yuzhen. As winter yielded to spring, the frost melted, and all things revived. The willow branches began to sprout new buds, and the vibrant apricot and peach blossoms competed to bloom, filling the garden with the joyous sounds of oriole and swallow. Duan Yaoyun sat by the window, cradling the freshly arrived wintergreen snow buds, facing Jiang Shuyan, whom she had just invited in. Sister Jiang, do taste this. It was sent to the palace by my father. One tael of this tea is worth one tael of silver, and its flavor is exquisite. Why does Lady Yun treat a mere concubine with such precious tea? At that time, when I was troubled in Jingxiang Palace, only Sister Jiang showed me great kindness, and I must repay it. Let alone this tea, even more precious items. If Sister Jiang desires them, I would gladly give. With that, Duan Yaoyun summoned Huishu to her side. Go! Bring me the 5 bolts of chiffon pearl satin recently sent by the Naiwafu. I wish to gift them to Sister Jiang. Huishu looked astonished. Your Highness, that satin was specially sent by the Emperor for you. Only you in the entire palace possess it. Do you truly intend to gift it to Jiang Caizhen? Of course. Hurry and bring it. Seeing that Duan Yaoyun had no intention of changing her mind, Huishu had no choice but to fetch the satin. Jiang Shuyan was equally astonished. Lady Yun, there is no need to bestow such fine gifts upon a mere concubine. I have said I wish to gift it, and so I shall. Upon seeing the satin, Jiang Shuyan understood why it was so treasured. With Duan Yaoyun resolute in her decision, Jiang Shuyan was drawn to the satin and ceased to refuse. Noticing Jiang Shuyan accepting the satin, Duan Yaoyun smiled slightly. What does it matter how precious the satin is? Wei Qi Xian sent it to compensate for past grievances. Yet it may not carry any genuine sentiment. True affection is the most priceless treasure. What significance does a gift devoid of emotion hold? Jiang Shuyan tentatively asked. Forgive my curiosity, but why does your Highness still hold on to the past despite several months having passed? How can you tell I have not moved on? In recent days, your Highness has neither attended to the Emperor nor left Jingxiang Palace. Even when the Emperor personally visits, you avoid him. Duan Yaoyun scoffed. One only moves on when they care. I no longer concern myself with that matter, nor with him. Jiang Shuyan pondered. How has the Emperor managed to make himself so dispensable to all? It matters not. Your Highness now holds a high position. What is most important is to live well. Sister Jiang, allow me to share some heartfelt words. Jiang Shuyan nodded earnestly. Please speak. All of you new concubines know I have no children. Yet you are unaware that I once bore a daughter. My daughter was born with great difficulty, but the concubine bribed everyone to falsely claim she was stillborn, discarding her in the bitter cold. Jiang Shuyan leapt to her feet, indignant. How cruel-hearted is the concubine? That was but an infant. How could she commit such a heinous act? Indeed, I cannot fathom why my Ningyue posed no threat to the crown prince's position, yet the concubine could not tolerate my daughter. How I wish Ningyue were still alive. My father made several inquiries and finally learned that a family with the surname Su had taken my daughter, residing in the outskirts of the capital. However, when my father and Appo's S-men arrived, they found nothing. The couple had left for the south half a month ago, claiming to seek treatment. At this point, Duan Yaoyun and Appo's voice broke with emotion. When will I ever find Yue again? Alas, the world is rife with misunderstandings. Sister Shen has raised Linger in the palace precisely because she was abandoned. Some seek their lost children in vain, while others mistreat them. Jiang Shuyan sighed softly. Duan Yaoyun also thought of the girl in Yiqing Palace. No wonder she felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her. The thought that her own Ningyue had once been in such a plight twisted her heart like a knife. Chapter 54. Ningyue, indeed, I hold great affection for her, often sending her delicacies. Linger possesses a smile that lights up her eyes, truly exquisite, with a singular red mole upon her palm, a rare sight indeed. Suddenly, Duan Yaoyun accidentally knocked over a teacup, spilling tea across the floor. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Shuyuan, questioning, what did you just say? Whose palm bears a red mole? Why, it is Ling and Appo's, the one beside Sister Shen. Without a glance back, Duan Yaoyun rushed out, startling Jiang Shuyuan and Huishu, who quickly followed in her wake. Duan Yaoyun hurried, to Yiqing Palace, her anxious demeanor alarming all who encountered her. Shen Nianxi was flying kites with Linger when she heard Lianqiu's report of the urgent arrival of the Yunfei, leaving her perplexed. Could it be that she has pressing matters to discuss with me? Lianqiu, please escort the Yunfei to me. Yes. Throughout the journey, Duan Yaoyun urged Lianqiu to hurry, repeatedly confirming that Linger and Shen Nianxi were together. Upon seeing Linger joyfully clutching a kite, tears streamed down Duan Yaoyun's face. Yun. Her words were interrupted by her own actions. Shen Nianxi, Astonisit, witnessed Duan Yaoyun embracing Ling und Apos. Ties flowing freely. Ningyue, my Ningyue. Ling and Apos, startled by the sudden embrace, struggled against it. Shen Nianxi reached out to Duan Yaoyun, asking, Yunfei, what troubles you? I was merely overwhelmed with emotion and frightened you. Duan Yaoyun looked at Shen Nianxi, then sank to her knees before her in the astonished gaze of all present. Yunfei. Shen Nianxi was taken aback. Just as she had pulled Duan Yaoyun up, she hurriedly repeated her previous action. Whatever you wish to say, please rise first, Your Highness. I truly cannot bear this. Jinping, thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. Shen Nianxi was bewildered, yet suddenly recalled what Wei Qixuan had previously confided to her. He had mentioned that he and Yunfei had a daughter, one who should be the same age as Linger. Several palace maids rushed to assist Duan Yaoyun, who hesitated before rising. Yunfei, please calm yourself and come inside to speak. Shen Nianxi signaled for Lianqiu to bring Linger along. Once seated, Duan Yaoyun wiped her cheeks dry, managing to regain some composure. Yunfei, you claim Ling and Apos, is your daughter? May I see your palm? Of course. Duan Yaoyun gently took Ling and Apos, as hand, observing closely, and indeed, she found a red mole upon her palm. The tears that had just begun to subside surged forth once more. Shen Nianxi uagit Linger. Quickly tell your Yun mother to cease her tears. Linger cautiously reached to wipe the tears from Duan Yaoyun's face. Yin mother, do not cry. It will harm your eyes. Duan Yaoyun nodded. All right, Ningyue. Moments later, she resumed her seat opposite Shen Nianxi, recounting the tale she had previously shared with Jiang Shiyuan. At first, Shen Nianxi was appalled by Liang Yuzhen's cruelty, but then considered that if she could be so heartless to her own flesh and blood, how much more to another child. Once Duan Yaoyun finished, she uttered a crucial statement. Linger was indeed taken in by a peasant family of the Su surname, but the wife fell gravely ill, forcing them into desperate measures. They had treated Linger well, and I had sent money to aid in her recovery. It seems they only decided to leave the capital for the south once they received the funds. Duan Yaoyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, this all aligns. Ling and Apos is undoubtedly my Ningyue. Ling and Apos, bewildered protested. Ling and Apos, is simply Ling and Apos. Yun mother is mistaken. Shen Nianxi crouched down, patiently explaining, Ling and Apos, she is your true mother, one who will care for you profoundly. But is not Lady Shen also my mother? Indeed, yet it is different. Shen Nianxi smiled softly. If Ningyue were to acknowledge her roots, she could indeed be considered her mother, yet Duan Yaoyun was her true maternal figure. Duan Yaoyun clasped her small hand. You're my daughter. Had it not been for the wickedness of others, we would not have been separated for so many years, and you would not have endured such hardships. Yet, fortunately, fate has smiled upon us, and you have returned to my side. Duan Yaoyun gently embraced her, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The emotional turmoil of these past years was finally healed in this moment. Shen Nianxi understood Duan Yaoyun's apprehensions and seized the opportunity to speak first. Yunfei, since Ningyue is your daughter, I shall not contest your claim. Once this matter is presented to the emperor, and after she acknowledges her lineage, I hope you will take her back to nurture her. But will you not feel reluctant? I have only spent a brief time with Ningyue. Though I will feel some reluctance, I know I will not lose her forever. Seeing Shen Nianxi's sincerity, Duan Yaoyun was convinced. Jinping, your kindness to me is immeasurable. As long as I draw breath, I shall protect you. I only wish for Ningyue to live in peace. Should you have lofty ambitions, I will assist you. With these two sentences, Shen Nianxi understood Duan Yaoyun's intentions. Though uncertain of what the future held, at least for now, she could trust Duan Miaoyun momentarily. "Thank you, Your Highness. It is I who should express my gratitude." The two sent word to Wei Qi, and upon hearing of this development, he hastily abandoned his official duties to arrive. "Linger is my Ning Yue?" Wei Qi was profoundly shocked, realizing that the little girl before him bore a resemblance to Duan Miaoyun. "Your Majesty, I have confirmed that she is indeed my Ning Yue. But were not the midwives certain that she was stillborn?" Duan Miaoyun lowered her head. "My Ning Yue was not stillborn, but rather a victim of treachery. Hence the falsehood presented to your Majesty. My daughter was abandoned beyond the Eastern Palace. Fortunately, someone rescued her, allowing me this day to behold my daughter. Otherwise, I would have been tormented day and night." As for the identity of the treacherous villain, she refrained from mentioning it, knowing that without evidence, Wei Qi would be reluctant to believe. What she saw was merely the seed of suspicion planted in Wei Qi's mind. The royal bloodline cannot be muddled. This matter is of great importance. I shall dispatch others to investigate further. Yes, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. To have Ning Yue immediately acknowledge her lineage would surely prove challenging, and Wei Qi would be unlikely to consent. Fortunately, finding her Ning Yue was a significant first step, allowing for a gradual resolution of the matter ahead. Chapter 55. A cause for doubt upon receiving the news relayed by the palace servants. Liang Yuzhen found herself unable to remain seated for even a moment. How could this be? How could that child, cast into the snow, survive? She paced restlessly within the palace, thoughts racing. No, she could not allow the emperor to discover that it was she who orchestrated such events. Otherwise, her position would be perilously compromised. Rarely did Liang Yuzhen experience such disarray. "Songxin, quickly. Tonight you must take care of Lu Ji for me. She cannot be allowed to remain, lest she speak indiscreetly before the emperor." "Rest assured, my lady, I understand." That very night, Songxin lured Lu Ji away, and along with two other palace maids, they rendered Lu Ji unconscious and discarded her into a well, believing that such an act would surely lead to her demise. Subsequently, they returned to Baihe Palace. However, unbeknownst to them, as they departed, someone arrived just in time to rescue Lu Ji, who was barely clinging to life, and took her away from that place. With unwavering conviction, Songxin stood before Liang Yuzhen to report, "My lady, we have disposed of Lu Ji in the well. She must surely be dead." That as well, Liang Yuzhen regained her composure, reassured that as long as those aware of the incident were dead, devoid of evidence, neither the emperor nor Yun Fei could harm her. General Yu Qi dispatched the shadow guards to thoroughly investigate the events of that year. Upon their return, the shadow guards reported that all the midwives who had assisted Yun Fei during childbirth had met untimely ends, each in varying manners, but all indicative of foul play. "Can you ascertain who was behind this?" "Unknown. However," the shadow guard continued, "we discovered that every 6 months, a sum of money is remitted to the families of these individuals, all traced back to the Liang Duke's estate. The Liang family, even in my continued existence, their reach extends this far, daring to conspire against my progeny." A rising tide of wrath surged within Yu Qi. Were it not for the current inability to act against the Liang family, he would not tolerate Liang Yuzhen's machinations in the harem. Regrettably, there were few capable generals within Dian, allowing Liang Jing to wield military power in the northwest. In a fleeting moment, a resolution formed within him. "Convey my edict. Summon Generals Lin Xunyuan and Wang Chongping from the southwest back to court." "Yes." As the shadow guards departed, Liang Yuzhen arrived shortly thereafter. Upon seeing her, Yu Qi concealed his murderous intent, adopting the familiar guise of indifference. "What brings you here, De Fei?" "I have come upon hearing that Sister Yun Fei has found her daughter." "You are quite invested in this matter?" Liang Yuzhen replied with a forced smile. "Finding the heir is of great significance. As I currently oversee the affairs of the 6 palaces, it is only natural that I regard such matters with importance." "Then tell me, what should be done?" "I believe that the bloodline of the heir must not be muddled. To ascertain whether that child is indeed Sister Yun Fei and Appo's daughter, the most prudent method would be a blood test." Yu Qi hesitated for a moment, then let it be so. "I shall arrange for it at once." Liang Yuzhen concealed her ulterior motives. Even if the child were truly Duan Yaoyun's, she would never allow the child to reclaim her heritage. With remarkable efficiency, Liang Yuzhen prepared all the necessary items for the blood test. News of the test spread throughout the palace, prompting many concubines to gather at Baihe Palace, eager to witness the event. During these days, Duan Yaoyun frequently visited Yiqing Palace, while Ningyue remained reluctant to leave her side. Now, she grasped Ningyue's hand and entered Baihe Palace. Observing the throngs of onlookers, she could not help but find it amusing. "Come, sister, sit here," Liang Yuzhen beckoned. "No need for that. If we are to conduct the blood test, let us proceed swiftly. Sister, do not rush. The emperor has yet to arrive." After the passage of half an hour, Yu Qixian finally made his appearance, taking his seat at the head of the table and gesturing for the proceedings to commence. The palace attendants brought forth silver needles and a basin filled with clear water. Duan Yaoyun coaxed Ningyue into pricking her finger, drawing forth a drop of blood, and then, with a stoic expression, did the same to herself. All present held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Yet, there are those who could not restrain their tongues. Rong Zi, in particular, could not contain her words. What a peculiar child this is, not raised by her birth mother from start. If she were truly a princess, what an extraordinary sight that would be. The implication was clear. This child's origins were dubious, and thus, how could she possibly belong to the royal lineage? Wang Guifei, seated nearby, interjected in astonishment. The blood does not merge. Impossible. Duan Yaoyun was the first to react, unable to accept that this child was not her Ningyue. Shen Nianxi approached to observe, confirming that indeed, the 2 drops of blood did not combine. Liang Yuzhen had the bowl brought forth for Yu Qixian's inspection. "Your Majesty, see for yourself. The blood of Sister Yunfei and that child's blood clearly do not merge, indicating that the child is not of royal descent. Indeed, the blood does not merge." Liang Yuzhen nearly laughed. She had previously added clear oil to the water, ensuring that no blood could merge. Duan Yaoyun remained unconvinced by the results. Ningyue bore a red birthmark in her palm, and this child possessed one as well, both of similar ages. What a remarkable coincidence! She steadfastly believed that Ningyue was indeed her child. As Duan Yaoyun appeared to be deeply affected, Shen Nianxi exchanged glances with Lian Xiao, who silently exited and soon returned with a bowl of clear water. At this sight, Liang Yuzhen felt a surge of anxiety and quickly signaled to Rong Zi and Song Yanji. "Sister Jean, why the need for further trials? No matter how many times you test, the outcome shall remain the same. Sister Fangyi speaks wisely. Further attempts will only lead to humiliation," Rong Zi concurred. Shen Nianxi remained unfazed, pretending not to hear their remarks, as she approached Duan Yaoyun with the water. "Your Majesty, if you find it hard to believe, perhaps another test would suffice?" Duan Yaoyun understood her gaze. Shen Nianxi was suggesting that perhaps last time, Liang Defei had tampered with the water, but this time, it was her prepared water, indicating that she could trust the test. Without hesitation, Duan Yaoyun agreed. Very well. Once again, she let her blood fall into the clear water, and Ningyue followed suit. All present held their breath, not daring to exhale. Wang Guifei was the first to notice, her voice filled with excitement. "It has merged. The 2 drops of blood have combined." Liang Yuzhen gripped the armrests of her chair, maintaining an outward facade of composure, while her internal state was one of turmoil. "Let me see." Shen Nianxi approached Yu Qixian, presenting the bowl for his inspection. Upon witnessing the merging of the 2 drops, Yu Qixian erupted in laughter. "Excellent. The child is indeed my daughter with Yunfei." Chapter 56. The second princess Ningyue, he rose to convey the imperial decree. "Ningyue is indeed my second daughter, and from this day forth, she shall be known as the second princess of Dian. The order of the other princes and princesses will follow accordingly." "Indeed," Wang Guipin teased. "Then my Liani shall be the 3rd princess henceforth, and as for Rong Zi's prince, he will be the 4th prince." Duan Yaoyun embraced Ningyue, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. "Ningyue, my dear, I have finally found you." Shen Nianxi also felt delighted for Ningyue. In her previous life, she had been raised as an adopted daughter of the Chu family, never able to discover her true parents. Now, Ning Yue would grow up beside her real mother. However, as her gaze shifted, she recalled the most critical matter. Your Majesty, the results of the blood tests were inconsistent, indicating that there is an issue with the first bowl of water. Shen Nianxi's reminder prompted Wei Qixuan to ponder. Why was it that the same testing method yielded differing results? His icy gaze bore down on Liang Yuzhen. De Fei, I summoned you to prepare the clear water because I value your position. Yet, why does your clear water differ so drastically from Jinpin's? Liang Yuzhen knelt. Your Majesty, why do you blame me for the issue with the clear water? Do you trust Jinpin's water without question? What if she were the one to tamper with it? Your Majesty, I have managed the 6 palaces for many years without error. Why do you choose to believe Jinpin rather than me? Her words, however, failed to convince. Shen Nianxi interjected. De Fei's point is valid. Perhaps I am the one who interfered. Her gaze naturally fell upon the bowls. However, Your Majesty, not only one bowl was prepared. The 4th prince is present. Why not have him and Rong Giji undergo the blood test as well? This would clear your innocence. Her words ostensibly defended Liang Yuzhen, yet in reality, she had ensnared her, forcing Liang Yuzhen into a corner. Feeling the pressure, Liang Yuzhen panicked. She dared not allow Rong Zi and the 4th prince to undergo the test. If the blood did not match, not only would Yin Fei be implicated, but the 4th prince's lineage would also come under suspicion. She was not foolish. Initially, she had intended to prepare several bowls of water as a precaution, ensuring Ning Yue's identity would remain concealed. Little did she anticipate that Shen Nianxi would have others prepare additional water, leading her to inadvertently trap herself. Jinping, your method is quite vicious. To prove my innocence, I must tread upon Rong Giji's. I shall never allow the 4th prince and Rong Giji to undergo the blood test. Despite her numerous attempts to obstruct, Wei Qixuan saw through her intentions. De Fei, is this how you manage the 6 palaces? Do you realize you nearly prevented my heir from acknowledging his lineage? You possess considerable audacity. Your Majesty, please believe me, I am truly innocent. Then why do you not dare to prove your own innocence? With her head bowed, Liang Yuzhen stammered, I merely worry that the 4th prince would be implicated. The innocent child has done no wrong. I only pity him. Rong Zi also knelt. Indeed, Your Majesty. All present understand that this matter is to clear De Fei's name, yet outsiders may misconstrue it as your doubt regarding the 4th prince's lineage. The flurry of rumors would be unbearable. Even if the 4th prince's blood matched that of the consort, whispers would persist, branding him as the child suspected of his own father. He would ultimately struggle to hold his head high. I beseech you to reconsider, Your Majesty. Seeing their orchestrated performance, Wei Qixuan seethed with anger. Song Yinji also panicked, knowing they could not allow De Fei to be implicated. If she fell, they would all be finished. Quickly, she signaled to Zhou Caney, who trembled slightly but understood Song Yinji's intent. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Caney stepped forward to take the blame. Your Majesty, I am guilty. It was I who tampered with the clear water. De Fei was unaware. It was entirely my own decision. With someone to take the blame, Liang Yuzhen sighed in relief. She feigned shock as she looked at Zhou Caney. You foolish girl. Why would you commit such a treasonous act? Liang Yuzhen was subtly urging Zhou Caney to concoct a suitable excuse. Zhou Caney bowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, previously, I merely collided with Yin Fei's palanquin in the imperial garden, and she punished me to endure 2 hours under the scorching sun. I harbored resentment towards her and did not wish for her child to acknowledge his lineage. So I ordered tampering with the water. Your Majesty, all faults lie with me. I willingly accept punishment. Liang Yuzhen was heartbroken. Even if Yin Fei was willful and domineering, she should not have acted thus. Turning once more to Wei Qixuan, she pleaded, Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Wei Qixuan regarded Liang Yuzhen with a knowing glance before pulling her up. De Fei, I have wronged you. Rise. Your Majesty believes me. That is all I wish. Zhou Caney kept her head lowered, fully aware of her own injustice. Yet she had no choice but to take the blame for Liang De Fei. Otherwise, Liang De Fei, Song Fangyi, and Rong Giji would not spare her. Moreover, her family would suffer the consequences. Thus she acted this way. Wei Qixuan cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Caney. Convey my decree. Zhou Caney has sullied her virtue, attempting to confuse the royal lineage, nearly causing a grave error. Henceforth, she shall be stripped of her rank and relegated to the cold palace. Zhou Caney collapsed to the ground as Sun Kong ordered her removal. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Liang Yuzhen regained her composure, appearing as if she had not just been in a state of panic. With matters concluded, Wei Qi Xian strode away, and the others exited the Lily Palace. Duan Miaoyun clasped Ning Yue's hand with a satisfied expression. Standing beside her was Shen Nianxi. She sincerely thanked Shen Nianxi, Jean Pin. You have once again been of tremendous help to me today. Your Highness, you are too kind. I too wish for Ning Yue to find her biological mother and reclaim her lineage. Shen Nianxi knelt down to speak to Ning Yue. This shall be the last time I call you this. From now on, you are Ning Yue. You will reside with Yun Fei in Jingxiang Palace. Do you understand? Ning Yue glanced at Duan Miaoyun and then at Shen Nianxi, nodding earnestly. I will heed whatever Shen Yangyang says. If Shen Yangyang says to follow Yin Yangyang, then I shall follow Yin Yangyang. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Duan Miaoyun. The child still did not feel close to her. Yet time would heal this, and she was not in a rush. Your Highness, I shall have someone send Ning Yue and Damp, Oppos, as belongings to Jingxiang Palace shortly. Thank you, dear sister. Duan Miaoyun gazed earnestly at Shen Nianxi. However, sister, you need not remain so distant with me. Yunjia. As they reached a fork in the path, Shen Nianxi paused, watching Duan Miaoyun and Ning Yue depart. Chapter 57. The Dilemma of the Concubine or the Noble Lady. As the others departed, only 4 individuals remained in the Baihe Palace, accompanied by their respective maids. Rong Zi was the first to sigh, relieved that today, Zhou Kai Nu had taken the blame. Otherwise, the situation might have escalated beyond control. At the mention of Zhou Kai Nu, Liang Yuzhen's gaze turned icy. Songxin, tonight, silence Zhou Manyu in the cold palace. I refuse to allow her to divulge any further secrets, she commanded. Yes, your highness, came the obedient reply. A sudden fear gripped Rong Zi. Zhou Kai Nu had once aided concubine Liang in numerous endeavors, yet now, the concubine displayed such ruthlessness. Would she too, one day, meet a fate akin to Zhou Manyu's? Song Yinji, equally cold-hearted, showed no reaction to the conversation. Instead, she exclaimed in frustration, Shen Nianxi deserves her fate. She repeatedly defies your highness. Liang Yuzhen rubbed her temples, lamenting, indeed, it's Shen Nianxi again. I have lost count of how many of my plans she has thwarted since entering the palace. Song Yinji added, moreover, she has ascended to a concubine and amp, Oppos, S rank within a mere year, and without bearing child. If she were to conceive in the future, she would surely trample over us all. I shall devise a plan to deal with her, Liang Yuzhen stated, turning to the silent Liang Hanyun. Hanyun, you have encountered His Majesty numerous times lately. Why is there still no sign of pregnancy? Aunt, I do not know, Liang Hanyun replied, feeling equally frustrated. She longed to conceive the emperor's heir, yet fate seemed to conspire against her. Very well, I shall have the imperial physician send you some tonics to improve your health, Liang Yuzhen declared. Liang Hanyun obediently acquiesced. Yes. Song Yinji placed a hand on her abdomen, reflecting, I, too, have yet to conceive. Your Highness, might you share the recipe for tonics with me? Of course. Liang Yuzhen responded with great willingness, a depth of meaning in her eyes that Song Yinji failed to perceive. Unperturbed, Song Yinji continued, by the way, there resides a sickly beauty in my Gongquan palace. She has scarcely seen the emperor since entering the palace, and her future seems bleak. Oh, who is she? Liang Yuzhen inquired. Mei Renmeng, Song Yinji replied. Liang Yuzhen pondered. Is she not the illegitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice? Indeed, Song Yinji confirmed. I recall her legitimate sister has just married into the Dingyuan general's household, becoming the 3rd mistress of the Chu family. Liang Yuzhen nodded. Yes, I have heard that. And Shen Nianxi's legitimate sister, Shen Youwei, has also wed into the Chu family, becoming their eldest mistress. If your highness feels wronged, it might not be amiss to covertly undermine her legitimate sister. My elder brother mentioned that the Chu family has allowed the newlywed second mistress to take charge, which has undoubtedly embarrassed Shen Youwei, Song Yinji added. Liang Yuzhen chuckled. The Chu family, wary of Jin Pin, dares not overly trouble Shen Youwei. However, compared to opposing me and the Liang Guogong's residence, it is indeed prudent to offend a mere Jin Pin. As Song Yinji grew increasingly animated, she stated, Your Highness, the second son of the Chu family is my brother's subordinate. If you trust me, I am willing to assist you. Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Liang Yuzhen acquiesced. With a playful smile, Song Yinji responded, Yes. Liang Yuzhen, her lips curled in a smile, realized that while she could not move against Shen Nianxi for now, targeting Shen Nianxi's sister would be an effortless task. Meanwhile, Shen Youwei was violently coughing when Yang Mingyan and Meng Ruxian barged into her chamber. What do you want? She stammered. Oh, my dear sister-in-law is still unwell. Yang Mingyan sneered. You have withheld coal and blankets from Qinfeng Pavilion. My lady would not have caught a cold had it not been for your actions. You even denied her medicine, prolonging her illness. Yusi retorted angrily. How dare a mere maid speak to me so? Yang Mingyan shot a look to her maid, Lan Xin, who promptly slapped Yusi. As Yusi attempted to retaliate, Meng Ruxian's maid, Miyu, restrained her. It was futile for one to confront two. Enough. Shen Youwei, though furious, had grown weak from her illness, her voice lacking any authority. After a while, with Yusi's cheek swollen, Yang Mingyan finally commanded, All right, release her. Yusi covered her inflamed face, her expression forlorn. Yang Mingyan, what is your purpose here? Yang Mingyan's entourage began bringing in mugwort. As the mistress of this house, I must consider my sister-in-law's well-being. Thus, I have brought these mugworts to drive away your cold and hasten your recovery. As she spoke, the others lit the mugwort. Shen Youwei, already struggling to breathe, found herself exacerbated by the smoke, leading to incessant coughing. Yusi rushed to support Shen Youwei, desperately invoking Jin Pin's name. You treat my lady so harshly. Do you not fear the wrath of Jin Pin? She is my lady's elder sister and will certainly stand up for her. Meng Ruxian, covering her nose with a handkerchief, laughed derisively. What is a mere Jin Pin? One could mistake her for a true consort. It is amusing. Even if you present your grievances to her, what can she do? A mere concubine holds no power. Yang Mingyan added, To be frank, dear sister-in-law, it is precisely because your esteemed sister has offended concubine Liang that you are suffering this fate. Concubine Liang has decreed that if we do not trouble you, the Liang Guogong and Appo's residents will not spare the Chu family. Tell me, do the Chu family and Appo's young masters still desire their positions? Meng Ruxian concurred. Indeed, sister-in-law, it is better for you to endure some hardship alone than for everyone to suffer the consequences. Shen Youwei struggled to complete her words, Yu. But Yang Mingyan and Meng Ruxian paid her no mind, exiting the room while ensuring the door was locked behind them. Trapped inside, Shen Youwei and Yusi found their vision blurred and their voices stifled by the mugwort smoke. Shen Youwei's coughing escalated until she eventually fainted. Yusi, alarmed, rushed to pound on the door. Second mistress, third mistress, please open the door. My lady has fainted. If this continues, it could be fatal. Meng Ruxian gasped, elder sister. Yang Mingyan waved her hand dismissively. Wait a moment. She may merely be feigning. You all remain here. Do not open the door for another quarter hour. Remember, this matter must not reach the lady's ears. Understood, the others replied. Though frightened, Meng Ruxian followed Yang Mingyan, for she feared the repercussions of offending the Liang Guogong's residents and concubine Liang even more. Chapter 58. It's no trouble to let go in the Yiqing Palace. In the fragrance hall, my lady, Lianxiu recounted everything that had transpired within the Chu family to Shen Nianxi. Shen Nianxi was slightly taken aback. Could such events truly occur? Indeed, the matriarch of the Chu family was not the second young lady, which was already a source of humiliation for her. Now, the second young lady was being openly bullied within the Chu household. This was clearly a slap in the face for the Shen family as well. Lianxiu, filled with indignation, implored, My lady, will you not stand up for the second young lady? Shen Nianxi set down her book and replied, Why should I intervene on her behalf? Huh? Lianxiu was astonished. But both you and the second young lady are of the Shen family. Yes, everyone understood the principle of shared glory and shared loss. However, Shen Nianxi had no desire to assist Shen Youwei. After some contemplation, she devised a reason that even she found acceptable. The blatant and unreasonable torment of Shen Youwei was indeed rare. It was evident that someone powerful was backing her tormentors. Who could that possibly be? The Defei? Precisely. Shen Nianxi chuckled softly. Recently, only the Defei has regarded me as a thorn in her side. If she is orchestrating their actions, it would not be surprising. After all, compared to offending the vast Liang Guogong residence and the Defei, who manages affairs of the 6 palaces and has princes beneath her, offending a mere concubine holds little weight. Lianxiu nodded slightly. You are right, my lady. This matter is indeed quite troublesome. Not troublesome at all. I need only remain still. Once it becomes clear that I hold no care for this so-called sister, the Defei will cease her harassment. Indeed, the Defei and Oppos, as current trouble for the second young lady stem from your actions. If you do not act, the Defei will find it tiresome. Exactly. Shen Nianxi smiled gently, but just because the Defei would no longer trouble a woman of the inner chambers, it did not mean that Meng Ruxian and Yang Mengyan would relent. She knew all too well the natures of those 2 sisters-in-law from her past life. Should they discover her indifference towards Shen Youwei, they would only grow bolder. She found dealing with Yang Mengyan and Meng Ruxian to be quite a headache, let alone Shen Youwei. Even within the palace, Shen Nianxi was aware of this situation. Surely, Madame Shen Yuyin would not be oblivious either. Upon receiving the news, Dai Yuyin could hardly believe her ears. Is my Wei truly enduring such a life in the Chu family? You see, in tears replied Madame. I dare not deceive you. The second young lady's situation is far worse than I have described. The second and third young madams of the Chu family have repeatedly bullied her, both overtly and covertly, setting traps to torment her. I have come to inform you in secret, madam. You must hurry and rescue the second young lady. Dai Yuyin wept bitterly. How can my Wei and Oppos endure such a life? She married into the Chu family with the aspiration of becoming the matriarch. She disregarded everything else and hurriedly set off to the Dingyuan general's residence. Though the yeoman marquis's residence had fallen into decline, appearances still needed to be maintained. Upon hearing that her in-laws had arrived, Su Danfeng, accompanied by Yang Mengyan and Meng Ruxian, awaited them at the gate of the Chu residence. Those unaware of the situation might have thought the Shen and Chu families were closely bonded through marriage. Seeing the elegantly dressed Dai Yuyin, Su Danfeng approached her. My in-law, what brings you unexpectedly to the Chu family today? Dai Yuyin spoke without courtesy. In-law, I thought the matriarch of the Chu family was unacquainted with the writing of the term in-law. How could that be? Su Danfeng Zipli, Madam, my daughter has married into the Chu family. In the order of seniority, it is only right that she assumes the role of matriarch. Yet, I have heard that the matriarch is not her, but rather someone else. Gradually, a crowd gathered, all ears pricked in curiosity. Indeed, this was something they all wished to know. Su Danfeng, sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, invited Dai Yuyin inside to discuss further, but Dai Yuyin refused to be swayed. Madam, I regard Youwei as my own daughter. Naturally, I am inclined to support her. Yet since she entered the household, she has suffered from frequent ailments, rendering her incapable of bearing the duties of the Chu family matriarch. Dai Yuyin scoffed. I am well aware of my daughter's health. She was in excellent condition while at the Shen residence. How is it that upon entering the Chu family, she has succumbed to illness? This suggests that your family does not genuinely care for my daughter, subjecting her to a life of torment. Su Danfeng found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Yang Mengyan stepped forward to offer her assistance. Madam Shen, I believe you have misunderstood. The reason I am the matriarch of the Chu family is that I manage all household affairs, not because my mother is being unfair to the elder sister. A joke indeed. My Youwei has learned quite a bit from me during her time at home about how to be a matriarch. She knows well enough. Yang Mengyan smiled. In that case, mother, once the elder sister in damp, Oppos, as health improves, allow her to take over the household matters. Everyone was perplexed by her actions. Seeing Su Danfeng still hesitating, she softly urged, considering Madame Dai is present, you should agree. Reluctantly, Su Danfeng acquiesced. Very well, once she recovers. I shall allow her to assume the responsibilities of the Chu family matriarch. Dai Yin felt somewhat relieved. I wish to see my daughter. Su Danfeng could not refuse and let her inside. As they walked ahead, Meng Ruxian and Yang Mengyan trailed behind. Meng Ruxian whispered, "Elder sister, why did you so easily relinquish the authority of the household to her? If I do not grant her this opportunity, how will everyone see her true abilities? Not everyone is suited to the position of matriarch. It is only a matter of time before the responsibilities return to me." Meng Ruxian and Appo's eyes brightened. "Elder sister, how astute you are. This way, if she proves incapable of maintaining her position as matriarch, it will silence any doubts about your ability to manage the household." Yang Mengyan nodded in agreement. "Precisely. Allowing her this chance is inconsequential." Meng Ruxian appeared slightly troubled. "But elder sister, what if she truly possesses some capability? Then it is simple. If she proves useless, we need do nothing. If she displays some skills, we shall take action. The vast Chu family will surely be beyond her control." Meng Ruxian understood. Should Shen Youwei indeed possess some merit, they would simply work behind the scenes to undermine her efforts. With Dai Yuyin's insistence, Su Danfeng had no choice but to allow her to see the bedridden Shen Youwei. Upon seeing her pallid visage, Dai Yuyin was inconsolable. "Youwei, my dear Youwei, how could you have endured such torment in less than a year since your marriage into the Chu family?" Shen Youwei, upon waking and seeing Dai Yuyin, initially thought she was mistaken. Chapter 59. Temporarily in charge of the household, you finally awakened, Youwei. In this moment, Shen Youwei realized she was not dreaming. Her mother was truly before her. "Mother, oh, mother is here, mother is present." Shen Youwei burst into tears, releasing the grievances she had endured over the past year. "Mother, they have tormented me in every conceivable way. Ever since they married into our family, I have not known a moment of peace." Dai Yuyin gently patted Shen Youwei's back, saying, "Youwei, I have told you before, the Chu family is notorious. Those who marry into it are seldom treated kindly. Moreover, only 2 have married in so far, and you still have 2 younger uncles who have yet to take wives." Contemplating this, Shen Youwei felt a deeper sorrow. "What am I to do then?" Dai Yuyin asked. "Is Madame Chu supportive of you?" Shen Youwei shook her head. "She only favors Yang Mengyan and Meng Ruxian, showing no regard for my well-being. The Chu family is truly overwhelming." Dai Yuyin inquired further, "What of Chu Zhou? Does he not protect you? If he did, surely your situation would not be so dire." "Mother, you are right. Chu Zhou is blindly filial. He obeys his mother's wishes, leaving early and returning late, yet for nearly a year. His position has seen no advancement." As she spoke, Shen Youwei found it peculiar. Logically, should not Chu Zhou be steadily climbing in rank? Why did this incarnation of Chu Zhou differ from the previous one? Dai Yuyin sighed heavily. "If your in-laws do not favor you, and the authority of the household is not in your hands, even your husband cannot stand by you. It is no wonder your days in the Chu household grow increasingly arduous." "Mother, what should I do?" "Do not be anxious. Today, I have already negotiated with Madame Chu. She has promised that once you have regained your health, you shall be given the authority to manage the household. At that time, you must demonstrate your true capabilities, earning the respect of everyone in the residence, understand?" Shen Youwei nodded. "Yes, I understand. Remember, regardless of whether Chu Zhou stands by you, as long as you hold the reins of authority firmly in your grasp, the Chu family will abide by your will, and even the most challenging days will not be insurmountable." "Mother, I will remember this. I shall seize this opportunity with all my might." After imparting numerous pieces of advice, Dai Yuyin reluctantly departed from the Chu household. Taking advantage of the pleasant weather, Shen Nianxi led Lin Xiao through the palace, wandering aimlessly. As they passed the palace, she raised her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at the secluded Chuxiu Palace. Lin Xiao, aside from Li Jiaoi, who else resides in Chuxiu Palace? "Your Highness, do you not recall? Rong Giji also lives in the Qianhua Pavilion of Chuxiu Palace." Shen Nianxi suddenly remembered, "Indeed, I almost forgot about her. I heard she fell ill not long ago and has not stepped outside the palace for quite some time." "Yes." Lin Xiao leaned closer to Shen Nianxi's ear. "I overheard other palace maids say that Rong Giji fell ill from a sudden shock upon learning of the death of Lady Zhou from the Cold Palace." Shen Nianxi deduced who was behind Zhou Manyu's demise. I remember that Lady Zhou was strangled to death with a white silk ribbon, her neck nearly severed, a horrifying sight. Your Highness is not mistaken. I too was startled upon learning of it. It is no wonder Rongiji was frightened. Shen Nianxi cast a meaningful glance at Chu Zhou Palace. Just as she was about to leave, the door of Chu Zhou Palace creaked open, and a maid rushed out. This servant, Suigua, has met with Jean Pin. My mistress requests your presence for discussion. Who is your mistress? Li Zhaoyi. Shen Nianxi immediately considered refusing. After all, Li Zhaoyi was with child. To visit her at such a time could lead to irreparable consequences. She quickly signaled to Lin Xiao, who understood and nodded in agreement. Kindly return and inform Zhaoyi that my mistress has been summoned by the emperor and is currently occupied with duties in the imperial study, thus unable to meet at Chu Zhou Palace. Suigua recognized this as an excuse, yet she dutifully conveyed Li Zhaoyi's message. Very well. But Zhaoyi also mentioned that if Jean Pin does not enter Chu Zhou Palace today, she will personally visit Yiqing Palace to seek you out another day. In astonishment, Shen Nianxi watched as Suigua closed the palace door behind her. Your Highness, it is quite rare for Zhaoyi to seek an audience, especially with you. Why does she wish to see you now? Who knows her intentions? She is with child. I have no desire to see her. I will avoid any potential traps set for her. Chu Zhou Palace, Qianghua Pavilion. Rongzi sat on the bed with a quilt in her arms, reflecting on the days that had passed. The memory of Zhou Manyu and Appo's death still sent shivers down her spine. Zhou Manyu and Appo's neck had been brutally broken, and her death was a tragic one. All the while, Zhou Manyu had been innocent. Rongzi patted her chest, attempting to calm herself. Suilio entered with medicine. My lady, it is time for you to take your medicine. Rongzi accepted the bowl and drank it down in one go. Suilio, do you think that concubine might one day harm me like Zhou Manyu? My lady, do not overthink. You are closely associated with the fourth prince, which sets you apart from Zhou Manyu. Besides, you have always been a strategist for concubine who values you highly. How could she possibly turn against you? Though reassured by these words, Rongzi remained fearful. Perhaps one day, Liang Yuzhen would cast her aside as a scapegoat. What then would become of her fourth prince? Suilio continued to persuade her. My lady, your constant worry will only worsen your health. It is more important to focus on the fourth prince. Yes, I still have Changfeng. I cannot afford to falter. Summoning her spirit, she asked, Suilio, is there any news from Chaolu Pavilion? Suilio shook her head. You are aware that Li Zhaoyi is extremely cautious, sending people to patrol outside daily, forbidding anyone from approaching. There is hardly any news. Concubine is likely troubled by the pregnancies of Li Zhaoyi and by Liangdi. Keep a close watch on Chaolu Pavilion. Should anything arise, I must inform Concubine promptly. Understood. Just then, Liang Yuzhen sent for her, and Rongzi hurriedly changed her attire before making her way to Baihe Palace. Liang Yuzhen fanned herself gently. Although the weather was not hot, she felt stifled. Upon seeing Rongzi enter, she set aside her fan and changed her posture to continue sitting comfortably. You have finally arrived. After being ill for so many days, it seems you are well at last. Thank you for your concern, my lady. If I were to remain unwell, it would be unbecoming. Liang Yuzhen nodded lightly and settled down to converse. Songxin served tea. Rongzi felt restless. Every glance from Liang Yuzhen now filled her with trepidation. Chapter 60. The Golden Cicada and Appo's shedding of its shell, uncertain of the reason for the sudden summons from Her Highness. I pondered deeply. As you know, I am troubled by the situation concerning Li Shu and Bai Wannin's child. While Bai Wannin can be set aside for now, Li Shu is nearing her time of confinement in a month or two, and I need you to devise a plan to prevent her from bringing the child into this world. Rongzi hesitated momentarily, eager to alleviate the concerns of Her Highness, yet aware that Li Zhaoyi was exceedingly cautious, surpassing even the former rogue Gui Pin in her vigilance. The Chaolu Pavilion is under constant watch, and even if a strategy were devised, executing it would prove challenging. Nonetheless, we must first formulate a plan. Liang Yuzhen was not oblivious to the difficulties posed by Li Shu. From the moment she concealed her pregnancy, it became clear that Li Zhaoyi was not to be underestimated. Your Highness, the only opportunity lies during Li Zhaoyi's childbirth. This revelation sparked a realization in Liang Yuzhen. Indeed, having previously bribed the midwives for Duan Miayan's delivery, it was entirely feasible to arrange for another group to assist Li Shu. I understand. In the coming days, be vigilant and ensure that you keep a close eye on the movements at Chaolu Pavilion. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured, I shall monitor Li Jiaoyi closely. Liang Yuzhen gestured for Rongzi to take her leave. In the Shuxiu Palace, Li Shu summoned her two most trusted maidservants and solemnly shared her plans. Chua, for these days, you shall pretend to remain here as my representative. Suigua, stay by my side and ensure my safety. Do you both understand? Chua and Suigua nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment when Rongzi was absent from the Shuxiu Palace, Li Shu swiftly disguised herself and led Suigua along with the two maidservants out through the back door, making her way to Yiqing Palace. Lian Xiu hurriedly approached Shen Nianxi. Your Highness, Li Jiaoyi has arrived at Yiqing Palace. With her current heavy state, how could she possibly come before me? Shen Nianxi was astonished, but still ordered for Li Shu to be brought in. Your servant greets the Jiaoyi. Jin Pin need not be overly courteous. Upon noticing the bundles carried by the maidservants behind Li Shu, Shen Nianxi could not help but feel perplexed for a considerable time. Jiaoyi, what brings you here? From today onwards, I shall reside in your Yiqing Palace until my child safely arrives. Shen Nianxi was taken aback. Is it permissible for you to do so? Although my rank is beneath yours, I am still the mistress of Yiqing Palace. Shouldn't you consult my wishes before making such a decision? Li Shunudda, I am aware this may be inappropriate, but within this vast palace, your Yiqing Palace is the only safe haven. If I wish to give birth peacefully, I have no choice but to trouble you. Fear not, others will remain unaware of this arrangement. I have no intention of usurping your precious hall. I merely request that you prepare a side chamber for my temporary stay. Understanding Li Shu's intentions, Shen Nianxi realized she aimed to mislead others into believing she was still in the Shuxiu Palace. When those with ulterior motives sought her out, they would be left empty-handed, while the true Li Jiaoyi would have safely given birth to the royal heir. Moreover, should any mishap occur while Li Jiaoyi resided in Yiqing Palace, Shen Nianxi would be the first to face the repercussions, thus ensuring her protection of Li Shu. Consequently, Li Shu's childbirth would proceed without a hitch, and Shen Nianxi could not help but admire the depth of Li Shu's scheming. Jiaoyi, I'm grateful for your trust. Li Shu smiled lightly. Nonsense. Jin Pin is merely jesting. Having come to a realization, Shen Nianxi understood that if Li Shu were to give birth, Liang Yuzhen would surely be displeased. Since Liang Yuzhen would be discontented, Shen Nianxi found satisfaction in the situation. Thus, she agreed to assist, but felt the need to gain something in return. Jiaoyi, should I provide you with cover in this matter? What compensation do you propose? What does Jin Pin desire? Shen Nianxi raised a finger. I require your promise to fulfill 3 requests in return. So to speak, you must assist me in 3 matters. Just 3? Very well. With this agreement established, Shen Nianxi promptly directed Lian Xiu and Fu Dong to prepare the eastern side chamber, Lingyu Hall, and on that very day, Li Shu took residence there. Suigua led the 2 maidservants in organizing the belongings they had brought, while Li Shu reclined on the soft couch, scrutinizing Lingyu Hall. Although it could not compare to her Chaolu Pavilion, it was still acceptable. Thus, she decided to endure this temporary inconvenience. Throughout the palace, everyone believed Li Jiaoyi was peacefully awaiting childbirth in Chaolu Pavilion, while only she and Shen Nianxi knew she had skillfully executed a golden cicada as shedding of its shell, having already escaped the Shuxiu Palace. In recent days, Liang Yuzhen was plagued by anxiety. If memory serves, Li Jiaoyi was due to give birth any day now. Yet why was there no activity from the Shuxiu Palace? Songxin reassured her, Your Highness, do not fret. Rongiji is monitoring the situation closely. If anything were amiss, she would have reported it by now. True, but I must be informed at the earliest. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to place my people in position. If I delay too long, and Li Jiaoyi has given birth to the heir, my efforts will be in vain. While Liang Yuzhen was preoccupied with thoughts of Li Shu herself began to experience intense abdominal pains. Your Highness, Suigua, hurry, inform Jin Pin, and also send a message to Shuxiu Palace for Chuha to stir up a commotion. I fear I am about to give birth. Yes. Suigwa quickly rushed to inform Shen Nianxi, then promptly made her way to the Shushu Palace. Once she departed from the Shushu Palace, commotion arose in Chaolu Pavilion. Upon hearing the noise, Rongzi hurried to relay the news to Liang Yuzhen. Meanwhile, upon hearing Suigwa's words, Shen Nianxi hastily summoned the midwives into Lingyu Hall. These were individuals she had meticulously chosen, ensuring no mistakes would occur. Lian Xiao, go and deliver the news of Li Jiaoyi and Appo's childbirth to the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Remember, they are to come to Yiqing Palace and not to the Shushu Palace. Yes, Your Highness. Within Lingyu Hall, cries of pain echoed, and Shen Nianxi directed all palace attendants to assist, boiling water, and fetching the imperial physician. Though chaotic, the proceedings were nonetheless organized. Upon receiving the news, Wei Qixin did not pause to contemplate why Li Jiaoyi was in Yiqing Palace. He quickly dispatched Sun Kong to prepare a sedan chair. Striding in, he caught sight of Shen Nianxi quietly standing outside Lingyu Hall. Jin Pin, how is the Jiaoyi faring? Your Majesty, the Jiaoyi has just begun labor. It may be some time yet. Fu Dong, fetch a chair for the Emperor. Fu Dong brought over a chair, and Wei Qixin sat down, shaking out his garments. Buckets of blood and water were carried out, while Li Shu's cries filled the air without pause. Not long after, the Empress Dowager arrived, her expression grave as she clutched a string of Buddhist beads. Chapter 61, Promotion to Royal Concubine. Meanwhile, Liang Yuzhen waited anxiously. Song Xin entered with a flustered expression, reporting, "Is not good, Your Highness. What is wrong? Did my people fail to infiltrate?" Song Xin shook her head. "No, Your Highness. Li Jiaoyi has long since left the Chaolu Pavilion." "What did you say?" Liang Yuzhen sprang to her feet, momentarily blinded by a wave of dizziness. "Your Highness, it is absolutely true. Moreover, I have learned that both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager have gone to Yiqing Palace. It seems that Li Jiaoyi is giving birth there." Liang Yuzhen slammed her hand on the table in frustration. "Li Shu, she dares to guard against me like this. Come, we must go to Yiqing Palace at once." By the time Liang Yuzhen arrived at the Lingyu Hall of Yiqing Palace, she happened to see a midwife emerging with a newborn in her arms. "Congratulations to the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Jiaoyi has given birth to a little prince, and both mother and child are safe." Upon hearing this, Liang Yuzhen stumbled slightly. Both Yu Qixin and the Empress Dowager were overjoyed, surrounding the swaddled child, completely ignoring the presence of Defei Liang. It was only when Shen Nianxi kindly called out to her, "Defei, are you here to congratulate the birth of the fifth prince as well?" that they noticed Liang Yuzhen behind them. Liang Yuzhen bit her lip, unwillingly responding, "Yes, as the mistress of the six palaces. It is only natural that I come to witness such a significant event." The Empress Dowager said, "Defei, you arrived just in time. I was just discussing with the Emperor the promotion of Li Jiaoyi to a concubine. What title do you think would be appropriate? I believe that the title Rong is quite fitting." Yu Qixin nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Sun Kongkai, convey my decree. Li Jiaoyi has given birth to the fifth Prince Hongruei and is thus promoted to concubine, with the title and amp, Appo's. Rong and amp, Appo's." "Yes, I will deliver the decree at once." Liang Yuzhen's hand, hidden within her sleeve, gripped her palm tightly, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. The Empress Dowager probed at the thought lingering in Liang Yuzhen's mind. "I recall that Rong Fei resides in the Shushu Palace. How could she give birth in Yiqing Palace?" "Your Highness, Rong Fei is concerned about potential threats to the royal heir and has communicated her desire to remain in my palace to give birth and recuperate. It has been over a month since she took refuge here." "Ah, indeed." The Empress Dowager and Yu Qixin exchanged appreciative glances toward Shen Nianxi. "Your Majesty, I find Jin Pin to be quite commendable as well. You must reward her generously." "Rest assured, Mother, I understand." Yu Qixin's gaze towards Shen Nianxi was filled with affection, and he immediately decreed her a reward. "I thank your Majesty for your grace." Shen Nianxi beamed with joy. Though the rewards were modest, they made her efforts worthwhile. Everyone was elated, save for Liang Yuzhen, who feigned a smile and excused herself, claiming to feel unwell. On her way back, her thoughts wandered. Song Xin, Rong Fei has been absent from the Chaolu Pavilion for over a month, and Rong Zi has not noticed anything unusual. Your Highness, perhaps Rong Fei's extreme caution kept her from being discovered by Rong Yiji. Fetch Rong Zi for me, and also summon Song Yanji. Yes, Your Highness. Upon entering the main hall of Baihe Palace, Liang Yuzhen, feeling out of sorts, vented her frustration by smashing a few vases. When Rong Zi and Song Yanji entered, they were nearly struck by the flying shards of porcelain, startled by the scene of shattered vases strewn across the floor. Navigating around the debris, Rong Zi knelt without hesitation. "De Fei, please forgive me. It is my failure to notice that Rong Fei had long since departed from the Chaolu Pavilion. I was about to ask you, for an entire month, you detected not a single anomaly? Did you not visit her at the Chaolu Pavilion?" Rong Zi felt a swell of grievance. "Of course I wish to go, but every time I approached, the guards left by Rong Fei would chase me away, claiming that Rong Fei did not wish to see me and ordering me to keep my distance. Furthermore, the defenses at the Chaolu Pavilion were unchanged, leaving me unaware that Rong Fei had already left." Liang Yuzhen scoffed. "Ha! Rong Fei is indeed cunning. She anticipated that I would act against her and took refuge in Yiqing Palace ahead of time. Jin Pin even aided her in concealing this matter. How intriguing." Song Yanji, having little to do with the matter, remained composed, even leisurely requesting Song Exine to pour her tea, savoring it slowly. "Song Fangyi, I did not summon you here for tea. You should be devising a plan for me." Song Yanji set down her teacup. "Your Highness, the fifth prince has already been born. It is too late for strategies now. However, while Rong Fei ensured the child's safe arrival, she cannot guarantee his safe upbringing." Liang Yuzhen grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that I should act against him in the future?" "Indeed. What turmoil could a mere child incite? If you were to target a child, it would be a trivial task, far easier than dealing with Rong Fei." "That is true." Liang Yuzhen and Appo's anger subsided somewhat. The child in Appo's birth was trivial, but ensuring his survival posed a greater challenge. A fierce glint flickered in her eyes, which did not escape Rong Zi and Appo's notice. Rong Zi felt a surge of fear. If Liang Yuzhen could be so ruthless towards others' children, would she not one day direct that cruelty towards her own fourth prince? Liang Yuzhen turned her gaze to the still kneeling Rong Zi. "In this matter, you bear much of the blame. Do you acknowledge this?" Rong Zi hastily nodded. "I acknowledge it. I recognize my mistake. Regardless of how you choose to punish me, I will not complain." "Very well. I understand that you have been occupied caring for the fourth prince, which must have made you forget the tasks I entrusted to you." Rong Zi's heart raced, fearing what was to come. Liang Yuzhen continued. "Since you have neglected your duties, the fourth prince shall no longer be in your care." "No, de Fei," Rong Zi exclaimed, urgently bowing her head. "The fourth prince has grown up on my side since birth. If someone else were to care for him, he would be unaccustomed. I will not concern myself with whether he is accustomed or not. Since you have delayed my affairs, some punishment is in order." Liang Yuzhen turned to Song Yanji. "Song Fangyi, since you have no children, I shall appoint you to care for the fourth prince. Do you consent?" Song Yanji could hardly believe the immense delight of such an unexpected turn, staring in disbelief for a moment before accepting the reality. She knelt before Liang Yuzhen. "If your Highness entrusts the fourth prince to me, I will not fail your expectations and shall serve you with utmost dedication henceforth." "That is well. I appreciate your intentions. You may rise." Chapter 62. The Grievance of the Child in Appo's abduction. Liang Yuzhen was acutely aware that for many years, Song Yanji had longed for a child above all else. Thus, she resolved to win Song Yanji's allegiance by using the fourth prince to her advantage. In this way, Song Yanji would no longer harbor suspicions regarding her own barren state. Both Liang Yuzhen and Song Yanji were pleased with this arrangement. The only individual discontented was the desperate Rong Zi. "Your Highness, the fourth prince is not yet 3 years old. He cannot be separated from his birth mother. Your Highness, as long as you do not take the fourth prince from my side, I am willing to serve you in any capacity." Liang Yuzhen rubbed her temples. "Rong Zi, what have I ever claimed I would take your child? I merely intend to raise the fourth prince in the Gongquan Palace under Song Fangyi's care. Should you wish to see him, you are free to do so at any time. Your Highness, it is still the birth mother who can care for the child better. Please reconsider." Song Yanji, feeling aggrieved, interjected. Rongiji, I do not intend to harm your child. I will ensure the fourth prince is well cared for. What is with your woeful demeanor? Do you believe I would mistreat him? Fangi, I do not mean to imply that, Rongzi replied. But the fourth prince has never been away from me, and I am genuinely concerned for his well-being. Regardless of her protests, Liang Yuzhen remained resolute. Rongzi, you are merely a Giji, while Song Yinji holds the title of Fangi. Is it not more beneficial for the fourth prince to be raised in Gongquan Palace than at your side? Song Yinji chimed in, indeed. I am the mistress of a palace, unlike you, who must reside in the humble side hall of the Shusho Palace. The fourth prince will undoubtedly fare better in my care. Liang Yuzhen waved her hand dismissively. Enough. I am fatigued. You may all leave. Seeing that she had failed to sway Liang Yuzhen, Rongzi left in despair. As Song Yinji passed by, she remarked, Sister Rong, you should return and prepare for the fourth prince. Tomorrow morning, I will personally fetch him from the Shusho Palace. With that, Song Yinji departed in her sedan chair, exuding confidence. Rongzi stumbled and fell just a few steps away, and Shui Lu hurried to assist her. My lady, it is of no consequence. Let's return. On the bustling streets, Rongzi wished to avoid drawing attention, suppressing her inner turmoil as she made her way back to Qianghua Pavilion. Kui Liu, quickly, bring Changfeng to me. The 2-year-old Wei Qi Changfeng was carried in by Shui Lu, and Rongzi embraced her son with tender affection. Changfeng, my dear Changfeng. Unaware of his mother's tears, Wei Qi Changfeng could only utter a few simple words. Yet, for Rongzi, even those few words were a tremendous comfort. She savored the moments spent with her son, though the bitterness within her heart threatened to overwhelm her. The following morning, Song Yinji indeed arrived at the Shusho Palace. The concubine pays her respects to Her Highness, Fangi. Sister Rong, quickly bring the fourth prince to me. Reluctantly, Rongzi instructed Kui Liu to fetch Wei Qi Changfeng. Upon seeing the small child, Song Yinji and Appo's eyes sparkled. She took Changfeng from Shui Lu and Appo's arms. The fourth prince is truly adorable. Sister Rong, rest assured, I will treat him as my own. Gently patting Changfeng's back, Rongzi offered her cautions. Fangi, Changfeng may cry at night, so I implore you to exercise patience. Moreover, he is allergic to pollen, so ensure that there are no flowers in Qianghua Pavilion and keep him away from them. Engrossed in her joy, Song Yinji hardly registered Rongzi and Appo's words, dismissing them with a wave. I am fully aware. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With no room for negotiation, Rongzi could only watch helplessly as Song Yinji carried her child away. Entering Qianghua Pavilion, the absence of her son struck her like a thunderclap, and she collapsed in tears. All these years, I devised plans for her, causing the ruin of others' heirs. And now, this is my retribution. I have done so much for her, yet she does not even leave me my child. Shui Lu was moved to sympathy. My lady, do not be too sorrowful. How can I not be heartbroken? Changfeng is my lifeblood. My lady, no matter how sorrowful you are, the Fae will not change your mind. You must try to see the silver lining. At least Fangi and Appo's status is higher than yours. And the conditions in Gongquan Palace will be superior to those here. The fourth prince will not suffer there. Gradually, Rongzi and Appo's tears subsided, though her gaze remained vacant. I can only hope so. She understood well that Liang Defei was not only a powerful figure in the palace, but also had the Liang Guogong's backing. Should she oppose Defei's wishes, both she and Changfeng would find no sanctuary within the palace walls. Reluctantly, Rongzi swallowed her grievances, unaware that her heart was silently accumulating resentment towards Defei. Lian Xiao brought breakfast to Shen Nianxi and casually recounted the events of the morning. Defei truly took the fourth prince from Rongiji? Indeed, it is a certainty. Song Fangi brought the fourth prince back to Gongquan Palace this morning. Shen Nianxi chuckled lightly. It is quite amusing that Defei has turned her own people into her adversaries. Does your highness imply that Rongiji has developed a hatred for Defei? Not quite hatred, but certainly resentment. Defei and Appo's position in the palace is secure, and Rongiji dares not harbor hatred towards her. Not yet, at least. Stirring her porridge with a spoon, Shen Nianxi continued. Nevertheless, I shall lend her a hand to hasten her feelings of animosity towards Defei. Only in chaos can one fish for opportunities. After breakfast, Shen Nianxi practiced the guqin, leaving Lian Xiu puzzled. Your Highness, did you not say you wish to incite Rong Giji's hatred towards Defei? Indeed, while this matter is pressing, it cannot be rushed. If I move too hastily, Rong Giji may suspect my intentions. Let her wallow in sorrow for a couple of days. Shen Nianxi then instructed Lian Xiu, distribute some silver and have people keep watch over Gongquan Palace. If Song Fangyi does not treat the fourth prince well, ensure the news reaches Rong Giji's ears quickly, embellishing the tale as necessary. Do you understand? She doubted Rong Zi could remain calm upon learning that her son was mistreated in Gongquan Palace. Lian Xiu nodded. Yes, I understand. As Shen Nianxi had anticipated, Song Yinji was initially overjoyed upon receiving Wei Qi Chongfeng, but as soon as he began to wail, her joy turned to exasperation. Crying, he and Oppos, still crying at such a late hour. How am I to sleep? Pinghua attempted to soothe Song Yinji. Your Highness, it is likely the fourth prince is distressed from being separated from his birth mother. I will have someone comfort him. Then hurry and do so. Chapter 63. Separation of mother and child. Song Yinji's face was a canvas of impatience, her lips incessantly voicing complaints. Why did the child not weep during the day, yet succumb to tears at night? The incessant wailing disrupted her tranquility, leaving her restless. She buried her head beneath the covers. Yet the cries of Wei Qi Chongfeng seeped through. Pinghua, take him to the side palace. I cannot bear to hear his cries any longer. Outside, Pinghua promptly responded yes. As the nights passed, Song Yinji and Oppos, as patience dwindled. Pinghua, devise a way to silence him. The implication was clear. Something must be used to muffle his cries. For if she were to hear them again, she would show no mercy to those responsible for his care. Reluctantly, Pinghua approached Wei Qi Chongfeng's quarters, instructing a maid to bring a handkerchief to stifle his voice. With eyes swollen from tears, Wei Qi Chongfeng repeatedly called for his mother. Pinghua felt a pang of sympathy, but could not defy Song Yinji's decree. After the handkerchief was applied, the cries diminished considerably. Song Fangyi was unconcerned about these events reaching Rong Zi. To her, they were simply matters of course. A maid rushed to Rong Zi, embellishing the tale. Noble consort, Lady Fangyi has forbidden the fourth prince from crying, and has even muffled his mouth with a handkerchief. He can scarcely breathe, his face turning blue. Yet Lady Fangyi remains indifferent. She frequently scolds the fourth prince, who now trembles at the sight of her. Noble consort, you cannot allow the fourth prince to remain in Gongquan Palace any longer. If this continues, he is bound to come to harm. Rong Zi clutched her chest, a mother's heart pierced by the distress of her child. It is my failure as a mother that I cannot protect Chongfeng, my dear Chongfeng. She wept bitterly, while Cui Lu approached with a handkerchief, urging her to dry her tears. I cannot. Rong Zi pushed away Cui Lu's hand. I must seek Lady Da. She will surely champion my cause. Rong Zi stumbled out, but upon reaching the entrance of Baihe Palace, Liang Yuzhen refused to see her. From afternoon until dusk, she waited, ultimately receiving only a curt message from Song Exan. Noble consort Rong, the lady is in low spirits today and will not receive anyone. Please return. Rong Zi grasped Song Exan and Oppos' hand, stating, if the lady will not see me, it matters not. Just inform her that Song Fangyi has not treated my child well, and I implore her to allow the fourth prince to return to my side. Understood. Noble consort Rong, I shall convey your message. The heavy crimson doors closed before her, and Rong Zi sank weakly to the ground. The following day, when she had yet to receive Lady Da and Oppos' decree, Rong Zi ventured directly to Gongquan Palace. Yet, to her dismay, Song Yinji refused to see her and barred the fourth prince from visiting. The agony of losing her child, coupled with her yearning for him, plunged Rong Zi into a grave illness. This provided Liang Yuzhen with even greater justification to prevent the fourth prince from returning to Chuxiu Palace. In Gongquan Palace, Song Yinji held a bowl of soup, feeding Wei Qi Chongfeng. Open wide, that and Oppos. A good boy, so obedient to your mother. She wiped his mouth with a cloth. Pinghua leaned in. Your Highness, noble consort Rong, is unwell. Song Yinji gestured for the nurse to take Wei Chi Chongfeng away before inquiring, "Unwell? How did this come to be? It is said that after you turned her away that day, she was so heartbroken at not seeing the fourth prince that she fell ill upon returning to Qianghua Pavilion. I'm not so heartless. It took a great effort for Chongfeng to accept me. If she were to appear now, all my previous efforts would be in vain." Pinghua nodded in agreement. "Your Highness speaks truth, yet noble consort Rong is the fourth prince's true mother." Without batting an eye, Song Yinji declared, "Very well. Send some fine bird's nest and ginseng to Qianghua Pavilion, lest she accuse me of lacking compassion." "Yes, I shall do so at once." With a sigh, Song Yinji lamented, "If only I had my own child, then I would not need to claim another's as my own." On that day, Shen Nianxi intended to visit Jingxiang Palace to see Ning Yue, but as she was about to leave, Lin Xiu entered. "Your Highness, Yinru is at the door. She insists on seeing you urgently." "Let her in." Yinru hurriedly approached Shen Nianxi, producing a handkerchief from her sleeve, revealing several vibrant red flowers. "What is this?" "Your Highness, Lady Da summoned me to Baihe Palace last night and handed me these poinsettias, instructing me to apply their juice onto the fifth prince." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Nianxi instructed Lin Xiu to fetch old Madame Qiu immediately. Upon her arrival, Shen Nianxi questioned, "Old Madame, what happens if a person comes into contact with the juice of a poinsettia?" Old Madame Qiu, upon seeing the flowers in Yinru's hand, replied, "Your Highness, if someone touches the juice, they will develop painful red rashes." Shen Nianxi scoffed. Lady Da remains as ruthless as ever, employing such means against an infant barely a month old. Old Madame Qiu was taken aback. If such a young child were to come into contact with the juice, it would be difficult to treat, and they could very well die in agony. "I understand, old Madame. You may leave now." Of course, as old Madame Qiu departed, anxiety etched on her face. Shen Nianxi mused, "If I'm not mistaken, Lady Da intends to frame me for this incident." "How do you know this, Your Highness?" Shen Nianxi replied, "Knowingly. Framing others is a tactic Lady Liang has frequently employed. I simply do not understand why, when everyone knows you are made for Baihe Palace, she still commands you." As the conversation continued, Shen Nianxi suddenly grasped the reasoning. Because everyone believed Liang Yuzhen would not employ her own people for such actions, she did the opposite, leading others to perceive Yinru as innocent, Lady Da as blameless, while implicating me, the mistress of Yiqing Palace. Lady Da, indeed a master of schemes. With Rong Fei and her child unable to relocate from Linyu Hall, who is more likely to target them than I? Yinru cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, what should I do now? Did she instruct you to hide a poinsettia in Pixiang Palace?" "Yes." "Then let us show her what it means to be a fish in a barrel. Come closer." Yinru leaned in, listening intently as Shen Nianxi began to outline her plan, her eyes gradually brightening with understanding. Chapter 64. Trapping the turtle in a jar. What was initially perceived as a deadlock unexpectedly revealed a way forward. "Yes, Your Highness. Rest assured, I understand what needs to be done." After bidding farewell to Yinru, Shen Nianxi wasted no time and summoned Lin Xiu to her side. "Go and retrieve the sweet plum wine I buried last winter. I wish to present it to the Emperor for his enjoyment." "Certainly." When Shen Nianxi first entered the palace last winter, she had someone brew the finest plum blossoms into wine, which she buried outside the hall. Now, with winter behind her, it was the perfect time to present this exquisite plum wine to Wei Qi Xian. She led Lin Xiu to the imperial study, where Sun Conkai hurried to greet her. "Oh, what brings the beloved Jin Pin to our humble abode today? Is the Emperor within?" "Yes, he is indeed inside." But Sun Kansai's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Shen Nianxi inquired, "What is it, dear eunuch? Please do not hold back." Sun Kankai, no longer conflicted, revealed that the Defei was currently in the imperial study. If Jin Pin wishes to see the Emperor, she would have to wait for Defei to emerge first. How unfortunate. Shen Nianxi nodded, expressing her gratitude for the information. "I shall wait here." As time passed, nearly half an hour slipped by, and Shen Nianxi wondered what Liang Yuzhen was discussing with Wei Qi Xian. Finally, the door to the imperial study opened, and Liang Yuzhen emerged, adjusting her hairpin, her gaze immediately landing on Shen Nianxi. However, she refrained from speaking, clearly waiting for Shen Nianxi to greet her first. I pay my respects to the Defei. Rise, Jinping. What a coincidence. I too have come to seek an audience with the Emperor today. It seems we are of one mind indeed. Flattery will get you nowhere. Liang Yuzhen dismissed her with a wave and strode down the steps with an air of superiority. Sun Conkai, wearing a broad smile, said, Jinping, forgive me. I must go inform the Emperor. Go ahead. Upon Sun Kansai's return, he bore news that delighted Shen Nianxi. The Emperor requests your presence, my lady. Shen Nianxi took the wine jar from Lian Xiu's hands and entered, the door to the imperial study closing behind her. What brings you here? Noticing Wei Qi rubbing his temples, Shen Nianxi sensed something was amiss. I have unearthed the sweet plum wine I brewed last winter and wish to share it with your majesty. However, it seems you are preoccupied. You are thoughtful. Yet my interest in drinking is lacking at present. What has the Defei said to trouble your majesty? Surely, aside from the Liang family, there should be nothing else causing you such distress. Have I not bestowed enough favors upon the Liang family? Shen Nianxi paused, surmising that Defei must have come seeking further rewards. Your majesty, the Duke of Liang's residence is a pillar of the court. You value capable ministers, and thus, the favors bestowed upon the Liang family should only increase. Wei Qi slammed his hand on the table. Indeed, how much have I granted them? The Duke and Appo's family has no precedent of offspring being ennobled, yet I have broken tradition for them, and yet they remain unsatisfied. Your majesty, forgive my boldness, but has the Defei come to seek titles for her nephews? Indeed, she wishes for both her nephews to be ennobled. Her greed is insatiable. Shen Nianxi mused. The Duke of Liang's family is already too powerful. The Emperor views them with disdain. Yet they continue to act with arrogance, failing to recognize the danger of their actions. Such hubris will inevitably lead to their downfall. Your Majesty, since the Defei desires to secure titles for her nephews, perhaps you could simply grant them to the Liang family. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? I do not presume to meddle in court affairs, but I understand the wisdom of restraint. To elevate someone only to seize upon their complacency at the right moment is the wisest approach. Wei Qi fell silent for a considerable time. When he finally spoke, he appeared unchanged. Wine. Shen Nianxi had long been prepared, pouring the sweet plum wine and presenting it to Wei Qi. He drank heartily, offering a few casual compliments. You have come to request that I drink with you today? Shen Nianxi's intentions were laid bare before him, yet fortuitously, she had no desire to conceal them. Your Majesty, you are astute. I actually have another request. What makes you so certain I will comply? One ought to be grateful for favors received. Having partaken of my wine, your Majesty would find it difficult to deny my request. Besides, my request is but a trifling matter for you. The woman before him smiled radiantly, seemingly certain of his acquiescence. In an unexpected turn, Wei Qi indeed did not dismiss her request. Speak. There are those who conspire to harm the fifth prince and have implicated me in their scheme. Who would dare? Shen Nianxi remained silent, but Wei Qi appeared to grasp the situation. What leads you to suspect her? I do not hold firm suspicions. However, would your Majesty care to witness a captivating spectacle? Such matters would not escape Wei Qi and Appo's notice, rather than allow him to suspect her motives. It was better to lay everything bare, thus securing his trust. Very well. Wei Qi readily agreed, and Shen Nianxi's plan advanced significantly. 3 days later, Yiqing Palace was surrounded by the imperial guard, allowing no one in or out. Curiosity abounded within the palace, yet no news emerged. Liang Yuzhen sat before her bronze mirror, adjusting her hair when Song Xian arrived. Your Highness, it has come to fruition. It has? Liang Yuzhen exclaimed, inadvertently tugging her hair and yelping in pain. She turned to scold the palace maid behind her, clumsy and incompetent, truly unable to do her job. Song Xian, send her to clean the courtyard. The maid knelt, pleading, Your Highness, please forgive me this once. I shall be more careful. Liang Yuzhen waved her hand, unwilling to hear any pleas. After the maid was dismissed, Liang Yuzhen pressed on. Song Xian, tell me everything. Yes, Your Highness. This morning, the Emperor issued an edict to surround Yiqing Palace with the Imperial Guard. It seems the fifth prince has encountered trouble, and the emperor is conducting a thorough investigation. Liang Yuzhen smiled, saying, should the fifth prince be in peril, the charge of Jin Pin conspiring against the heir is as good as confirmed. Such a spectacle I cannot miss. Song Xin, quickly arrange my attire. I must go to Yiqing Palace. Chapter 65. I have unwittingly become a turtle. The resplendent and dignified Liang de Fei appeared outside the Yiqing Palace, gesturing with her fingers for the attendants to lower the palanquin. Upon noticing the crimson doors tightly shut, she summoned the commander of the Imperial Guard, Yan Mo. Your servant has seen the noble lady, Yan replied, bowing low. Please rise, Lord Yan. Pray tell, what has transpired within Yiqing Palace? Yan Mo responded without a hint of emotion. In truth, my lady, I am unaware. This morning, His Majesty suddenly commanded me to surround Yiqing Palace with guards. As for the current state within, I, like your ladyship, am at a loss. Is that so? It seems a significant event has unfolded in Yiqing Palace. Liang Yuzhen felt a secret delight within, though her expression remained one of concern. And the emperor? Is he inside? Yan Mo shook his head. His Majesty is still in the study attending to state affairs, but Eunuch Sun has just sent word that the emperor will arrive in a quarter of an hour. Indeed? Then I shall await His Majesty here. Yan Mo refrained from further comment, while Song Xin sent someone to bring a chair for Liang Yuzhen, who thus took her seat outside Yiqing Palace. Before long, Wei Qi Xian hurried over. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Rise. Noticing Wei Qi Xian and Appo's anxious demeanor, Liang Yuzhen surmised that someone must have informed him of the fifth prince's poisoning. It seemed the situation was dire indeed. Your Majesty, you should enter and check on him. You shall accompany me inside. Eagerly, Liang Yuzhen followed closely behind Wei Qi Xian into Yiqing Palace, where an eerie silence prevailed and few attendants were seen. Suddenly, the door to the Paixiang Hall swung open, and Shen Nianxi rushed out, her expression fraught with alarm. Your Majesty, what brings you here so suddenly? I failed to properly welcome your grace. It is my fault. Take me to see the fifth prince. Your Majesty. Shen Nianxi interposed herself before Wei Qi Xian and Liang Yuzhen, stammering, the fifth prince, he is not fit to meet your Majesty. The more she displayed her guilt-ridden demeanor, the more Liang Yuzhen was convinced her scheme had succeeded. Shen Nianxi's frantic attempts to obstruct were merely out of fear that the poisoning incident would be uncovered, implicating her. Jin Pin, how dare you obstruct the emperor? Hurry and bring the fifth prince forth. Still shaking her head, Shen Nianxi insisted, Your Majesty, de Fei, you truly cannot see the fifth prince. With a cold laugh, Liang Yuzhen turned and strode into Lingyu Hall, unimpeded. Upon entering, she saw Rong Fei wiping her tears with an embroidered handkerchief, solidifying her belief that something had indeed gone awry with the fifth prince. Rong Fei, why do you weep? Rong Fei cradled the swaddled infant and knelt before Wei Qi Xian, exclaiming, I am guilty. I could not protect the fifth prince. I implore your Majesty to punish me. Wei Qi Xian reached out to lift her. What has happened? What is the condition of the fifth prince? The fifth prince, Rong Fei, choked, unable to articulate her thoughts. Liang Yuzhen, brimming with elation, declared, Your Majesty and I are present. Do speak plainly. If anyone has conspired against the heir, regardless of who it may be, Your Majesty and I shall not let it go unpunished. This statement, though not naming names, pointedly directed suspicion towards Shen Nianxi. Shen Nianxi hastily asserted, Your Majesty, you must believe me. I have done nothing wrong. Liang Yuzhen sought to scold her further, but Wei Qi Xian interjected, I believe you. In a flurry, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, plotting against the heir is a grave offense. How can you take the word of Jin Pin alone? In my view, it would be prudent to send someone to investigate. If there is evidence, surely Jin Pin will not deny it. There is no need. Liang Yuzhen was still taken aback when Rong Fei and Appo's words stunned her into silence. De Fei, my fifth prince merely regurgitated his milk. Why do you insist that someone plotted against the heir? At a loss for words, Liang Yuzhen found even Wei Qi Xian casting a cold, suspicious glare in her direction. In a swift motion, she darted to Rong Fei's side and peered into the swaddled infant, discovering the fifth prince pouting, his eyes wide open, perfectly healthy. At that moment, the realization dawned upon her. She had once again fallen into Shen Nianxi's trap. Defei, I am also curious. The fifth prince appears to be in perfect health. Why are you so certain he has been harmed? Or do you intend to harm him yourself? Though Wei Qi Xian and Appo's tone was mild, the pressure in his words was unmistakable. Liang Yuzhen hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. How could I ever conspire against the heir? I only thought, seeing Rong Fei in such distress, that something grave had occurred with the fifth prince. Moreover, she had arrived to find Yiqing Palace completely surrounded by the imperial guard, which had bolstered her confidence in the success of her scheme. Little did she know, this was a meticulously crafted trap, and she had unwittingly become the prey. Wei Qi Xian had long harbored intentions to weaken Liang Yuzhen's power, and this was the perfect opportunity to act. I see you wield considerable power and have grown increasingly unruly. Though you have failed this time, it does not negate your treacherous intentions against the heir. Proclaim my decree. Defei Liang is to be confined for 3 months for harboring ill intentions towards the heir. Yun Fei shall temporarily oversee the affairs of the 6 palaces, with Rong Fei assisting her. Your Majesty, Liang Yuzhen's anxiety surged. She could not allow her authority to be divided. Beside her, Rong Fei was ecstatic, realizing she still had a chance to wield power. She hurriedly knelt, expressing her gratitude. I thank your Majesty. I shall diligently assist Yun Fei in managing the affairs of the 6 palaces, living up to your Majesty's trust. I trust you. With that, Wei Qi Xian stormed out. Your Majesty, your Majesty. No matter how Liang Yuzhen called out, Wei Qi Xian showed no intention of looking back or altering his decree. As she watched him leave entirely, Liang Yuzhen glared furiously at Shen Nianxi and Rong Fei. Well done, Rong Fei. Well done, Jinpin. You have conspired together to plot against me. Shen Nianxi smiled faintly. Your ladyship overestimates me. I must thank you for providing the knife. It has proven quite convenient. It was indeed Liang Yuzhen's own actions that had led to the erosion of her authority over the 6 palaces. Rong Fei glared back at Liang Yuzhen. Defei, you intended to harm my 5th prince. I shall remember this debt. Just 3 months, and I will not let you escape unscathed. Fuming, Liang Yuzhen turned abruptly to leave, her gaze seemingly intent on piercing through both Rong Fei and Shen Nianxi. Shen Nianxi remained composed throughout, expressing her gratitude to Rong Fei for her assistance. I do not easily aid others, but I am not one to break my word. Know this, I have fulfilled one of the 3 promises I made to you. I understand, but your initial agreement was likely motivated by the potential benefits, was it not? Rong Fei readily admitted, indeed, I am driven by profit. However, I truly did not anticipate the gains to be so substantial. It has genuinely taken me by surprise. Chapter 66. The transformation of a noble consort with newfound power. The once unassuming and reclusive noble consort has undergone a remarkable transformation. After all, now she has a prince. How could she possibly remain indifferent to the world as she once did? Shen Nianxi saw through it all, but chose to remain silent. The noble consort continued. To speak frankly, I find our collaboration to be seamless. If you are willing to align yourself with me, I assure you that I shall not neglect you in the future. What do you say? The aspirations of a mere sparrow cannot compare to that of a swan. Your Highness, I must take my leave. Shen Nianxi departed with alacrity, not hesitating for a moment, while the noble consort watched her retreating figure for quite some time. Suigua, confused, queried, Your Highness, were you not just cooperating with concubine Jean? Why the sudden discord? Our alliance with her was merely a temporary arrangement for mutual benefit. It is only natural that we part ways when the advantage fades. Concubine Jean has grand ambitions, and with me, she can only be a rival. I understand now. The noble consort summoned her 2 trusted maidservants, Suigua and Chu He. In the past, I feared the power of the virtuous consort and did not dare to contend with her. However, with Hong Rue at my side, I must fight for him at all costs. I will ascend step by step, whether it be to the rank of noble consort, imperial noble consort, or even Empress. They say that greed blinds the heart. At this moment, the eyes of the noble consort were filled with insatiable desire. Meanwhile, Emperor Yuqi Xian issued an edict to confine Liang Yuzhen, while simultaneously bestowing a title upon Liang's youngest son, Liang Ziguei, granting him the title of Pingninbo. Since Liang Yuzhen was confined, Liang Jing wore a stern expression, sharing his thoughts only with his eldest son. The virtuous consort's power has waned, and she is confined to the Lily Palace. At this critical juncture, the emperor grants my younger brother a title, clearly to silence me. Liang Zifu remarked, "Father, does this mean the emperor aims to forestall your appeal on behalf of your aunt?" Indeed, this time, my aunt has been rather careless, leaving the emperor with such leverage. Liang Zifu concurred. "Father, my aunt has sent news from the palace, claiming she has been plotted against by the newly appointed noble consort and concubine Jean." The noble consort? That would be the formerly Jiaowei, who was recently elevated after giving birth to the fifth prince, Liang Jing mused, stroking his beard. "Ah, so it is her." "Yes, she is a distant niece of the Empress Dowager." Liang Jing scoffed. To call her a distant niece sounds flattering, in truth. How much affection could the Empress Dowager have for her? Moreover, the Li family possesses genuine, legitimate daughters, who are the true nieces of the Empress Dowager. Father speaks rightly. Yet it is a pity that Miss Li has only recently turned 15 and missed the selection due to her age. With the Empress Dowager's connection, she could have entered the palace regardless. Now that she has reached 15, she is indeed eligible. Is that your intention? Liang Jing nodded slightly. To elevate a member of the Li family to counter the noble consort? She has just given birth to a prince and is bound to be arrogant. It is better to have someone to check her than to allow her to continue scheming against your aunt. Liang Zifu's eyes brightened. "Yes, father, your foresight is commendable. As for concubine Jean, she is but a minor concubine, lacking both family background and offspring, and therefore poses no real threat. She is likely merely dependent on the noble consort." Liang Zifu agreed. "Indeed. Otherwise, how could she dare to plot against my aunt?" "Very well. Summon Zai Guo. I have a few words to impart to him." "Understood." The Chilwan Hall in Jingxiang Palace was particularly lively today, with noble consort Wan and her daughter, Jiang Changzai, along with Shen Nianxi present. Jiang Suchuan and Appos, as pastries were always a favorite among the children, and now Liani and Ningyue surrounded her, pleading for treats. Jiang Suchuan shrugged her shoulders. "I have no pastries left. If you wish to eat, I must make more." Ningyue tugged at Jiang Suchuan's sleeve. "Jiang Yang, could you please make some more?" "I can make them, but you two little rascals cannot laze about all day. You must help me if you wish to enjoy some pastries." As long as they could eat, the rest was inconsequential. Liani and Ningyue eagerly followed Jiang Suchuan to the kitchen. Duan Miaoyan remarked, "Sister Jiang is truly adored by the children. I do not possess such fortune." Noble consort Wan nodded in agreement. "Neither do I." "Qing Wan, would you care for a game of chess?" Shen Nianxi was taken aback. "I never knew what your name was, Sister Wan." Noble consort Wan smiled gently. "Indeed, I do not believe I have mentioned my name to you, Shen Mimi. My surname is Yu, and my given name is Qing Wan. My father is Yu Hebai, the governor of Fengtian." "Yu Qing Wan," Shen Nianxi silently repeated in her heart. The name of Sister Wan was indeed melodious. "Your name is lovely as well, Shen Mimi." As they conversed, Yu Qing Wan and Duan Miaoyan sat facing each other, one playing with the white pieces and the other with the black, engaged in a game of chess. After a while, Duan Miaoyan found herself at a disadvantage as Yu Qing Wan's offensive grew fiercer. Duan Miaoyan placed her white piece on the table. "I concede. Qing Wan and Appos' chess skills are truly exceptional." After a period of silence, Shen Nianxi spoke up. "Sister Wan's skill is so commendable that even the emperor praises it. It is only natural for Sister Yun to be outmatched." Mentioning the emperor caused Duan Miaoyan and Appos' smile to fade slightly. Yu Qingwan quickly changed the subject. "In that case, why don't you two play? I would like to observe." Duan Miaoyan and Shen Nianxi exchanged glances and readily agreed. Shen Nianxi took Yu Qingwan's place and played a game against Duan Miaoyan. But this time, they clearly had much to discuss. "What do you think of the noble consort sharing power with my sister?" Duan Miaoyan scoffed lightly. Now that the noble consort is in power, she disregards everyone. Her influence is unmatched throughout the palace. Let her enjoy her fleeting moment of glory. You should allow her to have her way. Duan Miaoyan placed a piece on the board. "You are astute, knowing that the more one wields power, the more unforgiving the virtuous consort will be upon her return." The two exchanged smiles. Understanding this was why Yun Fei was often careful around the noble consort. Yu Qingwan interjected, "As long as the Liang family exists, the virtuous consort will always remain the virtuous consort. That will never change. Sister Wan speaks the truth, yet if the emperor chooses otherwise, change may be inevitable." Duan Miaoyun and Yu Qingwan remained silent, but inwardly agreed with Shen Nianxi's assertion. Compared to the perceptive Duan Miaoyun, the noble consort was less inclined to bend before power. Songxin sent someone daily to the outside of the Lily Palace to gather intelligence, bringing back news to Liang Yuzhen about the noble consort and oppose his arrogance. Inside the Yilan Hall of the Lily Palace, Songxin was counting the instances of the noble consort's haughtiness while informing Liang Yuzhen about her actions. Chapter 67. Not helping her, Your Highness. The esteemed Rong Fei must always be attended by 2 carriages when she ventures out. The palace maids gossip that she struts about with great arrogance wherever she goes. Even I, as a mere princess, am only accompanied by 3 carriages. Her display is quite extravagant. Liang Yuzhen sneered. I have been confined to the Lily Palace for merely 3 months. Yet she seems to have forgotten that I am the true authority in the harem. Even Yun Fei dares not confront me directly. And yet Rong Fei? Rest assured, Your Highness, she is merely a distant niece of the Empress Dowager. The Duke has sent word that she intends to persuade the Li family to send their legitimate daughter into the palace to hinder Rong Fei and Oppo's influence. Oh, you mean the Empress Dowager and Oppo's legitimate niece, Li Shutong? Indeed. Liang Yuzhen smiled at this news. That is indeed welcome. She then inquired, what has Jean Pin been up to lately? According to Inruo, Jean Pin rarely leaves Yiqing Palace, spending her days either reading, practicing calligraphy, or playing the zither and arranging flowers. She has been quite well behaved, and she often visits Yun Fei's Chilwan Hall. She seems to be quite close to Yun Fei. However, more than Li Shu, I detest Shen Nianxi, who has thwarted me on countless occasions. Songxin nodded in agreement. Your Highness speaks the truth. Once you're no longer confined, you can certainly teach her a lesson. She is quite shrewd. It may prove difficult for me to teach her a lesson. Liang Yuzhen's tone shifted. But why did the last scheme fail? What of Inruo? Has she betrayed me? Songxin vehemently denied this. Your Highness, Inruo's life and family are tied to you. She would not dare betray you. She has continued to relay news about Jean Pin. That is true. I suspected she would not. I heard that she was indeed about to take action, but she was caught by Fudong, who is close to Jean Pin. This is how your plan was exposed, and Jean Pin had her confined in the woodshed for several days and ordered her punished. Liang, du sempander thoughtfully. No wonder. Did you see her wounds? Do not worry, Your Highness. I saw the scars with my own eyes. They are no fabrication. I even gave her some ointment and silver to soothe her. Understood. Liang Yuzhen determined that Inruo would not easily betray her. However, it seems Shen Nianxi is indeed exceptionally cautious, keeping a constant watch on Inruo. Tell her to focus solely on monitoring Jean Pin from now on. I will not require her to act further. Jean Pin is already on guard against her, and if I allow her to proceed, my plans may once again falter. Yes. Upon receiving the news, Inruo was exceedingly pleased, as it meant she could protect her family while fully pledging her loyalty to Jean Pin. The Defei is under house arrest, and coincidentally, Rong Zi's illness has also just healed. So, Elio, is it true that the Defei has truly been confined? My lady, would I dare deceive you? Rong Zi threw off the covers and attempted to rise. I have been ill for nearly 10 days. My Changfeng must have suffered greatly in Run's pavilion. I must go to Gongquan Palace to find Song Fangyi. Suelio hesitated. My lady, you have just recovered. Suelio, it is precisely because the Defei is currently confined that I can seize this opportunity to reclaim my Changfeng. If I wait for her return, when shall I ever bring Changfeng back to Qianhua Pavilion? Enough, do not hinder me. Prepare my attire at once. Seated before the bronze mirror, Rong Zi touched her face, noting how haggard she had become during her illness. She climbed into the sedan and set off directly for Gongquan Palace. But Song Yinji saw through her intentions and sent someone to find an excuse to dismiss her, ensuring she could not step foot into Gongquan Palace. Pinghua, You must go inform your mistress that I must see Changfeng today, or I shall not leave. Pinghua found herself in a difficult position and had no choice but to return and report this demand. However, Song Yinji remained resolute. She would not allow Rongzi to meet her. Rongzi, incensed, exclaimed, "The Defei herself said that if I wished to see the fourth prince, I could do so at any time at Gongquan Palace. Why is Fangyi now obstructing me? Has she so quickly disregarded the Defei's wishes? Lady Rong, my mistress said that since it is the Defei's intention, you must first seek the Defei's decree before coming to Gongquan Palace. At that time, she will naturally bring the fourth prince to welcome you." With that, Pinghua entered Gongquan Palace, and the heavy doors closed once more before Rongzi. Fuming, she nearly burst into expletives at the gates of Gongquan Palace and walked far away, still seething. "Suelio, she's clearly making it difficult for me. She knows full well that the Defei is under house arrest and that no one can see her. Yet she chooses to torment me. Very well. If she is unkind first, then I shall not be blamed for my lack of loyalty. Song Fangyi has taken her son from her, and she cannot remain indifferent. Since Song Yinji is making things difficult for her, she will not allow Song Yinji to have it easy. My lady, where are you going? I shall seek out Rong Fei. For now, the only strategy is to invoke the authority of a higher-ranking consort to pressure her. Only then may I have a chance to see the fourth prince." Rong Fei has already moved back to her original Chaolu Pavilion from Shen Nianxi's Yiqing Palace, and Rongzi returned to Shuxiu Palace. Rong Fei had long anticipated that Rongzi would leave Shuxiu Palace for Gongquan Palace, and, upon learning that she had returned, realized she must have encountered a closed door at Song Fangyi's. To her surprise, Rongzi came seeking her. She quickly discerned the purpose of Rongzi's visit. "Lady Rong, if I am not mistaken, you have come to see me regarding the fourth prince, correct?" "Yes," Rongzi admitted without hesitation. "In the past, I had not formed a close relationship with your highness, but now that you oversee the affairs of the six palaces, I must gather the courage to appeal to you." Rong Fei elegantly set down her teacup. "Speak. What do you wish for me to assist you with?" "I do not wish to trouble your highness. I merely hope you can help me see the fourth prince. It has been far too long since I last laid eyes on my child. As a mother yourself, you should understand my feelings." Rong Fei slightly nodded. "Indeed, I can empathize with your sentiments, having my own fifth prince now. Ordinarily, as you are a consort in my palace, I would be inclined to assist you. However," her tone shifted, "I will not grant anyone the opportunity to take my child away. Your weakness and incompetence allowed your child to be seized. This cannot be blamed on others. If it is your own fault, then you must bear the consequences." Rong Fei knew well that Song Fangyi and Rongzi were both allies of Liang Defei, and she relished the prospect of their infighting. In her view, the more Rongzi was unable to see her child, the deeper their conflict would grow, and that was precisely what she wished to witness. Chapter 68, Seeking an Audience with the Cloud Concubine. Rongzi was taken aback. "Does the Empress not wish to assist me? It is not a matter of unwillingness. However, I disfavor those who extend their hands merely to grasp food. You, Lady Rong, should contemplate your own solutions first. If you truly cannot devise a plan, then you may seek an audience with me later. Your Majesty." Rongzi wished to say more, but Rong Fei decisively commanded, "Suegua, escort Lady Rong out." Reluctantly, Rongzi exited the Chaolu Pavilion, making her way toward the distant Xianghua Pavilion. Upon entering, she crouched down and wept bitterly. "Startling Kuiliu, my lady, please do not cry. What will become of the fourth prince if you cannot endure?" With tear-filled eyes, Rongzi lamented, "If the Empress refuses to assist me, what else can I do?" Chui Lu, in a state of urgency, replied, "If the Empress is unwilling to help, perhaps you should try beseeching the Cloud Concubine?" Rongzi was astonished. The Cloud Concubine has always been at odds with a concubine. How could she possibly assist me? "My lady, we have reached a desperate juncture. It may be worth a try." Resigned, Rongzi wiped her tears and departed from the Shuxiu Palace once more. Just as she left, news reached Rong Fei. "Your Majesty, shall we prevent Lady Rong from going?" "Let her be," Rong Fei replied without lifting her head. "If I refuse to assist her, the Cloud Concubine is even less likely to help. Let her encounter obstacles so she may learn her place." Swag was silently nodded in agreement. Rongji stumbled into the Chilwan Hall of the Jingxiang Palace. After the maid announced her arrival, she was invited inside. Upon seeing Shen Nianxi and Duan Miaoyan seated together, Rongji and Appo's eyelids twitched slightly, and she respectfully greeted them in turn. I pay my respects to the Cloud concubine and the Jingxian concubine. Duan Miaoyan waved her hand. Rise, Huishu, prepare some tea. That is unnecessary. Rongji lacked the leisure to sip tea. Your Majesty, I am deeply concerned about the fourth prince in the Gongquan Palace. I truly have no heart for tea. Duan Miaoyan sighed softly. I have heard of this matter. It is lamentable that the concubine is so cold-hearted, casually dismissing even your child. Does Lady Rong still wish to remain by the concubine's side? I am like willow catkins drifting in the palace, seeking brief refuge among others. If I cannot find protection, I have no means to safeguard myself and the fourth prince. This dilemma had persisted throughout her ordeal. Enough. I sympathize with your maternal heart. I shall reluctantly assist you this once. Huishu. Huishu approached. What are your orders, your Majesty? Prepare the sedan chair. We're going to Gongquan Palace. Rongji was overjoyed, her gratitude overflowing. Thank you, your Majesty. I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Shen Nianxi, who had remained silent until now, interjected casually. If Lady Rong wishes to abandon the shadows for the light, it is not a bad idea. Rongji comprehended the implication, her expression stiffening. Betray the concubine and seek refuge elsewhere? How could the concubine let her off the hook? She hastened to exit, pretending not to have heard those words. Shen Nianxi, having no pressing matters, decided to accompany her to Gongquan Palace, as she had never been there before. The Cloud concubine arrived at Gongquan Palace in person. Song Yinji had no reason to refuse a high-ranking concubine at the door and had to welcome her inside. I have not visited Gongquan Palace in quite some time. Today, why does Song Fangyi not invite me in? Your arrival is indeed my honor. Please come in. Catching sight of Rongji following Duan Miaoyan, Song Yinji sneered. Lady Rong possesses remarkable skills. The concubine has only recently been confined, yet you have already found a new patron. Had you not denied me access to the fourth prince, I would not have sought the Cloud concubine's assistance. Song Yinji paid no heed, leaning closer to Rongji and whispering, just wait. I shall inform the concubine of your actions. Rongji felt as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over her, leaving her frozen in place for quite a while. Duan Miaoyan had walked quite a distance when she turned back to see them still murmuring. What are you two discussing? Hurry along. Song Yinji shot Rongji a disdainful glance before entering the room. As Shen Nianxi stepped into the Run's pavilion, she caught a peculiar scent in the air. She wished to take another whiff, but the aroma faded rapidly, leaving her perplexed. What puzzled her further was that a maid named Pinghua hurriedly exited with incense, ashes in hand. Could there be something amiss with the incense in the Run's pavilion? Song Yinji had tea served and engaged in light conversation with Duan Miaoyan. Suddenly, Shen Nianxi spoke up. Concubine Fangyi, why is there no incense burning in this room? Song Yinji realized. The incense must have burned out. Pinghua, please relight the incense. Pinghua hurriedly complied, and soon fragrant smoke wafted from the incense burner, filling the room with a delightful aroma. However, Shen Nianxi's suspicions only deepened. The scent she had detected upon entering was reminiscent of the current fragrance, yet upon closer inspection, she discerned subtle differences. Had she not been particularly sensitive to scents, she would have been unable to identify the variations in the incense burned in the Run's pavilion. Perhaps the formulas of the two incense types were not vastly different, but the proportions or additional ingredients had been altered. To the untrained nose, they would seem identical. The incense in Concubine Fangyi's room is quite pleasant. May I inquire what it is? Song Yinji casually replied. It is nothing precious, merely the wind lotus evening fragrance, which soothes the mind and aids sleep. How intriguing. This is the first time I have heard of such an incense. Song Yinji beckoned Pinghua, who stepped forward to explain. Replying to Jingxian concubine, the wind lotus evening fragrance is crafted from the essence of lotus flowers and the freshness of lotus leaves, supplemented with sandalwood, angelica, agarwood powder, nanmu, atractalodes, and black ginseng. No wonder it smelled so delightful. Song Yinji smiled. Concubine Jinxian seems quite interested in this fragrance. Indeed, Shen Nianxi admitted openly. I have always cherished lotus flowers and leaves, so naturally, I find a wind lotus evening fragrance captivating. I recall that the emperor once mentioned wanting to have the palace maids excavate a lotus pond in the I Ching Palace. I wonder if that has come to fruition? The emperor's instructions are not something the palace maids would dare neglect. The Internal Affairs Office has already dispatched them, and they have been working on the lotus pond in my palace for some time now. Duan Niaoyan chimed in. The noise from excavating the pond has been quite disruptive, which is why Sister Shen has been frequenting my Jingxiang Palace to escape it. Chapter 69. Pollen allergy. Thus, Song Yinji promptly instructed Ping Hua. Since concubine Jean enjoys the fragrance of wind lotus, fetch some scented powder for her to take home later. Yes, Your Highness, replied Shen Nianxi, accepting the order. I thank you, Your Highness. As they engaged in their conversation, ignoring her presence entirely, Rongzi could no longer remain seated. Lady Fengyi, please bring the fourth prince to show Lady Yunfei and concubine Jean. The smile on Song Yinji's lips faded slightly, for she was well aware of Rongzi's intentions. Rongiji, do you wish to see the fourth prince? Or is it Lady Yunfei and concubine Jean who desire to see him? With a shift in tone, she continued, the fourth prince is currently napping. It would be inappropriate for me to disturb his peaceful slumber. Rongzi trembled with indignation. How dare Song Yinji prevent her from seeing Wei Qi Changfeng while Lady Yunfei was present? Shen Nianxi interjected, Lady Fengyi, after all, Rongiji is the fourth prince's biological mother. It would be unreasonable to prevent the child from meeting his mother forever. Concubine Jean, it is best you refrain from meddling. I am fully aware of how to proceed. Seeing Rongzi's frustration mounting, Duan Niaoyan finally spoke up. Song Fengyi, I too wish to see the fourth prince. Bring him forth. Yet, Song Yinji remained obstinate. Lady Yunfei, I regret that I cannot comply with your request. The concubine has stated that I may raise the fourth prince in any manner I choose, including whom he is allowed to meet. Unless instructed otherwise by the concubine, I shall not permit you to see the fourth prince today. Shen Nianxi pointedly asked, Lady Fengyi, why would you oppose Lady Yunfei so vehemently and refuse us the chance to see the fourth prince? Is there something amiss with him? How could that be? Song Yinji instinctively retorted. However, Shen Nianxi caught a fleeting glimpse of unease in her eyes, revealing that indeed, something was wrong with the fourth prince, and his condition was not for public view. If the fourth prince is unharmed, why does Lady Fengyi obstruct us so persistently? If your conscience is clear, simply bring forth the fourth prince. This would assure Lady Yunfei that he is indeed well. With a cold laugh, Song Yinji replied, Concubine Jean, cease your deception. Whether the fourth prince is well or unwell, I shall not allow him to meet anyone today. Rongzi's heart brimmed with worry. Lady Fengyi, please allow me just a glimpse of the fourth prince. I assure you, upon confirming his well-being, I will take my leave and trouble you no more. Despite Rongzi's earnest pleas, Song Yinji persistently refused, even dismissively waving her hand, nearly causing Rongzi to stumble. Despair filled Rongzi's eyes as she struggled to regain her balance. At that moment, a piercing cry resonated from the adjacent room. Rongzi's heart surged with excitement. It was Changfeng's cry, it was him. Ignoring all caution, she dashed towards the sound, prompting Song Yinji to urgently call for her to be stopped. Alas, Rongzi could not be restrained. She burst in the next room and beheld the child lying on the bed, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Changfeng, my Changfeng. She pushed past the palace maids that obstructed her, finally reaching Wei Qi Changfeng, only to be met with a devastating sight. Changfeng, Changfeng. Red rashes covered his body, and he cried in pain, scratching at his skin. Witnessing this agony, Rongzi felt her own heart ache. She lifted Wei Qi Changfeng and returned to the previous room. The cries grew ever closer, and soon, Rongzi and the fourth prince appeared before them. Song Yinji's complexion turned pale. It was over. Rongzi had seen everything. Rongzi confronted Song Yinji. What have you done to Changfeng? Why does he bear such a multitude of rashes? I have done nothing. I know not why he has developed these rashes, Song Yinji insisted. Ping Hua chimed in to defend her. Our lady has always treated the fourth prince well. However, after spending the afternoon in the imperial garden, He returned covered in these rashes. My lady is innocent. Innocent? Rongzi and Amp. Appos. S. anger flared. Song Yinji. On the day you took Changfeng from Qianghua Pavilion, I explicitly informed you of his pollen allergy. Yet you took him to the garden, filled with flowers. This is how you care for the fourth prince? Song Yinji faltered, realizing she had been too preoccupied with taking Wei Qi Changfeng away to heed Rongzi's warning. Shen Nianxi approached to examine Wei Qi Changfeng, confirming that the child was indeed in poor condition. It is imperative we summon the imperial physician immediately. This rash is severe. If it reaches the emperor's attention, Lady Fangyi, you shall find no mercy. Song Yinji understood this all too well, so Rongzi grasped Shen Nianxi and Appos' implication and exclaimed, "You fear the emperor discovering this matter, which is why you refused to summon the physician for Changfeng. Had I not fortuitously come to Run's pavilion today, had Changfeng not cried out, I would have been unaware of the suffering you have inflicted upon my child. I did not intend for this. I was unaware of his pollen allergy. Even if you were unaware, you could have summoned the physician last night to examine Changfeng. Yet you have delayed until now out of fear that he would report this to the emperor." Rongzi and Amp, Appos' words struck with conviction, leaving Song Yinji speechless. She pushed past Song Yinji and instructed Cui Lu to take Wei Qi Changfeng away. "Lady Yunfei, concubine Jean, I must hasten to take the fourth prince home. I shall express my gratitude at another time." Duan Meiyun nodded solemnly. "The fourth prince's health is of utmost importance. Rongiji, please proceed." Song Yinji attempted to intervene, but Shen Nianxi remarked, rather than preventing Rongiji from taking the fourth prince, it would be prudent to consider how to explain this matter to the emperor. With that, Shen Nianxi exchanged a meaningful glance with Duan Meiyun, and the two exited together. Once they departed, Song Yinji collapsed onto the ground, and Pinghua rushed to assist her. "Your Highness, it is over. I am utterly finished. Pinghua, what shall I do?" She cared little for Wei Qi Changfeng and Appos' condition and felt no remorse for her actions, only fearing that the revelation of this incident would incur the emperor and Appos' wrath. "Your Highness, the emperor is bound to learn of this matter. It would be wise to seek his forgiveness, for perhaps he may show leniency given your admission of fault." In her state of panic, Song Yinji grasped at this suggestion. "Yes, prepare the sedan. I must see the emperor." Chapter 70. Demotion to Ronghua. Song Yinji hurried to the imperial study, wishing to meet Wei Qi Xian, but Sun Conkai intercepted her. "Your Highness, Consort Jean is currently speaking with His Majesty inside. Please wait here for a moment." "What? When did she arrive?" Sun Conkai calculated with his fingers. Consort Jean only came a quarter of an hour before you did. It seems you may have to wait for a while longer. If there is nothing urgent, perhaps you might consider returning?" Song Yinji's expression darkened instantly. Shen Nianxi had arrived before her. If she exaggerated matters before Wei Qi Xian, how could she possibly defend herself? Yet leaving was not an option. "No need. I shall wait here." Upon hearing this, Sun Conkai ceased his persuasion. In the imperial study, Shen Nianxi was recounting the situation regarding the fourth prince. She concluded, "Your Majesty, Rongiji is deeply concerned for her son. If she cannot keep the fourth prince by her side, she may lose her maternal affection." Wei Qi Xian, holding the cinnabar brush, remained unperturbed. "From the very beginning, I permitted her to raise the fourth prince as an exception. What audacity does Song Fangyi possess to oppose me? It is said that this is the will of Empress Da." "Empress Da?" Wei Qi Xian finally paused his writing. "If I recall correctly, it was she who pleaded on Rongji's behalf, allowing such a precedent. Otherwise, how could a mere noble consort raise the heir?" Clearly, he was perplexed by Liang Yuzhen's sudden change of stance. Shen Nianxi pressed further. "Since it was an exception, then, and now the matter regarding the fourth prince has caused quite the uproar, why not show mercy and elevate Rongji's status? Are you attempting to sway my decision?" "I would not dare, but both Rongji and Song Fangyi are favored by Empress Da." With this single remark, Wei Qi Xian altered his mind. "Very well. Rongji has been by my side for many years. I shall promote her to Kupin." As Shen Nianxi emerged, Song Yinji rushed forward. "Consort Jean, how dare you spread rumors before His Majesty?" "Your Highness, that is not the case. I merely conveyed this matter as instructed by Empress Yun. nothing more. I shall settle this with you later. With trepidation, Song Yinji entered the imperial study and knelt before Wei Qixuan, sincerely confessing, Your Majesty, it is my fault that I could not care for the fourth prince properly. I was unaware of his allergy to pollen. I beseech Your Majesty to forgive this unintentional oversight. Indeed, a child's needs are best known to his biological mother. You shall return the fourth prince to Kupin. Song Yinji was taken aback. Kupin? I have just elevated Rong Giji to Kupin. Henceforth, she shall continue to raise the fourth prince, regardless of your intentions. The fourth prince has suffered due to you. Wei Qixuan glanced up, looking at Song Yinji with disdain. Effective immediately, I shall demote you to Ronghua. Return to your Gongquan palace and reflect upon your actions. Song Yinji parted her lips, yet no words emerged. Yes, I shall obey. In just 2 short days, she was reduced to Ronghua, and a deep-seated resentment brewed within her, yet she found herself powerless to contest it. Within Qianghua Pavilion, the atmosphere was chaotic, filled with the cries of Wei Changfeng and the wails of Rong Zi, accompanied by the bustling of palace maids. Cui Lu, quickly fetch the purple ointment I prepared for Changfeng. Yes. Rong Zi knew her son was allergic to pollen and always kept the purple ointment for treating rashes ready in Qianghua Pavilion. Once Cui Lu retrieved the ointment, Rong Zi personally applied it to Wei Changfeng. Despite her gentle touch, he continued to wail, and her heart ached upon seeing the alarming red rashes. Suddenly, a palace maid rushed in. Your Highness, Master Sun has arrived with an imperial decree. You must go receive it. Receiving the decree was urgent. So Rong Zi handed the ointment to Cui Lu, instructing her to continue applying it to Wei Changfeng. She hurried to the entrance to greet Sun Kangkai, who began to read the edict. Rong Zi felt an overwhelming joy. She had been promoted to Kupin, thereby allowing her to rightfully raise her fourth prince. Kupin, receive the decree. Yes. Observing her delight, Rong Fei felt a pang of envy. She was genuinely surprised that Duan Miaoyun would assist Rong Zi. I congratulate you, dear sister Kupin. With your new status, you will be distanced from me as the mistress of a palace. Sun Kangkai remarked, Kupin, regarding your residence. There are currently only the Fengning Palace where the Empress resides, the Chanhua Palace occupied by the imperial noble consort, and the Changxin Palace, which is unoccupied. The Emperor wishes to know if you would like to move to Changxin Palace. If not, you may remain in Qianghua Pavilion. The smile on Rong Zi and Appo's face dimmed slightly. Indeed, there were few palaces available for her to reside in. She could not enter Fengning Palace or Chanhua Palace, and Changxin Palace, once the abode of Yichun, was now tainted by her tragic demise. Moreover, Changxin Palace was both secluded and desolate. In an instant, Rong Zi made up her mind. She would not dwell in the haunting halls of the deceased. Master Sun, please convey to His Majesty that both the fourth prince and I have grown accustomed to Qianghua Pavilion. A change of residence may disturb him, so I intend to remain here. Yes, I shall inform the Emperor. With that, Sun Kangkai tucked away his feather duster and departed from Chuzhou Palace. Rong Fei approached Rong Zi, expressing her surprise. Kupin, you would willingly remain in Qianghua Pavilion? Where else could I go? Now at Kupin, Rong Zi stood a little taller. However, I still reside in Chuzhou Palace. Dear Kupin, I remain the mistress here. That is only natural. Yet the thought of Rong Fei, who not only held sway over her, but also had a son of her own, extinguished Rong Zi and Appo's smile. Upon entering the room, seeing Wei Changfeng still crying, her earlier joy was significantly diminished. Be good, Changfeng. Applying this ointment will soon alleviate your discomfort. Mother. Rong Zi gently wiped away Wei Changfeng and Appo's tears. From now on, you shall call me and Appo's mother consort and Appo's. Do you understand? I understand, mother consort. Rong Zi embraced Wei Changfeng, vowing that as Kupin, she would never let anyone harm her child again. Cui Lu entered and whispered in Rong Zi and Appo's ear, Your Highness. I have learned that it was consort Jean who spoke to the Emperor today, and after her departure, the Emperor suddenly decreed your promotion to Kupin. Chapter 71. The scent has issues with an unchanging expression, Rongzi acknowledged the assistance of Yun Fei and Jean Pin, promising to remember their kindness. Leave now. I wish to be alone with Chongfeng for a while. Yes. Along with Cui Lu, all other maidservants exited the room. Baihe Palace, Ilan Hall. Liang Yuzhen was instructing Wei Qi Huayu in calligraphy when she noticed Song Xian enter and ordered for Wei Qi Huayu to be taken away first. What has happened? Your Highness, Song Fangyi has been demoted to Ronghua, and the fourth prince has been sent back to Qianhua Pavilion. What? Liang Yuzhen inquired urgently. When did this occur? Just yesterday. Song Xian recounted the events in detail. Your Highness, Capin has clearly developed ulterior motives. You must take precautions. Liang Yuzhen slammed her palm onto the table. What is Rongzi? Initially, she was merely a concubine in the Eastern Palace. If not for her reliance on me, how could she have borne a prince? Her lowly status means she cannot raise the prince by her side. If I hadn't spoken on her behalf before the emperor, the fourth prince would not have been entrusted to her care. Song Xian gently patted Liang Yuzhen's back to soothe her. Your Highness, do not be angry. Kupin is ungrateful. There is no need for you to show her any mercy. I misjudged her. She is nothing but a treacherous wolf. I merely intended to teach her a lesson, yet she dares to defy me. You are correct, Your Highness. Kupin fails to appreciate your good intentions. Your efforts have been in vain. Liang Yuzhen and Appo's chest heaved with anger. Had I known this would happen, I would have kept Feng He Wanxiang for myself. Although Song Yanji is foolish, she is the most loyal to me. Song Xin Gapet, Your Highness, be cautious with your words. If Song Ronghua were to learn of this, she might resent you. I will not grant her that opportunity. After a while, Liang Yuzhen managed to calm herself. Do they think I have fallen from grace? Once my confinement is lifted, I shall make them pay dearly. I cannot endure this for even a moment longer. Your Highness refers to Kupin? Indeed, Liang Yuzhen replied with a knowing smile. Now that I reside under the same roof as Rong Fei, and both of us have princes by our side, let us see them engage in mutual destruction. What do you mean, Your Highness? Liang Yuzhen whispered a few instructions, and Song Xian complied and departed. In the adjoining side hall, Jiaotai Hall, Liang Hanyun was pointing at the dishes presented by the maidservants. Not only is my food pitifully scant, but why are these dishes so unpalatable? Do they think I am dead? Please, noble lady. The maidservant merely followed orders to deliver the food. These were specially prepared by Rong Fei for you, and the portions are aligned with your usual serving. You need not worry. You, what a despicable servant. Using your position to bully me. Just watch how I discipline you. Liang Hanyun raised her sleeve to strike the maidservant when Jianji entered. Noble lady, what is the commotion? The noise from Jiaotai Hall may disturb her highness. Seeing Jianji, Liang Hanyun quickly said, Jianji, you arrived just in time. The kitchen only provided me with this food, clearly underestimating my worth. Go tell my aunt to teach them a lesson. Jianji, unfazed, ordered the maidservant to leave. Liang Hanyun and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Jianji, what are you doing? Noble lady, Her Highness is currently under confinement. It is common for the palace servants to overstep their bounds. I urge you to endure and not create trouble for Her Highness. Jianji glanced at the meals, which indeed matched Liang Hanyun and Appo's usual portions. Previously, she had received more food only due to Her Highness and Appo's special care. Now that there was a new order, the kitchen and Appo's actions were unsurprising. Liang Hanyun felt even more grieved. Jianji, I know I owe everything to my aunt, but I cannot endure this kind of life any longer. Enough. If you desire anything extra, simply inform the kitchen and buy a palace. At last, Liang Hanyun perked up. I shall remember that. Only those of noble rank could utilize their own kitchen. Others had their meals supplied by the main kitchen. Any deviation from the norm would require additional payment from the concubines. With Liang Yuzhen's instructions, she could now command the servants of Baihe Palace's kitchen. Pinghua arrived at Pixiang Hall, her demeanor respectful towards Shen Nianxi, though her expression betrayed no trace of reverence. Rise. What is your purpose in sending you to Yiqing Palace? Jean Pin requested the phone He Wanxiang that my lady uses, and she commanded me to deliver some to Jean Pin. Shen Nianxi gestured for Lien Qiu to receive it. Pinghua added, My lady mentioned that Iching Palace has fallen into such dire straits that she generously bestowed this upon Jean Pin, hoping it will be of use. With that, she disdainfully exited. Hey, how dare she? Lian Xiu exclaimed. Your Highness, she shows such blatant disrespect. She clearly holds you in contempt. Currently, Song Ronghua harbored resentment towards me for the previous incident. It is only natural for her and her maidservants to look down upon me. Why is your Highness particularly interested in this phone, He Wanxiang? Shen Nianxi shook her head slightly. I find this scent rather peculiar. As she spoke, she opened the box and leaned in to inhale the fragrance within the powder, unable to detect anything unusual at first. Shen Nianxi promptly instructed Lian Xiu to extinguish the incense in the room and replace it with the phone He Wanxiang. Soon, the fragrance enveloped Pixiang Hall, and Shen Nianxi focused intently on the scent wafting past her nose. Something is amiss. What is wrong, Your Highness? The fragrance is not right. Shen Nianxi frowned, recognizing that the aroma in the room was identical to that she had encountered during her second visit to Run's pavilion, yet it lacked the subtlety of the first scent. On that day, in Run's pavilion, she had detected two different fragrances. At first, they seemed similar, but she could discern their slight differences. Song Ronghua merely claimed the incense was Feng He Wanxiang, likely unaware of the variations. How intriguing. Indeed, Shen Nianxi fell into deep contemplation, recalling the intricate details of that day. Before long, she remembered a particular detail. I recall that as I entered Run's pavilion, Pinghua hurriedly exited with the incense ash, brushing past me. Ordinarily, such a task should not have been assigned to a high-ranking maidservant like her. Lian Xiu wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, I have never been tasked with disposing of the incense ash in Pixiang Hall. Chapter 72. The Scent of Musk. Thus, the reason why Pinghua personally undertook such menial tasks must be to obliterate evidence. The wind lotus evening fragrance that burned in Run's pavilion before this palace and Oppo's arrival surely harbors some secrets. Contemplating this, Shen Nianxi instructed Lian Xiu to find someone to keep an eye on Pinghua and devise a means to collect some of the incense as she disposed of. Understood. Moreover, send someone to investigate how Song Ronghua obtained that wind lotus evening fragrance. Lian Xiu was quick and efficient. Within a week, she returned with promising news. Unfolding an embroidered handkerchief, she presented the ash to the princess. Your Highness, this is the incense ash that Pinghua discarded. Shen Nianxi delicately touched the ash with her palm and leaned closer to inhale its scent, only to be taken aback. The incense had largely burned away, leaving little scent behind, yet another aroma was distinctly apparent. What scent is it? Musk. Lian Xiu stepped back in astonishment. Your Highness implies that the wind lotus evening fragrance burned daily in Run's pavilion contains musk? Indeed, the musk is in minuscule quantities, masked by the wind lotus evening fragrance during burning. Yet once reduced to ash, its essence cannot be concealed, even in faint traces. Pinghua and Oppo's act of personally discarding the ash was to conceal this matter. It seems her true master is not Song Ronghua. There is someone else behind her. Lian Xiu exclaimed. The person giving her orders must be consort Da. How did you ascertain this? Your Highness instructed me to investigate the wind lotus evening fragrance, and I discovered that it was a unique gift from consort Da to consort Ronghua, who adores it and has it lit daily. Shen Nianxi was greatly surprised, but soon regained her composure. If the heartless individual is Liang Yuzhen, it is not unexpected. Consort Da has always been astute in her calculations. Song Ronghua, being an old acquaintance of the current emperor, explains her inability to conceive. This is indeed Consort Da and Oppo's doing. Your Highness, Consort Da is ruthless even towards her own. She is even more merciless with others. Indeed, the thought of Liang Yuzhen being someone capable of turning against her own child did not astonish Shen Nianxi. It was lamentable that Song Ronghua remained oblivious. This palace shall assist her to the end, to kindly reveal the truth to her. Lian Xiu, eager to know the plan, inquired, What does your Highness intend to do? If Song Ronghua discovers she is pregnant, imagine how shocked Consort will be. If Song Ronghua later finds her pregnancy to be a mere illusion, realizing she cannot conceive, how much hatred will she harbor towards Consort Da? To gain and then lose is truly maddening. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Your Highness is truly wise. I have heard of a secret potion among the common folk, which, when ingested, can simulate pregnancy, even deceiving medical examinations. Yes, Your Highness. It is said that the effects of this potion last only 3 months. 3 months is sufficient. Find a way to procure this potion for me. But be sure to keep it a secret. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiu did not dare to take it lightly. In Chonghua Palace, at Wangchun Pavilion. Master, consort Rong has arrived. Bai Wanyin, filled with delight, replied, quickly invite her in. Consort Rong entered with a commanding presence, adorned in splendid attire. A stark contrast to her previous modest demeanor. She glanced around the room before sitting down naturally. Bai Liangdi is nearing her time. As someone with experience, I cannot help but offer my advice to ease your mind. Bai Wanyin smiled kindly. I am most grateful for consort Rong's care during this time. Whatever I desire, you have generously provided. The child within you is the heir, and thus precious. Now that I oversee the affairs of the 6 palaces, I must prioritize your needs. Moreover, a pregnant woman should avoid excessive movement. Bai Wanyin, you have indulged in various nourishing foods and seldom ventured outside. You may not be able to bear this child. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a deeper smile spread across consort Rong's lips. Unlike consort De, who schemed elaborately, sometimes kindness can be a silent assassin. Bai Wanyin continued to lament. Consort De often uses regulations to suppress me, claiming my demands are excessive, yet you have been generous, even providing extra provisions. Consort De is too rigid with the rules, unaware that the heir is of utmost importance. It is only right to grant you what is not according to the rules, as you carry the heir. You have a kind heart. Kind? The depths of consort Rong and Oppos. Gaze brimmed with unspoken intentions. In the future, whatever you desire, simply send someone to inform me, and I shall oblige. Thank you, consort Rong. No need for thanks. Just focus on nurturing your child. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After sending off consort Rong, Bai Wanyin remained in high spirits. Chun Xiao, consort Rong is truly a wonderful person. Indeed, my lady, I am with child, and it is only natural to eat well. Quickly, bring me steamed goose and roasted duck. I have a craving. Chun Xiao, with a resigned nod, replied, understood, I shall fetch them right away. Due to Liangda and Oppos' confinement in consort Rong and Oppos' indulgence, Bai Wanyin enjoyed a remarkably comfortable last month of her pregnancy. In the blink of an eye, the time for childbirth arrived. The news of Bai Liangdi's labor sent ripples through the palace, with nearly everyone rushing to Wangchun Pavilion. When Yu Xian and the Empress Dowager arrived, the sounds of cries echoed from within. Before long, a physician rushed out in a panic. Your Majesty, it is dire. Bai Liangdi did not heed dietary restrictions during her pregnancy, consuming excessive greasy food, resulting in an abnormally large fetus. She is struggling to give birth, and if this continues, both mother and child will perish. What? Why are we still standing here? Hurry and save them. Your Majesty, Bai Liangdi cannot be saved. We can only do our utmost to ensure the heir is born. Yu Xian staggered back, momentarily at a loss for words. The Empress Dowager urged, quickly, we must ensure the survival of our little prince. With the Empress Dowager's command, the physician re-entered the delivery room. Not long after, a loud cry pierced through the air. The Empress Dowager clasped her hands in prayer. Thank goodness, our little prince is alive. As the door opened, a maid emerged cradling a child. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Bai Liangdi has given birth to a son. Good. But where is Bai Liangdi? Chapter 73. Posthumous title for Lady by the Palace maid shook her head, acknowledging the unfortunate fate of Lady Bai, who had succumbed to blood loss during childbirth. It was indeed a miracle that she managed to deliver the child. Implicitly, it meant that Lady Bai had passed away. The Empress Dowager sighed softly. Childbirth for women was akin to a brush with death. Considering her contribution to the royal lineage, she implored the emperor to ensure a lavish burial for her. The emperor understood. Wei Qixin summoned someone to convey his decree. Lady Bai, having given birth to the 6th prince, was to be posthumously honored as Lady Jing and buried with great respect in the royal mausoleum. The wet nurse took the infant away, while the others remained in place. Your Majesty, you have yet to name the sixth prince, someone reminded him. With the Empress Dowager and Oppo's gentle nudge, Wei Qi Xian suddenly realized. Let the name of the sixth prince be Mingyi. Very well. Yet he has lost his mother. You must find a suitable wet nurse for him. Rest assured, mother. I am well aware of this. Without delay, Wei Qi Xian pondered and decided that the kind-hearted Dun Fei would be the most fitting choice. Besides, she had merits to her name. It would be inappropriate for her to remain childless. Sun Conkai, here, your majesty. Convey the decree that the sixth Prince Ming Yi shall be entrusted to Dun Fei for nurturing. Also, how long until Dun Fei and Oppo's confinement is lifted? Your majesty. In half a month, Wei Qi Xian casually remarked. Then let her confinement be lifted ahead of schedule. Understood. Sun Conkai turned and went to Lukang Palace to announce the decree. Upon learning that she was to care for the sixth prince, Dun Fei was taken aback when she received the imperial edict. Your Highness, you must nurture the sixth prince well and not disappoint the Emperor and Oppo's expectations of you. No need for such reminders, I'm fully aware. I shall treat the sixth prince as my own and raise him with utmost care. Sun Conkai nodded slightly. Observing Dun Fei va Oppo's et gento de mino. Furthermore, the Emperor has lifted your confinement. You may now enter and exit Lukang Palace freely. With that, Sun Conkai took his leave. Dun Fei stood in place, holding the imperial edict for a long while. Pei Wen approached her and whispered, Your Highness, the wet nurse has brought the sixth prince. Bring him here for me to see. Pei Wen complied and brought forth Wei Qi Mingyi, who was crying loudly, causing Dun Fei a headache. Wait, do not bring him closer. If he approaches me, I shall be overwhelmed by his incessant wailing. Pei Wen hesitated, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Your Highness, perhaps it would be best to let the wet nurses care for him. Also, arrange for his quarters to be situated far from mine. I do not wish to hear his cries at night. Very well. After all, he was not her biological child. Despite her words of willingness to treat Wei Qi Mingyi as her own, in reality, Dun Fei rarely visited him, leaving the care to the wet nurses. Finally, having held the child, upon hearing his cries, she quickly returned him to the wet nurse. Crying all day long. When will this incessant noise come to an end? Pei Wen prudently encouraged her. Your Highness, all infants are like this. You must show more patience with the sixth prince. Dun Fei scoffed. He is not my flesh and blood. Allowing him to reside in Lukang Palace is already a great favor for me. Yet, the sixth prince was still a royal and the grandson of the prime minister, thus having significant prospects in the future. So what? I will only support my own children. With that, Dun Fei gently rubbed her abdomen, sighing heavily, wondering when she would finally bear her own child. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Pei Wen resigned to returning Wei Qi Mingyi to the wet nurse. In Chuzhou Palace, Chaolu Pavilion, Sui Guo approached Rong Fei. Your Highness, Lady Bai has given birth to a prince. Rong Fei sprang to her feet, astonished that she could still bear a royal heir. Yes, but what? However, Lady Bai has succumbed to blood loss, and the Emperor has honored her posthumously as an Oppo's, Lady Jing and Oppo's, entrusting the sixth prince to Dun Fei for nurturing. Upon hearing this, Rong Fei exhaled in relief and resumed her seat. It's for the best. I always suspected she would not survive childbirth unscathed. The sixth prince is merely an infant, and without his mother's protection, he may not survive long. Do you intend to take action against the sixth prince? Rong Fei shook her head. There are those who view him as a thorn in their side, far more than I do. If they are not in a hurry, why should I be? Rong Fei was well aware that the one most displeased by the birth of another prince was Liang de Fei. She would deal with the sixth prince in due time. She had no intention of acting hastily, as it would only dirty her hands and allow de Fei to reap the benefits. Just as Rong Fei anticipated, upon hearing of another prince in the palace, Liang Yuzhen was furious, unable to eat. Were it not for my confinement, I would never have allowed the sixth prince to be born. Indeed, your Highness. Fortunately, the sixth prince has lost his mother. Should you wish to eliminate him discreetly, it would be as easy as pie. That is true, Liang Yuzhen sighed in relief. But her comfort was short-lived. Rong Fei is keeping a tight watch over the fifth prince. I have no opportunity to act. How frustrating. You must not be anxious. Time is on your side. You may plan at your leisure. Liang Yuzhen rubbed her temples, feeling increasingly unsettled. Since Shen Nianxi entered the palace, my life has become more challenging. It appears that Duan Miao Yin may not even be my primary threat. Remembering Shen Nianxi, Liang Yuzhen felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, she stood up. No, it's not right. If Shen Nianxi, without any offspring, is already causing me such distress, what will happen if she bears a dragon heir in the future? I would have to relinquish my position to her. Your Highness, the family background of Jean Pin is not illustrious. How could a fallen marquis family compare with a duke and amp, oppos? As household? You need not worry. That will not do. I cannot passively watch her give birth to a royal heir. I must take preventative measures. Does your Highness mean to act as Ronghua did? Precisely. Liang Yuzhen quickly devised a ruthless plan in her mind. Moments later, a vicious scheme took shape in her heart. Zong Xian, prepare me some safflower soup. Zong Xian gasped in shock. Your Highness, safflower soup is harmful to a woman's foundation. Were you planning? If I do not act decisively, my position will be precarious. Besides, I already have a royal heir. It matters little to me whether I have another. Your Highness, please reconsider. Liang Yuzhen grew impatient. Just do as I command. Look around and hesitate, and you will accomplish nothing. Chapter by Mutu, Shongzan Vaam, Apos, Et Vaam, Apos, Angsi Vaam, Apos, Untimati. Song Xian had no choice but to heed Liang Yuzhen and Apos' instructions to prepare for this matter. As Shen Nianxi received the vial of medicine, Sun Conkai arrived to make an inquiry. She was already aware that this matter could not be concealed from the one above. Thus she approached with composure, holding the vial to pay her respects. Your Majesty, I come to serve you. Do you know why I summoned you? Without hesitation, Shen Nianxi confessed, I am guilty. I beg for your Majesty and Apos' punishment. Seeing her sincerity, Yu Qixian found it difficult to reprimand her and instead offered her a chance to explain. I ask you, what was your intention in sending someone to secretly bring in false pregnancy medicine? Jean Pin, have you become so audacious as to confuse the royal lineage? Are you not afraid that I shall punish you for this pretense to vie for favor? Though Yu Qixian's tone was light, the pressure was palpable. Shen Nianxi retrieved the vial from her sleeve, asserting, I would never dare. This false pregnancy medicine is not intended for my use. Continue. I inadvertently discovered that the incense burning in Song Ronghua and Apos' chamber contained a significant amount of musk, a gift bestowed upon her by Empress. I wish for Song Ronghua to be informed of this matter. Yu Qixian regarded her with skepticism. Is that truly the case? I would never deceive your Majesty. Seeing her calm demeanor, Yu Qixian reluctantly accepted her explanation. You had better not be lying. As long as everything Shen Nianxi does is aimed at countering Liang de Fei, I shall turn a blind eye. For my initial intention was indeed to elevate someone while suppressing Liang de Fei. The Liang family had become unmanageable, while the fallen Yong and Apos, an Earl and Apos' residence posed no threat and remained under his control. Speak, what do you plan to do? Shen Nianxi replied candidly. I humbly request your Majesty's cooperation. What kind of cooperation? I lack the means. Song Ronghua would never consume the food I present, but your Majesty is different. The food you bestow will raise no suspicion, and the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau will heed your orders. Only you can execute this plan without detection. Yu Qixian laughed heartily, relishing Shen Nianxi and Apos' reliance on him. This made him feel as though she was entirely incapable without his support. Very well, I shall agree to your request. Shen Nianxi sighed in relief. This task would indeed be difficult for her alone, but with Yu Qixian's assistance. It was a different matter. Yu Qixian had the royal kitchen prepare a refreshing lotus seed soup, mixing in the false pregnancy medicine, and specifically sent Sun Conkai to deliver it to Run's pavilion. Song Yinji gazed in delight at the bowl of lotus seed soup before her. Master Sun, is this truly a special gift from His Majesty? Your Highness need not doubt. This is indeed a special order from His Majesty, hoping that you remain serene and agreeable. Thank you for making this trip. Master Sunday overjoyed, Song Yinji eagerly consumed the entire bowl of soup without leaving a trace. Once she finished, Sun Conkai concealed his dark thoughts and departed from Gongquan Palace. To render this scheme more convincing, Yu Qixian summoned Song Yinji to his chamber 2 days later. A month passed swiftly under the sweltering summer sun. While dining, Song Yinji suddenly felt a tumultuous discomfort in her stomach, unable to bear the sight of the meat dishes before her. "Your Highness, could it be the heat has diminished your appetite? Go summon the imperial physician to attend to me." Plainly, she was not in good health. Soon, Physician Liu from the Imperial Medical Bureau arrived at Run's pavilion. He placed a silk handkerchief over his wrist and delicately took Song Yinji and Appo's pulse, fully aware of the truth yet compelled to feign ignorance. After checking her pulse 3 times, he finally spoke. "Your Highness is not ill. Rather, you are a month pregnant." Upon hearing this, Pinghua inadvertently dropped the soup she was holding, shattering the porcelain bowl and creating a mess. Song Yinji cast a casual glance at Pinghua. "What is wrong with you? You have been by my side for quite some time. How can you be so careless?" In a moment of quick thinking, Pinghua replied, "Your Highness, I was simply overwhelmed with joy. The news of your pregnancy has made me exceedingly happy." This explanation satisfied Song Yinji, who was clearly elated. She turned to Physician Liu, asking, "Are you certain there is no mistake in your diagnosis? Am I truly a month pregnant?" Sweating profusely, Physician Liu assured her, "I have not misdiagnosed. If you doubt me, you may summon other physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau to verify." His earnest demeanor dispelled any lingering doubts in Song Yinji's mind. After all, Liu was a trusted physician of the Emperor, and his skills were indisputable. Pinghua, quickly prepare some rewards for Physician Liu. Yes. In her flustered state, Pinghua accidentally dropped the pouch of silver coins, hurriedly picking it up before handing it over to Liu. In her joy over the news of her pregnancy, Song Yinji did not scold her, but instead teased, "Pinghua, after all these years by my side, you truly are genuinely happy for me." She attributed Pinghua's errors to her overwhelming joy, remaining oblivious to the peculiar expression that occasionally crossed Pinghua's face. "Since I entered the Eastern Palace, I have been by your side. Of course, I am delighted for you, Your Highness. All right, see Physician Liu out." "Yes." As they walked, Pinghua remained lost in thought, unable to comprehend the situation. She pondered endlessly, for every day the wind lotus evening fragrance burned in Run's pavilion was managed solely by her. It should be impossible for Song Ronghua to be pregnant. Where had the error occurred? Physician Liu reached the entrance of Gongquan Palace. Noticing Pinghua lost in her thoughts and not calling out to her, wiping the sweat from his brow under the glaring sun, he reflected on his ineptitude at deceit. Fortunately, the physicians were all in agreement. No one would expose him. He glanced back at the plaque of Gongquan Palace, sighed softly, and departed. Having seen much filth within the palace, it would be better for him to resign his position sooner rather than later. When Pinghua regained her senses, Liu had long since vanished. With a heart full of trepidation, she returned to Run's pavilion. Inside, Song Yinji was overjoyed, unsure how to contain her excitement, pacing back and forth while occasionally caressing her belly and laughing heartily. "Pinghua, hurry and send word to the Emperor. Such joyous news must be known throughout the entire palace." Yes. With her own child on the way, Song Yinji felt immensely proud. "I have no interest in nurturing others' children. The offspring of the He Xian will never compare to my own." Chapter 75. The threat of a noble consort in the depths of Pinghua and Appo's heart. A sense of unease brewed. She was acutely aware that the consort would likely suspect her of failing in her duties, and, consequently, her fate would not be any better. In an instant, the news of Song Ronghua's pregnancy spread throughout the palace. Upon hearing the news, Liang Yuzhen was so astonished that she shattered the teacup in her hands, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Song Xian was equally taken aback. "Your Highness, the Fenghao Wanxiang contains a significant amount of musk. Song Ronghua should not be with child." "I know," Pinghua quietly replied. "It was I who personally instructed this." Liang Yuzhen truly could not comprehend the underlying intricacies. "Song Xian, summon Pinghua to me." With a heart full of trepidation, Pinghua knelt before Liang Yuzhen. Your servant pays her respects to your highness. I ask you, Liang Yuzhen inquired, is it true that Song Yinji is indeed pregnant? Yes, Pinghua answered faintly. Dr. Liu personally diagnosed Lady Ronghua. How could you be so incompetent? Liang Yuzhen scolded. I entrusted you with the prepared Fenghe Wanxiang. Did you not burn this incense daily in the Run's pavilion? Pinghua hastily bowed her head. Your highness, you are most perceptive. I indeed lit the Fenghe Wanxiang every day. But as to why Lady Ronghua is still with child, I do not know. Song Xian also interceded on Pinghua's behalf. Your highness has shown kindness to Pinghua. She would never dare betray you. Moreover, I can attest that she has indeed smelled the fragrance of Fenghe Wanxiang every day in the Run's pavilion. Liang Yuzhen scoffed lightly. Logically, Song Yinji should not be pregnant. Although I provided you with 2 blends of Fenghe Wanxiang, the one laced with musk was in greater quantity. You ought to have followed my instructions. Yes, I would swear to the heavens that I have not gone against your highness and Appo's wishes. I implore you to believe me. Rise. Liang Yuzhen caressed the aromatic cardamom. Your ineptitude has spared you this time, for I still require you to remain close to Song Yinji. Her child must not come to fruition. I understand, Pinghua replied, as long as it is your highness and Appo's command, I shall exert every effort to fulfill it. Even if Song Yinji is pregnant, her health is unstable. Continue to burn the Fenghe Wanxiang. As long as the musk is sufficient, her child will not survive. Pinghua seized the opportunity to express her loyalty. Indeed, I shall comply. Please rest assured, your highness. The night was deep and quiet. The Dun consort led Pei Wen to a secluded spot behind a rockery, where she burned joss paper, her sobs genuine, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Chun and Appo's, I shall not let you die in vain. I will avenge you. Pei Wen, anxious, glanced around, fearing discovery. Your highness, one cannot burn joss paper within the palace. You have violated palace regulations. It would be prudent to depart soon. The Dun consort shoved Pei Wen aside, her eyes fixed on the place where her beloved had passed away. Lamenting, I have regretted enough. Can I not even burn a little paper for her? But your highness, palace rules are strict. You should return quickly. I refuse. Seeing that her attempts to persuade the Dun consort were futile, Pei Wen grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth to ensure no one was nearby. Yet, a cold voice pierced the air. Who goes there? Startled, the Dun consort dropped the joss paper into the fire, causing the flames to flare brightly. The Roan consort had appeared, having circled around the rockery, and upon witnessing the illicit burning of joss paper, she erupted in fury. How dare you? Turn around and let me see who you are. The Dun consort slowly turned, locking eyes with the Roan consort. It is you. The Roan consort was equally surprised to find the Dun consort here. It has been a long time since I last saw you, dear sister. You have only recently been freed from confinement. I have yet to visit you at the King Palace. I cannot bear to accept your sisterly affection, for you now share power over the 6 palaces. It is I who should call you sister. The Roan consort's gaze fell. Sister, you are not ignorant of palace regulations. To knowingly break them places me in a difficult position. The Dun consort scoffed. You and I are both consorts. Even if you wield power now, you cannot dictate my actions. True, I cannot, the Roan consort replied, but if I were to inform His Majesty of this incident, even if your previous service to the late emperor might shield you from punishment, it is hard to say that His Majesty would not regard you as reckless. The Dun consort's hand tightened slightly. She had been feigning calm, betting that the Roan consort could not harm her. But should the emperor learn of this? Speak. What is it you want? Sister, you are indeed clever. The Roan consort stepped closer to the Dun consort, whispering, I need you to do something for me. Upon hearing this, the Dun consort was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? I am not mad. Sister, think it over carefully. I shall await your response in the Chu Zhou palace. She gently patted the Dun consort and Appo's shoulder, brushed past her, and left with a final remark. Be sure to dispose of all traces here. Watching her depart with such poise, the Dun consort nearly faltered. Why did you not warn me earlier? Pei Wen, feeling wronged, replied. Your Highness, I did warn you, but you simply would not listen. The The dun consort struck Pei Wen across the face. If you do not listen and fail to think of a solution, you are utterly useless. Kulme, the roan consort, not far off, smirked in satisfaction at the commotion. After confirming the roan consort's departure, the dun consort gently caressed Pei Wen's cheek. Does it hurt? Pei Wen shook her head. No, your highness. You have suffered this time. I will personally tend to your wounds once we return. Thank you, your highness. The dun consort did not even glance at the joss paper, leading Pei Wen back to the L.K. Ing Palace, Zhuangzhang Hall. At the Dingyuan General and Amp, Oppo's residence, a maid responsible for cleaning and a gardener were engaged in a heated dispute before Shen Youwei, who felt somewhat bewildered. The commotion began when Su Danfeng noticed petals scattered along the once pristine path and reprimanded the servants for their negligence, assigning the task of resolution to Shen Youwei. However, when she approached the maid in charge of sweeping the path, the maid insisted that she had completed her duties each morning and refused to accept blame. Madam, my responsibility is merely to sweep the path, and I finish my work well before the rooster crows. The heavy rain in the afternoon caused the petals to fall. Madam, I'm not at fault. Punishing me would be unjust. The flowers on the path are the gardener and Oppo's responsibility. It is he who has failed to prune the branches properly, resulting in the petals littering the ground. If anyone is to be punished, it should be him. Chapter 76. Unable to govern the household, Shen Youwei timidly suggested, let us impose a fine on the gardener's monthly stipend. The gardener, however, was unwilling to comply, arguing that it was not necessary to prune every branch and flower along the path, as some were naturally extending into the walkway. He asserted that he had fulfilled his duties without fault. Why should he be penalized? The argument escalated, leaving Shen Youwei with a throbbing headache. Enough of the bickering, she exclaimed. Both the maid and the gardener turned to her in unison, inquiring, Madam, who should be fined? Shen Youwei contemplated the absurdity and thought to impose the penalty on herself. Ah, what a lively scene we have here. Yang Mingyan sauntered over, swaying her hips, accompanied by Meng Ruxian. The two settled down effortlessly, showing no intention of greeting Shen Youwei. Sister-in-law, what has transpired here? Meng Ruxian asked, and the maid beside Shen Youwei recounted the events. Meng Ruxian promptly burst into laughter. Sister-in-law, I thought it was a grave matter. If you hesitate over such trivialities, how will you manage larger affairs in a household? I dare say our second sister-in-law possesses far greater aptitude for household management. What a pity. She deliberately posed the question. Second sister-in-law, what would you do in this situation? Yang Mingyan chuckled lightly. This matter, while seemingly complex, is quite simple. The gardener cannot ensure that every branch is perfectly trimmed, and the maid cannot guarantee that the path is perpetually devoid of debris. Therefore, neither party deserves punishment. Rather, they should be rewarded. The maid and the gardener and Oppo's faces lit up, their eyes gleaming with hope as they looked to Yang Mingyan. Is that true, second young madam? Certainly. You both work diligently each day, without error. The rain was unexpected. How could such unpredictable circumstances be blamed on you? Yang Mingyan rose and approached them, instructing her maid, Lanxin, to fetch some silver. Lanxin swiftly produced a pouch, and Yang Mingyan distributed the coins, encouraging them to continue their hard work before dismissing them. As they departed, the maid and the gardener were elated, chatting and laughing as if they had never been embroiled in conflict. Meng Ruxian observed this with admiration, remarking, Second sister-in-law truly embodies the grace of a matriarch, so magnanimous and forgiving. From now on, they will not only avoid harboring resentment, but will also be even more dedicated to serving the Chu family. The third sister-in-law need not say so. Their reconciliation is sufficient, and we must not impose further expectations, said Meng Ruxian, turning to Shen Youwei. Sister-in-law, why not relinquish the household authority to the second sister-in-law? Yang Mingyan promptly waved her hands. No, I do not wish to be burdened. I desire to enjoy a life of leisure. Please do not insist. As the two engaged in this playful banter, entirely disregarding Shen Youwei, her expression darkened with displeasure. You should not speak so, as my lady is the first to marry into the Chu family and is its eldest daughter-in-law. The authority to manage the household rightfully belongs to her. How has it come to pass that it has shifted to the second young madam? Meng Ruxian reprimanded. What business is it of yours, a mere maid, to interject? She then turned to Shen Youwei with a sneer. Sister-in-law, is not my overstepping. How can you expect to govern such a vast household when you cannot even manage your own maid? Shen Youwei chastised the maid. I have yet to speak. Why do you speak out of turn? Depart at once. The maid, taken aback, retreated to stand behind Shen Youwei, filled with grievance. Meng Ruxian pressed on. Sister-in-law, what I said was the truth. You are unaware that the household is in disarray under your management, with the servants often in chaos. Moreover, not long ago, you mishandled the accounts, causing embarrassment for the accountants and tarnishing the Chu family and Appo's reputation. Sister-in-law, you never leave the house, so you are oblivious to the discontent that has long brewed among the servants regarding your management. For the sake of the entire Chu family, you should know when to withdraw. Shen Youwei, filled with fury, retorted, they are but servants. How dare they speak ill of their master? Are you conspiring against me? Yang Mingyan exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Xin, who promptly understood her mistress's intent to spread Shen Youwei's words throughout the Chu family, ensuring that everyone was aware. Meng Ruxian scoffed. Conspiring? Sister-in-law, you possess a sense of humor. Given your lack of governing ability, even without conspiracies, you would still be unable to maintain order. Shen Youwei was infuriated, yet found herself unable to counter the remarks. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Mother previously indicated a desire to punish the servants. Yet my younger sister-in-law not only refrained from doing so, but rewarded them instead. Mother will surely be displeased. Oh, Yang Mingyan lazily raised her gaze. If sister-in-law does not trust my abilities, why not present our case before mother and let her decide whose approach she supports? Although Shen Youwei anticipated that Su Danfeng would side with Yang Mingyan, she felt trapped and had no choice but to accompany them to the Huaman Hall. Su Danfeng was surprised to see the three arrive together and instructed Baoqin to prepare tea and snacks. Once Meng Ruxian recounted the entire situation, Su Danfeng's expression towards Shen Youwei grew increasingly disapproving. Youwei, you have just caused a debacle, and I intervened to resolve it for you. Yet, merely days later, you are once again uncertain of how to proceed. But, mother, you were the one who insisted on punishing the servants. Su Danfeng, Isapta, Ziplit, I said to punish them? How was I to know the situation was so intricate? Youwei, you are no longer a child. You must understand that circumstances change, and one must adapt their methods accordingly. How can you be so inflexible? Shen Youwei was momentarily at a loss for words. She was not incapable of adapting, but in that moment, she had been so focused on punishing a servant that she failed to consider the possibility of absolving them altogether. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Ruxian interjected, Mother, the other servants have long expressed dissatisfaction with sister-in-law's management and are more eager for second sister-in-law to take charge. Su Danfeng turned to Yang Mingyan, asking Mingyan, what do you think? Yang Mingyan smiled gently. If mother trusts me and is at ease with my ability to manage the household, I am willing to give my utmost effort to alleviate your burdens. Very well. I have faith in your capabilities. I have observed your handling of household matters in the past. Su Danfeng had long wished to relieve Shen Youwei of her duties, and now she saw the opportunity to do so. Youwei, your skills in household management require further refinement. The vast Chu family cannot wait for you. Therefore, let us proceed as such. The authority to manage the household shall be bestowed upon Meng Yin for the time being. The Chu family shall no longer face complications, and you may take this time to learn the intricacies of household affairs. Chapter 77. Reclaiming Authority. Mother. On that day, you explicitly promised my mother that you would grant me the authority to manage the household. Indeed, have I not done so? You, Youwei, lack the capability. It is entirely reasonable to retract your authority, for you are unable to manage the household, and the Chu family has many capable individuals to take on this role. Shen Youwei was taken aback, realizing that Su Danfeng harbored a strong dislike for her, yet she never anticipated such a merciless confrontation. Mother, Su Danfeng interrupted her, stating decisively, enough, I have made up my mind, this matter is settled. Yang Mingyan, having regained her authority, no longer feigned politeness and openly mocked Shen Youwei. while Meng Ruxian was even more relentless in her derision. Su Danfeng, though not overtly endorsing their behavior, did not intervene. Shen Youwei grasped her palms tightly. Unable to endure another word, she excused herself under the pretense of feeling unwell and departed. When she left, the others grew even bolder, and Su Danfeng joined in their chatter. "Mother, thank you for once again granting me the authority to manage the household." Su Danfeng beamed with pride. "Who else would I give it to? I never intended to bestow it upon her, especially considering how poorly she has managed the Chu family. Rest assured, Mother, the Chu family will only flourish further under my stewardship." Su Danfeng gently patted Yang Mingyan and Appo's hand. "Very well, I trust you." Yang Mingyan and Appo's smile deepened, for she knew that Shen Youwei would forever remain her inferior. Pinghua continued to light the wind lotus evening fragrance daily. Yet Lu Tai would come every morning to check on Song Yinji and Appo's pulse. She had to wait until Lu Tai departed before daring to light the incense. A month swiftly passed, and Liang Defei and Appo's period of confinement had come to an end. As summer approached, the weather grew increasingly oppressive. Song Yinji fanned herself with a palm leaf, her expression one of discontent. "The clear heart lotus seed soup I desire is nowhere to be found. I truly do not understand how the imperial household is managed. I am with child, and yet they dare to neglect me so." Pinghua consoled her. "Your Highness, I shall visit the imperial household to inquire." "Very well, and please have them send some ice to Run's pavilion. This meager amount is hardly sufficient." Upon her return, Pinghua's countenance was similarly displeased. "Your Highness, Lord Chao stated that the ice reserves this year are significantly less than in previous years, hence the reduced supply to each palace. This year is hotter than ever. How am I to endure with so little ice?" Song Yinji was thoroughly vexed, even growing weary of the wind, lotus evening fragrance that once soothed her. "In such heat, why bother with incense? Extinguish it at once." Pinghua hesitated but complied, secretly fearing that Song Yinji might forego incense for the entire summer. Song Yinji called Pinghua back, stating, "The confinement period for Dafei has concluded. I should pay her a visit. Accompany me to Yilan Palace." In Baihe Palace, Liang Yuzhen maintained her elevated demeanor, seemingly unaffected by her confinement. Upon entering Yilan Palace, Song Yinji found Rong Fei seated there. "I pay my respects to Dafei and Rong Fei." Liang Yuzhen raised her hand lightly. "Song Ronghua, your child. There is no need for such formalities. Please sit." As Song Yinji took her seat, Liang Yuzhen and Appo's gaze remained fixed upon her, perplexed as to how someone she believed incapable of pregnancy suddenly appeared to be with child. Unaware of the peculiar atmosphere within the hall, Song Yinji continued her discourse. "Dafei, truly, this Yilan Palace is far cooler than my Run's pavilion. It is evident that the imperial household has sent ample ice here. Indeed, my Yilan Palace is the most pleasant abode in the harem. No other place can compare. Yes, I shall frequently visit you, hoping you do not find my presence bothersome. You're always welcome to come." Rong Fei, unable to interject, opted to excuse herself. "Since you wish to converse with Song Ronghua, I shall take my leave." Just as she attempted to rise, Liang Defei halted her. "Not so fast, Rong Fei. Since my confinement is over, you ought to restore the authority of the harem to me." Rong Fei smiled insincerely. "The authority of the harem rests solely with the emperor's decree. Once His Majesty issues a command, I shall comply." This time, Rong Fei walked away without further discussion. Song Yinji, feeling indignant for Liang Yuzhen, remarked, "Mother, she clearly disregards you and has no intention of returning control of the harem." Liang Yuzhen sipped her tea, her expression unperturbed. "Whether she returns, it is not for her to decide. If she desires the emperor and Appo's decree, let her have it." "Indeed, your highness. It seems it is time to settle some accounts." "Are you referring to Kapin?" "Precisely." With that, Liang Yuzhen dispatched Song Xin to Qianhua Pavilion, summoning Rong Zi to Yilan Palace. Rong Zi entered trembling. "I pay my respects to Defei." Liang Yuzhen intentionally neglected to instruct her to rise. Continuing her conversation with Song Yinji, Rong Zi understood that Liang Yuzhen was reprimanding her and could only endure the humiliation. After a moment, Liang Yuzhen finally remarked. I almost forgot that Capin is still kneeling below. Rise at once. Thank you, Your Highness. Rongzi rose cautiously, acutely aware that this was far from over. As expected, Liang Yuzhen fixed her gaze upon her, remarking, It seems Capin's audacity has grown in my absence, daring to defy my wishes. Your Highness, I had no choice. Ronghua is not Feng and Amp, Appo's, or S biological mother, and her care for him has been lacking. I hope you can understand my maternal heart. Maternal heart? Liang Yuzhen scoffed. You were merely a lowly maid in the Eastern Palace, not even worthy of being called a wife. Were it not for me, do you think you would have had the chance to bear the fourth prince? I understand that I have always relied on you, and I have never dared to act against your wishes. Beyond matters concerning Feng and Appo's. Have I not obeyed your commands? Otherwise, do you think I would still listen to you? I would have long since dealt with you. Rongzi breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness is merciful. I thank you for your grace. I shall for now refrain from pursuing this matter. However, you must face punishment. Depart now and kneel outside the hall for 2 hours before you may rise. Thereafter, you need not return to see me. You may leave. Merely kneeling for a while was far lighter than she had anticipated. Rongzi had no objections. Yes, I shall obey. Chapter 78. Fu Yaoqin and Appo's pregnancy. As evening descended, Rongzi, with her weary and aching legs, entered the Shuxiu Palace, while Sun Kankai, the imperial messenger, also arrived at the palace. The noble consort Rong stepped out from the Chaolu Pavilion to receive the decree, the glaring words indicating that the Defei would once again wield power. She took a deep breath before accepting the imperial edict from Sun Kankai and Amp, Appo's hand, replying, This servant obeys. At that moment, Consort Rong felt a deep sense of resentment. Gripping the edict, she stormed into her chamber and sat down in frustration, realizing that the power she had barely grasped had slipped away so swiftly. Both Suigua and Chuha attempted to console her, and at long last, Consort Rong began to accept the situation. Yet, merely 2 days later, even graver news reached her ears. Was it true that the emperor intended to summon Li Shuidong into the palace? Your Highness, it is absolutely certain. The decree has already been issued, and Miss Li will enter the palace in 3 days. For a long time, Consort Rong could hardly believe it. She had entered the palace backed by the entire Li family, with the Empress Dowager favoring her, as she was the legitimate daughter of the Li family, unlike herself. She understood all too well that Li Shuidong would undoubtedly seize everything she currently possessed. Your Highness, the Emperor has merely conferred upon her the title of Liang Yuan. You are already a consort, and with the 5th prince by your side, why fear a mere young girl? Chuha shared this sentiment, affirming, Indeed, Your Highness, there is no need for concern. A girl without any power. I am certainly not afraid, Consort Rong replied. However, if she were to bear a son in the future, both the Li family and the Empress Dowager would support her, and no one would pay any heed to my Hong Ruwei. Her true concern lay with the Li family. Why not draw her to your side? No, her pride is too great. She would never submit to me. I must devise a way to ensure she cannot bear an heir. In that instant, a sinister glint flashed in Consort Rong's eyes. Baoqi, what news has transpired outside today? Fu Yaoqin, confined to her sickbed, could only inquire daily. My lady, it is said that today is the day Miss Li will enter the palace. She is the Empress Dowager's niece, the eldest daughter of the Li family, and has been adored since childhood. Fu Yaoqin managed a weak smile, another newcomer to the palace. Truly a testament to the saying that one sees the new laugh while the old weep. Baoqi supported Fu Yaoqin to sit up. My lady, you must gather your spirits. If you do not earn the Emperor and Appo's favor, life in the palace will be unbearable. I know, I can only blame my body for being so uncooperative. Please do not speak like that. The Fu family has sent you medicinal herbs. Take care of your health, and you shall surely regain the Emperor and Appo's affection. Very well. I will heed your words. Fu Yaoqin reignited her fighting spirit, diligently taking her medicine and recuperating. Within 5 days, she was fully recovered and decided to repeat her old trick, commanding her qin to be moved to the imperial garden, where she played for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, she truly encountered Wei Qixuan. As Wei Qixin passed through the imperial garden, he was drawn in by the sound of the qin. I have a peculiar feeling, as if I have heard this qin sound somewhere before. Your Majesty, this is the sound of Lady Fu's qin, a voice reminded him. Suddenly, he recalled Fu Yaoqin, whom he had not seen in quite a while. He entered the imperial garden, reached out to take Fu Yaoqin and Appo's hand, and together they returned to the Jiyue Palace. At the entrance of the I Ching Palace, Li Shuidong anxiously peered out. The emperor clearly stated that I would attend to him for the entire week. How can it be that, after only 3 days, I've already fallen out of favor? Kai Lian accompanied her. My lady, there is no need to wait. I have already discovered the truth. The emperor will be resting in the Jiyue Palace tonight, and he will not come here. Who resides in the Jiyue Palace? It is the noble Lady Fu Yaoqin. A mere noble consort dares to intercept my favor? Just wait. Tomorrow I shall go to my aunt and lodge a complaint. Li Shuitong stormed back to the Yinshuang chamber, her anger palpable. All that she and Kai Lian said was overheard by Fudong, who promptly reported it to Shen Nianxi. Is she truly holding a grudge against Fu Yaoqin already? Indeed, my lady. Such matters are common. She is merely throwing a childish tantrum as she is new to the palace. That is indeed the case. I wonder why the Empress Dowager assigned her to our I Ching Palace. Shen Nianxi set aside her scroll, noting that Li Liangyuan preferred solitude, and it was not unreasonable for the Empress Dowager to place her there. Solitude? She is the loudest of all, my lady. You heard her shouting outside these past few days. At first, she was adamant about not residing in Lingyu Hall, which is why she moved to the empty side chamber. Yinshuang, since it is left unoccupied, let her stay wherever she pleases. However, you must be more vigilant. Do not allow her to hide anything inappropriate in the Pixiang Palace. Fudong and Lianxiu nodded. Rest assured, my lady, we will be more cautious. Days passed, and Li Shuitong roamed freely within the I Ching Palace. Noticing the lotus flowers in full bloom, her spirits lifted. Kai Lian, there is such a vast lotus pond behind the Pixiang Palace. We have never been here before. My cousin must have known I adored lotus flowers, which is why he had me reside in the I Ching Palace. Kai Lian weakly replied, my lady, this pond was specially excavated by the emperor for concubine Jean. Concubine Jean also loves lotus flowers? Yes, it is well known throughout the palace. Li Shuitong snadat. She is not worthy to share my fondness for them. For now, she is merely a concubine. One day, I shall become a consort, and then I will order the removal of these lotus flowers. With that, she stormed off in a huff, leaving Kai Lian to follow helplessly. Aware that her lady was indeed spoiled, but also extremely capable. For the sake of the Empress Dowager, Wei Qixin would surely give face, especially since Shen Nianxi resided in the I Ching Palace as well. Thus, for the past month, he had spent 8 out of 10 nights in the I Ching Palace. One day, just as he stepped out of the Yinshuang chamber, Li Shuidong was sending him off at the door, suggesting they share a meal together. Without hesitation, Wei Qixin agreed. Just as he did, Sun Kankai rushed towards him in a flurry. Your Majesty, joyous tidings, great joyous tidings. What joyful news? Your Majesty, Dr. Gua has just visited the Jiyue Palace to check on Lady Fu and discovered that she has been pregnant for nearly a month. Wei Qixin was elated, instantly recalling their encounter in the imperial garden a month prior, where he had felt particularly intrigued. It was no surprise that Fu Yaoqin was with child. Li Shuitong was nearly struck dumb, realizing that on the very day Fu Yaoqin had intercepted her favor, she had also become pregnant. Wei Qixin joyfully patted Sun Kansai's shoulder. I must hurry to court. Afterward, I shall visit the Jiyue Palace. Please send some rewards over first, and also convey my decree to promote her to Giji. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Li Shuitong watched Wei Qixin walk away, her anger boiling as she stomped her foot in frustration. Chapter 79. Xiaojiayuan. It was said that Wei Qixin, having concluded his court duties, arrived at the Jiyue Palace to visit Fu Yaoqin, intended to share a midday meal with her. However, an envoy from consort Liang soon interrupted him. Your Majesty, Consort De has requested your presence urgently. As the matter pertains to Consort Dun, it is imperative you attend. Fu Yaoqin, perceptive as ever, suggested, since Consort De has pressing business, your Majesty should hasten to Baihe Palace. Wei Qixin nodded, responding, I shall return to keep you company later. Focus on nurturing the child. Yes, I understand, she replied. Wei Qixin took his leave in a sedan chair and arrived at Baihe Palace. Upon entering the Yilan Hall, Liang Yuzhen hurried to greet him. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects. Rise. What troubles you? Wei Qixuan inquired. Liang Yuzhen dismissed all attendants, speaking in hushed tones. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the dignity of the royal family, and I must proceed with caution. I hope for your understanding. Intrigued, Wei Qixin pressed for details. Your Majesty, it pertains to Consort Dun, who, while ostensibly guarding the late emperor's tomb, has been secretly engaging in an affair. Wei Qixin's expression darkened with anger. Is this true? How did you come by this information? Your Majesty, I wish it were not. Should this scandal become public, it would tarnish your filial piety. My informant inadvertently discovered a handsome guard near the late Emperor and Damp. Appo's tomb carrying Consort Dun and Damp. Appo's personal belongings. After thorough investigation, I confirmed their illicit relationship before daring to report to you. Wei Qixin clenched his fists, then relaxed. I shall summon Consort Dun. Liang Yuzhen agreed, recognizing that the unfolding drama required her presence. Consort Dun arrived at Yilan Hall, bowing to both Wei Qixin and Liang Yuzhen. May I inquire why I have been summoned? Wei Qixin gestured for Sun Conkai to present an embroidered handkerchief. Pray examine this. Is it not yours? Consort Dun scrutinized the handkerchief, exclaiming, Indeed, it belongs to me. However, I lost it not long ago. Your Majesty, you have retrieved it from me. I am truly grateful. Wei Qixuan contenance darkened. Then it follows that your involvement in this affair is indeed true? Consort Dun was taken aback. Your Majesty, what are you implying? With a triumphant sway, Liang Yuzhen interjected, Consort Dun, despite your attempts to conceal the truth, I possess methods to unveil it. Denying it now would be futile. Consort Dun, bewildered, asked, What have you discovered, Consort Dun? What am I concealing? You have been clandestinely meeting with a guard named Yi Cheng outside the palace. And this handkerchief was a token of your affection. Now that the truth has surfaced, how can you feign ignorance? Realization dawned upon Consort Dun. She pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Yuzhen. It is you. Then, abruptly, she knelt before Wei Qixin. Your Majesty, Consort Dun has wrongfully accused me. I have remained virtuous and would never undertake actions that disgrace the royal dignity. I implore you to see the truth. Such a grave matter. How could I falsely accuse Consort Dun? If she is innocent, the truth will reveal itself. Then, Sun Conkai, bring Yi Cheng here. 2 hours later, a dashing guard followed Sun Conkai into Yilan Hall. Without hesitation, he knelt. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I have disrespected your authority and deserve death. Please grant me this mercy. What crime have you committed? Wei Qixin asked. I should not have harbored feelings for Consort Dun, nor succumbed to her allure. Consort Dun trembled with indignation. Nonsense. I have never even met you. What give you the right to defame me? Yichink, replied, Consort Dun. Now that the truth is upon us, I can no longer deny it. You must accept the consequences. Should we meet in the afterlife, I shall remain by your side. Bah, I do not even know you. Do you realize the repercussions of slandering a palace consort? Whether or not I have slandered you, you are well aware. As the two quarreled, Wei Qixin's furrowed brow remained taut. Liang Yuzhen tactfully prodded. Yi Cheng, mere words are insufficient. Do you possess any proof of your relationship with Consort Dun? Indeed, Consort Dun has a birthmark on her left shoulder. Consort Dun froze. It was true. She bore such a mark. But how could someone else know of this intimate detail? In an instant, she realized there must be a spy among her ranks. Wei Qixin's expression darkened further. Consort Dun, do you wish to defend yourself any further? Your Majesty, I truly did not. Please believe me. I would willingly die to prove my innocence. Very well. Wei Qixin's unwavering response shocked Consort Dun. Liang Yuzhen feigned concern. Your Majesty, Consort Dun has served the court well. To execute her would surely invite criticism. Then let us execute Yi Cheng and demote Consort Dun to Xia Yuan, stripping her of her title. Liang Yuzhen smiled. Indeed, this is an excellent solution. Xia Yuan was left in utter shock, merely falling victim to Consort Dun and Damp. Appo's machinations had led to her disgrace. The power of Consort Liang was indeed formidable. After Wei Qixuan departed, Liang Yuzhen reveled in her triumph. Xia Zhiqi, look at your current plight. Consort Liang, you have orchestrated this against me. Indeed, Liang Yuzhen retorted nonchalantly, what of it? My nephew recently assisted the governor of the Southwest, Lin Xinyuan, in quelling internal strife. I am merely capitalizing on this moment of success to deal with you. Xia Zhiqi sneered, so, despite the guard and Appo's numerous inconsistencies, the emperor still chooses to protect you. Naturally, Liang Yuzhen approached Xia Zhiqi, declaring, had anyone else been involved in this scandal, execution would be a light punishment. The emperor may know of your innocence, but what of it? Indeed, what of it? Wei Qixuan will always protect consort Liang, or rather, the Liang family behind her. Xia Zhiqi picked up the fallen handkerchief, casting a venomous glare at Liang Yuzhen before turning to leave. I shall remember this humiliation. One day, she vowed, she would witness the Liang family's downfall. Months passed, and General Wang Chongping, along with Governor Lin Xinyuan, returned to the capital after successfully quelling the tribal uprisings. Grateful for their significant achievements, Wei Qixuan issued a decree to host a celebratory banquet, inviting all officials of the 5th rank and above, along with their families, and selected a few consorts from the harem to accompany him. Consort Liang was among them. Lifting his goblet, Wei Qixuan proclaimed, to both of you, whose merits are unparalleled and whose talents are rare, I raise this toast. Lin Xinyuan and Wang Chongping stood to reciprocate. Thank you, Your Majesty. We toast to your health. Chapter 80. Lin Liao enters the palace. Wei Qixuan joyfully downed his drink. My esteemed ministers have made significant contributions. Do you have any rewards you wish to request? The two exchanged glances, and Wang Chongping spoke first. I wish to request a reward for someone. Speak. Wang Chongping gestured to Liang Ziguei beside him. Your Majesty, the Duke of Pingnan has been by my side these days. Though young, he has made remarkable contributions in quelling the chaos in the Southwest. Therefore, I dare to request a reward for the Duke of Pingnan. Wei Qixuan and Appo's eyes narrowed, yet his expression remained unchanged. For merit, there shall be reward. I bestow upon the Duke of Pingnan 500 households, 1,000 fine steeds, 2,000 bolts of cloth, and 10 bushels of pearls. Liang Ziguei knelt in joyful gratitude. I thank your Majesty for your grace. Seeing her nephew rewarded, Liang Yuzhen's smile grew, oblivious to Wei Qixuan's gradually cooling demeanor. However, Shen Nianxi, who was absorbed in her meal not far away, sensed a shift. She quickly deduced that Wei Qixuan had always been wary of the Liang family. And General Ming Wei openly advocating for the Liang family's second son could only serve to irk him further. Wei Qixuan concealed his coldness and turned his gaze to Lin Chengyuan. Lin Aiqing, what reward do you desire? Lin Chengyuan chuckled awkwardly, Your Majesty. I have an unorthodox request. I have a beloved daughter named Lu Yao, who has been far away in the Southwest and thus missed last year's grand selection. However, she has long admired Your Majesty. I dare to implore Your Majesty to allow her to enter the palace as a concubine. This is the greatest reward I seek. This was not a difficult task for Wei Qixuan and even seemed beneficial to him. Very well, in 3 days, Aiqing shall bring your daughter into the palace, and I shall grant her the title of Liang Yuan. Lin Chengyuan was filled with immense joy. Yes, I shall comply. Liang Yuzhen's expression darkened. She already found the harem too crowded and could hardly bear the thought of another addition like Lin Lu Yao. Before Lin Lu Yao even entered the palace, news about her had already spread throughout the vast imperial residence. Liang Yuzhen arranged for her to reside in the Xuanrua Pavilion of the Lukang Palace. Is this truly the palace? Even a mere side hall is so extravagant. My goodness, even the glazed lamps are dazzling. Lin Lu Yao explored her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, appearing as though she had never encountered such splendor before, and indeed, she had not. Previously, her father, the governor of the Southwest, had been stationed among the rugged tribes, and she had spent her days amidst the flora and fauna. Zissou organized the baggage that had been brought into the palace. My lady, this place is indeed vastly different from our former residence. In an instant, Lin Lu Yao made a resolution. Such a splendid place, I must make it my home. My lady is already settled here. You don't understand, Zissou. What I mean is, I want to become the master of the palace. I desire more and better things. Her gaze transformed, no longer innocent, but filled with ambition and desire. Just then, Wei Qixin had barely settled in Lin Lu Yao's Xuanrua pavilion when Sun Cankai hurried in, provoking Lin Lu Yao's irritation. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. The sixth prince is in distress. Wei Qixin shoved Lin Lu Yao aside and hurried to put on his shoes. Lin Lu Yao cried out anxiously, Your Majesty, will you return? Unfortunately, Wei Qixin did not hear her, while Sun Cankai shot Lin Lu Yao a disdainful glance. Lin Lian Yuan, this is no time to be thinking of the emperor. With that, Sun Cankai rushed out as well. Thankfully, the Hanzhong Hall was not far from the Xuanrua pavilion. A few hundred steps brought him there. Upon seeing Wei Qixin, Xia Zhiqi ran to him in tears. Noticing her bare feet, Wei Qixin felt a twinge of sympathy. What has happened to Minji? Your Majesty, Minji has a high fever that shows no sign of abating. Please, you must see him. Wei Qixin turned to leave, but called back. Put on your shoes. Xia Zhiqi quickly had someone fetch shoes for her, and she donned them before following him into the inner chamber. On the bed, the sickly Wei Ji Minji was burning with fever, his face flushed. Wei Qixin and Appo's heart ached at the sight. Why, in the midst of summer, does Minji have such a fever? His question weighed heavily on Xia Zhiqi and Appo's conscience. It is entirely my fault. I did not care for Minji properly. All blame lies with me. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Rise. Wei Qixin summoned the servants who typically looked after Wei Ji Minji for questioning. At that moment, Lin Liao, now properly dressed, rushed in to join the fray. How could you care for the sixth prince so poorly that he has fallen gravely ill? The maidservants exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak. Suddenly, one maid fell to her knees. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Speak. Several days ago, I accidentally saw Pei Wen, who serves beside the princess, secretly pouring cold water on the sixth prince. This must be why he has fallen ill. Wei Qixin turned sharply to Xia Zhiqi. Did you instruct someone to harm the sixth prince? Your Majesty, Xia Zhiqi quickly knelt. I am at fault, deserving of death, but I have my reasons. Her words implied her acknowledgement of culpability in Wei Ji Minji's illness. No matter your reasons, you must not harm my son. Yes, I know I was wrong, but I was coerced by concubine Rong into committing such a foolish act. I beg your Majesty to forgive me this once. Wei Qixin furrowed his brow. Concubine Rong? There's more to this? With a wave of his hand, Sun Cankai understood and immediately sent someone to summon concubine Rong. Concubine Rong was awakened from her slumber. Irritable at first, but upon learning that the emperor sought her, she became more alert. Yet upon realizing she had been brought to Lukong Palace in Appo's, as Hanzhong Hall, unease crept in. At this hour, in Lukong Palace, concubine Rong apprehensively saluted. This humble servant greets your Majesty. Concubine Rong, how dare you conspire against the heir? Concubine Rong, frightened, knelt and protested. Your Majesty, I would not dare. Please see the truth. Wei Qixin turned to Xia Zhiqi. You explain. Yes. Concubine Rong's anxiety mounted. She could only think of one possibility, that Xia Zhiqi intended to betray her. As expected, I had only just returned to the palace and was unaware of the rules. Recently, I secretly burned paper money in mourning for Yi Chun, and, unfortunately, I was caught by concubine Rong. Chapter 81. Turning the tables, Xia Zhiqiao continued. Your Highness, the noble consort Rong has threatened me, demanding that I quietly harm the sixth prince, or she will report this matter to the emperor. Consort Rong shrieked, Xia Zhiqiao, how dare you slander me? Xia Zhiqiao remained unfazed. Your Majesty, this matter is undeniably true. I am not lying. I was merely confused for a moment. However, I would never dare to harm the sixth prince. With the truth now laid bare, Xia Zhiqiao continued, regardless of how your Majesty chooses to punish me, I shall have no complaints. Yu Qixin, somewhat skeptical, asked, then why are you divulging all of this to me now? After much deliberation, I realized that plotting against the heir is far more serious than merely violating palace rules, so Her words seemed credible to some extent. And Yuchi Xian and Oppos, SIC gaze bore down on consort Rong. I cannot believe I never perceived you as such a malevolent woman, daring to scheme against the heir. Your Majesty, I am wronged. You cannot simply take Xia Zhiqiao's word as the truth and condemn me. Xia Zhiqiao interjected, Your Majesty, everything I say is truthful. Yet this matter is too peculiar, and I cannot find witnesses to corroborate my claims. The situation appeared to reach a stalemate. Yuchi Xian gestured. If neither of you admits to lying, I shall send someone to investigate. Consort Rong's complexion turned ashen, knowing that if Yuchi Xian dispatched someone to investigate, the truth would swiftly come to light. Rather than wait for that moment to be held accountable, she decided it was better to confess first. Your Majesty, I did indeed see Xia Zhiqiao burning paper money in the palace, but considering she has just returned and is unfamiliar with the palace rules, I intended to be lenient. I never anticipated that my kindness towards Xia Zhiqiao would become her excuse to frame me. While she acknowledged the incident, she did not admit to inciting Xia Zhiqiao to harm the sixth prince. As the two women prepared to argue again, Yuchi Xian felt his head spinning. Enough. You both maintain your stances, and even I find it difficult to discern the truth. However, the fact that the sixth prince is ill is indisputable, and you are both implicated. Proclaim my decree. Consort Rong has been lax in her duties, and Xia Zhiqiao has inadequately cared for the sixth prince. Both shall have their salaries suspended for 6 months, and from this day forth, the sixth prince shall no longer be entrusted to Xia Zhiqiao's care. Though Xia Zhiqiao felt a surge of joy within, she feigned sorrow. Your Majesty, please grant me another chance. I promise to care for the sixth prince diligently. That will not be necessary. Yuchi Xian strode out, leaving Consort Rong to glare coldly at Xia Zhiqiao. Feigning compassion, you dare to scheme against me, but I will not let you off easily. Xia Zhiqiao wiped away her tears, stating, without power, you are not much better off than I am. One day, when a noble consort rises in favor, you may very well find yourself in Xia Zhiqiao's position. Consort Rong dismissed her words, casting a fierce glance at Xia Zhiqiao before departing from the hall of contemplation. Once alone, Xia Zhiqiao settled comfortably onto the soft couch. I only wished to nurture my own child. I had no desire to care for the sixth prince. In this way, I have turned the tables, causing Consort Rong to stumble while shedding the burden of the sixth prince. Pei Wen, puzzled, asked, Your Highness, why is it that Consort Rong, punished to the same extent as you, has stumbled? In this matter, the emperor is likely to view me as having been coerced. Although there is no evidence to implicate Consort Rong, sometimes suspicion can be as sharp as a blade. As long as the emperor harbors doubts about her, that will suffice. Xia Zhiqiao caressed the petals of the orchid beside her, a smile gracing her lips. Consort Rong's downfall lies in her excessive ambition, in her eagerness to succeed. She fails to realize that the more she lays bare her intentions, the easier it becomes for me to ensnare her. Pei Wen remarked, Your Highness is indeed astute, foreseeing that Consort Rong never suspected she had already fallen into your trap. Indeed, Consort Rong is quite foolish, despite my ignorance of palace rules. I am aware that burning paper money is forbidden. At that moment, a palace maid, who had just reported to Yuchi Xian about Pei Wen pouring water onto the sixth prince, knelt before Xia Zhiqiao. Seeing her, Xia Zhiqiao extended her hand to assist her up. Rise. You performed admirably just now. Su Tao, tearful, replied, Your Highness, after my master passed, I was to be sent to the Sinister Bureau, but you went to great lengths to bring me to Lukong Palace. I shall do anything for you. During my years outside the palace, I am grateful for your unwavering service to Chun'er. Recalling her deceased master, Su Tao sobbed uncontrollably. Your Highness, she met an unjust death. You must seek vengeance on her behalf. Xia Zhiqiao nodded solemnly. I will surely avenge Chun and Oppos. I shall not spare anyone who has harmed her, be it Liang Yuzhen or Shen Nianxi. Shortly thereafter, Yuchi Xian selected Du Junying from among the old acquaintances, assigning her to care for the sixth prince, Yuchi Minji, and bestowing upon her the title of concubine Kong, relocating her to the palace of nurturing excellence. With Yuchi Minji residing under Consort Rong's very nose, she could neither harm the sixth prince nor neglect his safety. Upon receiving the edict, consort Rong felt immense frustration. How infuriating! Xiaji Qiao and Amp. Oppose. S maneuver has placed me in a precarious position. In the future, it will be difficult for me to act against Yuqi Minji. However, her attendant, Suigua, had a different perspective. Your Highness, with concubine Kong now in the Palace of Nurturing Excellence, and considering concubine Ke from Xianhua Pavilion, the Palace of Nurturing Excellence now houses the most princes. All 3 princes reside here. What are you suggesting? Your Highness, it is perfectly normal for young children to play and squabble. As they grow, such roughhousing is inevitable, and thus, minor injuries are to be expected. If you wish to take action, it will be a simple matter. In an instant, consort Rong and Oppo's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, you are correct. I shall endure for now, but when the opportunity arises, whoever it may be will have to yield to my Hong Rui. Her sinister words elicited no surprise from Suigua and Chuha at her side. As more than half a month passed, the weather turned cooler, welcoming the crispness of early evenings. One evening, Song Yinji was seated at her table, preparing for dinner when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Crying out in distress, "I am in agony. Pinghua, hurry and summon the imperial physician and the emperor." Pinghua, caught off guard while disposing of incense ash, felt a wave of panic wash over her. "Did you not hear what I said? Why are you dawdling? Go quickly." With no other choice, Pinghua rushed to summon the physician, internally praying that no one would uncover the secret concealed within the ash. Chapter 82. The Feigned Pregnancy. For favor upon hearing of Song Yinji's abdominal pain, Wei Xian rushed to Run's pavilion, accompanied by Shen Nianxi, who had evidently just been with him. After Lu Tai took Song Yinji's pulse, his expression changed dramatically. "Your Majesty, the pulse of concubine Ronghua shows abnormalities." "What kind of abnormalities?" Song Yinji exclaimed, horrified at the thought of losing her child. Wei Xian inquired further, to which Lu Tai hurriedly responded. "According to concubine Ronghua and Amp, Oppose, as current pulse, she is clearly not pregnant." "You speak nonsense." Song Yinji was taken aback, for it was Lu Tai who had previously assured her of her pregnancy. "What are you saying now?" Lu Tai bowed repeatedly. "Your Majesty, when I last examined her, her pulse undoubtedly indicated pregnancy. I cannot fathom why it has suddenly changed now, even aware of the underlying truth." Wei Xian feigned a dark expression and summoned several more physicians. Each of them examined Song Yinji, ultimately echoing Lu Tai's conclusion. "Your Majesty, concubine Ronghua is indeed not pregnant." "Impossible. This cannot be." Song Yinji was devastated. She was certain she was with child and had not suffered miscarriage. How could she be without a baby? Wei Xian pressed. "Then why did her pulse indicate pregnancy before, and now it is not?" Lu Tai hesitated, then suddenly had a revelation. "I have heard of a folk remedy that induces a false pregnancy. If concubine Ronghua took such a drug, it could explain her situation." Shen Nianxi smirked slightly. "Yes, it has indeed been 3 months. Song Yinji quickly retorted, "I have never heard of such a false pregnancy drug, let alone taken it. Do not speak such absurdities." Wei Xian coldly demanded, "Song Ronghua, you shall explain this matter to me." "Your Majesty, I truly do not know. I have not taken any false pregnancy drugs." Even Song Yinji, despite her naivety, understood that the pressing issue was not whether she was pregnant, but rather to clear herself of the suspicion of feigning pregnancy for favor. If Wei Xian believed she would go to such lengths for favor, she would be utterly ruined. "If you have not taken anything, then how could your pulse indicate pregnancy before and not now?" This question left Song Yinji speechless, stammering without a coherent response. Shen Nianxi noticed the incense, Fenghe Wanxiang, still burning, and deduced that the incident had occurred so suddenly that Pinghua had not extinguished it or disposed of the ash. Pinghua was alert, hoping to extinguish the incense and deal with the ash before anyone noticed. However, Shen Nianxi swiftly moved to the incense burner. Wei Xian inquired, "Jinpin, what are you doing?" Shen Nianxi pointed to the incense. "Your Majesty, I just caught a faint musk scent." Approaching the burner, the musk smell became even more pronounced. Could it be that concubine Ronghua deliberately burned musk-laden incense to induce a miscarriage? If she had indeed miscarried, the physicians and oppos. Strange findings today would not be surprising. Musk? How could the Fenghao Wanxiang, which she burned daily, contain musk? Song Yinji instinctively countered. That is impossible, Jean Pin. The incense I burn is perfectly fine. Besides, I cherish my child. How could I harm it? Do not speak such slander. Wei Qi Xian pressed further. Did you lose the child? Your Majesty, do not listen to Jean Pin's nonsense. How could I harm my own child? If you do not believe me, let the physicians examine the incense. Wei Qixuan nodded, instructing the physicians to inspect the Fenghao Wanxiang. Pinghua and oppos. S heart raced, but in the glaring scrutiny of others, she could not intervene. Soon, Lu Tai returned to Wei Qi Xian and oppos. S sighed. Your Majesty, the incense indeed contains a small amount of musk. If burned continuously, concubine Ronghua could certainly miscarry. However, when I examined her, I did not detect any signs of a miscarriage. Thus, it seems she may have been influenced by the incense and taken false pregnancy medication to feign her condition. Hearing this, Song Yinji was astounded. The Fenghao Wanxiang had been gifted to her by Liang Yuzhen. If someone had tampered with it, it could only be her. A multitude of thoughts flooded Song Yinji and oppos' mind, and she could not grasp why she had served Liang Defei so diligently, only to be plotted against by her. Your Majesty, I was unaware that the incense contained musk. Seizing the moment of Song Yinji's confusion, Wei Qixin sought to conclude the matter swiftly. Unaware? Do you not know your own possessions? Who besides you could have forced you to take false pregnancy medication? Your Majesty, enough. I do not wish to hear any further explanations. Issue my decree. Song Ronghua feigned pregnancy to vie for favor, a crime unforgivable. From this day forth, she is demoted to a noble concubine. With that, Wei Qixin turned to leave, his back resolute and devoid of compassion. The physicians exchanged glances, bowing their heads as they departed. Song Yinji knelt on the ground, her expression desolate. Observing Shen Nianxi and oppos' lingering presence, she coldly remarked, Jean Pin, are you here to witness my humiliation? Shen Nianxi smiled sweetly. Concubine Song, if one is disloyal, how can they be of use? Her gaze intentionally drifted to Pinghua, who trembled in fear, and even Song Yinji, in her ignorance, began to understand. After Shen Nianxi left, Song Yinji struck Pinghua fiercely. It was you. I have always regarded you as a confidant. Yet you conspired with the Fae to harm me. Pinghua covered her face, my lady. I am wronged. I am devoted to you and would never do anything to harm you. Do not dare deny it. Who else could have poisoned my food? I can see it was you who made me unknowingly ingest false pregnancy medication, leading to this series of events. My lady, I truly did not poison your food, nor do I even know of such false pregnancy drugs. Her words held a grain of truth, yet Song Yinji was unconvinced. It had become clear to her that Liang Defei had sent Pinghua to her side with ulterior motives. Though she was ostensibly loyal, she had been working for the Fae all along. Song Yinji's hatred for Liang Yuzhen intensified. She had realized that the musk in the Fenghao Wanxiang, which Liang Yuzhen had gifted her, was the reason for her prolonged inability to conceive. Now, Liang Yuzhen had further manipulated the situation, instructing Pinghua to administer false pregnancy medication, all to make Wei Qi Xian believe she was feigning pregnancy for favor. Chapter 83. A fruitless endeavor. Pluck the flowers, pluck the flowers. Song Yinji shouted, prompting a palace maid to rush in. Upon witnessing the disarray within the room, the maid could not help but frown. Your Highness, what has transpired? Quickly bind this treacherous wretch and confine her to the woodshed. I wish to see her no more. Song Yinji's gaze fell upon Pinghua, leaving her stunned. Your Highness, Sister Pinghua has always been loyal to you. Could there be some misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. She was sent to me by the concubine. She knows full well whether there is musk in the fragrance of the Wanxiang incense she burns for me every day. As the truth dawned on her, Song Yinji added, I wondered why you never relied on others for such trivial matters as tipping the incense ashes. It seems you were merely afraid of being discovered. With a fierce glare at Zhihua, she commanded, What are you still doing? Did you not hear what I said? At this point, Zhihua had no choice but to summon 2 eunuchs to bind Pinghua. Once this was done, Song Yinji remained slumped on the floor, struggling to regain her composure. Her child during these 3 months, she had been filled with empty hopes. What angered her more was that Liang Yuzhen had been scheming against her all along, preventing her from ever having an imperial heir. Liang Yuzhen, the agony of gaining and losing, only to realize that she could never possess it at this moment. Song Yinji and Amp, Appo's, hatred for Liang Yuzhen reached its zenith. Ilan Palace. Liang Yuzhen accidentally trembled, spilling scalding tea onto her hand. "How unfortunate!" she exclaimed, setting the teacup down with a look of displeasure. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Song Xin hurriedly inquired. "I am fine. Why would I tremble for no reason? Could it be that something has occurred in the palace again?" Just then, Jianji rushed in. "Your Highness, it is bad news." "Calm yourself. What is the matter?" Jianji relayed the news about the Gongquan Palace incident, causing Liang Yuzhen's expression to shift dramatically. Song Yinji has discovered that Wanxiang incense contains musk? "Yes, Your Highness. Not only that, but she has also deduced that Pinghua is affiliated with you and suspects that you had Pinghua administer false pregnancy drugs to her food, leading to her feigned pregnancy." Preposterous. Liang Yuzhen slammed the table. "I merely wish for her to remain childless. Why would I orchestrate a false pregnancy? I am not the mastermind behind today's events." Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. There was no reason for her to do so. Someone else had orchestrated this, plotting against Song Yinji to reveal the secret of Wanxiang incense, thereby turning them into enemies. Who could this person be? Unconsciously, Liang Yuzhen thought of Shen Nianxi. "Jianji, tell me, who was present at Run's pavilion today? Aside from a few physicians and the Emperor and Jean Pin, she was also at Run's pavilion at that time." "Shen Nianxi? How could it be her again?" Liang Yuzhen had lost count of how many times this had happened, each time with Shen Nianxi at the center. "She has continuously thwarted my plans. I cannot allow her to remain unpunished." "Your Highness, do not be angry. Dealing with Jean Pin is not our immediate concern. The most pressing matter is how to handle Song Gui Pin." Song Xin's words snapped Liang Yuzhen back to her senses. "Indeed, Song Yinji and Rongji Yi are both aware of many of my affairs. I cannot allow them to speak freely. Prepare the palanquin. I shall personally visit Run's pavilion." "Yes, Your Highness." With great urgency, Liang Yuzhen made her way to Gongquan Palace's Run's pavilion. Upon entering, she hurried to Song Yinji. "The ground is cold. Get up." Song Yinji ignored her. "The Wanxiang incense is your doing, isn't it?" Liang Yuzhen feigned ignorance, reaching out to pull her up. Yet, Song Yinji shrugged her off, stubbornly seeking an answer. "Is the Wanxiang incense truly the result of your machinations?" "What the Wanxiang incense?" Seeing Liang Yuzhen still pretending to be oblivious, Song Yinji could no longer contain her fury. "For years, I have followed your lead, strategizing for you and doing countless things on your behalf. Why do you wish to harm me so?" "Sister Song, I would never." "Never? Then how do you explain the musk hidden within the Wanxiang incense you gifted me?" Liang Yuzhen feigned shock. "What? That cannot be. How could there be musk in Wanxiang incense?" "Sister Song, I have always treated you well. Do not let others instigate a rift between us." Song Yinji managed a weak, mocking smile, perceiving Liang Yuzhen's demeanor as hypocritical. It infuriated her that she had once been blind to such deceit. "I am tired. The concubine, feel free to do as you wish. Zhihua, assist me inside." Zhihua helped Song Yinji into the inner chamber, while Liang Yuzhen felt increasingly troubled, realizing that Song Yinji truly harbored resentment towards her. From that moment on, Liang Yuzhen frequently sent gifts to Run's pavilion, but as soon as her messenger departed, Song Yinji and Appo's people would throw everything out of Gongquan Palace. After several attempts, Liang Yuzhen grew impatient, thinking, "I once thought she was clever, but it seems she is utterly ungrateful. I shall see how she survives in the palace without me." This matter soon reached Rongji Yi's ears. Initially, she could hardly believe that Liang Yuzhen could be so ruthless towards both Song Gui Pin and herself. The more she pondered, the more she felt that Liang Yuzhen and Appo's earlier gestures of goodwill were merely a calm before the storm. "No, I cannot sit idly by. A cunning rabbit is hunted, and a loyal dog is cooked. I must act first before she plots against me again." Contemplating what she knew, Rongji felt that she still had leverage against Liang Yuzhen. However, that leverage alone would lead to her downfall. She needed to find someone who could stand equally against Liang Yuzhen. Yun Fei was the most suitable candidate. The following morning, Rong Zhi dressed elegantly and made her way to Jingxiang Palace's Chilwan Hall. After waiting a short while, Duan Miaoyun gracefully emerged to meet her. "Why has Capin come to see me so early? A rare visitor indeed." "Hui Shu, pour tea for Capin." "Thank you, Your Highness." Duan Miaoyun leaned lazily against her chair, her demeanor casual. "Speak, Capin. What brings you here?" Rong Zhi felt a bit uneasy. "Your Highness, I have come to be forthright with you about a certain matter." Duan Miaoyun smirked. "Capin and I share a shallow relationship. What could be so important that you need to tell me? Moreover, while you may have the time to inform me, I may not have the interest to listen." With that, Duan Miaoyun appeared ready to leave. Upon witnessing this, Rong Zhi stopped hesitating and quickly spoke up. Chapter 84. Rong Zhi confesses. "Do you still remember the incident regarding the miscarriage of the gentle concubine Ro?" Upon hearing Rong Zhi's forthrightness, Duan Miaoyun settled back down. "Of course. Are you here to inform me that the noble consort that has framed me?" "Your Majesty, you are indeed astute. This matter is precisely as you say." Rong Zhi recounted everything that Liang Yuzhen had orchestrated, yet Duan Miaoyun remained impassive, which left Rong Zhi anxious. "Your Majesty, knowing this, why do you remain indifferent?" Duan Miaoyun curved her lips and replied, "What would you have me do? Should I rush to seek vengeance against Consort Da, or confront her about her motives? My grievances with her run deep. I do not need this added insult. In comparison to the harm she has inflicted upon my child, framing me is hardly significant. Why rush into vengeance?" While she was unperturbed, Rong Zhi was not of the same temperament. Among the 6 palaces, only Consort Yin possessed the strength to contend with Consort Da, and Rong Zhi sought to spur Consort Yin into action. However, Duan Miaoyun saw through her intentions clearly. "Your Majesty." "Enough." Duan Miaoyun interrupted Rong Zhi, who was about to speak, stating, "If you wish for me to be your pawn, you must first inquire whether I consent." Rong Zhi shrank back, feeling exposed and embarrassed. Duan Miaoyun continued, "It is not difficult for me to assist you, but you must offer something of equal value in return." In an instant, Rong Zhi and Oppo's eyes sparkled. "Your Majesty, please tell me what you desire. I will gladly present it to you. Come here." Duan Miaoyun beckoned with her finger, and Rong Zhi moved closer to hear her whisper. "How about it?" There was a flicker of something unusual in Rong Zhi and Oppo's eyes, yet she nodded. "I understand, and I shall ensure that your wish is fulfilled." The sound of a shattered teacup echoed, startling Sun Conkai, who rushed into the imperial study. "Your Majesty, what has transpired? Please do not be angered. It could harm your health." He knelt cautiously, picking up the shards of the teacup, occasionally stealing glances at Wei, Qi Xian, and Oppo's expression. Noticing his stern countenance, he sensed trouble. Wei Qi Xian casually tossed the memorial aside, which landed at Sun Kansai's feet. "Liang Jing is becoming increasingly audacious." Sun Kankai thought to himself. It seemed his suspicions were correct, as only matters concerning the Liang family could provoke such ire in Wei Qi Xian. "Your Majesty, has the Duke of Liang committed another offense against you?" "Offense? I believe he is trying to imitate that scoundrel Su Qian, attempting to usurp my position." Su Qian was the former Duke of Su. Wei Qi Xian continued. "It is one thing for him to command the military authority in the northwest, and another to send his son to the southwest for training. But he has secretly colluded with Wang Chongping, almost placing his son in charge of the southwest. This is a grave matter, and Sun Conkai dared not interject." Wei Qi Xian paced the imperial study, his mind occupied with the events from the recent celebration banquet, where Wang Chongping had praised Liang Zai, further fueling his suspicions. He dispatched his trusted aides to investigate, confirming the collusion between Liang Jing and Wang Chongping. "Go summon Consort for me." Sun Conkai, disregarding the shards on the floor, rushed to Baihe Palace. Liang Yuzhen soon arrived at the imperial study, her gaze falling upon the disarray on the floor, which she suppressed. "Your Majesty, may I inquire why you have summoned me?" "Consort de." "What has transpired in the harem in recent days?" Liang Yuzhen exhaled in relief. "It was merely a routine inquiry. In response to your Majesty, all is well in the harem. Indeed, You and consort Yin have managed the affairs of the harem with great diligence. I am much reassured. If I recall correctly, your birthday is in 10 days. Liang Yuzhen nodded in delight. Yes, your majesty remembers correctly. In that moment, Liang Yuzhen felt a surge of contentment. She had known that Wei Qi Xian still held her in regard. Previously, the harem had been austere, and I did not hold a birthday celebration for you. Now that the kingdom is stable and the treasury is full, I shall decree a celebration for your birthday. Liang Yuzhen was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you for your grace. Your Majesty. After leaving the imperial study, Liang Yuzhen felt lightheaded, still struggling to believe the news. Within the harem, only the Empress or favored concubines were granted birthday celebrations. The Emperor never favored anyone excessively. Could it be that he regards me as the one destined to hold the Phoenix Seal? With such thoughts, Liang Yuzhen could hardly contain her smile. While she rejoiced, others were not as pleased. Upon learning of the news, Rongzi hurriedly made her way to Jingxiang Palace. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Duan Miaoyun immediately understood her intent. Why is concubine Ku in such a panic? Your Majesty, the birthday banquet for consort. Duan Miaoyun dismissed the matter lightly. Her birthday banquet was of little significance. While Duan Miaoyun remained composed, Rongzi was restless, fully aware that as long as consort continued to be favored, her own situation would not improve. Rongzi hastily retrieved a paper package from her sleeve. Your Majesty, the poison you requested is here. Duan Miaoyun accepted the package but placed a finger to her lips, shushing her. I have never asked you to do such a thing. Concubine Ku, this is entirely your own idea. Rongzi nodded repeatedly. Yes, it is all my own idea, and has nothing to do with your Majesty. Very well. Follow me. Duan Miaoyun rose and walked out, with Rongzi trailing behind her until they arrived at Xian Palace. Rongzi was perplexed. Your Majesty, what is this? But Duan Miaoyun ignored her, approaching a palace maid. I have seen the esteemed consort Yin. The maid, Wan Yu, bowed respectfully to Duan Miaoyun. Rise. I wish to see Fang Xinro. Go inform her at once. Wan Yu hurried into Zhong Chui Pavilion, where Fang Xinro lay in bed. Momentarily bewildered by the news of Duan Miaoyun and Appo's arrival at Xian Palace. Why has she come so unexpectedly? The maid did not know. My lady, do you wish to see her? After a moment, a hoarse voice responded, let us meet. Fang Xinro coughed a few times, and after Wan Yu soothed her, she exited to bring Duan Miaoyun in, also arranging a stool for her beside the bed. Gazing at the frail figure before her, Duan Miaoyun found it difficult to reconcile this woman with the vibrant person she once knew. Chapter 85. She stole the hairpin Yunfei. You remain just as you were before. I have brought this upon myself. If you are here to witness my misfortune, there is truly no need. Am I here to mock you? The one truly enjoying the spectacle is Liang Yuzhen. She is the one reveling in the farce between you and me. Fang Xinro gazed intently at Duan Miaoyun. You truly did not harm my child? At this juncture, you still harbor doubts about me? Duan Miaoyun scoffed. Let me clarify. I have never harmed you, nor have I ever harmed your child. Very well. Fang Xinro coughed once more, bending over as Youwei hurried to pat her back. Duan Miaoyun continued. Years ago, my Youwei was not a stillborn. It was Liang Yuzhen and Appo's scheme. She even sent someone to abandon my Youwei in the icy wilderness. Fortunately, heaven has eyes, and my child has returned to me. Nevertheless, I shall eventually settle the score with Liang Yuzhen for her treachery against my child. Fang Xinro managed a weak smile. What purpose does it serve for you to tell me this, a dying woman? Are you here to flaunt that your child still lives, while mine has perished? Flaunt? Why would I come here to boast? Duan Miaoyun continued. Liang Yuzhen has brought you to this state and has harmed my child. I shall not let her go unpunished. I trust you feel the same way. It was only at this moment that Fang Xinro comprehended Duan Miaoyun's intent. You wish for me to join you in dealing with Liang Yuzhen, yet my health declines daily. What can I still accomplish? She lamented, pounding her chest in regret. Regardless of what you can still do, you cannot simply stand by and watch your tormentor live freely. Can you? Indeed. Fang Xinro stared blankly at Duan Miaoyun. But how can I trust your words? How will you prove that all of this is truly Liang Yuzhen and Oppos. S doing. Duan Miaoyun smiled slightly. I know you would not easily accept my word alone. As it happens, I have brought someone to Xina Palace to meet you. With a mere glance, Huelu understood and turned to usher Rongzi in. Fang Xinrou's eyes widened in surprise, and, just as she was about to speak, Rongzi began to reveal the entire truth. Your child was harmed by Liang Yuzhen. It was her accomplice, Pan Xiao, who deliberately damaged the table here. Liang Yuzhen then had someone bring in a table prepared in advance, concealing cinnamon twigs within it. Fang Xinrou coughed violently again. Having thought Pan Xiao had taken her own life out of pity for her current plight, only to realize Pan Xiao was merely Liang de Fei and Oppos. As pawn, silenced to prevent her from speaking. Is what you say true? Rongzi nodded, absolutely. I would stake my life on it. If there's a single lie, I shall not die a good death. Fang Xinrou believed her. After all, every child posed a threat to Liang de Fei, and she would indeed resort to such means. Duan Miaoyun raised her hand, signaling Rongzi to return, and then sat beside the bed, extending an olive branch. Noble concubine Ro, whatever scheme she used against you, you must return it in kind. Even if her position seems stable, she will eventually falter. Given time, her plans will inevitably fail. A faint, weary smile tugged at the corners of Fang Xinrou and Amp. Oppos. S mouth. Although I know you also view me as a mere pawn, this time, I willingly accept. The underlying meaning was unmistakable. Noble concubine Ro was indeed a clever woman. A paper package, concealed within Duan Miaoyun's wide sleeves, found its way into Fang Xinrou's hands. Hesitating for a moment, she then grasped it tightly. General Ding Yuan's mansion. Early in the morning, Yang Mengyin and Meng Ruxian gathered a throng of people before the entrance of Qinfang Pavilion, while Shen Youwei confronted them from within. You come with so many people, and without any justification, you intend to search Qinfang Pavilion? Have you sought my permission? Yang Mengyin smiled ingratiatingly. Sister-in-law, the incident is sudden. Please do not take offense. Indeed, Meng Ruxian chimed in, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Youwei. Sister-in-law, the old matriarch's 9-turn Qingtao hairpin has inexplicably gone missing. We are merely here to conduct a routine search. Nonsense. Do you suspect that the hairpin is hidden in my Qinfang Pavilion? Yang Mengyan denied it vehemently. Not at all. Sister-in-law, you misunderstand. We simply wish to search every corner of the manor to prevent any thieves from taking advantage and to clear the names of the innocent. Surely, you understand this reasoning? Meng Ruxian continued to prod. Yes, if there is nothing to find, it will be evident. Sister-in-law, if you are innocent, you need not fear. Allow the servants to search. You shall not. I will not permit you to search. Shen Youwei understood that Yang Mengyin and Meng Ruxian were determined to search Qinfang Pavilion. They likely had some means to hide the hairpin here. If they were allowed to search, she would have no way to clear her name. Meng Ruxian's voice rose. Sister-in-law, if you are truly innocent, what harm is there in allowing the servants to search Qinfang Pavilion? Or do you have something to hide? Is the old matriarch's 9-turn Qingtao hairpin concealed within? What do you mean? Are you accusing me of stealing the old matriarch's belongings? Yang Mengyin had decided to cease the pretense with Shen Youwei. After uttering an apology, she shoved Shen Youwei aside, making way for her and her entourage to rush into Qinfang Pavilion. Though Shen Youwei wished to intervene, she was powerless to stop them and could only watch helplessly as they rummaged through Qinfang Pavilion. Yang Mengyin crossed her arms, a hint of inscrutable intent gleaming in her eyes. A sense of foreboding washed over Shen Youwei. Second young madam, third young madam, we found it. The old matriarch's hairpin is in Qinfang Pavilion. Is that true? Yang Mengyin paused, suppressing her elation. Where was it found? The maid replied, second young madam. The hairpin was wrapped in a brocade box, hidden under the bed of the eldest young madam. Impossible. Shen Youwei leaned in to see, and there indeed lay the 9-turn Qingtao hairpin. Her vision blurred, and she felt as though the ground was spinning beneath her. How could this hairpin be in Qinfang Pavilion? This is impossible. Someone must be framing me. Meng Ruxian spoke sharply. The hairpin appearing in Qinfang Pavilion means nothing, sister-in-law. You must explain this to mother and the old matriarch. This matter soon reached Su Danfeng's ears. Mother, sister-in-law has stolen the old matriarch's Qingtao hairpin. Such thievery tarnishes our Chu family's reputation. You must punish her accordingly. Chapter 86. Confined in the ancestral hall, Meng Ruxian once again sowed discord before Su Danfeng. Shen Youwei knelt on the ground, her back straightened. Mother, I will never admit to something I did not do. I did not steal, nor do I know how this Qingtao hairpin ended up in my Qingfeng pavilion. Yang Mingyan interjected, Elder sister-in-law, your words are truly intriguing. You don't know? Could it be that the hairpin grew legs and ran into your courtyard on its own? Su Danfeng cleared her throat. Youwei, you truly disappoint me. Mother, I am innocent. Please believe me. But the hairpin was indeed found in your Qingfeng pavilion, and so many eyes witnessed it. You cannot argue your way out of this. In an instant, Su Danfeng devised a plan. You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Chu family. Henceforth, you shall be punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights to reflect upon your misdeeds. Bearing the weight of an unjust accusation and facing an undeserved punishment, Shen Youwei's complexion darkened further. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I kneel? Su Danfeng retorted furiously. You dare to speak back to me. This is my command. Hurry to the ancestral hall and kneel. Shen Youwei remained obstinately standing. I am wronged. I did not steal the hairpin. This punishment should not be mine to bear. Su Danfeng, exasperated, pointed at Shen Youwei and repeated several good remarks before heavily collapsing into her chair. Yang Mingyan quickly supported Su Danfeng. Mother, are you all right? Meng Ruxian, ever scathing, chimed in, Elder sister-in-law, look at you, openly defying mother. You've truly angered her. If anything were to happen to her, I fear for your well-being. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst in. Chu Zhou hurried to Su Danfeng's side, anxiously observing her. Mother, what has happened? Meng Ruxian seized the opportunity to exaggerate. Elder brother, you arrived just in time. It was elder sister-in-law who has caused mother such distress. Chu Zhou glared at Shen Youwei. What have you done to my mother? Shen Youwei could not defend herself before Meng Ruxian completed the accusation. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law is indeed remarkable. Not only did she steal the esteemed Qingtao hairpin from the matriarch, but she also defies mother's punishment and rebels against her. How could mother not be furious? Chu Zhou replied, Shen Youwei, you have no idea how significant the Qingtao hairpin is to the matriarch. How could you have the audacity to steal such a precious item? I did not. Meng Ruxian coldly scoffed. Elder sister-in-law, do not deny it. The hairpin was found in your Qingfeng pavilion, and everyone witnessed it. What punishment did mother give her? Hearing Chu Zhou's question, Yang Mingyan gently replied. Mother punished her to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights to reflect on her transgressions. Before another moment had passed, Chu Zhou raised his hand and struck Shen Youwei across the face. Go and kneel in the ancestral hall for reflection, with a stinging cheek. Shen Youwei covered her face in shock, staring at Chu Zhou. You actually hit me? Yes, it was you who deserved it. When one errs, they must face the consequences. Moreover, mother's punishment is reasonable. You should never have defied her or provoked her anger. Shen Zui Sao Det, Chu Zhou. Understand this. I am your wife. Why do you choose to believe others over my words? Do you too think that I stole the matriarch's hairpin? At her words, Chu Zhou hesitated. Meng Ruxian spoke again. Speaking is easy for anyone, but the truth stands firm. The facts witnessed by so many cannot be denied. Upon hearing this, the flicker of doubt in Chu Zhou's eyes vanished. Shen Youwei, do not expect my forgiveness. You will kneel in the ancestral hall today, whether you like it or not. With that, he advanced, taking hold of Shen Youwei and forcibly guiding her toward the ancestral hall. Shen Youwei struggled all the way. Let go. You are hurting me. Chu Zhou, you madman. Despite her frantic pleas, Chu Zhou maintained his composure, ultimately pushing her into the ancestral hall. He ordered someone to bring a lock, personally closing and securing the door. Shen Youwei, reflect well. If you do not acknowledge your mistakes, you shall never leave the ancestral hall. Desperately, Shen Youwei pounded on the door. Open up. Let me out. I do not wish to stay here. Chu Zhou, can you hear me? However, Chu Zhou had already left without a trace of compassion. Gradually, Shen Youwei's voice grew hoarse from shouting, but she ceased, realizing that no one would heed her cries. Sitting on the cold ground, she let her tears flow freely. She could not comprehend how things had come to this. Shen Nianxi sat in a pavilion, admiring the blooming lotus flowers, her demeanor serene. Lian Xiao suddenly arrived to report, "Your Highness, Lady Yun has come. Please invite her in." Duan Miaoyan smiled as she approached Shen Nianxi. "Sister, how elegant you are. On such a hot day, instead of staying indoors, you are here enjoying the flowers. As long as I'm not under the sun, it is not too oppressive." Duan Miaoyan took a seat beside Shen Nianxi. "Sister, I have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter." "Speak freely, Sister Yun. I would like you to devise a plan to send Lady De to Xina Palace." Shen Nianxi was taken aback. "Are you suggesting sending her to Zhongquixuan?" Duan Miaoyan nodded slightly. "Precisely." In an instant, Shen Nianxi understood that Duan Miaoyan must have concocted a scheme to deal with Lady Liang De, and without hesitation, she agreed. "Very well, I shall do my utmost." Duan Miaoyan appeared relieved, and the two engaged in casual conversation. At that moment, Li Shutong approached, noticing the two women present. She boldly joined them. "Lady Yun, Lady Jean, are you both here admiring the lotus?" Shen Nianxi nodded. "Indeed, I heard that you, sister, also enjoy lotus flowers. Why not join us?" Li Shutong readily accepted. "Of course, since Lady Jean has graciously invited me, I shall not stand on ceremony." She sat down comfortably, showing no signs of hesitation. "Lady Jean, the pastries on the table look delightful. May I have some?" "Certainly. Li Lian Yuan, help yourself." Li Shutong reached for the pastries without hesitation, quickly filling her mouth. However, not long after, she abruptly paused, scratching her cheek, and her skin began to break out in a rash. "Lady Jean, what on earth are these pastries?" Shen Nianxi quickly realized something was amiss. "These are peach blossom pastries." Li Shutong's eyes brimmed with tears. "Lady Jean, have I offended you in some way? Why would you serve me peach blossom pastries?" Chapter 87. The restless Li Shutong, Shen Nianxi, and Duan Miaoyan exchanged puzzled glances. Kai Lian, who stood behind Li Shutong, hurried to explain, "Your Highnesses, the Empress and consort Jean may not be aware, but my master has been allergic to peach blossoms since childhood. She cannot touch, smell, or consume anything related to peach blossoms, lest her cheeks break out in a rash." Shen Nianxi remarked, "That explains the oddity." Lian Xiao swiftly summoned the imperial physician. Observing Li Shutong and Appo's distress, Duan Miaoyan cleared her throat. "Li Liang Yuan, perhaps you have forgotten that this pastry was requested by you." Li Shutong was on the verge of tears, for she had no idea that the pastry was indeed made of peach blossoms. Within moments, the imperial physician arrived at Yiqing Palace in a hurried manner. "Your servant has come to," Duan Miaoyan interrupted. "No need for formalities. Attend to Li Liang Yuan immediately." "Yes." The physician examined Li Shutong and Appo's pulse, and observed her face before stating, "Li Liang Yuan and Appo's cheek exhibit signs of an allergic reaction. She must have come into contact with something that triggered it." Duan Miaoyan replied, "I am already aware of this. Why seek is a remedy." The physician responded, "Fortunately, the symptoms are mild. Upon my return, I shall prepare a medicinal ointment for her to apply, and within half a month, she will be restored to her former condition." "Really?" Li Shutong asked, skeptical. "And my face?" "Fear not. Your visage will remain as it was," the physician assured. Upon hearing this, Li Shutong visibly relaxed. Duan Miaoyan gestured for the physician to depart and concoct the ointment. Once he had left, Li Shutong remained in anguish, prompting Duan Miaoyan to instruct her maid to assist her back to Yinxiang residence. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Nianxi sighed. "Sister Yun, I fear I may be entangled in more trouble." "Indeed," Duan Miaoyan smirked lightly. "Li Liang Yuan is quite the restless one." Shen Nianxi wholeheartedly agreed, initially believing Li Shutong merely enjoyed causing a stir. Now, it appeared that her scheming mind was far more intricate. Should she spread rumors that I intentionally caused her to consume peach blossom pastries, I would find myself at a loss for words. Duan Miaoyan noted, indeed, if not for close acquaintances, one would remain oblivious to her peach blossom allergy. However, for those with ulterior motives, it would not be difficult to uncover the truth. This was the source of Shen Nianxi and Appo's headache. Duan Miaoyan rose and gently patted Shen Nianxi and Appo's shoulder. "Worry not about this matter. Without evidence, it shall come to naught. It is late. I must take my leave. Understood. That evening, the sign indicating Li Shutong and Amp, Oppo's, presence was removed. Yu Qixian, upon noticing the absence of her sign, nearly believed his eyes were deceiving him. Where's Li Liang Yuan's sign? Sun Kong, standing nearby, explained, Your Majesty. Li Liang Yuan inadvertently consumed the peach blossom pastries prepared by consort Jean for the Empress, resulting in an allergic reaction that has left her cheeks covered in rashes. Hence the removal of her sign. Allergic reaction? I shall go see her. Yes. Upon entering Yinxiang residence, Yu Qixian found no one to greet him, leading him deeper in, filled with curiosity. As he approached, he could hear faint weeping. Drawing closer, he beheld Li Shutong veiled. Upon seeing him, her surprise was evident. This humble servant greets Your Majesty. Come closer. Let me see you. Instead of advancing, Li Shutong took 2 steps back. I am at fault. I am unworthy to meet Your Majesty. I humbly beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness. Though her face was obscured, Yu Qixian could see her swollen, tear-stained eyes and reached out to grasp her hand. It matters not. I have said you may present yourself, and so you shall. Truly? My wort is my bond. Li Shutong leaned against Yu Qixuan. Your Majesty, I have had quite the unfortunate day. Oh, pray, share it with me. I was unaware that consort Jean had served peach blossom pastries to the Empress. Looking at the pastries on the table, I was momentarily tempted and requested some from consort Jean, not realizing they were peach blossom pastries. Yu Qixian inquired softly, Was it you who asked for the pastries? Yes, Li Shutong admitted. Your Majesty, every fault lies with me. Consort Jean must have been unaware of my allergy. Otherwise, she would never have allowed me to consume them. Her words, though innocent, inadvertently pointed a finger at Shen Nianxi. Given Yu Qixian's suspicious nature, he began to wonder if Shen Nianxi had discovered Li Shutong and Oppo's allergy and orchestrated this incident. After all, consuming peach blossom pastries could lead to disfigurement. Noticing Yu Qixian and Amp, Oppo's silence, Li Shutong subtly curled her lips in satisfaction. Yu Qixian stated, Now that this has occurred, you shall take time to recuperate. I will send some beauty balm for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. After soothing Li Shutong, Yu Qixian rose and made his way to the nearby Pixiang Hall. Shen Nianxi, having set aside her scroll, stood to greet him. Yu Qixian took her hand to assist her up. Sit. I have matters to discuss with you. Shen Nianxi, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the situation. Does Your Majesty suspect that I intentionally led Li Liang Yuan to consume the peach blossom pastries? I do not harbor such suspicions. Even if he did, Yu Qixian would never concede to it. Yet his sharp, hawk-like gaze remained fixed on Shen Nianxi, awaiting a trustworthy explanation from her. I was unaware of Li Liang Yuan's allergy to peach blossoms. Furthermore, it was she who requested the pastries, not I. The Empress was present during the incident. Even if she had not asked, would you not have intended to serve her the peach blossom pastries? Shen Nianxi faltered momentarily. Recognizing the validity of Yu Qixian's point, anyone would perceive it as intentional. First, I did not invite Li Liang Yuan to join me in admiring the lotus. She came unbidden. Secondly, the peach blossom pastries were meant solely for the Empress and myself. I confess, I was unwilling to share them with her. Had she not spoken up, those pastries would never have reached her lips. Yu Qixian's expression shifted slightly. While other women might feign generosity, the one before him openly acknowledged her selfishness, which he found quite intriguing. Enough, I understand. As Yu Qixian turned to leave, Shen Nianxi spoke up. So, does Your Majesty trust me? Yu Qixian nodded slightly. Shutong is my cousin. For my sake, you would not act against her. Hearing this, Shen Nianxi let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 88. It was intentional. She walked gracefully to Wei Qixian, extending her delicate hand to tug at his sleeve. Your Majesty, the night is deep, and you have come to my fragrant pavilion. Why must you leave now? If you depart like this, I shall become the laughingstock of the 6 palaces. A charming smile graced her lips, accompanied by a rare fragrance that momentarily dazzled Wei Qixian. Thus, he altered his decision and chose to stay overnight at the fragrant pavilion. As the night deepened, the stars flickered in the dark sky. The fragrant pavilion radiated joy. While in the adjacent Yinshuang residence, Li Shutong seethed with rage, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. You do not see wrong? The candles in the fragrant pavilion have been extinguished? Kai Lian nodded. This servant would never make a mistake. Since entering the fragrant pavilion, the emperor has not come out again. Isn't the emperor supposed to be seeking justice for me against concubine Jean? How would he rest here? Her expression twisted in fury, aggravating her already itchy rash, prompting Li Shutong to scream and scratch. How infuriating! If it weren't for dealing with concubine Jean, I wouldn't have been so harsh on myself. Now that Shen Nianxi was unharmed, Li Shutong could not bear it any longer. Kai Lian hurried to fetch ointment, carefully applying it to Li Shutong. After a restless night, Li Shutong finally consented to sleep, yet she found no peace, waking at dawn to wait outside the fragrant pavilion. When Wei Qi Xian emerged, he happened to see her. It is still early. Why are you not asleep? Tears welled in Li Shutong and Appo's eyes as she replied, I wish to rest, Your Majesty. But the rash on my face itches unbearably, preventing me from finding solace. She wanted to remind Wei Qi Xian not to forget to deal with concubine Jean. Wei Qi Xian cleared his throat. I am aware of this matter. You must understand that the pastries were peach blossom cakes, and concubine Jean was unaware of your allergy to peach blossoms. Neither of you is at fault. Let this matter rest. He intended for Li Shutong to cease her complaints, but she failed to grasp his meaning. Your Majesty. But what if my face becomes disfigured? How can I swallow my pride and pretend this never happened? Do not delay the court session. Step aside. Li Shutong reluctantly retreated a few steps as Wei Qi Xian walked away with calm composure, leaving her seething with indignation. An hour later, Shen Nianxi finally rose to freshen up inside the fragrant pavilion. Sitting before the bronze mirror, she summoned Fu Dong to her side. Find the person who made the peach blossom cakes yesterday. Yes. Fu Dong quickly returned with 2 palace maids. Your Highness, these are the ones responsible for making the peach blossom cakes yesterday. Both maids trembled as they greeted concubine Jean. Look up. I ask you, did anything unusual occur while making the peach blossom cakes yesterday? Did you see any suspicious individuals? One maid immediately shook her head. Your Highness, forgive me. I was entirely focused on making the cakes and noticed nothing amiss. The second maid, recalling carefully, said, Your Highness, while making the peach blossom cakes, nothing unexpected happened. However, just as the cakes were ready to be served, Kai Ju, by Liang Yuan's side, came in and asked what the pastries were. Though puzzled by her inquiry, the maid answered truthfully. Shen Nianxi and Appo's eyes gleamed with understanding. So, Li Shutong knew the pastries were peach blossom cakes, yet she chose to eat them, intending to drag me down with her. Very well, I understand. You may leave. After the 2 maids left, Fu Dong expressed her concern. Your Highness, Li Lianyuan harbors ill intentions. Now that she resides in Yiqing Palace, will it affect you? If she wishes to stay, let her stay. However, if she plots against me, it will be her misfortune. Your Highness has a plan? She would risk disfigurement to undermine me. I shall ensure she cannot face anyone again. Shen Nianxi caressed a brocade box on the table, a plan forming in her mind. Fu Dong, send someone to convey a message to Ku Pin and ensure that ice pear honey fragrance reaches Li Liang Yuan's ears. Yes, Your Highness. A couple of days later, Rong Ji visited the fragrant pavilion. After settling opposite Shen Nianxi, she mysteriously produced an item from her sleeve. Concubine Jean, the ice pear honey fragrance you requested is here. Shen Nianxi opened the brocade box, leaned in to sniff, and confirmed it was indeed the coveted fragrance. Has Rong Fei suspected anything? Of course not. I took it while she was absent, and besides, she has another box of ice pear honey fragrance from this year's tribute. So she won't remember the one from last year anytime soon. The fragrance was precious, and Rong Fei kept it carefully stored, giving Rong Ji the opportunity to steal it. Shen Nianxi smiled, relieved that it remained. If there's nothing else, you may return. Ah, very well. Just as she was about to leave, Rong Ji asked, when do you plan to deal with De Fei? Naturally, it will be when she is most pleased with herself. Rong Ji's eyes sparkled. If we consider De Fei's recent triumphs, it must be her upcoming birthday banquet. Indeed, it is approaching swiftly. Li Shutong was already troubled by her appearance, and upon learning of the rare and Oppos, Ice Pear Honey Fragrance and Oppos, her eyes sparkled with hope. Could this truly restore my face and enhance my beauty beyond what it was before? Certainly, the unassuming maid replied. This is a tribute from the outer provinces. Only a few boxes are available each year. It is exceedingly rare. Tell me, who in the palace possesses this and damp? Oppos. Ice Pear Honey Fragrance and damp. Oppos. The maid pondered, if I remember correctly. De Fei, Yin Fei, Rong Fei, Zhao Yuan, and concubine Jean all have this item. Li Shutong was fixated on Rong Fei. Very well, I understand. If it was difficult to acquire the fragrance from others, surely Rong Fei and Amp, Oppos, this would not be hard to obtain. Without wasting time, Li Shutong hurried to Chaolu Pavilion. Upon hearing her intentions, Rong Fei could hardly suppress her laughter. This in Oppos, Ice Pear Honey Fragrance in Oppos, is incredibly precious. I receive only one box each year. And you dare to ask me for it outright? Rong Fei, no matter how valuable this fragrance is, it pales in comparison to the fifth prince. Rong Fei's eyes turned icy. What do you mean by that? Rong Fei should know that while you currently outrank me, I am the legitimate daughter of the Li family. And with their backing, you have none. If you were wise, you would have already gifted me the end Amp. Oppos, Ice Pear Honey Fragrance. And Amp, Oppos, Lilian Yuan, you are merely a lowly Lian Yuan. And you dare to speak so boldly before me? Li Shutong shook her head. I would never dare to be so presumptuous, but the Li family dares. And if you wish to seek their support, you should not oppose me. Chapter 89. Resentment. The esteemed Rong Fei fell silent. Indeed, these words were quite accurate. Suiguo, fetch the fragrant ice pear honey. Reluctantly, Suiguo complied, fully aware that her mistress had always been loath to utilize such items. Now, however, she had no choice but to relinquish it, and her heart ached for Rong Fei. Having acquired the fragrant ice pear honey, Li Shutong departed with great delight. Rong Fei pinched her palm fiercely, harboring deep resentment towards Li Shutong. Today, it was the ice pear honey, but who could tell what it would be in the future? If she desired it, would this palace not have to offer everything up willingly? The more she contemplated this, the more her anger intensified, lamenting her insufficient ties to the Li family, which left her constantly restrained. Yet, if Li Shutong were to perish, everything would change. A glimmer of malice crossed Rong Fei and Oppos, his eyes. She had begun to entertain thoughts of murder against Li Shutong. Meanwhile, Li Shutong made her way towards Yinxiang Pavilion with the ice pear honey. Upon entering Yiqing Palace, she was unexpectedly bumped into by a palace maid, causing the brocade box to tumble to the ground. How dare you collide with me? Hurry and slap yourself. The maid, flustered, hurriedly retrieved the box and returned it to Li Shutong, then promptly struck her own cheek. It is all the servant and Oppos' fault. I deserve to die. I implore you, your grace, to show mercy and forgive me this once. Li Shutong, eager to return and apply the ice pear honey, took this incident lightly. Enough, be gone. Do not obstruct my view. With a cold huff, she brushed past the maid and continued towards Yinxiang Pavilion. Once she had left, the maid retracted her obsequious demeanor, casting a meaningful glance at Li Shutong and Amp, Oppos' retreating figure before heading towards the Pixiang Hall. Fudong, is the lady in the room? Fudong nodded. However, the lady is currently resting. Please speak your mind, and I shall relay your words to her later. Shuangya, then please, Fudong, inform a lady that I have prepared 2 boxes of ice pear honey as instructed. The ice pear honey in Lady Li's possession is the very box the lady entrusted to me. Understood. Shuangya retrieved the ice pear honey she had just acquired from Li Shutong. Fudong, there is also this. Please ensure it reaches the lady and Amp, Oppos' hands. Very well. You may return now. Half an hour later, Fudong presented the unscathed ice pear honey before Shen Nianxi. Upon opening the brocade box, Shen Nianxi noted how Rong Fei truly cherished this item, unwilling to part with it even slightly. Having allowed Li Lian Yuan to seize it, she must surely feel a heavy heart. Li Lian Yuan's appropriation of what others cherish would undoubtedly not go unpunished by Rong Fei. That is just as well, Shen Nianxi thought, handing the box to Fudong. Carefully deliver it to Kupin. Additionally, summon Rong Fei to Yiqing Palace. It provides a perfect opportunity for Kupin. Yes, your grace. Having reclaimed the ice pear honey, Rongji knew precisely what to do. Coincidentally, Rongfei had to personally visit Yiqing Palace to fulfill her second task, allowing Rongji the opportunity to return the ice pear honey to its original place. Unbeknownst to her, Rongfei sat leisurely before Shen Nianxi, sipping tea. You summoned me, claiming you wish for me to complete the second task you requested. Could it be that it is merely to enjoy tea? Certainly not, though I wonder if the tea at Pixiang Hall does not suit your grace and Appo's palate? Indeed, Rongfei set down her teacup. Such coarse tea leaves yield a brew far inferior to that of my own Jialushuan. Shen Nianxi revealed a peculiar expression, your grace. This tea is Dongqing Shuya. Dongqing Shuya. A mere ounce of these tea leaves is worth an ounce of silver. Rongfei was taken aback. If memory serves, this tea is only available in Jingxiang Palace, is it not? Shen Nianxi nodded gently. Indeed, but the Yunfei gifted some to me not long ago. Knowing that Yunfei's offerings were always exceptional, Rongfei felt no surprise. Reflecting on her previous words, she wished she could retract them, but having spoken, there was no turning back. She straightened her posture, becoming even more haughty. So it was a gift from Yunfei. No wonder this tea is good. It is a pity to drink such fine tea in Pixiang Hall. It hardly feels precious. Her words dripped with disdain and mockery towards Shen Nianxi. Yet the latter seemed unfazed. Your grace, the second task I wish for your assistance with is to lead Defei to Xina Palace in Appo's as Zongquixuan on her birthday. What? Rongfei nearly spat her tea. Defei. Birthday banquet. Zongquixuan. The mere combination of these terms was enough to leave her bewildered. Shen Nianxi, however, was earnest. Your grace need not be so astonished. On that day, you merely need to cooperate with my plans. It would be best if you could persuade Defei to pay respect to the deities and then tamper with the offerings. Rongfei cast a resentful glance at Shen Nianxi. You truly excel at burdening me with tasks. Convincing Defei to pay respects during her birthday banquet. Surely, even with my silver tongue, it would be no easy feat. Why must your grace underestimate herself? Your talents are evident to all. You shall succeed. With the matter laid out so plainly. And due to her commitment to keep her word, Rongfei could only agree. Contemplating how to persuade Defei to engage in such an outrageous act during her own birthday banquet. In the blink of an eye, Liang Defei and Appo's birthday arrived. On this day, Liang Defei donned resplendent attire, more radiant than ever. The choice of Yaoguang Palace for her birthday banquet attested to her illustrious standing and solidified position. Yu Xian entered alongside her, and the waiting concubines rose in unison to pay their respects. The two took their seats at the elevated table. Yu Xian raised his cup and addressed Liang Yuzhen. You diligently manage the affairs of the inner palace day and night. It is indeed laborious. Today, on your birthday, I raise this toast to you. Thank you, your majesty. It is my duty to alleviate your burdens. Their cups clinked lightly before they both drank deeply. Yu Huayu, with a voice lacking grandeur, spoke. I wish Mother a happy birthday and longevity. Liang Yuzhen beamed with delight. Your wearer is truly obedient. With your blessings, Mother will always be joyful. After a round of congratulations for Liang Yuzhen, Rongfei suddenly stood, raising her cup. Merely offering toasts is rather mundane, with deities watching over us. On such a joyous occasion as Defei's birthday, we ought to pay our respects to the divine, praying for her health and longevity. I often copy the Buddhist scriptures with utmost sincerity. There is truly no need for special worship today. Chapter 90. Fang Xinrou's poison. It was evident that Liang Yuzhen was anxious about the potential disruption of the occasion, refusing to fall into the traps set by consort Rong. Duan Niayun elegantly suggested, I believe Defei should pay her respects. It would dispel any ill fortune. Otherwise, this birthday celebration may lack significance. Liang Yuzhen and Appo's smile faded slightly, irritated that Duan Niayun dared to instigate trouble at such a moment. Your Majesty, look at Sister Yunfei. She seems eager to ruin my enjoyment today, Liang Yuzhen remarked. Yu Xian gently patted her hand and replied, I find merit in Yunfei and Appo's words. Fortunately, Jinsadian is not far from Yaoguang Palace. You should go and pay your respects. Reluctantly, Liang Yuzhen rose to head toward Shen Nianxi, while others eagerly followed to witness the spectacle. As Liang Yuzhen accepted the incense from a palace maid, Shen Nianxi glanced at consort Rong, who offered her a reassuring look. It appeared that the incense had been tampered with. Sure enough, as Liang Yuzhen slightly bent over, the 3 sticks of incense broke apart at their center. Upon witnessing this, Duan Miaoyan coldly mocked, "See, I told you some individuals are simply cursed. They attract such ominous events." Nearby, Song Yinji added fuel to the fire. It must be a karmic retribution for her wrongdoings. Rongzi vispidit. Breaking incense on one's birthday is an ill omen. Your Majesty, perhaps you should light another stick. Suppressing her anger, Liang Yuzhen took a new stick of incense. Yet, predictably, it broke again. Realizing that someone was plotting against her today, she resolved, if the divine does not wish to accept my offering today, I shall return to pay my respects another time. Just as she intended to leave gracefully, Yuqi Xian entered the hall. Why does it take so long to pay respects? Many of the concubines had gathered at Jinsadian, and finding it dull in Yaoguang Palace, Yuqi Xian came to see what was taking so long. Before Liang Yuzhen could speak, consort Rong eagerly interjected, "Your Majesty, Defei is unable to pay her respects today." "What do you mean, and Amp?" "Amp, Oppos. Unable to pay her respects in Amp." "Amp, Oppos." Xia Zhiqi exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you do not know. Defei attempted to offer incense twice, yet both sticks broke. This is indeed an ominous sign." Yuqi Xian's profound gaze turned towards Liang Yuzhen. "Is this true?" "Yes, but—" Liang Yuzhen began, but Song Yinji interrupted, "Your Majesty, it seems the divine has turned away from Defei. This could be an ominous omen." "Ridiculous. I have not offended the divine. Why would I be rejected?" Liang Yuzhen retorted. Consort Rong interjected, "Your Majesty, allow me to share my thoughts. I may have discerned the reason behind this." "Speak." On such a jubilant day, it is disheartening that Ro Guipin remains sorrowful in Zongquixuan. Perhaps the divine cannot bear to see such a sight. Mentioning Fang Xinro on this day drained the color from Liang Yuzhen's face. "Are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" "Your Highness jest. I merely believe that harmony in the harem is essential, and one should not forget anyone." Liang Yuzhen nearly laughed in anger. "By your logic, since Ro Guipin cannot attend, should I personally visit Zongquixuan to inform her of this joyous occasion?" Consort Rong responded with an air of certainty. "Indeed." Yuqi Xian lowered his head, hesitated briefly, then said, "The Xiana Palace is rather desolate. Defei, you should go and see Ro Guipin." "Your Majesty?" "Go." Reluctantly, Liang Yuzhen headed towards Xiana Palace. Inside Zongquixuan, hearing the commotion outside, Fang Xinro tightened her grip on the paper package. She then opened it, poured the powdered medicine into a bowl, and stirred it with a spoon until it dissolved into the broth. With an air of arrogance, Liang Yuzhen entered, observing Fang Xinro, who sat lifelessly on the bed. Her smile grew more triumphant. Fang Xinro's current state was the result of her own machinations. In her smugness, she overlooked the fact that they were the only 2 present in the room. "What brings Defei here?" Fang Xinro asked coldly. "I had no desire to bring misfortune on such a joyous day. However, the Emperor wished for me to visit you and share my happiness. So here I am," Liang Yuzhen replied, taking a seat beside the bed. Noticing the medicine bowl on the table, she cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. "Defei, how kind of you to stoop so low as to visit a mere concubine. It is truly alarming." "Whether alarming or not, you deserve it," Liang Yuzhen retorted. Fang Xinro suddenly glared at Liang Yuzhen, her eyes filled with fury. "Defei, you celebrate your birthday, yet have you thought of my child? My child perished at your poisonous hands before even entering this world. Is your birthday truly secure?" Liang Yuzhen sprang to her feet. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your miscarriage has nothing to do with me." Fang Xinro, aware of the presence of others outside, shouted, "You killed my child. It was you. You still wish to harm me. Defei, may you never find peace, you viperous woman." With that, she swiftly raised the medicine bowl and drank it all in one go. Her hands weakened, and the bowl shattered on the floor with a sharp sound. A wave of unease enveloped Liang Yuzhen. She sensed that something was amiss. When she looked up again, she found Fang Xinro staring at her with a gaze full of resentment, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Fang Xinrou suddenly smiled softly, collapsing back onto the bed. She was going to join her child. It was better to be liberated from this unbearable existence sooner rather than later. From that day forth, Liang Defei's birthday would be her day of mourning, destined to find no peace. Those waiting outside heard the commotion and rushed in, only to be met with chaos. The first to reach the bedside was Wan Yu, who, upon seeing Fang Xinrou's lifeless form, let out a wail. "Your Highness, what has happened?" She reached out to check Fang Xinrou's breath, recoiling in horror as she turned to Liang Yuzhen. "Defei, what have you done to my mistress? She has no breath left." The onlookers were shocked. Song Yinji exclaimed, "In just a moment, Defei, you have hastened Ro Guipin and Appo's demise." "I did not." Liang Yuzhen rubbed her temples, realizing the gravity of the situation. "I did nothing. I merely exchanged a few words with her." And then she suddenly drank the medicine and collapsed, spewing blood. Shen Nianxi's gaze shifted from Fang Xinrou to Liang Yuzhen, her compassion vanishing in an instant. Since Fang Xinrou had used her death to fulfill this scheme, she would ensure that the restless spirit of Fang Xinrou would not find peace in the afterlife. Chapter 91. The Conspiracy Against the Imperial Consort and the Heir. "Your Highness, if you have done nothing wrong, why did the gentle consort Ro cry out, claiming you were responsible for her child's death?" "I cannot possibly know," replied the Empress. "What I do know is that she intentionally accused me, framing me for her own demise." At this moment, Liang Yuzhen could not be oblivious any longer. This was a tactic all too familiar to Fang Xinrou, who had previously used Duan Miaoyun as a scapegoat and was now dragging her down as well. Duan Miaoyun sneered, "Your Highness, such schemes were employed by Consort Ro against me once before. Is she foolish enough to attempt the same ruse again? It was precisely because she had done so that I remain innocent." "Innocent?" Rong Fei joined Liang Yuzhen's opposition. "Even if she wished to frame you, why would she choose you specifically? Your hands, it seems, are not clean." Seeing everyone against her, Liang Yuzhen resorted to her power, declaring, "I am a woman of authority. Do you dare oppose me?" Just then, Wei Qixuan arrived at Zhong Chuixian. He had been hastily informed of the incident and rushed over. Liang Yuzhen attempted to explain herself, but Wei Qixuan pushed her aside and rushed to the bedside. The imperial physician had arrived ahead of him. "Is there any hope? Can she be saved?" Faced with Wei Qixuan's urgent inquiry, the physician shook his head feebly. "The noble consort has been poisoned. The toxin took effect almost immediately, leading to her demise. Even with my skills, I cannot bring her back. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences." After kneeling in silence, the physician awaited further orders. Wei Qixuan gazed at the lifeless Fang Xinrou, momentarily speechless. He surveyed the room, his eyes settling on Shen Nianxi. "What has transpired?" he demanded. "Jin Pin, enlighten me." Shen Nianxi nodded and responded, "Your Majesty, the Empress and Consort Ro were alone when a quarrel broke out shortly after the Empress entered Zhong Chuixian. We outside heard Consort Ro accuse the Empress of causing her child's death, and shortly after, a loud noise erupted. Fearing for their safety, we entered, only to find Consort Ro had lost consciousness." Liang Yuzhen, eager to defend herself, interjected, "Your Majesty, Jin Pin speaks the truth, but I truly did nothing. Consort Ro took the poison herself. The poison was in her own hands." Wei Qixuan shot a glance at the physician, who confirmed after inspecting the remnants of poison in the bowl. Rong Fei interjected, "But we cannot dismiss this so easily. If the Empress carried poison, upon realizing her plot against Consort Ro's child was discovered, she might have resorted to silencing her." Duan Miaoyun chimed in, "Indeed, the true perpetrator behind the child's death has yet to be found, and I am unfairly bearing the blame." She rolled her eyes dramatically. Her words struck a chord with Wei Qixuan. He had already suspected Liang Yuzhen to be the one who conspired against Fang Xinrou. With this matter brought to light again, he could no longer overlook it. The other consorts began to murmur, yet none came to Liang Yuzhen and Appo's defense. In previous times, Song Yinji and Rong Ji would have rallied to her side, but now she found herself isolated. "Empress, did you truly conspire against Consort Ro and Appo's child?" "Your Majesty, I assure you, I did not harm her child." You insist upon your innocence, yet the situation speaks otherwise. How are we to believe you? Liang Yuzhen panicked. Your Majesty, do you also suspect me of poisoning Consort Ro? Today is my birthday. I have no reason to harm her. It is as Rong Fei suggested. Either you meant to silence her to cover your tracks, or Consort Ro took her own life in revenge. If you claim she acted without reason, I cannot accept that. Wei Qixin understood clearly. Fang Xinro sought to avenge her wrongfully lost child. Liang Yuzhen found herself cornered. To clear her name of poisoning Fang Xinro, she would have to confess to conspiring against her and thereby harming her heir. Either way, she faced equal culpability. Empress, answer me. Wei Qixuan's commanding voice felt like a torture to Liang Yuzhen's ears. Before everyone, she was compelled to confess. I am guilty. I was momentarily blinded by folly, which led to Consort Ro's child's demise. It is my fault. I humbly request your punishment. Empress, I believed you to be gentle and virtuous, which is why I entrusted you with the affairs of the six palaces. You have squandered my trust. I understand my mistakes, she said, lowering her head in shame. Wei Qixin seized the opportunity to punish Liang Yuzhen. Proclaim my decree. Liang Yuzhen, the Empress, has acted immorally and ungracefully. To maintain order in the palace, I hereby strip her of the title of Empress and demote her to consort, assigning the authority of the harem to Yun Fei. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Consort Liang. Liang Yuzhen stood dazed for a moment before regaining her composure to express her gratitude. I thank your Majesty. She prostrated on the ground, unable to rise, feeling the weight of humiliation. Today was meant to be a day of her glory, yet it had turned into one of mockery and despair. Duan Miaoyun was equally stunned. Why had this hot potato been handed to her? Moreover, there was no one else to assist her in managing the affairs of the six palaces. Your Majesty, I fear my capabilities are insufficient to oversee all palace matters alone. Before she could decline, Wei Qixin interrupted. If you cannot manage alone, I shall appoint another to assist you. Rong Fei, who had looked disappointed moments before, perked up. This time, she would surely wield power. Wei Qixuan's gaze fixed on Shen Nianxi. Let me Jean Pin. Everyone gasped, including Shen Nianxi herself. Your Majesty, I am but a mere consort. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? Realizing her rank was insufficient, Wei Qixin added, Then I shall elevate you to a noble consort and assign additional personnel to assist you. Will you aid Yun Fei? Before Shen Nianxi could respond, Duan Miaoyun hastily agreed. Your Majesty, with noble consort Jin's assistance, I will surely manage the affairs of the six palaces well. Very well, it is settled. Shen Nianxi, awakening from her confusion, recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity and ceased her refusals. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall wholeheartedly support noble consort Yun. Chapter 92. The disfigurement of Li Shutong beside her. The favored consort Rong wore a smile that seemed to freeze her features, her handkerchief nearly torn to shreds. Despite her inner reluctance, she had no choice but to feign congratulations to consort Yun and noble consort Jin. Summer Jiqi boldly inquired, Your Majesty, shall we not hold the birthday banquet? There is no need, replied Wei Qixin, flinging his sleeve as he departed. With his exit, the others grew bolder. Duan Miaoyun laughed heartily. Liang consort, look at you today. Once you held power over me, yet now we stand as equals. Liang Yuzhen shot Duan Miaoyun a glare, feeling like a tiger brought low, muttering, Consort Yin, wait until I settle the score with you. Not to be outdone, Consort Rong added, Indeed, Liang consort, you are quite imposing. Let us see if you can reclaim your former position as the favored one. Reluctant to remain and endure mockery, Liang Yuzhen was supported by Song Xin as they left, the echoes of laughter following them. Upon returning to the Yingshuang pavilion, Li Shutong continued to laugh. What an amusing day. It appears even the exalted Defei can be brought low. The position of Empress is not guaranteed for anyone. She sat before a bronze mirror, caressing her smooth cheeks, murmuring, perhaps with this enchanting visage, I too could command an empire. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, calling, Cilian, quickly bring me the ice pear honey fragrance. Cilian hurriedly handed her the brocade box, and Li Shutong opened it, applying the fragrant concoction to her face. Indeed, this truly is a treasure. After applying it, my cheeks look significantly more radiant. Indeed, my lady, you've only used it a few days, and the previous rashes have vanished, leaving your skin even more exquisite. Li Shetong was filled with pride as she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. However, she soon felt an odd pain and itch on her cheeks and reached to scratch lightly. But soon, she realized something was amiss. My face, my face. She gasped as swollen red spots appeared, followed by painful, itchy eruptions that quickly marred her features. Seeing her reflection in the mirror, she fainted from shock. Silian, suppressing her fear, helped Li Shetong to the bed and hurried to find the physician. Sai Lu entered the room, puzzled, but was taken aback by Li Shetong's ghastly appearance. 15 minutes later, the physician arrived at the Yingshuang pavilion. Physician, my lady and amp, Oppo's cheeks have suddenly developed suppurating sores and are exuding black fluid. Please examine her. Do not rush me. I shall take a look. The physician had not anticipated the severity of Li Shetong's condition, and upon seeing her terrifying visage, he was startled. He took her pulse, then shook his head. Alas, Lady Li, you have been poisoned by the Southern Star. This poison, compounded by undetected exposure, has led to this dire condition with no remedy. Li Shetong was disinterested in his lengthy explanations. I ask you plainly, what is wrong with my face? My lady's face may never regain its former beauty. Upon awakening, Li Shetong nearly fainted again. Impossible. How could I be poisoned? How could I be disfigured? She refused to accept this grim reality until she rushed to the mirror and confirmed it was not a nightmare. Silian turned to the physician. Physician, how can my lady have been poisoned without reason? Is there a mistake? I assure you, I have not misdiagnosed. Lady Li is indeed afflicted by the poison of the Southern Star, and it has been present for several days. The physician frowned, puzzled, noting that Lady Li should have detected the poison earlier. If only she had discovered it sooner, her face might have been saved. Several days. Li Shetong suddenly recalled the ice pear honey fragrance she had been applying daily, the only substance that had consistently touched her cheeks in recent days. She handed the brocade box to the physician. Please examine this. Could there be an issue with this ice pear honey fragrance? The physician scrutinized it carefully and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this substance contains Southern Star poison and is also mixed with a small quantity of Pinellia and ginger. Both can suppress the poison of the Southern Star, which explains why Lady Li did not notice the poisoning before. Li Shetong gritted her teeth. What a box of ice pear honey fragrance. What a scheming consort roam. She truly intends to sever ties with the Li family. Silian, we must leave. Silian fetched a veil for her, and Li Shetong donned it, heading straight to the imperial study, intent on seeking justice. Upon seeing Li Shetong, Sun Conkai promptly blocked her path. We have encountered Lady Li. What urgent matter brings you to the Emperor today? Allow me to report to His Majesty first. Li Shetong, filled with rage, replied, Then I shall trouble you, Master Sunday. I must implore the Emperor to uphold justice on my behalf. She recounted the events in detail. In light of such a grave matter concerning the disfigurement of a consort, Sun Conkai did not delay and hurried to inform Wei Qixuan. In less than 15 minutes, he returned. Lady Li, the Emperor requests your presence. Please enter. Li Shetong knelt as soon as she entered the imperial study, tears flowing. Your Majesty, I beseech you to judge my case. Sun Conkai inquired. You've been disfigured? Yes. Li Shetong sobbed as she removed her veil, lifting her gaze to meet Wei Qixuan. Her grotesque features, combined with her exaggerated expressions, were a stark contrast to her former self, leaving a notable impact on Wei Qixuan. He quickly gestured for her to put the veil back on. I understand. Please wear the veil. Turning his face away, he truly could not bear to see her current state any longer. Once Li Shetong donned the veil, she began to express her grievances. Your Majesty, it was Consort Rong who harmed me. She mixed Southern Star poison into the ice pear honey fragrance, which caused my affliction and subsequent disfigurement. Your Majesty, Consort Rong is treacherous and ruthless. You must not let her go lightly. Wei Qixuan immediately seized upon the critical point. You mentioned the ice pear honey fragrance? I recall that you do not have a record for this fragrance. Li Shetong reluctantly admitted. I requested it from Consort Rong, thinking that as she is also of the Li family, we share a close relationship, especially after my recent facial distress. Chapter 93. Becoming Lady Li. However, Your Majesty, I truly did not anticipate that Lady Rong would possess such a malevolent heart, to mix something so harmful within the ice pear honey incense. I placed my trust in her, believing she would not stoop to such treachery. Yet I have fallen victim to a hidden plot. Regarding Lady Rong, Wei Qixin found himself unable to make a decisive judgment at that moment, and summoned her to his presence. Lady Rong, perplexed, approached Wei Qixin and offered her respects. Upon noticing the weeping figure beside her, she was momentarily unable to recognize Li Shutong. Your Majesty has summoned me. For what purpose? She inquired. A few days ago, you gifted a box of ice pear honey incense to Lady Li? Wei Qixin stated. Lady Rong nodded, a sense of unease beginning to spread within her. Indeed, that is true. Li Shutong cried out, Your Majesty, Lady Rong has admitted it herself. She poisoned me and ruined my appearance. Please, issue an order to deal with her. Poison? Disfigurement? Lady Rong was taken aback, unable to comprehend the gravity of the accusations. Your Majesty, I have never engaged in any act of poisoning, nor have I conspired against anyone. I implore you to see clearly. The imperial physician discovered the presence of the highly poisonous Tian Nanxing in the ice pear honey incense you gifted to Lady Li. This poison is what disfigured her. Besides you, could anyone else have handled this incense? Lady Rong was horrified. How could this be? Your Majesty, this item indeed did not pass through anyone else in Appo's hands. But I did not poison it. I have always cherished this item and could never bear to use it. Had it not been for Lady Li and I both being from the Li family, even if she had requested it, I would never have willingly given it to her. Lady Rong, nearly driven to despair, had no intention of gifting the ice pear honey incense to Li Shutong. Now, having faced trouble, she found herself deeply embroiled. So, because you cherish this item, I have taken your beloved and, out of resentment, you poisoned it. Is that correct? Li Shutong accused. Lady Rong retorted. I have not poisoned you. We both belong to the Li family. Why would I want to harm you? Because with me around, the Li family will not support you. Thus, you wish for me to fall from grace, allowing the Li family to become your ally. Li Shutong's expression shifted to one of realization. Exactly, without this face, my favor will never return. Lady Rong, you truly are calculating. I have said it before, I did not poison you. If something were to happen to you, I would be the first to bear the consequences. It would be foolish to harm 1,000 while injuring myself by 800. Wei Qixin felt a headache coming on, but he had made his decision. Regardless of whether Lady Rong was guilty, Li Shutong needed reassurance. The Empress Dowager behind her needed reassurance, and so did the Li family. Today he must stand by Li Shutong. It was merely a matter of sacrificing Lady Rong to placate the Empress Dowager and the Li family, thereby stabilizing the court, a profitable transaction in the end. Clearing his throat, Wei Qixin proclaimed, Enough of this bickering before me. Lady Rong, the ice pear honey incense passed only through your hands and Lady Li and Appo's. Yes. She has no reason to sacrifice her beauty to plot against you. You cannot escape responsibility in this matter. Lady Rong wished to defend herself, but was silenced by Wei Qixin's cold glare. Proclaim my decree. Lady Rong, consumed by jealousy, has conspired against the noble consort with vile means, unworthy of her position. Henceforth, she is demoted to the rank of Jiu and confined to her chambers, forbidden to leave without an edict. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I truly did nothing. Lady Rong protested, but Wei Qixin paid her no heed, effectively silencing her. Subsequently, Wei Qixin issued another decree, promoting Li Shutong to the rank of Xianpin. This act served as an explanation to Li Shutong and the Li family. Returning to Chaolu Pavilion, Jiu Li was so enraged that she shattered an entire room of vases. Sui Guo and Chu He hesitated, unsure of whether to approach Jiu Li to offer comfort. I have finally climbed to the rank of consort, and now I have been demoted twice to Jiu. What was the purpose of all my efforts? Sui Guo urged, Your Highness, please calm your anger. Consider your health. You will surely return to your former status. How easy it is to say. I do not know how long I must wait. The ice pear honey incense I sent out was clearly not poisoned. How could Li Shutong be so ruthless as to use her own beauty as a price to step over me? Chu He, speaking without thinking, remarked, I find it strange. Lady Xen has only recently entered the palace and must value her beauty greatly. If not, she would not have sought the ice pear honey incense from you. Why would she scheme against her own appearance? The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was thoughtful. Jiuli paused, deep in contemplation. Indeed, someone who values beauty like Li Shutong would never harm herself so mercilessly. Yet, she was acutely aware that she had not tampered with the ice pear honey incense. Could there be a third party involved? If Li Shutong would not harm herself, and I am also innocent, then someone must have secretly mixed Tian Nanxing into the ice pear honey incense, intending to sow discord between me and the Li family. Swagwa gasped, Your Highness, who could possibly have plotted such a scheme? In the palace, the only one capable of such machinations was none other than Lady Liang. Besides, I have a son. She would not want the Li family to support him, seeking to sever Hong Rui and Appo's backing in favor of her own son. The more Jiuli thought about it, the more convinced she became of the truth. Your Highness, Lady Ku also has a son. Why do you not suspect her? Confidently, Jiuli replied, She has a son in intelligence, but alas, she is not so bold. At this point, Jiuli suddenly paused. If I recall correctly, a few days ago, Lady Ku inexplicably visited my Chaolu pavilion. Chui nodded, confirming, Your Highness did not remember incorrectly. Lady Ku indeed came to see us. It seems she is the most likely person to have tampered with the ice pear honey incense, and she is indeed a follower of Lady Liang, obediently carrying out her orders. All the clues began to connect, and Jiuli burst forth, heading directly to the nearby Qianghua pavilion. She stormed in, her fury rising upon seeing Rong Ji calmly sipping tea. It is you, Lady Ku. You are the one who poisoned the ice pear honey incense. Speak. Was it Lady Liang who instructed you to do this? Recalling Shen Nianxi and Appo's instructions from that day, Rongji and Appo's response was ambiguous. Your Highness already knows the answer. Why inquire further? Indeed, it is you. No, it is you and Lady Liang together. You have plotted against me, and I shall remember this debt today. Chapter 94. Satin with floral patterns and interwoven brocade. Rongzi smiled gently. Your Highness, whether you remember or forget this matter, it has already concluded. Why do you insist on clinging to it? With a scoff, she added, As long as I present you before the Emperor, I can clear my name. Without evidence. Why would the Emperor believe you? Rongzi's words left Li Jiuyu momentarily stunned. Indeed, Rongzi could betray her at any moment. Without proof to confirm that she was responsible, Li Jiuyu found herself at a disadvantage. My lady, you have long been unwilling to support the Li family in favor of Xianpin. This incident, though unintended, has inadvertently aided you, has it not? Rongzi rose and brushed past Li Jiuyu. My lady, seize this opportunity well. With a soft whisper, she exited, leaving Li Jiuyu alone, pondering the implications of Rongzi's words. It was true. If Li Shutong's strategy were to fail, the Li family would inevitably place their bets on her. Thus, they would weigh the pros and cons and decide to support her and weigh Qi Hongrui. Li Jiuyu suddenly understood. Her current position was insignificant. What truly mattered was the prospect of smiling as the Empress, a position of utmost glory. Shen Nianxi, newly acquainted with the affairs of the harem, was entrusted by Duan Miaoyun to oversee the Department of Attire and the Department of Medicine. At that moment, she was meticulously reviewing the details of fabric purchases laid before her. Yu Qingwan sat beside her, cradling Liani. Your rise has indeed been astonishing. In such a short time, you have ascended to the rank of a favored concubine alongside me. Shen Nianxi smiled softly, but remained silent. Yu Qingwan glanced at the purchase details in her hand. Since concubine Liang is no longer to Fei, we can no longer use the fabric designated for her. We must strike the Yunwan brocade from our list. Indeed, Sister Wan, but my concerns extend beyond this matter. Yu Qingwan, sharp of wit, quickly grasped her meaning. I have heard that Jiangzhou is experiencing severe drought this year, with many fields yielding no harvest. The populace has fled to neighboring counties, leaving few to weave and sew. Is this your concern? Shen Nianxi nodded. Yes. Jiangzhou has always been the source of satin with floral patterns, and most garments for the palace's concubines are crafted from this fabric. Before autumn and winter arrive, all garments must be prepared. However, the scarcity of satin with floral patterns poses a significant dilemma. Yu Qingwan agreed, "It is indeed strange. This year, disasters have befallen various regions of Dian. While Jiangzhou suffers drought, the southern border is plagued by floods." Shen Nianxi paused, recalling that in her previous life, Dian experienced numerous calamities in this year, adversely affecting the lives of its citizens. The enemy nation seized upon this opportunity to invade. It was after this that Chu Prefecture found its moment to shine. She remembered, in her former life, having established a shop in the capital to trade in fabrics. Where the price of satin with floral patterns had skyrocketed, she had chosen another type of silk to recommend to noble women, thus reaping substantial profits. That silk was, interwoven brocade. Yu Qingwan looked puzzled. Are you referring to the interwoven brocade produced in the southwest? The one that is dark in color, with simple patterns and little demand? Precisely, Sister Wan. Although interwoven brocade may initially appear dull and even unattractive, garments crafted from it shimmer beautifully under the sun, making them quite appealing. Moreover, when paired with other fabrics, the garments become even more exquisite. Most importantly, interwoven brocade costs less than half the price of satin with floral patterns. Yu Qingwan fell into contemplation. If what you say is true, then interwoven brocade is indeed an excellent choice. However, the concubines have grown accustomed to garments made from satin with floral patterns. Will they embrace interwoven brocade? Shen Nianxi spoke with confidence. You need not worry about this, Sister Wan. I have my methods to ensure the concubines will appreciate it. Furthermore, the savings can be redirected to aid those suffering from the disasters. That sounds splendid. Do proceed accordingly. Very well. Yu Qingwan glanced down at the drowsy Liani in her arms. Oh dear, Liani is already falling asleep. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Rest well. Indeed. Sister Wan, travel safely. After Yu Qingwan departed for Huanxi Pavilion, Shen Nianxi began formulating her plans. She sketched a design for a garment on paper and promptly handed it to Fu Dong. Tomorrow, take this design to the Department of Attire and have the matrons expedite the creation of this garment. Be sure to specify the use of interwoven brocade. Do not allow them to substitute it with any other fabric. Fu Dong silently committed these instructions to memory. Yes, I understand. The following day, Matron Tang of the Department of Attire received the design. Matron Tang expressed her confusion. Miss Fu Dong, there has never been a precedent for garments made from interwoven brocade. Did Lady Jean Youwei indeed request this? Yes. Matron, please proceed as instructed. Very well. Please return to inform Lady Jean Youwei that the embroiderers will do their utmost to create the garments she desires. Thank you, Matron. The Department of Attire promised a swift production, and indeed, within 3 days, the new garments were delivered to Yiqing Palace. Your Highness, the Department of Attire has sent the garments. Shen Nianxi set aside her account books and approached the table, scrutinizing the attire presented on the tray. Qingqi giggled. Your Highness, would you like to try on this garment now? Let us. While the day is still bright, I shall take a stroll. Her walk was not merely a casual outing, but rather a display of her new attire, the first to behold it being Li Shutong. From a distance, Li Shutong spotted Shen Nianxi, the sunlight illuminating her garment, causing it to glisten and highlighting Shen Nianxi's stunning beauty and ethereal aura. I have ruined my appearance, yet she revels in her beauty. Does she dress so splendidly to mock me? Li Shutong scoffed, but soon found herself engulfed in confusion. I have entered the palace for but a short time and already lost my beauty. How shall I endure the ensuing solitude of the inner palace? Salian, understanding the futility of words, refrained from offering counsel, opting for silence. Yet, Li Shutong insisted on prodding her. Salian, go and find out where Lady Jean Youwei acquired her garments. Yes, Your Highness. In a mere moment, Shen Nianxi had left Yiqing Palace, heading toward the imperial garden. She knew well that there would be many people present at this hour. Sure enough, after only a few steps, she encountered Kong Pin, Meng Marin, and the newly entered Lin Lianyuan, who were enjoying the shade in a pavilion. Meng Marin was the first to notice Shen Nianxi's arrival and rose to pay her respects. Chapter 95. The self-infused safflower soup. The concubines paid their respects to Lady Jean Youwei. Lin Liao caught sight of Shen Nianxi and also greeted her. Concubine Kong, unable to remain detached, hastily offered a perfunctory bow, yet her gaze remained fixed on Shen Nianxi. Oh, am I seeing things? I can't help but notice the luster of the fabric on the lady's attire. It is quite striking. Her words prompted Lin Liao and Meng Marin to also turn their attention to Shen Nianxi's garments. Concubine Kong was not mistaken. Indeed, the outfit was quite beautiful. Lin Liao found her eyes glued to it, having never seen such a stunning attire before. Concubine Kong pressed on, Lady Jean Youwei, may I inquire what precious fabric your dress is made of? The attire was not crafted from luxurious materials. Rather, it was made from a common fabric known as interwoven brocade. Upon hearing this, Concubine Kong felt a tinge of disappointment. I had thought this outfit was quite valuable, but it appears to be rather ordinary. However, Meng Marin held a different perspective. Lady Jean Youwei, since a dress made of interwoven brocade is accessible to all, does that mean I too could wear such a garment? Shen Nianxi smiled subtly, pleased to have caught the first fish. Meng Marin was indeed correct. Her eyes sparkled with desire for the attire, and she promptly made a decision. If the tailoring bureau has yet to craft my garments, would it be possible for me to change the fabric to that interwoven brocade? Certainly, Shen Nianxi replied readily. Seeing Meng Marin so effortlessly obtain such a beautiful dress, Concubine Kong could no longer remain passive. That outfit does indeed look appealing. Very well, Lady Jean Youwei, I too wish to replace my fabric with this interwoven brocade. Shen Nianxi inquired further, Concubine Kong, Meng Marin, are you both intending to replace all your fabrics with interwoven brocade? Meng Marin opted for a complete change, while Concubine Kong hesitated before ultimately deciding to switch out half. Lin Liao, feeling anxious at being unable to contribute, exclaimed, Lady Jean Youwei, I too wish to. No need to rush, Liang Yuan. The fabric has yet to be selected. I shall compile the list and send it to the tailoring bureau shortly. With the three women settled, Shen Nianxi continued on her way. Along her path, many concubines cast admiring glances her way. After all, the interwoven brocade attire was indeed eye-catching, impossible to overlook. As night deepened, Shen Nianxi diligently transcribed the list. Lian Xiao entered with a bowl of ginseng soup. Your Highness, it is quite late. You should rest. It matters not. I shall rest after completing my tasks, she replied. Your Highness, you have been feeling fatigued lately. If you do not take proper rest, it could be detrimental to your health. Finally, Shen Nianxi set down her pen, pondering her unusual weariness. Bring me the ginseng soup. Yes. Lian Xiao smiled brightly as she served the soup, her joy growing when Shen Nianxi finished it. Now that you have had the soup, do rest early. Very well. Reflecting on her busy days attending to matters in the harem, Shen Nianxi ultimately decided to retire for the night. For several consecutive days, she busied herself with the interwoven brocade, successfully garnering the approval of most concubines who were willing to change their fabrics to it. One morning, as she enjoyed her breakfast, Lian Xiao entered with a grave expression. Your Highness, Song Xian has arrived from the side of Lady Liang. Shen Nianxi paused her actions. Let her in. Song Xian respectfully greeted Shen Nianxi. I have come to pay my respects to Lady Jean Youwei. Rise. Has Lady Liang sent you to the Paixiang Palace for something urgent? Indeed, my lady has taken an interest in the interwoven brocade garment you wear, wishing to see you don it and visit the Baihe Palace for her to admire. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianxi sensed a hidden agenda from Liang Yuzhen. The implication of Song Xian's words made it difficult for her to decline, placing Shen Nianxi in a quandary. Does Lady Jean Youwei not wish to make this visit? Very well, I shall go. Shen Nianxi stood. Wait while I change into another dress. I await your return. Shortly after, she adorned herself in the interwoven brocade attire and, on her way to Baihe Palace, discreetly sent someone to Jingxiang Palace. Upon entering Baihe Palace, Liang Yuzhen eagerly approached her. Ah, is this the dress made of interwoven brocade? It is indeed beautiful, Lady Jean Youwei. Your creativity in choosing such fabric is commendable. Something felt amiss to Shen Nianxi. She subtly distanced herself from Liang Yuzhen. Your Highness, you flatter me. If you desire such a garment, acquiring it would be effortless for you. Indeed, Liang Yuzhen retreated to her position, gesturing for Jianji to approach. Before long, Jianji arrived with a tray bearing 2 bowls. A sense of foreboding washed over Shen Nianxi as one bowl of an unknown concoction was placed beside her. Her unease peaked. Liang Yuzhen smiled. My brother recently found a skilled physician who presented this nourishing recipe to me. I had it prepared. Would you care to try it, Lady Shen Youwei? Shen Nianxi resolutely declined any offerings from Baihe Palace. Your Highness and Appo's kindness is appreciated, but I have just had breakfast and cannot partake in anything further. Liang Yuzhen was not surprised by her refusal, for her true intentions lay elsewhere. Are you wary of the dishes from Baihe Palace? Perhaps I shall taste it first, so you may ease your concerns. With that, Liang Yuzhen lifted the bowl. She was fully aware of its contents and hesitated momentarily. But remembering her position with Wei Qi Huayu, she proceeded without further thought. Moments later, she set the bowl down. Lady Shen Youwei, it is now your turn. Your Highness, I have already expressed that I cannot eat anything. Just then, Liang Yuzhen suddenly clutched her abdomen, her expression turning sour. Chapter 96. Jin, as Ronghui, Your Highness. What troubles you? Suo Xin and Jianji encircled Liang Yuzhen. I am in agony, Shen Youwei. Why do you conspire against me? Shen Nianxi. She anticipated this outcome. Who is plotting against him? Hearing Duan Niaoyun and Appo's voice brought Shen Nianxi solace. She could finally lay down in peace. Suddenly feeling feeble, Shen Nianxi collapsed against the chair, falling onto the cold floor, her eyes closed, feigning unconsciousness. Yet for reasons unknown, she genuinely lost consciousness. Duan Niaoyun spotted the fallen Shen Nianxi and gasped, Sister Shen. She glared furiously at Liang Yuzhen. What have you done to Shen Youwei? Why has she fainted? Liang Yuzhen struggled to respond, but Duan Niaoyun interrupted her. No need for explanations. I have dispatched someone to summon the Emperor. Whatever needs to be said, let Liang Fei convey it to him. Quickly, assist Shen Youwei to the inner chamber to rest. As Duan Niaoyun and Appo's attendants hurriedly carried Shen Nianxi away, Liang Yuzhen writhed in pain. You, hurry, change the safflower soup. Yes. Suo Xin hastened to dispose of the safflower soup beside Shen Nianxi, replacing it with genuine medicinal broth. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yu Qi Xian arrived. Where is Shen Youwei? Suo Xin knelt before Yu Qi Xian. Your Majesty, Shen Youwei has just compelled Our Lady to consume an unknown substance, and now she suffers unbearable abdominal pain. I beseech Your Majesty to intervene on her behalf. Yu Qi Xian repeated his inquiry. I asked, where is Shen Youwei? Suo Xin timidly replied, she is in the inner chamber. Take me to see her. The excruciating pain caused Liang Yuzhen to sweat profusely. She never imagined that Yu Qi Xian would prioritize Shen Nianxi and Appo's condition over her own. Your Majesty, she whispered, but Yu Qi Xian did not turn back. Upon reaching the bedside, he found Shen Nianxi indeed unconscious, with Duan Niaoyun standing nearby. Yin Fei, what transpired in Baihe Palace? Moreover, why are you here? Your Majesty, it is a long story. Today, Liang Fei suddenly dispatched Suo Xin to summon Shen Youwei to Baihe Palace. Fearing for her safety, Shen Youwei sent someone to Jingxiang Palace to find me, which is why I hurried here. Duan Niaoyun sighed, but I arrived too late. I did not know what transpired before. When I arrived, I found Shen Youwei lying on the ground, having fainted. Duan Niaoyun's account starkly contrasted with Suo Xin's, and given that they were in Baihe Palace, Yu Qi Xian likely inferred the unfolding events. Both Shen Nianxi and Liang Yuzhen had encountered misfortune simultaneously, prompting the Imperial Medical Bureau to send 2 physicians, the skilled physician Zhang and physician He. Upon their arrival, Liang Yuzhen had already been assisted into the inner chamber, and they each took her and Shen Nianxi's pulses. Physician Zhang's expression grew grave after examining Liang Yuzhen. Your Majesty, the abdominal pain of Liang Fei stems from her recent consumption of the safflower soup. It is likely that she will never bear children again. Liang Yuzhen burst into tears. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. Shen Youwei harbors malicious intent against me. You cannot easily forgive her. Yu Qi Xuan questioned. If Shen Youwei harmed you, then why did she faint? Liang Yuzhen hesitated. Perhaps Perhaps she is merely feigning unconsciousness. Meanwhile, physician He, who was examining Shen Nianxi, bore an odd expression. Noticing his demeanor, Duan Yaoyan quickly inquired, Physician He, what is the condition of Jing Guipin? Physician He knelt hastily. Your Majesty, Jing Guipin and oppose. As fainting is indeed due to pregnancy. She has been under great strain and worry lately, which led to her sudden collapse today. Is that true? Yu Qixian's face brightened. How long has she been with child? Your Majesty, for over a month. Yu Qixian was overjoyed. Excellent. I shall bestow generous rewards upon Jing Guipin. At this moment, Liang Yuzhen fell silent, wishing Yu Qixian would overlook her entirely. After all, Shen Nianxi's pregnancy sufficiently absolved her of any connection to the safflower soup. Speaking further would only endanger her own position. Yet, she felt an unbearable bitterness. Why did Shen Nianxi have to be pregnant at this time? This child arrived far too inopportunely. Meanwhile, Duan Yaoyan continued to advocate for Shen Nianxi. Your Majesty, you are unaware that Sister Shen has been diligently working to reduce expenses in the harem. What do you mean? She explained how the harem and oppose, as fabric procurement for garments consumed vast sums, and thus, she creatively selected a blended silk that was only half the cost of the original fabric, which appeared exceptionally appealing in sunlight and had garnered admiration from many concubines in the harem. Yu Qixian grew increasingly intrigued. Is such a thing true? Duan Yaoyan, eager to elaborate on Shen Nianxi and oppose deeds, continued. Moreover, Sister Shen possesses a compassionate heart and has been concerned for the victims of the disasters in Jiangzhou and Jingzhou, intending to allocate surplus funds for their relief. Yu Qixian and oppose gaze softened as he looked upon Shen Nianxi. I knew she would not disappoint me. Proclaim my decree. Elevate Jing Guipin to Ronghua, and for now, assign the management of the 6 palaces to Xia Zhaoyuan, allowing her to focus on her pregnancy. Liang Yuzhen and oppose teeth nearly shattered from clenching. Shen Nianxi and oppose pregnancy posed an increasing threat to her. Finally recalling Liang Yuzhen, Yu Qixian summoned her to his side. The physician stated that your condition deteriorated due to the safflower soup. What is the reason for this? At this juncture, she could no longer link the matter to Shen Nianxi. Instead, she needed to protect herself. Your Majesty, it may be that my attendants were careless, leading to my accidental consumption of the safflower soup. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Indeed, Yu Qixian's response was rather indifferent, causing Liang Yuzhen to feel a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, it was I who mistakenly ingested the safflower soup today. Had it been Ronghua, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Indeed, Yu Qixian and oppose words plunged Liang Yuzhen and oppose heart into despair. She had long known the emperor and oppose coldness, but did not anticipate that, in his heart, she was outshone by an unborn child. She harbored resentment, lamenting that had she forced Shen Nianxi to drink the safflower soup earlier, the child would have been lost. Now, devising a plan to eliminate Shen Nianxi and oppose child would prove exceedingly difficult. Shen Nianxi slowly opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion, surprised to see Yu Qixian present. Chapter 97. A twist of fate. Upon noticing her confusion, Duan Yaoyan spoke to clarify her doubts. Sister Ronghua, you have been pregnant for over a month now. It is no surprise that you fainted after such exertion. Henceforth, you should focus on your recovery. Shen Nianxi was momentarily taken aback. I am a child. Wei Qixian took a seat and grasped her hand. What Yunfei has said is true. I have elevated you to the status of Ronghua. From now on, you need only to nurture the fetus, and there is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. This meant that the management of the 6 palaces would be entrusted to another. For a moment, Shen Nianxi found herself both amused and exasperated. She had only just begun to oversee the 6 palaces and grasp their power, and now was being relinquished so swiftly, all because of her unexpected pregnancy. Yet, what astonished her more was that despite taking contraceptive measures, she was still with child. Thus, it seemed that this child was destined for her. And Shen Nianxi promptly resolved to keep the baby. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this child is a rare blessing, and I shall take good care of the pregnancy, safeguarding the heir within me. Very well. I shall escort you back to the Pixiang Hall. Shen Nianxi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Qi accompanied Shen Nianxi as they walked together. Duan Miaoyun lingered for a while, observing Liang Yuzhen and Appo's predicament, reflecting on how futile Liang Fei and Appo's schemes were. What a twist of fate for you, Liang Fei, to see your machinations come to naught. How does it feel now? Are you not filled with regret and anger? Liang Yuzhen shot a cold glance at Duan Miaoyun. Yunfei, I do not wish to entertain you. Please leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. I have no desire to linger in such an ominous place. Once everyone departed, Liang Yuzhen slumped into a seat, realizing that her efforts had been in vain. Upon learning of Jin Guipin and Appo's pregnancy and her elevation to Ronghua, the concubines in the palace harbored various thoughts, yet their outward demeanor remained polished. Your Highness, Xia Zhaoyuan has sent a pair of mandarin duck jade pillows and a lotus flower quilt to congratulate you on your pregnancy. Lin Xiu reported while jotting down notes. Li Jiu has dispatched 5 round and lustrous South Sea pearls, a coral tree, and a jade ruby. Shen Nianxi nodded gently. Record these items and store them away. I have no need for them, nor will I use them. One can never be too cautious regarding whether these gifts have been tampered with. Her thoughts drifted to her first child in her past life, a child who never saw the light of day. Yang Mingyan had harbored ill intentions, fearing that she might give birth to the first son of the Chu family, resorting to underhanded means to harm her child. In the palace, there were many with far more sinister methods than Yang Mingyan. Every step she took had to be calculated. Lin Xiu, henceforth, the miscarriage prevention medicine must be prepared personally by Aunt Xiu. You must assign more people to patrol within and around the Pixiang Hall daily, ensuring that no suspicious objects enter. Understood. Gather all my usual incense. In the future, either do not burn incense at all or only allow fruity scents. Although I'm knowledgeable about incense, I must still be vigilant. Yes, Your Highness. Shen Nianxi issued several more commands, meticulously eliminating every conceivable means of harm. Even so, she remained uneasy. It would be best if she could find an opportunity to leave the palace and nurture her child elsewhere. Countless individuals were preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Nianxi, including Xia Jiqing from Lukang Palace. Pei Wen, if the intelligence I have gathered is correct, Lin Liao possesses a remarkable ability to control birds, beasts, insects, and fish. Your Highness, there is no doubt about this. Lin Liao grew up in the mountains, surrounded by wildlife. If she has the means to command them, it would not be surprising. What a splendid ability. I cannot help but want to turn her into a weapon in my hands. Pei Wen readily agreed. Your Highness speaks wisely. Go and fetch her for me. Pei Wen turned and made her way to Xuanrua Pavilion, soon bringing Lin Liao to Hanzhong Hall. Please greet Zhao Yuan, Your Highness. No need for formalities. Sit down. Lin Liao took a casual seat and inquired curiously, Your Highness, have you summoned me for a specific reason? Nothing of great importance. I merely felt a bit restless and wished for someone to converse with, and you happen to be the only one in Lukang Palace. Lin Liao understood. I shall gladly keep you company, Your Highness. Lin Liang Yuan, you have been in the palace for quite some time. Why do you not aspire to climb higher? I do wish to, but alas, I find myself isolated in this deep palace, with many matters being beyond my control, despite my earnest intentions. Xia Jiqing chimed in. I feel the same way. I empathize with you, Liang Yuan. I thought, since we are both from Lukang Palace, why not rely on one another for support? Lin Liao feigned delight. Is that truly your intention, Your Highness? Indeed, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I have held a genuine fondness for you. These words come from the depths of my heart. I have long admired you, Your Highness, but feared you would find me dull and unworthy, thus hesitating to intrude. Very well, I am delighted. From now on, we shall trust and support one another. Yes, I feel the same. While Xia Jiqing was pleased, she did not notice the fleeting glimmer of something unusual in Lin Liao and Appo's eyes. This game of strategy had yet to reveal who was merely a pawn and who held the reins. After conversing with Lin Liao for quite some time, Xia Jiqing invited her to lunch before letting her leave. Subsequently, she leisurely strolled away from Lukang Palace and, upon passing a lakeside, heard the cheerful sounds of children playing nearby. Looking over, she spotted several palace attendants frolicking with a child across the lotus pond. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the child as the first prince, Wei Qi Huayu. The first prince plays here every day. Hearing Xia Jiqing and Amp, Appo's inquiry, Pei Wen promptly nodded. Yes, your highness. The first prince enjoys playing kickball with the attendants here daily. Xia Jiqing scrutinized the area. If I'm not mistaken, that is a stone path. If one is not careful, the first prince might fall. Pei Wen immediately grasped Xia Jiqing and Appo's implication. What you say is true, your highness. Moreover, with Yunfei currently managing the affairs of the six palaces, should anything happen to the first prince, she would not escape unscathed. A deeper smile crept onto Xia Jiqing's lips. Precisely, that is my intention. Yunfei has long harbored resentment towards Liang Fei, and it would not be surprising for her to scheme against the first prince. 2 days later, Wei Qi Huayu was playing kickball at the lakeside with several palace attendants when, not long after, he fell from the stone path. Had it been a mere fall, it would have posed little danger, but unfortunately, he tumbled dangerously close to the water's edge, landing directly in the lake. Chapter 98. The fall into disability. He could not swim and began to sink to the bottom of the lake after falling in. The palace servants were terrified. Several who could swim immediately jumped into the water to rescue Wei Qi Huayu, hastily bringing him back to Baihe Palace. Song Xin rushed to Liang Yuzhen, exclaiming, Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The crown prince is in trouble. The lethargy that had enveloped Liang Yuzhen vanished upon hearing of her child's misfortune. What did you say? What has happened to you and Amp? Amp? Appo's? It was during a game of kuju with several palace attendants that the crown prince accidentally fell. Unfortunately, he fell into the lake. The servants have rescued him, and he is on his way back, but the crown prince remains unconscious. Liang Yuzhen and Appo's eyes filled with rage. Those servants are utterly careless. How dare they let my Yu and Appo's suffer such a calamity? I shall hold them accountable. As she spoke, the attendants carried Wei Qi Huayu into the room and laid him on the bed. Liang Yuzhen hurried to his side, gently stroking his forehead, only to find him drenched. She quickly ordered the servants to change his clothes. Before long, Wei Qi Huayu stirred and began to cry, asking for Liang Yuzhen. She rushed to him, tears brimming in her eyes. Your mother is here. What does it hurt? Tell mother. Through his sobs, Wei Qi Huayu replied, Mother, my foot. It hurts. Be good, you and Appo's, Mother is here. The physician will arrive shortly, and once he does, your foot will no longer ache. Turning to the attendants, Liang Yuzhen's anger flared. How could you allow the crown prince to come to such harm? The attendants remained silent, too frightened to speak. Shongxin's, Your Highness is asking you a question. Are you all mute? One attendant finally spoke. Your Highness, we do not know why the crown prince suddenly fell. We were all playing kuju together when suddenly he cried out and collapsed. The incident transpired too swiftly for them to comprehend how the crown prince fell. Liang Yuzhen's voice rose in fury. You could not even protect you are all worthless. Get out and await your punishment. Yes, your highness. They hurriedly left, preferring punishment to remaining in the presence of her wrath. Physician Zhang arrived. Your highness, allow me to examine the crown prince. Liang Yuzhen stepped aside as Physician Zhang anxiously assessed Wei Qi Huayu and Amp, Appo's injuries. The more he examined, the more alarmed he became. When he hesitated to speak, Liang Yuzhen and Amp, Appo's heart sank further. Physician Zhang, what is it? How severe are you and Amp, Appo's, Amp, Appo's injuries? With a soft sigh, Physician Zhang replied, Your Highness, the crown prince's fall was merely a common injury. He has sprained his foot. However, it is unfortunate that he fell into the lake, struggling and thrashing, which exacerbated the injury. Currently, he not only has a high fever, but the injury to his foot is quite serious. I will prescribe some medicine to alleviate the fever. But as for his foot, Sang Fisi Sanzang ba Apos, et Zeluden, Liang Yuzhen ba Apos, et an Sidin den Sip. Physician Zhang, do not hesitate. Speak plainly. What is wrong with you and Amp, Appo's, Amp, Appo's foot? Your Highness, to be frank, despite my utmost efforts, the crown prince may well be left with a disability. What do you mean? What are you saying? Physician Zhang repeated. What I mean is that the crown prince is very likely to have a limp. Liang Yuzhen nearly fainted. Physician Zhang, I command you to do everything in your power to treat Youwei. I cannot allow him to be left with a disability. Yes, Your Highness. I will use the best medicine available. Yet, Physician Zhang was acutely aware that even with the best of care, Weiqi Huaiyu would never be able to walk as he once did. He used silver needles to seal several acupoints on Weiqi Huaiyu to temporarily control his fever, then proceeded to treat his foot injury. Throughout, he remained vigilant and cautious. As Physician Zhang treated Weiqi Huaiyu inside, Liang Yuzhen anxiously paced outside, wishing desperately that it were her suffering rather than her child. At that moment, Wei Qixin strode in, asking, "Where is Huaiyu? How is his condition?" Upon seeing Wei Qixin, Liang Yuzhen felt a surge of hope and rushed to him. "Your Majesty, you have finally arrived." Physician Zhang says that after falling and then into the lake, Youwei's originally minor injury has worsened. He also mentioned that Youwei may be left with a disability. As she spoke, sorrow overwhelmed her at the thought of her child being unable to enjoy his beloved game of kuju. Wei Qixin, not expecting such severity, felt a pang of concern for his firstborn son. "Calm yourself. I shall summon more physicians. I refuse to believe that all the doctors in the realm cannot find a solution for Huaiyu and Appo's injuries. Indeed, with your Majesty and Appo's protection, you and Appo's will surely overcome this calamity." She was not only reassuring Wei Qixin, but also herself. Wei Qixin sent for all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute. But after examining Weiqi Huaiyu's injuries, none dared to accept the task. "Are you all powerless?" Wei Qixin's voice was icy, laced with disdain. "Fisi san su stam. Your Majesty, we cannot treat the crown prince in Appo's foot. Even if we could, he would still likely have a limp." Wei Qixin was furious. "How can my child be left with a disability? You cannot treat him. Who in this world can? Your Majesty, forgive my audacity, but I fear there may be no one capable of healing the crown prince. His injuries are beyond remedy." Liang Yuzhen collapsed to the ground. "It cannot be. This is impossible." Though harsh, the truth was undeniable. Liang Yuzhen looked imploringly at the physicians. "Please, save my Youwei. I beg you." Even the exalted Liang Fei found herself in need. Yet the physicians dared not respond. Despair enveloped